Chapter 1. The Infinite Extraction System. Beep. The Infinite Extraction System is being activated. Binding in progress. Binding complete. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind, jolting him upright from his bed. 3 years prior, he had been an ordinary courier on Blue Star. One fateful night, he awoke to find himself transported to the Tianwu continent, becoming an outer disciple of the Kaoshan sect. In this realm, advanced technology was absent, yet a highly developed cultivation civilization thrived. Powerful cultivators could traverse the skies and shift mountains, while weak mortals could only cling to their lives, enduring precarious existences. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, was vividly illustrated. Thus, everyone yearned for cultivation, aspiring to become superior beings above others. However, the most critical factor in cultivation was innate talent, which was categorized into varying degrees of excellence. Regrettably, Zhang Zhe possessed mediocre talent and could not endure the hardships of cultivation, making him a prime candidate for expulsion from the sect. Yet, with the presence of a system, could not defying fate become a matter of mere moments? System, what abilities do you possess? This system can infinitely extract the attributes of targets and convert them into system points. Is it truly that simple? Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of skepticism. From the description, this system did not seem particularly impressive or extraordinary. To test the system's efficacy, Zhang Zhe strode out of his room, where the training ground was already filled with disciples. Tomorrow marked the sect's annual assessment, and those who failed would be expelled. Without the protection of the sect, one would first lose lodging and sustenance, and subsequently could easily perish on the streets. Thus, every day, they rose before dawn to cultivate. Zhang Zhe gazed at the outer disciples, noticing that data appeared above their heads. Talent, extremely poor. Realm, third layer of Qi refinement. Extractable, 10 points of willpower. Each disciple possessed different levels of talent and realms, resulting in varying extractable points and attributes. These disparate attribute points would be converted into system points, which could enhance Zhang Zhe's 5-dimensional attributes. In simpler terms, it was akin to allocating points in a game. System? Are there any limitations to the infinite extraction? Extracting from targets of the same realm guarantees a success rate of 100%. However, the higher the target's realm, the lower the success rate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe's hopes were dashed. It appeared he could not take shortcuts by directly extracting the attributes of the sect's elders and stronger cultivators. Nonetheless, the prospect of free extraction was still enticing. After all, he need not toil as the other disciples did, rising early and enduring the elements daily. Zhang Zhe focused on the data above the disciples' heads and silently chanted, "Extract." Beep, extracted 10 points of willpower. Beep, extracted 6 points of luck. Beep, extracted 15 points of strength. Zhang Zhe circled the training ground multiple times, ensuring he had extracted every disciple's attributes. According to the system's design, he could reap another harvest at the same time tomorrow. They were akin to leeks, regrowing after each harvest. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, with a stern countenance, approached. "Zhang Zhe, what are you aimlessly wandering about?" Reporting to Elder Lu, "I just woke up and came out for some fresh air," Zhang Zhe replied candidly. This statement acted like a match, igniting a powder keg of indignation. Elder Lu Shan was responsible for overseeing the outer disciples' cultivation, and he despised those who were lax and indolent, especially individuals like Zhang Zhe, who lacked talent yet refused to diligently cultivate. Remaining in the sect was a sheer waste of resources. Lu Shan glared fiercely at Zhang Zhe. "Tomorrow is the sect's annual assessment. May you seek your own fortune." The other disciples seized the opportunity, fervently flattering Lu Shan. After all, the annual assessment was not only a test of realms but also of various capabilities, with the final decisions resting upon the elders. "Elder Lu, Zhang Zhe is undoubtedly the laziest person I have ever encountered, always rising only when the sun is high. I can guarantee that someone like him is destined for expulsion from the sect. Expulsion would be for the best if the sect were filled with such parasites. How could it ever flourish?" One by one, They expressed their righteous indignation, eager to see Zhang Zhe cast out from the sect. As the disciples rallied around him, Lu Shan's sense of superiority swelled, and he proclaimed from his lofty position, "Well said, the sect has no need for unproductive parasites, hence you all must cultivate diligently." Zhang Zhe smiled, uninterested in engaging in their disputes. When the assessment arrived, he would astonish them with his prowess. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Zhe eagerly opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, third layer of Qi refinement. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV-1710. Intelligence, LV-1710. Speed, LV-1510. Defense, LV-1310. Current system points, 3620. While the realm could not be directly enhanced, the other 5 attributes were open to augmentation. Should I adopt a balance point allocation or an extreme one? Zhang Zhe pondered over the attribute panel. Both methods of allocation had their pros and cons. First, Zhang Zhe questioned his ability to endure the hardships of cultivation. If that were the case, innate talent mattered little. Secondly, even with high strength and intelligence, there remained a small probability of accidental demise. Focusing solely on speed appeared plausible, but what if he were ensnared by formations? That would render him a helpless victim on the chopping block. Therefore, Zhang Zhe ultimately opted for the extreme allocation method. Maximize defense. Living in this world of the survival of the fittest, rife with peril, any unexpected event could arise at any moment. As long as he possessed impenetrable defense, he would remain invincible. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Zhe fervently allocated points to his defense attribute. Beep, defense attribute upgraded to LV2, capable of withstanding the strength of 3 tigers. Beep, defense attribute upgraded to LV3, capable of withstanding the strength of 7 tigers. Beep, defense attribute upgraded to LV4, capable of withstanding the strength of 1 elephant. With each system notification, Zhang Zhe felt a surge of power coursing through his body, purging his entire being. Gradually, a viscous black substance oozed from the surface of his skin, and in an instant his body felt unprecedentedly unencumbered. Upon closer inspection, a thin crystalline layer covered his skin, a manifestation of his enhanced defensive capabilities. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, third layer of Qi refinement. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV-1710. Intelligence, LV-1710. Speed, LV-1510. Defense, LV-413300. Current system points, 0. Zhang Zhe gazed incredulously at the system panel, murmuring, "Level 4 defense can withstand the strength of 1 elephant? How astonishing!" The cultivation realms were divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and so forth. A Qi refinement cultivator could unleash a maximum strength equivalent to 9 tigers. In other words, Zhang Zhe now possessed a defensive capability comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 2. Passing 2 tests. The following day, the outer disciples eagerly awaited in the training ground. Those with poor talent hoped to pass the sect's annual assessment, while those with good talent sought to attract the elders' attention and obtain additional cultivation resources. In summary, everyone placed great importance on the assessment. Why is one person still missing? Elder Lu Shan counted the participants twice, and despite his efforts, one remained absent. The other outer elders furrowed their brows. On such an important day, how could someone dare to be tardy, showing blatant disregard for the sect's rules? Reporting to Elder Lu, Zhang Zhe has yet to arrive. That fellow sleeps in until noon at the earliest. Several disciples remarked dismissively. Lu Shan waved his sleeve. Regardless, he cannot pass the assessment, so let us not wait for him. Let us depart. With Elder Lu's command, hundreds of disciples set off for the testing ground. This location was equipped with various challenges, including the Wooden Man Alley and Strength Testing Stone, serving not only as an assessment for outer disciples, but also as a training ground for inner disciples. Meanwhile, the outer disciples' annual assessment was in full swing. On the other side, Zhang Zhe awoke groggily from his slumber. With the confidence of newfound strength, this sleep was truly restful. Zhang Zhe mused as he stepped outside, only to find the training ground utterly deserted. Where is everyone? Oh no! Today is the Outer Disciples' annual assessment. The thought suddenly struck him, instantly banishing his sleepiness. After washing up, Zhangzhe hastily changed clothes and rushed to the testing ground. By this time, most Outer Disciples had already completed their assessments. Some were jubilant, while others were disheartened. Upon spotting Zhangzhe, Lu Shan's expression darkened. The assessment is nearly over. What do you intend to do now? Elder Lu, whether I wait in line or sleep in bed, it's all the same, Zhangzhe replied cheerfully. The elders regarded him with disapproval. While his reasoning was sound, if everyone thought that way, wouldn't chaos ensue? Since you have made it this far, feel free to give it a try, Lu Shan said dismissively. According to the rules of the Kaoshan sect, the annual assessment for Outer Disciples consists of 3 components. The Wooden Man Alley, which tests reaction time, and Speed the Sharp Blade Path, which evaluates spiritual power and courage, and the Strength Testing Stone, which measures physical strength. Successfully passing any one of these challenges allows a disciple to remain within the sect. If one manages to excel in all 3, they are regarded as outstanding disciples, receiving not only elixirs as rewards, but also the opportunity for elders to recommend them for entry into the inner sect. Thank you, Elder. Zhangzhe clasped his hands in gratitude before unhesitatingly heading towards the Sharp Blade Path. This path was formed by 99 razor-sharp blades. A moment's carelessness could lead to grievous injury. Foundation establishment disciples could tread upon the air, rendering this challenge trivial for them. However, for Qi refining disciples, the only way to navigate it was by enveloping their feet in spiritual energy. Only those with substantial spiritual strength stood a chance of success. Oh! Zhangzhe took a deep breath and tentatively stepped forward with his right foot. Zhi! The sharp blade instantly pierced the sole of his shoe. Zhangzhe felt a slight chill on his foot, yet there was no pain as he had anticipated. It felt akin to walking barefoot on pebbles, merely a little uncomfortable. What is he trying to do by not wrapping his feet in spiritual energy? Perhaps he's still half asleep. If he falls, he might lose half his life. Wait! Look, this guy is actually walking on the blades barefoot. At the utterance of this last remark, all eyes turned toward Zhangzhe, who had removed his boots and was now walking barefoot upon the sharp blades. A profound shock coursed through the onlookers. Their eyes narrowed as they fixated on Zhangzhe's feet, unable to spot even a drop of blood. Impossible? This was the immediate reaction echoing in everyone's minds. Though the 99 blades were not magical artifacts, their sharpness was akin to slicing through steel. A typical Qi refining disciple would have been severely injured by stepping on them barefoot. Lu Shan stepped forward in confusion, meticulously inspecting each blade Zhangzhe had stepped on. The blade seemed fine. Just as everyone was engulfed in bewilderment, Zhangzhe began to quicken his pace, sprinting down the sharp blade path as if he were running on a smooth surface. Goodness, Zhangzhe is running. A 6th-layer Qi refining disciple have to tread cautiously and still failed. How can he, a 3rd-layer disciple, run so effortlessly? Indeed, this defies all logic. The elders struggled to comprehend, while the disciples found it even more incomprehensible. In their eyes, Zhangzhe was merely an average talent, exceedingly lazy. If he could pass the assessment, what reason did they have to fail? Moments later, Zhangzhe effortlessly completed the sharp blade path and turned to Lu Shan with a cheerful smile. Elder Lu, I heard that passing all 3 challenges grants an elixir reward? Indeed. Those who pass all 3 challenges receive a 2nd-tier foundation establishment elixir from the sect. Lu Shan nodded in acknowledgement before countering. Though I am unsure of the method you employed to deceive your way through 1 challenge, do not assume you can pass the remaining 2. Who can say for certain? Let's give it a try, Zhangzhe replied with a grin, making his way towards the next challenge, the Strength Testing Stone. Before him stood a stone wall over 2 meters high, with a hollow in its center. When the test commenced, a stone fist would erupt from the hollow. Disciples needed to collide with it without being knocked back, and if they could unleash the strength of 5 tigers, they would pass. However, a 3rd-layer Qi refining disciple could at most generate the strength of 3 tigers, rendering success virtually impossible. Zhi. Lu Shan activated the stone wall mechanism, and the sound of grinding stones filled the air. In the next moment, a stone fist shot forth with a deafening roar. Zhang Zhe assumed a horse stance and retaliated with a punch. His fist was a mere 1/20th the size of the stone fist, appearing weak and feeble. How much power can such a light punch possibly unleash? Lu Shan remarked with disdain, expecting Zhang Zhe to be sent flying by the stone fist. The other elders and disciples also anticipated the scene of Zhang Zhe being knocked back. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. Boom! With a resounding crash, the stone fist shattered into fragments, dust swirling around. Zhang Zhe casually brushed the dust off his knuckles, smiling at Lu Shan. Elder Lu, I suppose that counts as passing, doesn't it? In truth, Zhang Zhe could not possibly destroy the stone fist with his strength. However, he possessed a level of defense comparable to that of a mighty elephant. The impact from such a large stone fist would inflict no harm on Zhang Zhe. On the contrary, the immense recoil shattered the stone fist instead. The arena fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the crowd. Everyone felt as if they had swallowed something distasteful. They toiled day and night, barely managing to pass one or two challenges. Why was it that Zhang Zhe, with his mediocre talent and leisurely lifestyle, could breeze through two challenges with such ease? Especially upon seeing the smile on Zhang Zhe's face, many in the crowd felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and give him a thorough beating. Chapter 3. Terror Defense. Lu Shan chose not to respond, instead striding directly toward the stone wall. The others understood Lu Shan's intent and began to voice their concerns. Elder Lu, you must conduct a thorough inspection. There is surely an issue with the mechanism. Is it possible that the stone fist, having existed for so long, has already deteriorated internally? Regardless, it is inconceivable that Zhang Zhe, with his mere third level of qi refinement, could shatter the stone fist. As time ticked by, Lu Shan meticulously examined the entire stone wall and the mechanism, inside and out. The other elders joined in, analyzing each fragment of the stone fist. Finally, they concluded that the mechanism was intact, and the stone fist remained unblemished. To obliterate the stone fist, one would need the strength of at least 9 tigers. Yet, how could Zhang Zhe, who was clearly only at the third level of qi refinement, possess such formidable power? It felt as surreal as encountering a ghost after overcoming 2 challenges. Elder Lu, if there is no issue, I shall proceed to the third challenge, Zhang Zhe declared, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he walked toward the Wooden Man Alley. In the narrow alley stood 9 movable wooden figures, each possessing strength comparable to that of the qi refinement realm. They would obstruct the disciples' progress, and only by traversing the entire alley could one be deemed successful. This challenge primarily tested reflexes and speed, marking it as the most arduous of the 3 assessments faced by outer disciples. Historically, only those at the Foundation establishment stage could pass through based on their immense strength. In an instant, all eyes in the trial ground turned toward Zhang Zhe. They believed he would undoubtedly emerge battered and bruised from the wooden figure's attacks, that if he didn't spend at least 10 days to half a month recuperating in bed. They would feel it insufficiently vindictive. Merely surviving was commendable. To aspire for the reward of elixirs seemed to them a foolish delusion. Lu Shan activated the mechanism of the Wooden Man Alley, discreetly augmenting its power while the crowd was distracted. Under normal circumstances, each wooden figure possessed strength equivalent to the 6th level of qi refinement. Given that the outer disciples had not experienced real combat, their fighting capabilities were low. Thus, even if some disciples surpassed the wooden figures in strength, they would still falter at this challenge. However, at this moment, each wooden figure possessed strength akin to the 9th level of qi refinement. Even a disciple at the Foundation establishment stage might struggle to succeed, let alone Zhang Zhe, a mere 3rd-level qi refinement practitioner. Zhang Zhe took a deep breath. The previous 2 challenges had been clever maneuvers. This one would test his genuine strength. Uncertain of his fate, he steeled himself and entered the Wooden Man Alley. Swish! The first wooden figure swung its arm toward him. Lacking any combat experience, Zhang Zhe instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! The strike landed squarely. Zhang Zhe did not budge an inch, only feeling a tingling sensation in his arms. This was no ordinary wooden figure at the 6th level of qi refinement. The blow must have unleashed at least the strength of 9 tigers. Zhang Zhe was taken aback and glanced toward Lu Shan, who was equally astonished. How could he have withstood an attack from a wooden figure rivaling the 9th level of qi refinement? What trickery had Zhang Zhe employed? Lu Shan racked his brain, but could not fathom it. Just then, the disciples nearby expressed their dissatisfaction. Elder Lu, could there be an error? Why are the wooden figures' attacks so feeble? Under normal circumstances, their combined strength is at the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet they appear to be at the 1st or 2nd level now. Surely, you haven't secretly favored Zhangzhe, deliberately allowing him to pass. Have you? At this remark, Lu Shan's expression darkened. Faced with numerous skeptical gazes, he yearned to explain, yet he dared not, for tampering with the mechanism to influence a disciple's assessment was a grave violation of sect rules. The other elders seemed to sense Lu Shan's predicament and stepped forward to inspect the mechanism, to their astonishment. It was not a matter of leniency, but rather an insurmountable challenge. They gazed incredulously at Lu Shan. Then back at Zhangzhe in the Wooden Man Alley. Bang, bang, bang. Zhangzhe curled his body, akin to a human ball being tossed about by the 9 wooden figures. Each strike equated to the force of 9 tigers. Had it been any other disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, they would have perished long ago. Yet for Zhangzhe, it felt as if soft pillows were merely brushing against him. Zhangzhe understood that passing through the Wooden Man Alley in a conventional manner was nearly impossible. Thus, he had to adopt an unconventional approach. The alley resembled a labyrinth, with Zhangzhe as a marble within it. As the 9 wooden figures relentlessly struck him, it was akin to the maze being violently shaken by external forces. Theoretically, with a stroke of luck, Zhangzhe might just find an opportunity to escape the maze. As time continued to elapse, Lu Shan and the other elders were engulfed in a storm of disbelief. They could hardly believe that a mere 3rd-level Qi refinement disciple could endure for such an extended period against wooden figures of comparable strength to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The most perplexing aspect was that they had not observed any injuries on Zhangzhe, lacerations or bruises, not even a hint of harm. In other words, these 9 wooden figures were unable to breach Zhangzhe's physical defenses. Elder Lu, what is this young man's background? How can his physical defenses be so formidable? Although our sect possesses several body-refining techniques, at his level, he should not have comprehended much of them. It seemed they had all underestimated him. For Zhangzhe, passing through was merely a matter of time. The elders silently acknowledged their miscalculations, now viewing Zhangzhe with newfound respect, in terms of physical defense. None at the same level could surpass him. If nurtured properly, he might very well achieve remarkable feats in the future. Bang! Just then, Zhangzhe was struck by 2 wooden figures simultaneously, like a pebble launched into the air. He collided with one of the wooden figures at high speed, successfully bursting forth from the Wooden Man Alley. Elder Lu, I have passed all 3 challenges. Zhangzhe stretched his limbs, dusting off his clothes, and beamed at Lu Shan. In that moment, the entire trial ground fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. All the disciples felt a sense of indignation, convinced that the Wooden Man Alley mechanism had malfunctioned, and they strongly urged Elder Lu to annul Zhangzhe's assessment results. However, Lu Shan waved his hand, reluctantly announcing, Outer disciple Zhangzhe has passed all 3 challenges. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Yet, not a single elder voiced dissent. Despite the disciples' dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to accept the outcome. Stand aside as we await the conclusion of the assessments for the awards ceremony. Lu Shan stated impassively. Very well. Zhangzhe replied with a slight smile, joining the other disciples who had also passed. Among them, there were a dozen or so, the lowest at the 1st level of Foundation establishment, and the highest at the 9th level that as Zhangzhe approached. Each face displayed a palpable disdain. The annual assessment for the outer disciples hinged on strength, and to them, a trickster like Zhangzhe was unworthy of standing among them. Chapter 4. Fire Attribute Immunity. As others shunned him, Zhangzhe, naturally, would not force his warmth upon their icy demeanor. However, the opportunity to reap benefits could not be overlooked. Following his gaze, he noted that each disciple who had passed displayed varying data above their heads. Extraction. Zhangzhe silently commanded. Ding. Extracted 35 points of strength. Ding. Extracted 52 points of talent. Ding. Extracted 49 points of speed. Zhangzhe walked past them with a beaming smile, inwardly astonished, and no wonder they were disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. The lowest point total was 35, more than double that of Qi refinement disciples. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhangzhe. if the extraction success rate for both Qi refinement and foundation establishment was 100%. What would the success rate be for extracting from a nascent soul expert? When Zhangzhe focused his gaze, a set of data appeared above Lu Shan's head. Talent. Ordinary. Realm. Peak nascent soul. Available for extraction. 1,000 points of strength. Gasp. Zhangzhe inhaled sharply, then turned his attention to the other elders. Although their strength did not match Lu Shan's, their point totals exceeded 700. Extraction. Zhangzhe silently urged. Ding! Extraction failed. Ding! Extraction failed. Ding! Extracted 800 points of intelligence. Out of 12 outer elders, he had only succeeded once, with a success rate of less than 10%. After the elders and outstanding disciples had completed their extractions, the ordinary outer disciples were not to be overlooked. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. With a smile on his face, Zhangzhe walked past them, extracting their attributes. However, this scene appeared to them as Zhangzhe flaunting his success after passing the 3 challenges. Their discontent surged. Upon seeing his smug smile, they clenched their fists in anger. Were it not for the elders standing nearby, some would have already lunged at Zhangzhe to beat him senseless. Yet they were unaware that even some of the more hot-tempered elders harbored similar thoughts. Zhangzhe, I understand you are in high spirits after passing the challenges, but there is no need for such ostentatious display. Why? Should I create a sign that reads the first talent of the outer sect and affix it to your chest? Lu Shan, suppressing his anger, spoke with a grim expression. Although possessing some innate talent in body refinement, one who does not comprehend the principle of the wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind ultimately cannot become a formidable warrior. Am I boasting? I am not boasting. Am I? Zhangzhe shrugged, bewildered. Compared to the excitement of having passed 3 trials, what thrilled him even more was the acquisition of several thousand attribute points. However, as he surveyed the crowd, he realized that from disciples to elders, everyone regarded him with a gaze imbued with hostility. Well, the annual assessment of the outer sect concludes here. 16 disciples have failed the examination. You have 3 hours to pack your personal belongings and leave the sect voluntarily. Furthermore, 18 outstanding disciples have successfully passed all 3 assessments, each receiving a second-tier foundation-building pill as a reward. After announcing this, Lu Shan retrieved 18 pills from his storage bag and distributed them to Zhangzhe and the others. The onlookers witnessing this felt a pang of envy that a single second-tier foundation-building pill could be worth months of arduous training that I in this ruthless world of cultivation. Innate talent comes first, resources second, and only then diligence. Talent is fixed from the moment of birth, beyond anyone's ability to alter. Thus, resources become exceedingly precious. It is no exaggeration to say that with sufficient resources, one could become an unparalleled powerhouse simply by consuming pills. Yet, outer sect disciples are limited to receiving only 1 first-tier pill each month, and only those who make significant contributions to the sect have the opportunity to be rewarded with second-tier pills. You all will be the backbone of the Kaoshan sect in the future. I hope you continue to strive forward and do not disappoint the sect's investment and expectations in you. Lu Shan's expression was grave, his authoritative gaze sweeping over each disciple. The crowd stood straight, responding in unison, "We will not betray the sect's cultivation." Well then, there will be an inter-sect promotion assessment in 6 months. Let us all work hard. Lu Shan waved his hand, signaling that they could disperse. With the pressure of elimination lifted, some disciples relaxed slightly, yet many others remained diligently cultivating. After all, entering the inner sect meant gaining access to more cultivation resources and the opportunity to grow stronger. Though they were all merely 17 or 18 years old, the prime of their youth, they found themselves squandering it on relentless training. Would they wait until they were old and gray to pursue the pleasures of their youth? Zhangzhe observed the disciples sitting in the open, practicing regardless of wind, rain, or sun, and could only think it foolish. Upon returning to his room, Zhangzhe immediately opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Zhangzhe. Realm, Qi Refinement Level 3. Talent, Mediocre. Strength, LV1 710. Intelligence, LV1 710. Speed, LV1 510. Defense, LV4 133,000. Current system points, 5,500. Without hesitation, he fervently invested points into his defense attribute. Ding. Defense level increased to LV5, capable of withstanding the power of 3 manifestations. and additionally grants fire attribute immunity, defense. LV5 25134000. Current system points. 0. Fire attribute immunity. Zhangzhe raised an eyebrow and inquired tentatively, System, does this mean that any fire attribute damage is ineffective against me? Yes, regardless of realm? Indeed. Fantastic. Zhangzhe stood up excitedly, silently giving a thumbs up. This was akin to an existence that defied the laws of the game. Just imagine if a legendary powerhouse unleashed a forbidden fire technique that flattened a mountain. It would land on Zhangzhe and not even singe a hair. Absurd, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Moreover, he vaguely recalled that within the territory of the Kaoshan sect, there were several lava pools, rich in spiritual energy, where many disciples often gathered to cultivate. After centuries, these lava pools bore numerous rare fire attribute materials, yet no one dared to venture in to harvest them. First, I will refine this foundation-building pill, and then I shall pay a visit to the lava pool. Zhangzhe steadied his mind. Striving to calm his excited heart, he positioned himself at the edge of his bed and swallowed the second-tier foundation-building pill. The pill slid down his throat, carrying a hint of sweetness, and then transformed into pure medicinal energy that coursed through his limbs, that he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, akin to bathing in a hot spring. The once dormant Dantian began to operate frantically under the influence of the pill, absorbing the potent energy. Several hours later, as night fell, Zhangzhe slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Qi Refinement Level 5. 1 second-tier foundation-building pill enabled me to ascend 2 minor realms. What if I had 10? 100? With ample resources, consuming pills could forge one into an extraordinary powerhouse. This method was straightforward and brutal, requiring none of the immense willpower that arduous training demanded, perfectly aligning with Zhangzhe's preferences. Chapter 5. Butterfly swimming in a lava pool. The lava pool was situated at the back mountain of the outer sect. Spanning a radius of over 20 meters, its depth unknown, it was understood that this lava pool was interconnected with several others within the Kaoshan sect, all linked to the molten lava mountains of the Earth's core. The lava was scalding hot, with temperatures so high that even standing 10 meters away, one could feel the oppressive heat wave, as if standing in a furnace. Should one accidentally fall in, even a Yuaniing powerhouse would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Additionally, the area surrounding the lava pool was saturated with spiritual energy, featuring 10 cultivation spots. When Zhangzhe arrived, all 10 were already occupied by foundation-building disciples in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Strength was paramount. Such precious cultivation spots were never allocated based on first come, first served, but were seized through sheer strength. Upon seeing Zhangzhe, the 10 foundation-building disciples could not help but break into mocking smiles, initially thinking he had come to cultivate there and preparing to ridicule him. However, they then witnessed Zhangzhe methodically removing his clothing and placing his storage ring in his mouth. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he intended to enter the lava pool. You can't be thinking of diving into the lava pool, can you? The temperature in there can kill even a Yuaniing powerhouse. You're simply seeking your own demise. Everyone, ignore him. A pest like him in the sect would be better off dead. The 10 foundation-building disciples instinctively moved away from Zhangzhe, fearing he might drag them down with him into the lava pool. Is it true that there are many rare materials hidden within the lava pool? Zhangzhe asked, simultaneously tossing stones into the lava pool. Sizzle. The hard granite was instantly consumed by the lava, releasing plumes of green smoke. Under normal circumstances, a Qi refinement disciple would not last 3 seconds after falling into the lava pool before being reduced to ash. Indeed, but if those rare materials could be easily obtained, would they have lasted until today? One of the foundation-building level 9 disciples remarked. His name was Yin Nanfeng, renowned for his remarkable talent and strength, often heralded as the first talent of the outer sect. Favored by the elders that if all went as expected, he would become the only genius of the Kaoshan sect to reach the golden core stage before the age of 18, that just because others cannot obtain them does not mean I cannot. With this affirmative response, Zhangzhe leaped into the lava pool. Splash! With a resounding sound, water splashed more than a meter high. The droplets fell upon the surface of the lava pool, creating ripples that spread outward. Moments later, Zhangzhe's figure vanished without a trace, as if entirely consumed and dissolved by the lava. Yin Nanfeng and the others had lost focus on their training, now standing 10 meters away from the lava pool. each craning their necks, fixated on the molten depths. This guy must be dead by now, right? Dead. At this point, he has likely been reduced to ash. Something's amiss. It seems something is surfacing from the bottom of the lava pool. Yin Nanfeng and the others directed their gaze towards the speaker. Indeed, bubbles were rising from the surface of the lava pool, and soon ahead emerged that it was none other than Zhangzhe, who had just jumped in. The crowd gasped, as if confronted by a ghost. Upon closer inspection, Zhangzhe's hair was drenched in lava, sticking to his scalp, as scalding lava streamed down his forehead to his cheeks. He merely swiped his hand casually, as if washing his hair, but this was lava capable of melting even a Yuanying powerhouse. Why did it appear now, as if it were merely red paint? Am I hallucinating? How can I see Zhangzhe still alive? Yin Nanfeng rubbed his eyes vigorously, as did the other disciples. Some even slapped themselves, desperate to regain their senses. That I see it too. This does not seem to be an illusion. Not only is he alive, but he is also butterfly swimming in the lava pool. Following the gazes of the disciples, they witnessed Zhangzhe swimming gracefully in the lava pool, effortlessly transitioning through various swimming strokes. A broad smile on his face as he glided past each disciple. This is simply too monstrous. Common logic fails to explain this. Could it be that the actual temperature of the lava pool has decreased over the centuries? Suddenly, a bold idea sprang to Yin Nanfeng's mind. Subsequently, he drew forth his finely crafted steel sword and slowly immersed it into the bubbling magma pool. Accompanied by a hissing sound, wisps of blue smoke erupted as the steel sword was swiftly melted into molten iron. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. If even a fine steel sword could not withstand such extreme temperatures, how could mere mortals hope to endure? Fellow disciples, there are indeed numerous precious materials at the bottom of the lava pool. So I shall not hold back, Zhangzhe exclaimed with a mischievous grin, and without hesitation he plunged into the depths. With immunity to fire attributes, the searing magma posed no threat to him. Instead, it felt pleasantly warm, akin to a soothing hot spring. This fellow, Yin Nanfeng clenched his fists in frustration, his lips twisting in anger. Initially indifferent to Zhangzhe's lazy demeanor, he found himself deeply provoked by Zhangzhe's incessant boasting, which struck at the core of his competitive spirit. Beyond mere anger, envy coursed through Yin Nanfeng. The treasures at the lava pool's bottom had been nurtured over centuries, possessing formidable effects. For an ordinary person to acquire even one of these treasures would be a monumental stroke of fortune. Yet now, all these riches were being hoarded by Zhangzhe. Brother Yin, a waste is ultimately a waste. Even if he stumbles upon treasures at the lava pool's depths, his cultivation will not rise significantly. It is simply a case of squandering resources, another disciple at the Foundation establishment stage consoled. Yin Nanfeng maintained a stoic expression. While the logic was sound, he never truly feared that anyone from the outer sect could threaten his standing. Nevertheless, an unsettling discomfort gnawed at him. Why was it that, despite his exceptional talent and diligent practice, he was devoid of fortune, while Zhangzhe, who was inferior in every aspect, could acquire such bounties? Meanwhile, Zhangzhe had reached the bottom of the magma pool. Here lay a spacious underground passage, winding deep into the earth, seemingly leading to the fiery mountains below. This a fire crystal. Zhangzhe's attention was suddenly captivated by a red crystal embedded in the magma's base. The crystal was prismatic, roughly the length of his forearm, with each shard extending from the magma, containing an incredibly pure essence of fire attribute power. Appearing fragile, it was, in fact, remarkably sturdy. This substance was an exceptional material for weapon crafting. Even a mundane weapon, with just a touch of fire crystal, could instantly transform into a spiritual weapon, naturally imbued with fire attribute burn damage. After centuries of cultivation, the bottom of the lava pool was strewn with fire crystals. It would not be an exaggeration to say that selling all these fire crystals could instantly render one wealthier than the mountain support sect. Regrettably, Zhangzhe's low cultivation level and lack of suitable weapons meant he could not carry away these treasures. Thus, he could only proceed onward, hoping to return at a later time to retrieve them. In a way, a fire spirit mushroom. Following Zhangzhe's gaze, he noticed a blood-red mushroom growing on the lava wall not far away, adorned with 7 black spiritual patterns. Only once every 100 years does a mature pattern emerge, indicating that this fire spirit mushroom had been growing for 700 years. The terrifying energy it contained surely surpassed that of fifth-grade elixirs. Should this treasure fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm. Chapter 6. Striking it rich. Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such magma temperatures should deter any powerful being. Otherwise, he would not have stumbled upon such exquisite treasures. That I am rich. I am rich. With these treasures, I shall emerge as wealthy as a nation, Zhang exclaimed, gazing in awe at the fire spirit mushroom. Incredible! There is more than one. Upon looking further, he spotted another fire spirit mushroom, slightly larger than the first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No way, my luck is truly extraordinary. Zhang swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. Only I can enter here. I currently lack the spiritual tools to carry them away. After the initial thrill, Zhang calmly stated, I suppose I shall leave them here for now. After all, I am the only one who can access this place. Confidently, Zhang remarked, the divine system truly feels as if it has granted me a cheat. He expressed immense satisfaction with the system he had acquired. All right, it's time to go outside and reap some benefits. There should be more people arriving soon. Zhang wandered around again, discovering many more treasures, taking only those of lesser importance while leaving the rest behind. The higher-grade spiritual items required more advanced containers. A fact Zhang was well aware of. Suddenly, the tranquil magma began to bubble again, and Zhang leapt from within exhilarating. He laughed heartily upon emerging, gazing skyward. Could this person have been burned senseless? He emerged empty-handed. Indeed, there should be many treasures below. He couldn't possibly have reached the very bottom. It must be so, the disciple beside Yin Nanfeng remarked, being the foremost genius of the outer sect. He was naturally accompanied by a group of followers. Witnessing Zhang emerge unscathed from the magma, his fists involuntarily clenched. Even someone of his caliber could not hope to enter the magma without sustaining harm. This waste is still a waste. I suspect he merely acquired some special ability, merely obscuring the views of others. The disciple continued. Zhang merely cast a fleeting glance our way, seemingly disregarding this bunch of fools. Yet, when he looked at Yin Nanfeng, there was an unsettling gaze. At present, he should not be able to defeat him, given Yin Nanfeng's prolonged cultivation in the outer sect, likely having recently passed the inner sect's trials. Zhang surveyed the area and noticed numerous new disciples had indeed arrived. Extraction, he silently intoned, as the divine system quietly scanned. Extracting 10 points of intelligence, extracting 8 points of strength, extracting 3 points of agility, extracting 5 points of power. The system's voice echoed continuously in Zhang's mind. Even the smallest fly is still meat. Zhang mused internally. While he could not compare to the elders, those elders also had a probability of extraction. Yin Nanfeng shot another glance at Zhang before resuming his meditative training. The nearby disciples, understanding the situation, ceased their mockery of Zhang upon seeing Yin Nanfeng enter a focused state. You know nothing. You're merely the chaff harvested by others. Once I surpass you, I shall strike you down one by one. Zhang paid no heed to their derision, cheerfully stepping out of the magma pool and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Never mind. I will digest what I've acquired and then enhance my defenses. Zhang slowly articulated, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his defensive capabilities, which had only reached level 4. That if others were to overhear this, they might very well wish to strike him down. You, a mere 5th-level Qi refining practitioner, possess the defensive power of an elephant, yet remain unsatisfied. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang was greeted by Lu Shan, who awaited him at the door. Elder Lu Shan, what brings you to see me? Zhang inquired politely. Although his defensive prowess had reached level 5, he decided to maintain a low profile before this elder. Recently, he had garnered too much attention in front of him. Should the elder harbor any ill will, it could prove detrimental. What mischief have you been up to, you rascal? Elder Lu Shan's tone bore a hint of irritation. Didn't we agree that the lava pool would assist in cultivation? I spent an entire day cultivating there, Zhang replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu Shan's expression softened. Well done. It seems you were quite diligent. Your performance in the last assessment was also commendable. He praised Zhang, who found himself momentarily at a loss. What had prompted this sudden kindness? Just recently, the elder had looked upon him with disdain. Now he was conversing amiably. Cultivation is the duty of a disciple, and I aspire to become a strong protector of the sect, Zhangzhe declared earnestly, adopting an exaggeratedly righteous demeanor, which made Elder Lu Shan feel somewhat awkward. He had encountered many disingenuous disciples, but none so overtly disingenuous as this one. Ahem. Let us discuss these matters when you become a strong practitioner, that I have come today with a purpose, Elder Lu Shan stated, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. What is it? Zhangzhe inquired, puzzled, knowing well that this old fellow would not approach him without reason. It is not particularly urgent. However, due to your recent commendable conduct, I wish to take you as my disciple. After Elder Lu Shan finished speaking, he stroked his beard, a proud expression adorning his face. His meaning was abundantly clear. I wish to take you as my disciple. So come forth and kneel to pay your respects. Zhangzhe was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that this old fellow would resort to such cunning tactics, having already acquired a divine-level system. Did he truly need a master? Elder Lu Shan was well aware of Zhangzhe's background. He had been picked up by the sect as a child, and the disciple who had initially brought him and had already perished on a mission. Since then, Zhangzhe had been lackadaisical, showing no interest in cultivation, and when his talents were tested afterward, he was deemed mediocre at best. He had initially thought to use this assessment as an opportunity to expel him. Yet, unexpectedly, this insolent boy had secretly cultivated to such a level of strength that he was now considered exceptionally gifted among the outer disciples. Chapter 7. You want to take me as a disciple? However, what he did not realize was that Zhangzhe's strength lay solely in his defensive capabilities. That I think I would rather pass, Zhangzhe hesitantly remarked. Yet Elder Lu Shan interpreted Zhangzhe's words as an acceptance, believing that no one could possibly refuse the mentorship of a nascent soul powerhouse. Very well. I shall accept you as my esteemed disciple, Elder Lu Shan declared with a broad smile. Elder, I meant to say no. I do not wish to be your disciple, Zhangzhe replied awkwardly. After all, he was merely a nascent soul cultivator, and with the enhancement of his divine-level system, he believed he would soon surpass him. With such extreme point allocation, perhaps with just a phone call, he could withstand the assaults of a nascent soul expert. Currently, his level 5 defense should be enough to reach the Golden Core realm. What? What did you say? Elder Lu Shan exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment, drawing the attention of the surrounding disciples. Zhangzhe was not particularly well-liked, so his dwelling was often deserted, coupled with his impressive performance during the assessment. He had already incited considerable jealousy among others. Did you not hear? I have already declined. It's as if I were striving for something unattainable. I couldn't care less, Zhangzhe thought to himself. Very well. Take care of yourself, Elder Lu Shan said, turning to leave. Zhangzhe shrugged, glancing around as many eyes were fixed upon him. What are you staring at? Elder Lu Shan personally approached me to take me as his disciple, and I turned him down. Do you all understand that, you insignificant ones? Zhangzhe proclaimed, brimming with pride. Nearby, Elder Lu Shan, upon hearing Zhangzhe's remarks, nearly stumbled in shock. What if that old brat says something provoking and brings trouble upon me? Zhangzhe suddenly thought. He could not afford to be harmed for no reason. His current strength was insufficient. He needed to hide away and cultivate quietly. A prudent strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. It would be better to return to the magma pool. After all, Elder Lu Shan would not come looking for him there. Zhangzhe did not even enter his room, but made his way back to the magma pool instead. Let him continue boasting. He has probably just been scolded by Elder Lu Shan, someone remarked just as Zhangzhe departed. After all, Zhangzhe had displayed remarkable strength during the assessment, although the authenticity of his abilities was uncertain. It was ultimately unwise to offend him. Indeed, if he were to be taken as Elder Lu Shan's disciple, I would rather eat dirt. Another chimed in at that moment. Zhangzhe had already returned to the magma pool. Why hasn't he come back? Someone wondered aloud. Zhangzhe, familiar with the surroundings, dove back into the molten depths. What in the world is this? He exclaimed as the scorching magma hissed against the nearby stone walls. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfeng, who had been meditating, opened his eyes once more. He must have encountered some opportunity. Find out what he has recently obtained. Yin Nanfeng instructed his followers. For some reason, he found Zhangzhe increasingly displeasing. Being hailed as the foremost genius of his version, he naturally possessed exceptional talents, having stood out during his own assessment. Outer disciples, it is time to bid farewell to the outer realm, Yin Nanfeng murmured to himself. Ultimately closing his eyes once again to enter a meditative state, It feels just like home. I can go wherever I please, Zhang Zhe remarked as he surveyed the familiar surroundings prior to reaching Nanjing. The spiritual energy lacked attributes, and those cultivating near the magma pool hoped to awaken a more ferocious fire attribute in the future. After all, the destructive power of fire attributes was well known. I shall continue cultivating here. I will not leave until I reach the foundation building stage, Zhang Zhe declared, determination etched across his face. Arriving beside the seven-patterned earth fire spirit mushroom, he exclaimed, I shall consume it. Zhang Zhe, eager to enhance his strength rapidly, knew that consuming rare treasures was essential. Since he could not take it with him, he decided to eat it and bolster his power. Uncertain of how to consume it, he plucked a leaf and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged through his body that if any alchemist were to witness this, they would surely go mad. Who would dare consume the earth fire spirit mushroom in such a manner? It was a gross misuse. Yet, Zhang Zhe was too preoccupied to worry about such things. The raging fire spiritual energy enveloped him, and he hastily attempted to suppress it with his feeble spiritual power. Although the results were far from ideal, his level 5 defensive barrier not only fortified his physical body, but also strengthened his meridians. After 3 days and nights of suppressing the fire spiritual energy, time had flown by. Zhang Zhe finally opened his eyes, feeling a surge of excitement as he sensed that the earth fire spirit mushroom had completely transformed into spiritual energy, awaiting his absorption. I managed to keep it under control. Had it not been for my level 5 defense, I would have likely turned to ash, Zhang Zhe remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice, that he realized he must be cautious about what he consumed in the future. While there were risks involved, the rewards were substantial. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate and absorb the energy. While other disciples cultivated steadily, Zhang Zhe's progress felt akin to flying. Unbeknownst to him, 5 months slipped by in silence. Upon opening his eyes, a fiery gleam sparked within them. It is highly likely that I have awakened a fire attribute, Zhang Zhe declared, feeling invigorated and aware of a certain wildness in his spiritual energy. Absorbing the earth fire spirit mushroom at the 5th level of qi refining was unprecedented. To his astonishment, he had advanced to the 2nd level of foundation building. The earth fire spirit mushroom was indeed a treasure. Zhang Zhe chuckled and remarked, my current points are rather limited, yet with my level 5 defensive power and the 2nd level of foundation building, I am curious to see how my defenses fare now. The title of the Outer Realm's number 1 genius was nothing but nonsense in his eyes. Zhang Zhe recalled Yin Nanfeng, annoyance bubbling within him, that he had long been displeased with him. What truly constituted genius was someone like him, whose strength soared. Now, Yin Nanfeng was merely at the 5th level of foundation building, and everyone claimed that within 2 years he would surely break through to the Golden Core realm. Chapter 8, Breakthrough. Zhang Zhe pondered how much time had passed while he practiced beneath the magma, and he swam once more toward the surface. With a dramatic splash, he emerged from the magma in a remarkably stylish manner. What? This guy is still alive? I thought he had perished long ago, someone exclaimed. Senior brother, who is this person emerging from the magma? Some newcomers asked, bewildered. 5 months ago, this kid entered the magma pool, and hasn't he been seen since? Everyone thought he had died, someone explained. Indeed, how could anyone survive 5 months in magma? The crowd murmured, awakening the attention of more cultivators. What is happening? Why is there such a commotion? Yin Nanfeng asked, roused from his meditation. He had vaguely sensed a breakthrough to the 6th level of foundation building. Boss, that Zhang Zhe kid actually survived in the magma and has now emerged from the magma pool, one of his underlings hurriedly reported. What? Yin Nanfeng exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words, that he had heard the elders warn against entering the magma pool at all costs. How could this brat come and go at will? What a bunch of trash. How can mere mortals compare to the divine? Zhang Zhe surveyed his surroundings, suddenly reminded of harvesting the wheat. Extract, he commanded his system inwardly. Extract 8 points of intelligence. Extract 5 points of speed. After harvesting, Zhang Zhe took off with renewed vigor. Has 5 months truly passed? Zhang Zhe, while standing by the shore, overheard someone mentioning that there should be about a month left before the inner sect assessment. He had already resolved to participate in the inner sect examination, for the outer sect primarily exists to nurture prodigies for the inner sect. It is the inner sect that truly serves as the backbone of the clan. A fact Zhang Zhe was well aware of, that he had heard rumors that the sect leader was a stunning beauty. yet he had yet to behold her. He wondered if he would have the chance to meet her after entering the inner sect. Zhang Zhi recalled a legend circulating outside, claiming that the sect leader was an unparalleled beauty, possessing a captivating charm that could enthrall nations. Upon returning to his quarters, he activated his personal system panel. Host, Zhang Zhi. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Talent, Mediocre. Strength, LV1, 710. Intelligence, LV1, 710. Speed, LV1, 510. Defense, LV5, 25,134,000. Current system points, 500. Indeed, it was a pitiful collection of points. Merely totaling 500. Zhang Zhi expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking that he was already at the Foundation Establishment Stage 2 and ranked among the top 20 in the outer sect. With his unique defensive capabilities, he was assuredly the best that he relentlessly increased his defense further. Host, Zhang Zhi. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Talent, Mediocre. Strength, LV1, 710. Intelligence, LV1, 710. Speed, LV1, 510. Defense, LV5, 30,134,000. Current system points, 0. Once he had sufficiently enhanced his defense, he believed it would achieve a better balance. Otherwise, it seemed he was merely destined to endure attacks. Even if he could not strike back, he was equally incapable of eliminating others. Zhang Zhi pondered, admitting that while defense was crucial, it would be quite beneficial to augment his strength. That it seemed he had no spiritual techniques at his disposal. Zhang Zhi recalled, stating that spiritual techniques were classified into 4 categories: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each level comprising 3 tiers. Upper, middle, and lower. It appeared he was entirely ignorant regarding matters of cultivation. Zhang Zhi sighed in exasperation, exclaiming, "This is truly exhausting," that he then lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. If Captain Liu were to learn of this, he would likely erupt in fury, exclaiming that he was exhausted after absorbing the pure essence of the earth fire spirit mushroom, which was, in fact, an indulgent pleasure. How could this fellow dare to claim fatigue under such circumstances? Zhang Zhi slept soundly for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm. It seemed the disciples within the sect had been significantly thinned out. Yet he had never encountered anyone from the inner sect. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment in Yan Nanfeng's courtyard, a subordinate reported, "Boss, I have inquired, and it appears this fellow has had no significant opportunities. He has been sleeping soundly in his room all day." Yan Nanfeng frowned slightly, aware that he possessed the strongest prowess among the outer sect disciples, that he knew that the moment Zhang Zhi emerged from the magma, his strength had likely already breached the Foundation Establishment stage. That it was important to remember that when he first entered, he was likely nothing more than trash at the Qi refinement stage. Do not concern yourself with him. There are no pressing matters in the coming month, so do not bother me. Yan Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively. He was not only intent on passing the inner sect assessment, but also on decisively overpowering the other disciples. Although the second-ranked disciple from the outer sect had only just reached the Foundation Establishment Stage 3, this was precisely why Yan Nanfeng held a sense of pride. That moment, in the grand hall of the Backbone sect, a breathtaking beauty sat upon the sect leader's throne, her exquisite visage radiating an air of authority. With only a month remaining until the inner sect assessment, what news do we have of that prodigious talent from the Yan family? The sect leader, Wang Yu, inquired. Reporting to the elder, Yan Nanfeng is currently devising a plan to break through to the Foundation Establishment Stage 6. Passing the inner sect assessment should be a mere formality. Elder Lu Shan trembled as he spoke, unable to lift his gaze towards the sect leader. "Oh, the inner sect assessment is of paramount importance. Elders, I implore you to exert your utmost efforts," Wang Yu casually remarked. "Lately, matters concerning other sects have become rather tiresome. I had intended to personally oversee the inner sect assessment to bolster our sect's morale, but it seems troubles abound. By the way, I have heard whispers of another prodigy emerging from the outside." Wang Yu recalled a prior report. Indeed, this prodigy has only reached the Qi refinement stage 3 and should easily pass the assessment. Elder Lu Shan replied promptly, acutely aware of the sect leader's keen understanding of sect affairs. "Ah, I see. Let us observe whether he chooses to participate in this assessment. The infusion of fresh blood is indeed the hope for our sect's future," Wang Yu said, rubbing his temples in frustration. Xiao Rong, accompany me to the outer sect for a visit this year during the inner sect assessment. If we find any exceptional disciples, we can admit them into the inner sect. Wang Yu directed his words towards Li Rongrong, who stood nearby. Chapter 9. The unfortunate Zhang Li Rongrong, despite her modest strength, merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, was nonetheless a capable assistant. However, her role in managing affairs near the sect leader was no simple task for one at the nascent soul peak. Meanwhile, Zhang found himself thriving, exhilarated by his recent power upgrades, embarking on a journey of exploration. For half a month, he had not engaged in any cultivation, instead wandering through every nook and cranny of the outer sect. To leave the sect, one required approval, as there had been instances in the past where traitors had absconded. What is that young rascal Zhang up to lately? Elder Lu Shan queried his subordinate disciples. That fellow has been frolicking about, appearing quite content, but he has not been seen cultivating in his room. One disciple chimed in, indeed, this man is utterly lazy. He only rises when the sun is high and then promptly departs. According to other disciples, he seems to be enjoying a leisurely excursion. Upon hearing that Zhang was indulging in leisure, Elder Lu Shan was infuriated, his teeth gritting in irritation. He had initially considered taking that young man as an apprentice. But to his astonishment, Zhang had outright rejected the offer. Now, having passed the assessment, he seemed wholly unconcerned, and Elder Lu Shan found himself questioning the source of his strength. Could it be that daily jaunts in nature were a form of cultivation? In this vast world, there were indeed countless wonders. It appeared he would need to investigate further. Having gleaned the sect leader's intentions, it seemed that this year there could be more than the usual 10 slots available in the inner sect. If more than 10 individuals managed to enter, he too could reap some rewards. Such outcomes might provide him with the opportunity to break through to the God transformation stage, allowing him to leave the outer sect and ascend to the inner sect as an elder. Though he enjoyed considerable prestige in the outer sect, the opportunities for advancement were undeniably limited. His peers, who had entered the sect alongside him, had long since become elders of the inner sect, most having reached the mid-God transformation stage. Each encounter was a reminder of his inferiority, but he had hoped to cultivate Zhang, believing that with focused guidance, he might catch the sect leader's eye. If he were to receive even a couple of treasures from the sect leader, a breakthrough would be a natural progression. Curse that ungrateful Zhang, Elder Lu Shan muttered, raising an eyebrow. Let him fend for himself. He is merely a disciple at the initial Qi refinement stage. You are the future hope of the sect. Dedicate yourselves to your cultivation. With less than a month remaining before the inner sect assessment, I have received news that the number of slots may increase this time, that I secured this from the sect leader. So do not let me down. Seize the opportunity to train diligently, Elder Lu Shan urged his disciples, instilling a renewed vigor among them. While he was addressing the disciples, Zhang's figure appeared, and by the time he realized he was facing Elder Lu Shan, it was too late. Just as he contemplated turning to leave, Elder Lu Shan bellowed, "Halt! What is it, Elder Lu Shan?" Zhang approached, speaking politely. "Surely, you aren't still holding a grudge over my earlier refusal." He thought to himself, surely he wouldn't be so blatant in seeking revenge in front of so many others. "You, young man, what business do you have wandering about instead of diligently cultivating? Let me remind you that there are always perilous missions in the outer sect. Do you not presume that passing the assessment means you can rest easy?" Elder Lu Shan retorted with irritation. "That kind of waste will inevitably perish outside." Others chimed in, deriding Zhang. Indeed, allowing such a person to remain in the sect is a total waste of resources. Elder Lu Shan raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that Zhang's strength seemed to have increased, now apparently reaching the foundation establishment stage. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang suddenly erupted in anger. "Waste? Are you calling me a waste?" In an instant, Zhang leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance to the individual, seizing him by the collar. The person was merely at the Qi refinement stage and, confronted by the formidable Zhang, was utterly caught off guard. I'm terrified," he stammered, attempting to struggle free, yet realizing he was no match for Zhang. The arena fell into a profound silence. Hardly anyone expected Zhang, often ridiculed, to erupt in such fury. With a surge of strength, Zhang hurled the individual away. "Waste, look at you. Nothing but refuse. Tossed aside like garbage," he declared, gazing down from his elevated position. Long accustomed to being scorned, He could no longer endure the derision from those weaker than himself. That you've reached Foundation establishment, Elder Lu Shan exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Zhang Zhe, unable to conceal his surprise. Indeed, nothing escaped Elder Lu Shan's discerning gaze. Zhang Zhe immediately masked his anger with a smile and inquired, "How did you cultivate so rapidly?" Elder Lu Shan, somewhat incredulous, responded, "Just over 5 months ago, you were merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Didn't you reward me with a 2nd-tier Foundation establishment pill last time? Its effects were astonishingly effective," Zhang Zhe fabricated. The audience fell silent once more, astonished by the seemingly miraculous efficacy of the sect's reward. Could it be that Elder Lu Shan has once again resorted to trickery? They speculated, casting sidelong glances at him. Elder Lu Shan's face flushed crimson, clearly aware that Zhang Zhe was deceiving him. How could the pill be so effective? I've heard that it can only elevate one's level by 2 tiers at most. That I've heard it only raises a high-level Qi refinement disciple by 1 tier. He thought. Perhaps Elder Lu Shan had swapped the pills? The surrounding disciples recalled the previous assessment and remarked, if they expect us to believe Zhang Zhe has truly reached the Foundation stage, they must be dreaming. Well, young man, if that is the case, then devote yourself to your training, Elder Lu Shan said, placing a hand on Zhang Zhe's shoulder. His teeth clenched at the same time. He exerted pressure, causing Zhang Zhe's arm to emit a creaking sound. "Elder, please spare me. There are so many juniors watching," Zhang Zhe replied, his face contorting in discomfort. It seemed this elder was quite petty. He would need to tread carefully around him. However, he was confident that in half a month, he would enter the inner sect and be free from Elder Lu Shan's grasp entirely. "All right, everyone, return to your training. That I hope you will excel in the inner sect assessment in half a month," Elder Lu Shan declared, releasing Zhang Zhe and addressing the crowd with authority. Chapter 10, Level 6 Defense. This alleviated the awkward atmosphere somewhat, and the crowd began to disperse, well aware that incurring Elder Lu Shan's wrath would not bode well for them. That was close. This old fellow is indeed not to be trifled with. Once my strength increases, I will surely put him in his place, Zhang Zhe thought menacingly, envisioning the scene that in this continent, supremacy belonged to the strong. The survival of the fittest was an unchanging law. Zhang Zhe's method of cultivation, however, was quite unique. It hardly resembled traditional training. That was akin to leisurely sightseeing. But each time he passed by the other disciples, he would pause for a while to extract their essence. Extract, Zhang Zhe commanded internally, extract 10 points of willpower. Extract 10 points of combat power. Even the smallest fly is still meat. He understood the principle of accumulating small gains. By mingling with the disciples over these days, he aimed to extract more from them. "Haha, I'm about to level up again," Zhang Zhe exclaimed, feeling the points he had amassed. "Only 5 days remain. It seems I can only enhance my defense this time," Zhang Zhe contemplated, opening his personal system panel in his mind. Host, Zhang Zhe Realm. Foundation Establishment 2nd level. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV1 710. Intelligence, LV1 710. Speed, LV1 510. Defense, LV5 30134000. Current system points, 1200. That this was the entirety of his gains over these days. Yet to outsiders, it appeared as though he had made no progress in cultivation. With such an impressive system, who needed to cultivate? He merely needed to reap the benefits from these disciples. Zhang Zhe smirked, knowing this was a secret he could never divulge. Max out defense. Elevate to level 6. He commanded the system. Host, Zhang Zhe. Realm, Foundation Establishment 2nd level. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV1 710. Intelligence, LV1 710. Speed, LV1 510. Defense, LV6 010000. Current system points, 213. That he had only a few points left. Wow. The next level requires a staggering 10,000 points, he remarked, glancing at his defense. But it's indeed impressive. It's time to enhance a bit more with the remaining points, Zhang Zhe said, then distributed his points evenly. Host, Zhang Realm. Foundation Establishment 2nd level. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3 51,000. Intelligence, LV3 51,000. Speed, LV3 51,000. Defense, LV6 010000. Current system points, 0. This distribution seems fairly balanced. My defense now far exceeds that of the average person. Level 6 defense could likely withstand the attacks of a Golden Core stage expert. Yet, the true test would only come in actual combat. Not bad, a modest achievement. Zhangzhe smiled, reflecting on his identity since arriving in this world, that he knew he had been found and taken in by the sect as a complete orphan. Did I insult too many people in my previous life? Now, in this world, I've truly become an orphan, he thought bemused. Never mind. Enhancing my strength is paramount, that I shall effortlessly enter the inner sect, Zhangzhe declared proudly. With such an extraordinary system at his disposal, how could he not be proud? The 5 days flew by, and the inner sect election loomed ahead. Before the assessment, a grand ceremony was to take place, during which sect representatives would come to encourage the outer disciples and promise rewards. Have you heard? It seems the sect is placing extra emphasis on this assessment, that it has been said that Elder Lu Shan has managed to secure some spots. Someone remarked. Just listen to him brag. Last time he definitely cheated during the assessment. Otherwise, I can't believe that Zhangzhe could pass. Keep your voice down. Haven't you seen that calamity coming our way? If he truly has strength, we're doomed. The group watched as Zhangzhe approached, exchanging glances before retreating to another spot. Teach, who would have thought that I've gained such an air of authority that I can intimidate some people just by my presence? Zhangzhe thought, flicking his hair nonchalantly. Look, Yin Nanfeng is coming. He is so handsome. I wish I could marry him, exclaimed an infatuated female disciple. What? He is clearly my husband, another jealous female disciple retorted. It's absurd how I encounter such brainless fangirls everywhere. Just like in my previous world, Zhangzhe sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Yin Nanfeng, dressed in white, approached, flanked by his followers, undeniably the brightest star of this assessment. Such a show-off, Zhangzhe remarked, observing Yin Nanfeng's direction. Yin Nanfeng glanced at Zhangzhe, but showed no reaction, quickly redirecting his gaze. Zhangzhe had no intention of provoking him. He had heard that this young man had some connections within the inner sect. Though he was uncertain of their validity, but he decided to remain low-key, ready to deal with any issues discreetly. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfeng's gaze swiftly shifted away from Zhangzhe. All right, everyone, quiet down, someone announced. Elder Lu Shan ascended the grand platform and addressed the assembly, quickly silencing the crowd. After all, his words carried considerable weight within the outer sect. Today marks the triennial inner sect assessment, open to all disciples of the outer sect that, as everyone is aware, gaining entry into the inner sect grants access to a wealth of cultivation resources and the opportunity to become a core focus of the sect's training. Thus, it is imperative that all disciples diligently hone their skills. Upon entering the inner sect, a veritable treasure trove of resources shall be laid bare before them, that on the elevated platform sat a mysterious woman. Her position at the center, signifying her supreme status, even above that of Elder Lu Shan, who merely occupied a lower seat. Do you know who that person is? Zhangzhe inquired, his voice breaking the silence as he turned to his unfamiliar companion. I have no idea. She must be a significant figure from the inner sect. There are many formidable experts within the Kuo Mountain sect, came the reply. That individual seems formidable, Zhangzhe remarked, his curiosity piqued. The distance is rather great. The system appears unable to discern her level. Otherwise, I would wager her prowess far surpasses that of Elder Lu Shan and the others. Several inner sect elders are also present. If I pass the assessment, I might draw closer to them, he mused with a chuckle. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the surrounding disciples who overheard him. You, good for nothing, thinking you can pass the assessment? Ridiculous, one scoffed. You sleep until noon and never practice. What makes you think you have the right to compete? They recognized Zhangzhe, notorious in the outer sect for his laziness, earning him the moniker the Sloth. Zhangzhe fell silent, realizing that without a punch landing on him, the pain of their words was lost on him. The selection process this year is quite straightforward. First, there will be a spiritual energy test. Those whose energy does not reach the Qi refinement stage will be disqualified from further assessments. The next phase involves the more brutal arena battles. This year, there are a total of 15 slots available in the inner sect. So we have prepared 15 arenas. Each arena will have a champion, and by defeating them, one can claim their title. After each battle, there will be elders present to tend to the wounded, and once all are healed, the next match will commence. Elder Lu Shan continued, his gaze landing on Zhangzhe momentarily, that if no one challenges the reigning champion, that individual will pass the inner sect assessment, but he paused, consulting a roster he held. There were over 400 participants outside, yet only a little over 100 were eligible for the intersect evaluation. Recently, 2 individuals have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, not counting Zhangzhe. There are also others who have long since reached this stage, meaning these 12 individuals should easily secure 12 arenas, leaving 3 for other disciples to contest. However, Zhangzhe's evident rise in strength presents an unpredictable variable. Elder Lushan is aware that Zhangzhe has attained the foundation establishment level, yet he remains uncertain about his combat capabilities. After determining the 15 participants, the final rankings will be established. Naturally, the higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Allow me to share a confidential piece of information. Elder Lushan teased. The top 3 disciples each year are taken as apprentices by various elders of the intersect. I trust you grasp the significance of my words. This revelation ignited a fervor among the crowd, as discussions erupted that my heavens, such a privilege. The elders of the intersect are at least at the transformation stage. Becoming their disciple could lead to inheriting their teachings, and reaching that level would be merely a matter of time. Had I known, I would have trained even harder to secure a top 3 position. They lamented, their aspirations lofty, but ultimately mere dreams. Meanwhile, the 12 foundation establishment practitioners were already itching for battle. Yet Zhangzhe remained unfazed, dismissing the transformation stage as something he would achieve in due time. However, the prospect of having a beautiful mentor was a different matter entirely. That he had heard tales of a stunning sect leader, and the intersect was rumored to be filled with enchanting women. The thought of daily training under their guidance brought a blissful smile to his face. Let the intersect assessment commence, Elder Lushan declared as he returned to his seat. The intersect assessment is entirely overseen by the intersect elders, ensuring no deceitful practices are permitted. That person Yin Nanfeng, Li Rongrong inquired, her gaze fixed on his direction. Indeed, this young man has already reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. Within a year, he is likely to break through to the Golden Core stage. Remarkably, he will only be 17 then. Elder Lushan responded with a smile. Yes, he is a promising talent, clearly a descendant of the Yin family. Li Rongrong noted, her tone revealing her satisfaction. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should secure the top position this year. Elder Lushan added. What about Zhangzhe? Where is that genius? Li Rongrong questioned. That would be him, Elder Lushan stated, pointing to Zhangzhe's location. At that moment, Zhangzhe was unperturbed. It was merely an arena battle, and he would inevitably participate. For now, he preferred to rest in the corner, waiting for the right moment to engage. Come forth. I, Yin Nanfeng, claim this arena. Who dares to challenge me? He declared as he leaped onto the stage, his confidence palpable, silencing the crowd below. While many acknowledged Yin Nanfeng's strength, they knew this was not the time for competition. Others, however, felt a twinge of defiance. Opportunities like this were rare, and it was wiser to conserve their strength for other arenas. The 12 foundation establishment practitioners took their places on the arenas. It was evident that no one was willing to challenge Yin Nanfeng. The battles on the remaining 3 arenas were fierce and relentless, without the intervention of the intersect elders for healing. There could have been fatalities. As the day progressed, the 12 arenas fell into a hushed stillness. Brother Yin, it appears we shall easily secure our places in the intersect, a young man clad in red remarked. Contrasting Yin Nanfeng's aloof demeanor with his own vivacious spirit, I did not anticipate this year's assessment to be so simple. Yet I assure you, I will not hold back when it comes to ranking. Yin Nanfeng replied. Haha, do you expect me to go easy on you? I've longed to spar with you all. Lu Qing chimed in. This is merely an appetizer. The true battle will commence when we contest for our ranks. Another contender declared. Meanwhile, Zhangzhe had already drifted off in a corner. Li Rongrong observed the proceedings, her expression turning icy upon noticing Zhangzhe's nonchalance. What is this? Is he not the rising talent of the outer sect? Given his apparent spiritual energy, he should have reached the foundation establishment stage by now. Shouldn't he, like the others, be vying for a stage instead of sleeping in a corner? Li Rongrong pondered, utterly bemused. Elder Lushan, too, had noticed Zhangzhe's behavior. Ahem, you may be unaware, but this lad hardly engages in diligent practice. He rarely cultivates at all. His reputation in the outer sect is less than stellar, earning the title of sloth. Elder Lushan remarked, having lost all hope regarding Zhang. He likely only came to spectate, having relied on dubious methods to reach the foundation establishment level. possibly possessing little actual strength. Even if he were to step onto the stage, he would merely serve as a punching bag for others. Such a person exists? Li Rongrong expressed her astonishment. Zhang's background had been thoroughly investigated, an orphan taken in by the outer sect. His file was a mere scrap of paper, exceedingly simple. However, it made no mention of his ascent to the Foundation establishment stage, as he had seemingly been at the third level of Qi refinement just months prior. His rapid advancement seemed genuine, devoid of any secret techniques. That Li Rongrong squinted, her gaze fixed on Zhang. I cannot say for certain. All I know is that during the last outer sect assessment, his strength exhibited an extraordinary transformation. Elder Lu Shan continued to speak, expressing that he should be well acquainted with these disciples. However, he admitted to having no understanding of Zhangzhou at all, while he was thoroughly familiar with the other foundation-building practitioners. I do harbor some expectations for this young fellow's performance. He mused. Li Rongrong unfurled her brows and smiled, remarking, this person was previously unknown, yet has suddenly emerged into prominence, which could indeed signify the emergence of a talent. Moreover, given his humble origins, his loyalty to the sect is undoubtedly unquestionable. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Elder Lu Shan chuckled, aware that the esteemed individual had already taken note of Zhang. As for Zhang's performance, he had no cause for concern. That by the time he awoke alone, the assessment would nearly be at its conclusion. Is there anyone left to challenge the arena? Elder Lu Shan descended and inquired with a smile. The three disciples at the Qi refinement stage were indeed formidable combatants, having emerged victorious from countless battles, and he was quite pleased with their performances. Just as Elder Lu Shan was about to finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang. Wait a moment. Why the rush? It's not over yet, is it? Zhang's languid voice echoed across the square. The crowd turned their attention to Zhang, curious about the identity of the one who had uttered such words. Zhang, let me tell you, if you wish to challenge someone, you should step up to the arena quickly, Elder Lu Shan retorted. Somewhat incensed, as this fellow appeared to be napping while others were vying for their spots. The noise of the duel had not even stirred him from his slumber. This was simply intolerable. Had it not been for the esteemed individual, he might have already expelled Zhang. Well then, which one do you wish to challenge? Elder Lu Shan managed to suppress his anger and asked. I'll choose whoever the little rooster points at, Zhang replied, pointing randomly. This kind of waste, I could defeat 10 of him. As others began to speak, one of the 12 foundation-building disciples took the lead. Zhang turned to the source of the voice, to Li Yuanhao. I remember you. Didn't you previously assault me? Zhang remarked, recalling the individual from his past life, who had been quite a pushover and had often been bullied. Don't spout nonsense. The sect forbids private duels. Li Yuanhao vehemently denied, naturally unwilling to admit such a thing in public. As long as he did not acknowledge it, the incident could simply be disregarded. Li Yuanhao actually laid hands on such a waste. I can't fathom how he dares to remain in the sect. If I were an elder, I would have expelled him long ago. Zhang, faced with the crowd's ridicule, did not become angry, knowing that anger would resolve nothing. Since you're so eager for a beating, I challenge you, Zhang declared, brimming with confidence as he pointed at Li Yuanhao. Ha! Has this fellow lost his mind? He dares to challenge brother Li Yuanhao. What a pity. He is probably beyond saving. What is his cultivation level? Just the early stage of Qi refinement. He actually thinks he can challenge brother Li Yuanhao. Truly a delusional dreamer that I doubt he could last even a round against brother Li Yuanhao. The onlookers mocked Zhang, but he paid them no mind. Today, he aimed to alter their perception through this battle and demonstrate what it meant to be strong. He was the strong one. Ha! You really do seem to be asking for it. You must be itching for a fight, right? Very well, I accept your challenge. You get 3 rounds. If you can last that long, you win, Li Yuanhao arrogantly declared. It was almost absurd. He too was at the foundation-building level. Although he was only at the 3rd level, he felt utterly confident in handling Zhang without even employing spiritual techniques, perhaps even defeating him with a single punch. How interesting, a 2nd-level foundation practitioner against a 3rd-level one, Li Rongrong remarked, having discerned Zhang's level. She had anticipated witnessing a duel between 2 foundation disciples on the very first day of the assessment. Zhang leaped gracefully onto the arena. Elder Lu Shan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he Zhang, usually so glib? Why was he suddenly challenging Li Yuanhao? If he were to challenge anyone, it would seem more prudent to select one of the 3 others. Very well, let the competition commence, an intersect elder, acting as the referee, announced, "Today, I will show you that our levels can never be bridged." Li Yuanhao declared, raising his spear. Zhang Zhe, however, offered no reaction to Li Yuanhao's words. Even as Li Yuanhao charged at him with the spear, Zhang Zhe remained utterly still, his arms crossed over his chest. To the spectators, it appeared impossible for Zhang Zhe to withstand this attack. Die. As Li Yuanhao's spear tip grazed Zhang Zhe, even the referee elder took extra care, for their duty was to ensure no disciple was harmed during the matches. All duels must be controlled. With a clang, Li Yuanhao's spear was deflected, and his hands felt numb, as if striking a shield. Yet, Zhang Zhe stood firm, seemingly immovable. "What on earth? Brother Li Yuanhao, are you holding back?" A disciple exclaimed, bewildered. "How is this possible? Brother Li Yuanhao is a foundation practitioner, yet he couldn't even breach Zhang Zhe's defenses." Li Rongrong, recognizing the extraordinary defense, gasped in disbelief. Such formidable defense! She exclaimed, then realized she had lost her composure. She had never encountered such an anomaly before, enduring the assault of a third-level practitioner with the strength of a second-level one without even adopting a defensive posture. "Did I ask this all you've got? Have you never tasted milk? Use all your strength." Zhang Zhe taunted, raising his index finger and beckoning with a flourish, dripping with mockery. "You seek death." Li Yuanhao, now infuriated, heard the jeers from below the arena. Feeling deeply insulted at the insinuation that he had been bought off by this waste, lightning strike, Li Yuanhao unleashed his most potent spiritual technique, albeit a high-level yellow-grade technique, yet its power was not to be underestimated. Yet he was met with Zhang Zhe, another clang echoed, but this time, fortune did not favor him. Not only was his spear deflected, but Li Yuanhao's arm was also shattered. His scream reverberated throughout the square, leaving everyone in shock. How was this possible? Wasn't Li Yuanhao supposed to be the aggressor? Zhang Zhe had done nothing. The intersect elders were equally astonished, recognizing the terrifying nature of Zhang Zhe's defense. This boy was far too abnormal. They finally understood how he had passed the previous assessment. Elder Lu Shan mused, recalling that this was the same young man who had triumphed over the wooden man obstacle solely through his unmatched defense. Overcoming all challenges in such a manner that Li Yuanhao, overwhelmed by pain, fainted, and the intersect elders rushed to his side to administer treatment. With such meager strength, you have the audacity to guard the arena. Had I been in your place, I would have hidden away and diligently trained instead. Just as Li Yuanhao regained consciousness from the treatment, he overheard Zhang Zhe's taunts and fainted once more. The intersect elder shot Zhang Zhe a disapproving look that "We barely revived him, and you've caused him to faint again." Zhang Zhe shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Now, I must ask, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" He was well aware of the arena's rules and called out loudly to the assembled crowd that "I'll take you on. I refuse to believe you can stir up any waves." Someone immediately stepped forward to face him. "Very well. Today's matches seem to have lost their intrigue," Li Rongrong stated as she stood up. The outcome was already abundantly clear. If there were no more challengers, it would be down to these 15 on stage. You're simply not enough. Are there any others who wish to challenge?" Zhang Zhe inquired, shaking his finger at the individual. The person was infuriated. "Bring on a few more, as many as you like." Zhang Zhe boldly proclaimed, confident that they could not breach his defenses. Even formidable Golden Core practitioners would struggle against him. "Damn it, count me in. This fellow is insufferably arrogant," another declared, unable to tolerate Zhang Zhe's demeanor. "Count me in as well. I refuse to believe we can't handle him together." Soon, 10 individuals had ascended the arena. "So it's just you 10. I doubt there are any more challengers left. Let me advise you not to waste my time. Let us settle this quickly." Zhang Zhe felt somewhat fatigued and stifled a yawn. Elder Lu Shan, observing from the sidelines, was on the verge of exasperation, muttering under his breath, "Isn't this kid just awake? Why does he appear to be drowsy again? Let us all attack together. Do not grant him any opportunity. Once this arena is opened, we still have one spot available." Someone immediately suggested. "Let the competition begin," commanded the referee. The 10 individuals swiftly surrounded Zhang Zhe, employing ranged attacks to probe his defenses. Multicolored spiritual energy enveloped him, stirring up a cloud of dust on the arena floor. All 10 were at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, aware of their own limitations. Hence they had refrained from challenging earlier. Zhang's appearance was entirely unexpected, and they were convinced that this slot was theirs for the taking. A fortuitous windfall indeed. As the dust settled, Zhang stood there, completely unscathed. What? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that anyone could remain unharmed amidst such concentrated assaults. That IT recalled the moment when he had effortlessly withstood Li Yuanhao's strike without so much as a scratch. Have you all had your fun? Now it's my turn. Zhang's speed surged dramatically. Though he lacked any particular skills or combat experience, being in the Foundation establishment stage made it trivial to overwhelm them. He launched a powerful punch directly at one opponent's face, who, caught off guard, was sent flying. The others quickly reacted, engaging Zhang in close combat, but every blow they landed had no effect on him. Like a wolf among sheep, he dispatched them one by one, sending them all sprawling. Only one remained, trembling on the stage, that "Why, you're simply inhuman." That person stammered, visibly shaken. Zhang looked at him without mercy and ordered him off the stage. This is too easy. Even if I faced 100 such weaklings, I'd handle them with ease. Zhang chuckled. I almost forgot to harvest the chives. He promptly issued a command to the system, extracting 2 points of spiritual energy and 2 points of intelligence. After a moment of consideration regarding the outer sect disciples, he realized that most had already been extracted, and even those remaining were of such low rank that there was little to gain. Meanwhile, the few elders from the inner sect who had not departed watched Zhang with curiosity, pondering the nature of this young and it seemed they had never heard of such a formidable figure from the outer sect. While the assessment for the inner sect had concluded, their focus shifted to the upcoming competition, with many believing the next day's contest would be even more thrilling. Sect Master, that newly emerged genius, is exceptionally talented. He should have a chance to compete with Yin Nanfeng, Li Rongrong remarked beside Sect Master Wang Yu. I heard that Yin Nanfeng has reached the 6th level of Foundation establishment, while the second-ranked in the outer sect might only be at the 4th level. Wang Yu replied, intrigued. Indeed, that lad has only just attained the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, yet his strength is extraordinary. His defensive capabilities can only be described in 2 words: terrifying. Li Rongrong articulated slowly. Is he a body-refining cultivator? Wang Yu inquired. However, it seems there are no worthy body-refining techniques available in the outer sect, Li Rongrong responded. Let us observe how he performs later. Wang Yu concluded, by the way, I will be in seclusion for the next few days. You can handle the sect matters, he added. Unbeknownst to Zhang, he had already entered the sect master's list at that moment. He was leisurely resting in his dormitory, reveling in the comfort. How delightful! This admiration from others feels wonderful. Zhang finally felt a sense of vindication, his spirits soaring. He could hardly tolerate Yin Nanfeng, the so-called top genius of the outer sect. Nonsense. He was the true first genius of the outer sect. Zhang, still irritated by Yin Nanfeng, drifted back into slumber, but he had gained fame from this battle, although he had previously held some notoriety. It had all been negative. Have you heard? On the day of the intersect assessment, Zhang rampaged through, defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. No way. You must be joking. I heard he was merely a waste. Your information is outdated. I've known about this for quite some time. Those 10 were disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet they couldn't even touch a hair on Zhang. What? I would say his greatest achievement was defeating Li Yuanhao. Indeed, Li Yuanhao was once among the top 10 experts of the outer sect. Who would have thought he would fall so easily to Zhang? Various versions of Zhang's exploits had circulated widely. Boss, Zhang has become quite the sensation lately. Tales of his performance during the assessment are everywhere, one of Yin Nanfeng's underlings remarked. What does that matter? Our boss is truly formidable. No one dares to challenge him. Another chimed in, eager to flatter that he won't be able to flaunt for long. I hope I don't encounter him during the assessment. Otherwise, the latter half of the statement went unspoken. But the others understood. Yin Nanfeng had a reputation for having taken lives during missions, an aura of killing intent surrounding him. It seemed Zhang had stirred up trouble he ought to have avoided. Given his recent prominence, suddenly a challenge quest appeared. Zhang, still lost in slumber, was jolted awake by the system's voice in his mind. What? Why is there a quest out of the blue? He groaned, feeling quite helpless. Nevertheless, as it was a system notification, he figured it best to take a look. Perhaps there were special rewards awaiting him. Opening the quest window, Zhangzhe rubbed his eyes and commanded the system. Challenge quest. Achieve first place in the ranking assessment to earn 5,000 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wow. 5,000 points. Considering how much I've searched, I probably haven't even reached 10,000 points yet. And now I'm rewarded with 5,000 points. Zhangzhe laughed heartily, feeling confident that this assessment was practically in the bag. He could already envision the applause he would receive upon securing first place. By the way, Yin Nanfeng doesn't seem like an easy opponent either. That last time, Li Yuanhao unleashed a spiritual technique. Though it seemed rather weak, it still had some lethality that in the past my defenses would have been utterly obliterated. Zhangzhe suddenly recalled Li Yuanhao's use of a spiritual technique. Did I ask there any spiritual technique available for me to use? He inquired directly of the system that I know such function available. Spiritual techniques will be introduced in future updates. The system replied, indicating that acquiring a spiritual technique at present was out of the question. That it appeared he would have to brave the challenge head-on. Regardless, he was determined to secure those 5,000 points. I'll be ready for the next competition tomorrow, Zhangzhe declared with a smile. The square was teeming with spectators, a stark contrast to the previous day's competitors that our Yin Nanfeng is so handsome, so dashing. He's simply the first genius of the Kaoshan sect. Many of the female disciples were utterly infatuated. After today, they might very well be chanting his name. Zhangzhe chuckled to himself, knowing their idol would soon be trampled beneath his feet. Quiet down. Following yesterday's arena battles, we have determined the 15 disciples who will enter the inner sect. However, they must now compete for their rankings. Today's competition rules are straightforward. The inner sect will employ a secret realm. Within this realm, you will hunt spiritual beasts to earn points. The highest level spiritual beast is a 5th tier. Naturally, they are not suited for you at this stage. First tier spiritual beasts yield 10 points. Second tier yield 50 points. Third tier yield 300 points. Fourth tier yield 1,000 points. And fifth tier yield 10,000 points. Elder Lushan continued speaking on the stage, smiling as he mentioned the 5th tier spiritual beasts. The levels of spiritual beasts correspond to human cultivation levels that a 1st tier beast is roughly equivalent to a human at the Qi refinement stage, while a 2nd tier beast corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. If you cooperate, it is possible to defeat a 3rd tier beast. However, if you encounter a 4th or 5th tier beast, the only option will be to flee. Moreover, should any of you be defeated, your accumulated points will be forfeited, and you will be expelled from the secret realm, determining your ranking. You will have 5 days. Within this secret realm, those 5 days equate to just 1 day outside. Remember, this secret realm is maintained by several elders from the inner sect. The rate of spiritual energy growth within your ranks mirrors that of the outside world. Should your standings be sufficiently high, you may apply for the privilege of utilizing such a secret realm within the inner sect. The term secret realm has once again reshaped everyone's understanding. Who would have thought such treasures existed? No wonder those in the inner sect experience such rapid enhancement of their abilities. Good heavens. This phenomenon resembles air travel. It's only natural that progress would be swift. How I wish I could possess such a secret realm. Then, I could train for a day and rest for 3. Is it truly wise to divulge this information in advance? An elder from the inner sect beside Li Rongrong inquired, no harm done. It's merely a secret realm. Li Rongrong replied, One must remember that this continent is replete with wondrous things. We cannot allow the outer disciples to remain so uninformed. Although the inner sect is the true core, the outer sect is equally indispensable. I Rongrong smiled as she spoke. Chapter 15. The Secret Realm. Li Rongrong, perpetually adorned with a conical hat, would undoubtedly captivate the attention of outer disciples should she reveal herself. They would scarcely focus on the assessments. Zhangzhe's gaze shifted toward her. She appears to be a young lady. And judging by her demeanor, she likely holds a respectable position within the inner sect. Little did he know that she was the second in command of the Kaoshan sect, with many elders under her thumb. Submissively compliant. Very well, my exceptional disciples. You may enter, Elder Lushan proclaimed, nodding toward the inner sect elders that a mirror-like portal manifested before them. You need only pass through to enter the secret realm. Should you incur a fatal injury within, the elders will extract you immediately. However, should you provoke a 5th-tier spirit beast, the elders may not have the opportunity to intervene. Elder Lushan reiterated as a caution. Who among us would be foolish enough to provoke a fifth-tier spirit beast while merely possessing foundational strength? One disciple mused. Yet, as Zhangzhe absorbed this information, he nearly stumbled that he had just been contemplating whether to hunt a formidable creature. Was this assessment truly appropriate? It seemed markedly different from those of previous years. The elder beside Li Rongrong spoke again. What? Do you not trust your own prodigy from the Yin family? Li Rongrong retorted, somewhat exasperated, that I have every confidence in Nan Feng. Within the inner sect, he can truly showcase his strengths. Had he not been so resolute in honing his skills in the outer sect, he would have long since ascended to the inner sanctum. Yin Hongshan interjected, let us wait and see. I am not particularly optimistic about your young prodigy. He is far too arrogant. After Li Rongrong's remarks, she fell silent. While Yin Hongshan's expression shifted subtly. One must remember that in recent years, the sect leader has expressed an interest in taking on disciples. Should he become the sect leader's apprentice, he would undoubtedly inherit the Kaoshan sect in due time. How marvelous! Zhangzhe's first impression upon entering was one of sheer wonder. The interior mirrored the outside world almost perfectly. Each participant was allocated to distinct locations, with the forest teeming with latent dangers that at this exhilarating. I have yet to encounter a wild spirit beast, Zhangzhe remarked with curiosity. Having spent so long in the outer sect. Coupled with his rather weak capabilities, he had never been assigned any tasks, thus leading to a lack of opportunities for exploration. Yin Nan Feng, I am eager to see how many points you can accumulate. Zhangzhe chuckled. Presently, even third-tier spirit beasts could not withstand his defenses, so he held little interest for the weaker first- and second-tier creatures that on my first hunt, I feel a tad anxious, Zhangzhe stated. Flexing his fists devoid of any weaponry, oh no! I seem to have forgotten something crucial. I have no weapons. Hunting without arms seems rather impractical, that it would be quite strenuous to defeat a spirit beast with just my fists. Success! Secret Realm Enhancement unlocked. You can now ascertain the locations of other participating disciples. The system's voice reverberated within Zhangzhe's mind, causing him to shudder that in such a forest, the sudden emergence of a voice was truly jarring. It was noteworthy that every event occurring here could be mirrored for observation outside, with a total of 15 scenes available, including those of the 15 participants. Is this even possible? Zhangzhe's lips twitched slightly. He never anticipated that the system would be so considerate, providing him with an auxiliary gift package. Feeling a tingle, he noticed a bracelet had appeared on his wrist, displaying the locations of several others. Perhaps I should borrow a weapon? A rather peculiar thought crossed Zhangzhe's mind, that he harbored no desire to offend others, viewing them not as rivals. After all, first place was assuredly his own. The system not only indicated their positions, but also their names and strengths. Such an impressive system felt like a personal guardian. Blissful, meanwhile, the spectators outside were somewhat perplexed, as the other 14 participants had begun their preparations, some setting ambushes, while others encountered spirit beasts. Only Zhangzhe remained stationary. This lad surely isn't contemplating a nap, is he? Elder Lu Shan mused, observing Zhangzhe's lack of action. If Zhangzhe were to sleep for an entire day within the secret realm, it would be utterly embarrassing. Fortunately, Zhangzhe did not choose that path. Glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, he dashed toward a specific direction. Elder Lu Shan was bewildered. It seemed he was heading toward a foundational disciple not far off. Should he be defeated, he would be promptly eliminated. Well, being defeated outright would save face. Otherwise, I would genuinely worry about him dozing off for a day. The foundational disciple glanced warily in Zhangzhe's direction, displaying remarkable awareness. Zhangzhe emerged from the thicket of trees. You? Zhou Qi spoke, having no knowledge of Zhangzhe, save for the fact that he had dominated the scene with his formidable prowess the previous day. However, he had not previously heard of such a figure, and thus remained on guard. Do you recognize me? That's splendid. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Might you lend me 2 suitable weapons? Zhangzhe casually inquired, as if it were a trivial matter. Are you mocking me? Zhou Qi retorted, producing a dagger in a swift motion. No. I genuinely only wish to borrow a weapon that I have yet to acquire anything suitable for use. Hunting spirit beasts seems rather challenging. Zhangzhe spread his hands, speaking helplessly that if possible, I would prefer to avoid conflict. Developing cautiously is the way to go. Those outside not only observe their images, but could also hear their conversations. Upon witnessing the two encounter one another, they anticipated an imminent clash. yet were taken aback by their dialogue. Having witnessed numerous battles, they had never seen a scenario where one participant requested to borrow a weapon outright. "Are you serious?" Zhou Qi asked, still on guard that DOI appear to be jesting. "I truly only seek to borrow a weapon. I have no intention of engaging in combat," Zhang Zhe replied. Initially, Zhou Qi had prepared to strike. But upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in confrontation just yet, primarily due to his lack of knowledge regarding Zhang Zhe. Prior to the assessment, he had gathered information on all participants. Except for Zhang Zhe, Chapter 16, "Brother, lend me a weapon." If anyone were deemed least likely to enter the inner sect, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Zhe. However, circumstances had unfolded contrary to expectations, leaving him an enigma to Zhou Qi. "Very well, but all my weapons are daggers. Will that suffice?" Zhou Qi lowered his guard and inquired. The unknown adversary is indeed the most perilous, a truth he had long since grasped. "That will do. I shall return it once we exit," Zhang Zhe replied, donning an innocent smile. Here, Zhou Qi tossed the dagger over. Upon catching the dagger, Zhang Zhe felt a chill. "Ice attribute?" he exclaimed, astonished. "Consider this a gesture of friendship." Zhou Qi remarked as he accepted the ice attribute dagger. "Thank you. Should it come down to just the two of us, I will show you mercy." Zhang Zhe chuckled. "Splendid." The two then parted ways. "What is this?" This is meant to be a contest, not a social gathering. Some spectators were eager to voice their frustration, expecting a thrilling battle, only to witness such unexpected camaraderie. "Look, Yan Nanfeng has already single-handedly taken down a second-tier white cloud tiger. Truly deserving of the title of the Outer Sect's top prodigy, he has achieved a successful hunt so swiftly. Many individuals have begun engaging in combat with spirit beasts. Continuous bursts of splendid scenes unfolded. Oof! Does the diminutive Baina dare to obstruct me?" Yan Nanfeng proclaimed with an air of arrogance. However, he soon encountered a disciple, and in their brief encounter, Yan Nanfeng dispatched him with merely 2 moves. "Can't you let me go this time? If I venture out this early, I'll be the last one," the defeated disciple pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "Survival of the fittest. Even if I spared you. With your insufficient foundation-building strength, how far could you possibly go?" Yan Nanfeng replied coldly, before launching a decisive strike towards the disciple's vital points. In the next moment, the disciple vanished from sight. "Hualai is out." A voice echoed throughout the square, and instantly, Hualai materialized on the stage. "Defeated, did I concede?" he said, sitting dazedly on the ground. "This is only the beginning, and yet he was eliminated so swiftly. Truly, Yan Nanfeng's actions are remarkably decisive. The 15th place has already been established. If nothing unexpected occurs, one must remember that entering the inner sect does not guarantee greater resources. Fear not. You have entered the inner sect. Greater cultivation resources await you." Elder Lu Shan reassured Hualai, who lingered in despair. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe found himself alone against a second-tier fire fox. That it's merely a second-tier creature. "When will I encounter a third-tier spirit beast?" Zhang Zhe lamented, disappointment coloring his words. Should other disciples hear him, they might think he was boasting. Yet the fire fox, undeterred by such thoughts, lunged at Zhang Zhe upon sighting him, who stood defenseless. "Look, Zhang Zhe is facing a second-tier fire fox. Why is he just standing there motionless? He is about to be torn to shreds." However, the anticipated scene of Zhang Zhe being shredded did not materialize. Instead, the fire fox's assault failed to breach his defenses. Close enough to Zhang Zhe, he swiftly drew a dagger and dispatched the creature. The arena fell silent once more, as if the spirit beast had willingly walked to its demise. What is happening? Is there some form of cheating? How could a spirit beast suddenly offer itself for slaughter? Indeed, it seems almost effortless for him, even more so than Yan Nanfeng, Elder Lu Shan remarked, somewhat dazed, deep down. He was not particularly fond of Zhang Zhe's rising prominence, especially since the latter had previously rebuffed him. Yet Zhang Zhe's current performance was undeniably striking, seemingly without any failure. The hunt continued, with disciples constantly clashing. Aside from Zhang Zhe's unexpected feat, whenever 2 individuals met, one would invariably be eliminated. At present, only 5 individuals remained within the forest. Only 5 left. Zhang Zhe mused, glancing at his wristband. Zhou Qi is still in. It appears Yan Nanfeng has already hunted down 10 second-tier spirit beasts. Zhang Zhe observed the information displayed on his wristband. His score was the highest among all, having eliminated 4 disciples. What do you think? Nanfeng's performance is impressive, isn't it? No one has managed to last 3 rounds against him. Yin Hongshan remarked, pride evident on his face. Pride indeed comes with its own merits that he hasn't yet faced anyone formidable. We shall see who claims first place in the end, Li Rongrong replied calmly. Zhang's performance could only be described as average, yet he seemed to always change direction before encountering other disciples, piquing Li Rongrong's curiosity, as if he was aware of their presence. Only 1 hour remains. A voice rang out from the sky. 1 hour. How exhausting. I think I'll take a half-hour nap, Zhang declared, confident in his remaining time. With half an hour left, he planned to confront Yin Nanfeng, believing that seizing all his scores would secure his victory. Finding a dense thicket, he reclined and promptly fell asleep. What is this? Someone dares to sleep in the secret realm. How shameless. How could such a lazy individual gain entry to the inner sect? The crowd below erupted into chaos, and Zhang's actions ignited further outrage. Elder Lu Shan's mouth twitched in disbelief, unable to fathom that this young man was truly napping within. Haha, this is hilarious. It's the first time someone has dared to sleep in the secret realm. Could this person be the one you favor? Yin Hongshan laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Li Rongrong's expression turned frosty, pondering the situation. Despite his strange demeanor, Zhang had shown composure in slaying second-tier spirit beasts, exhibiting remarkable physical resilience. Nevertheless, sleeping in the secret realm was utterly unacceptable. The half-hour swiftly passed, and Zhang, refreshed, prepared to continue. This is delightful. The chaos of fighting is exhausting. Sleeping is far more comfortable. After all, someone will deliver the scores to me. Zhang chuckled, then, guided by his wristband, he set off in Yin Nanfeng's direction. Chapter 17. Exhausting oneself, just concede. You are not my match, Yin Nanfeng arrogantly addressed the disciple. Very well, I concede, the disciple replied, crestfallen before being transported away. You seem overly aggressive. Isn't that rather unseemly? Zhang emerged from behind a tree, speaking up, that someone has come to me willingly. Your score seems quite substantial as well, Yin Nanfeng remarked. Sensing the blood of second-tier spirit beasts on Zhang's, do you think I came here willingly? Zhang retorted, brandishing his dagger. Isn't that so? 7 have already fallen to my hand. Previously, some believed they could survive 5 rounds against me. Alas, they were all eliminated, Yin Nanfeng stated, his gaze fixed on Zhang. Though confident in his abilities, a peculiar sensation nagged at him regarding Zhang, as if the latter were an unfathomable master. Despite having once been regarded as a mere underachiever in the outer sect, my apologies. I am here to seize the scores you hold, that if you wish to avoid a beating, surrender them willingly. Zhang countered defiantly. The two were on the brink of combat. Heavens, how did these two cross paths? Zhang's journey seems to have reached its end. He is incredibly unfortunate to encounter Yin Nanfeng. Indeed, he brought this upon himself. Given that he dozed off in the secret realm, he truly lacks awareness. The duel loomed. The surrounding spectators grew engrossed, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. That I can't shake the feeling that he intentionally sought out Yin Nanfeng. Li Rongrong mused, recalling Zhang's half-hour slumber. His score was not particularly impressive, and he had not actively sought out battles, only engaging when encountering spirit beasts that claimed first place. His only recourse was to confront and defeat Yin Nanfeng. It seems yet another will be eliminated, Yin Hongshan declared confidently. Is that so? Shall we place a wager? Li Rongrong raised an eyebrow. The esteemed will not notice, but this young man. Yin Hongshan suppressed a laugh. A 5th-tier fusion elixir, I Rongrong dismissed his words, agreed. The outer sect's top genius cannot possibly be undeserving of his title. This young man has reached this point through luck, but now he faces misfortune in meeting Nanfeng. Yin Hongshan replied. Meanwhile, the two within the secret realm had begun their standoff. 3,000 wind slaughter technique. Yin Nanfeng unleashed his spirit skill. Impressive. Zhang observed the overwhelming spiritual energy sweeping towards him. Recognizing its formidable nature, very well. If you cannot breach my defenses, then I shall concede defeat. Zhang laughed heartily, bracing himself for the onslaught. Countless sword strikes whizzed past him, leaving not a single mark. How is this possible? Yin Nanfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Although it was not his strongest spirit skill, he had yet to encounter an opponent who compelled him to engage with such seriousness that it appears you possess considerable skill. Contrary to the rumors of your ineptitude, Yin Nanfeng remarked, regaining his composure. You seem to have stronger techniques. Unleash them, or I fear my next strike may leave you without the ability to transform. Arrogant. Yin Nanfeng was filled with rage. Never had any disciple dared to speak to him in such a manner. From the moment he stepped outside, he had been treated like a star surrounded by admirers. Even Elder Lushan had never reprimanded him, and all the disciples regarded him with utmost respect and deference. Yet the person before him had shattered all his preconceived notions. Such formidable defenses. 9 swords under the galaxy. Yin Nanfeng bellowed, and outside the screen, Yin Hongshan could no longer sit still. How could he employ this move? Yin Hongshan exclaimed in disbelief that I never imagined you would even impart this technique to him. However, given his strength, using this move should leave him bedridden for several months. Right? Li Rongrong interjected, but observing Zhang's demeanor, he appeared unfazed. The children of affluent families truly are different. This spiritual technique seems to possess at least earth-grade power. Zhang Zhe, with a resigned expression, gazed at Yin Nanfeng and said, the dagger from my storage ring has quietly slipped into my hand. Come. Zhang Zhe remarked nonchalantly, no one has ever forced me into such a desperate situation. You are the first. Yin Nanfeng retorted, that is indeed a great honor. Each of Zhang Zhe's words seemed to infuriate Yin Nanfeng to the point of spitting blood dye. Yin Nanfeng roared, his eyes ablaze. As his sword technique surged forth, the elder serving as the referee was drenched in sweat, uncertain how to judge the situation, that he had, of course, heard of this technique. If he were to hesitate any longer, Zhang Zhe might suffer grievous injury or worse. Yet seeing Zhang Zhe remain calm and composed, the referee decided to observe further. Sparks flew continuously around Zhang Zhe, who gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming force tearing at his very being. Holy moly! Did I really overstep? What kind of technique is this? Even my 6th-level defenses seemed to falter. Fortunately, the power began to wane gradually. After this move passed, Zhang Zhe noticed that Yin Nanfeng could only lean against his sword for support. I haven't even made a move, yet you have exhausted yourself to this extent. Zhang Zhe exclaimed, arms spread wide in feigned innocence. Finally, Yin Nanfeng could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood, ultimately vanishing from the secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe soared to 3,000 points. That a portion of these points came from slaying spiritual beasts, yet the majority resulted from seizing them from others. The onlookers outside were utterly astonished by the outcome. Defeated. Yin Nanfeng has actually been defeated. My goodness, I can't believe Yin Nanfeng lost to Zhang Zhe. Could it be that Zhang Zhe truly possesses strength? Perhaps he has been playing the fool all along. I guess I need another spirit melding pill. I Rongrong chuckled, confirming her earlier judgment that Zhang Zhe was indeed formidable, albeit his display had been somewhat straightforward, primarily showcasing his astonishing defense without revealing any offensive prowess. Yin Nanfeng lost. Even at this moment, Yin Hongshan was still in disbelief, unable to comprehend that under circumstances where Yin Nanfeng had employed that technique, he had still suffered defeat. Chapter 18. It is that simple. And what a humiliating defeat it was. It appeared that Zhang Zhe had not attacked, but had instead utilized exceptional defense to vanquish Yin Nanfeng. Impossible. This cannot be. When did our sect produce such an anomaly? Yin Hongshan's eyes were filled with incredulity, but he has always been one of our sect. He simply kept a low profile until now. Li Rongrong replied with a smile. It seems this fellow truly is our lucky star. He has managed to humble that old rascal. Umph. I will certainly investigate this person's background. With that, Yin Hongshan left in a huff. Time stood still, with only 3 individuals emerging from the secret realm. A testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Zhang Zhe, with his exceptionally high score, outshone all others, claiming the title of first in this round of intersect assessments. That I never expected it to be you. Elder Lushan said to Zhang Zhe with a beaming smile. Unlike his usual demeanor, his smile revealed a face full of wrinkles, causing Zhang Zhe to feel somewhat uneasy. That I must thank Elder Lushan for your guidance. Should I succeed in the future, I will not forget your contributions. Zhang Zhe replied politely. Good child, Elder Lushan said with a smile. Every year, the first from the outer sect entering the inner sect is exceptionally talented and can thrive within it. Zhang Zhe, rising like a dark horse to claim first place. was aptly described as an unparalleled genius. Silent until now, yet astonishing in his emergence. The most thrilling duel had concluded, and the outer sect descended into a state of cultivation once more. Preparing for the new year's recruitment of disciples. Sect leader, that Zhangzhe is indeed remarkable. The Yin family boy could not defeat him, that I Rongrong hurried to Wang Yu's chamber and exclaimed, "What an uproar!" Wang Yu scolded Li Rongrong disapprovingly to I Rongrong stuck out her tongue and obediently stood to the side. The inner sect assessments must have concluded. What were the results? By the looks of you. It seems a dark horse has emerged. Wang Yu inquired. Having recently struggled to break through a barrier without success, he was feeling somewhat irritable, which he inadvertently directed at Li Rongrong that I came to inform you of this matter. The Yin family boy used their family's ultimate technique and still could not defeat Zhangzhe. Li Rongrong exclaimed with excitement that that boy is so formidable. Wang Yu was taken aback. Yin Nanfeng, the top of the outer sect, was not merely talked, he was genuinely powerful, and no one could rival him. Yet, such a formidable individual was defeated by a newcomer like Zhangzhe, an unimaginable outcome. Indeed, I was watching them at that moment. Zhangzhe triumphed due to his exceptional defensive capabilities, but I could not discern what body refinement technique he practiced. Li Rongrong reflected on the scene of their battle. It seems he truly is a genius. Now we have two extraordinary talents entering the inner sect, that a smile spread across Wang Yu's face as he spoke. Thrilled at the prospect of more talented individuals joining their sect. Even with the addition of two remarkable geniuses, I wonder how they compare to the chief disciple. Li Rongrong pondered aloud. That fellow is an absolute prodigy. Do you know why he ventured to the outer sect for training? It is precisely to catch up with the chief disciple's pace. Wang Yu replied that I genuinely wish to elevate our sect. But relying solely on them is insufficient, that I had hoped to break through to the next realm this time. But alas, I still fell short. Sect leader Wang Yu continued, reflecting on past disappointments that it matters not. Sect leader, you are already incredibly strong. Li Rongrong quickly reassured him that it's not as though my father was killed by someone. Our sect has long since become a top-tier force, no longer in such dire straits. Wang Yu reminisced about his father, feeling a wave of melancholy. I believe you will surely lead us to restore the sect's prestige, guiding our sect back into the ranks of the strong. Li Rongrong asserted confidently to that moment. Zhangzhe returned to his residence and promptly slept for an entire day and night. However, while he slept, the outside world had already surrounded him tightly. How delightful. Indeed, battling is the most exhausting endeavor. Lying down to sleep is far more comfortable, Zhangzhe remarked, eventually noticing a commotion outside his door. What is happening? Why is it so lively outside so early in the morning? Zhangzhe said helplessly. If it weren't for the noise outside, perhaps I could have slept a few more hours. Reluctantly, he stepped out of his door. What on earth is going on? If this is a market day, I am not interested. Zhangzhe was taken aback by the sight outside his door, where dozens of people had gathered. Boss, please accept us as your subordinates. After experiencing yesterday's battle, we have been completely conquered by you. Someone immediately called out. Indeed, yesterday you triumphed without even a move, effortlessly defeating Yin Nanfeng. Your charismatic demeanor is truly an inspiration to us all. The clamor of voices quickly overwhelmed Zhangzhe. All right, enough with the noise. We are all fellow disciples, that I had been rather low-key before, but now that I am entering the inner sect, I can no longer remain so. I casually made a move yesterday and unexpectedly secured first place. Rest assured, once I enter the inner sect, I will take care of you all, Zhangzhe said humbly, though the humility soon morphed into boasting. Just accept us as your subordinates. We need your leadership. Within the sect, there exist various factions, a fact of which Zhangzhe is aware. However, he had not previously paid much attention to it. Given his own lack of strength, he felt he had no right to meddle in such matters. Nor did any faction require the presence of someone as ineffectual as himself. That I appreciate the camaraderie among my seniors and juniors, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom, and managing a faction seems rather cumbersome, Zhangzhe remarked. Indeed, he had little inclination to join a faction, finding the associated complications quite tiresome. Moreover, his inherent laziness further dissuaded him. Upon hearing Zhangzhe's sentiments, the others understood his position clearly and began to depart in disappointment. It seems that a tree attracts the wind. Fame invites trouble, and it appears someone is eager to seek me out as their leader already, Zhang Zhe commented. Tomorrow marks the day we enter the inner sect. I wonder if I shall have the chance to meet the legendary beautiful sect master. Chapter 19. Entering the inner sect the following day marked the entrance of 15 outer disciples into the inner sect. From now on, you shall be disciples of the inner sect, Elder Lu Shan announced to Zhang Zhe and the others, subsequently guiding them into the inner sect's territory. What a grand sight, Zhang Zhe exclaimed. Resembling a simple country bumpkin, the others, though tempted to mock, swallowed their words, wary of provoking Zhang Zhe, who had effortlessly defeated Yan Nanfeng. Everyone had witnessed Zhang Zhe's remarkable prowess in besting Yan Nanfeng with ease. Welcome to the inner sect, they were greeted as they passed through the gates, revealing two long lines of sect disciples that at first glance, they appeared no different from the outer sect, yet their spiritual energy revealed a significant superiority. Zhang Zhe and his companions behaved like well-mannered children. Each year, disciples entering the inner sect are assigned to the same team, a long-standing tradition of the Kaishan sect. Only after fulfilling their tasks could they officially transition to the role of steward. An elder from the inner sect provided Zhang Zhe and his companions with an overview of their new environment, introducing various cultivation areas, including a cold ice spring and several spiritual energy arrays. There were 3 tiers of spiritual energy arrays classified as first, second, and third grade. The first grade arrays were numerous and enhanced cultivation speed by 20%, while the second grade arrays, of which there were only 3, improved speed by 40%. The third grade array, singular in existence, could elevate speed by 60%. Only those who had completed particularly significant tasks could utilize the third grade array, a privilege not yet afforded to Zhang Zhe and his companions. Among the most bustling areas was the mission hall, housing a variety of tasks, including sect missions and bounties. The elder continued his explanations, stating that upon completing tasks, the sect would record their contributions. And once they accumulated sufficient merits, an evaluation for promotion to steward would occur. It appeared that ascending the ranks would not be a simple endeavor, as some tasks were perilous. Teams were encouraged to embark together, though rewards would be considerably diminished. Zhang Zhe and the others nodded in agreement, while Yan Nanfeng no longer exhibited his prior arrogance, often casting furtive glances at Zhang Zhe. When Zhang Zhe's gaze fell upon him, he would quickly avert his eyes elsewhere. What mischief is he plotting? Zhang Zhe mused, considering that since his last reward of 5,000 points, he was still some distance from advancing to 7th grade defense. Yan Nanfeng seemed intimately familiar with the inner sect, prompting Zhang Zhe to scrutinize him further. Now, you may choose a name for your team, the elder instructed the 15 individuals. Junior brothers, I advise you to select a name that resonates well. Avoid any foolish choices, an elder brother interjected at once. Surely, you wouldn't propose something as ridiculous as that. Zhang Zhe quipped, taking the lead at the forefront of the group, clearly establishing himself as the core of the team. Haha, junior brother, you possess keen insight that we are indeed the all-encompassing team, replied the cheerful elder brother. Indeed, you've truly brought us misfortune. We cannot afford to lose face, a fellow team member lamented. The top performer among you will become the team leader, and the leader must demonstrate absolute strength. After a year, team members may challenge the leader. Should the leader be defeated, the victor will assume the mantle of the new leader. Additionally, the leader may select a vice captain, who will act in the leader's stead during their absence. The elder elaborated. It became apparent that from the moment they entered the inner sect, the entire team would function as a cohesive unit, with Zhang Zhe undoubtedly positioned as the leader. Elder, I have a question. What if someone disobeys the leader's commands? Zhang Zhe inquired suddenly. You may submit a request to the sect, and appropriate disciplinary action will be taken. The elder responded, clearly well-versed in his duties, having introduced the inner sect to disciples annually. His strength was not to be underestimated, having reached the early stages of the transformation realm. Understood, Zhang Zhe replied obediently. Feeling somewhat helpless, as he had never intended to become a leader, yet the responsibility had fallen upon him. Very well, I shall appoint Zhou Qi as the vice captain, Zhang Zhe declared to the others. Zhou Qi appeared utterly bewildered, not expecting Zhang Zhe to designate him so swiftly, as one would typically assume the vice captaincy would belong to Yan Nanfeng. Yet, Yan Nanfeng remained silent, clearly showing no dissent to Zhang Zhe's decision. Isn't this inappropriate? Zhou Qi ventured. Though he had only met Zhang Zhe once and had lent him a weapon, their bond did not seem particularly profound. Before he could finish speaking, the elder informed them that every 10 days, training sessions for the leader and vice captain would be conducted. Though participation was voluntary, I should warn you that the instructor will be from the refining void realm. The elder added mysteriously that it's advisable to attend the instructor's lessons. The inner sect leaders always do so, another senior reminded them. Following the elder's explanation, Zhangzhe returned to his dormitory. This shall be our new abode. It is indeed far more comfortable than before, Zhangzhe remarked as he reclined on his bed. Suddenly, someone called out his name from outside. Zhangzhe opened the door to find an unfamiliar face. An elder is seeking you, the individual informed him, leading Zhangzhe to the sect master's hall. Sect master, I have brought him, the individual stated politely before quietly exiting that moment. Zhangzhe was taken aback, never expecting to be summoned by the sect master. Could it be that the heavens have heard my unspoken wish? He pondered, eagerly anticipating the chance to meet the enigmatic and alluring sect master. As he raised his gaze, he beheld an enchanting beauty seated at the head of the hall, accompanied by another stunning woman standing beside her. Zhangzhe was rendered speechless. He had never encountered such breathtaking beauty, beyond the capacity of words to convey. Chapter 20. The Celestial Maiden. To say she was a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm would not be an exaggeration. What are you staring at? Li Rongrong, the woman beside the sect master, remarked, clearly displeased, feeling uncomfortable under Zhangzhe's gaze. Ahem, I had no idea the sect master was so extraordinarily beautiful. Until now, I had only heard rumors. Today, I finally behold your true form, Zhangzhe declared, unabashedly complimenting Wang Yu's beauty. Enough flattery. I have observed your battle with Yan Nanfeng and noted your impressive defensive capabilities. However, I am curious about your cultivation methods. Li Rongrong inquired. According to conventional wisdom, prying into another's techniques is taboo. Yet, the disparity in their statuses allowed her to speak so freely. That may not be appropriate. It is a secret I cannot disclose. Zhangzhe replied softly, feeling apprehensive in the presence of such a significant figure. Very well, we shall not press further. With your talents, you are destined to become a pillar of our sect, that I bestow upon you a body refining technique. Classified as a high-level Xian rank skill, Wang Yu proclaimed, tossing a tome inscribed with the words 9 Thunder Body Technique toward Zhang. He gazed at the 4 characters on the manual and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sect master, for your recognition that I shall diligently cultivate and serve the sect. Zhangzhe vowed earnestly. Very well, you may take your leave now. Remember to practice diligently. Wang Yu instructed that Li Rongrong spoke up, and shortly thereafter, Zhangzhe departed from the Lord's Hall. What do you think of that fellow? Wang Yu inquired, gazing at the spot where Zhangzhe had just been last night. He spoke with an air of insincerity. Yet he does not strike me as a malevolent individual. After pondering for a moment, Li Rongrong replied, it's of no concern that I believe his talents will undoubtedly find their application in the future. If he were to cultivate the 9 Thunder Body technique, his defensive capabilities would surely reach new heights. Wang Yu remarked at this moment. Zhangzhe returned to his quarters alone, thinking to himself, that girl is truly beautiful. How wonderful it would be to have such a woman as my wife. Zhangzhe closed his eyes, reminiscing about Wang Yu's visage. Damn it, it seems there rests nothing to improve upon recently. Tomorrow, I shall take another stroll through the inner sect to see if I can gather some more points, he muttered to himself. The following day, Zhangzhe awoke late, with the sun already high in the sky. While others who shared the same courtyard had long since ventured out to train, seizing the opportunities afforded by the sect to enter the Oro Array, Zhangzhe seemed to meander leisurely. Spending the entire day exploring the inner sect, that of course he did manage some success. Occasionally encountering senior disciples from the inner sect, he would greet them politely and extract points from them by day's end. He had amassed over 1,000 points. As Zhangzhe returned to the courtyard, he found everyone waiting for him. What have you been doing all day? We haven't seen hide nor hair of you. They exclaimed, I am the captain. I need not report my actions to you. Zhangzhe retorted with a hint of arrogance. You. Yan Nanfeng glared at him. Moments ago, it had been Yan Nanfeng questioning Zhangzhe. At that moment, Zhou Qi approached Zhangzhe, leaning in to whisper, we had some tasks today, and everyone came to discuss them with you, but we waited all afternoon without catching a glimpse of you. Now it was Zhangzhe's turn to feel somewhat embarrassed. Apologies for wasting your time, that I in the future. Feel free to make your own decisions. However, the elders of the inner sect have instructed us to undertake collective tasks. I shall refrain from participating, and we can establish a system of collective voting, where the majority rules and a commander can be chosen for battle, he stated, though his laziness prevented him from participating in tasks. He felt it necessary to communicate with his team, as he did not wish to witness any casualties during missions. The DOU simply wished to be a hands-off captain, Yin Nanfeng retorted. Must a captain always lead the tasks? Zhang Zhe countered fearlessly. Seeing the two at an impasse, Zhou Qi quickly intervened. We are all part of the same team. Let us not bicker. I believe Yin Nanfeng is more suited to be the vice-captain due to her greater combat experience and strength. After Zhou Qi spoke, he shot Zhang Zhe a knowing glance. Very well. She can take on the role of vice-captain, and I shall entrust her with all future matters, Zhang Zhe conceded. Yin Nanfeng, at that moment, chose not to argue further. Thus, an unfriendly meeting was glossed over. This is truly troublesome that I still don't know what rewards await for the first place. I truly do not wish to be captain. Zhang Zhe muttered upon returning to his room. Other teams are eager to assume the role of captain, yet I stand alone in my exception. What to cultivate? Tomorrow, I must explore further. Otherwise, how can I reap the rewards? It's just unfortunate I cannot encounter any of the enigmatic elders. Zhang Zhe expressed his disappointment, aware that the probability of extracting points from them was low, yet the rewards would be substantial if successful. He was still some distance from upgrading and remained uncertain about the extent of his defenses. That it did not seem easy for those in the Golden Core realm to breach his defenses. The next day, Zhang Zhe once again wandered near the inner sect, where it seemed everyone was now aware of his presence. How are the new disciples in the inner sect faring? Wang Yu inquired of Li Rongrong. The others are performing admirably, diligently training, but Zhang Zhe is the only one. Li Rongrong hesitated. Why do you stop there? Wang Yu pressed. He has been roaming the inner sect, and I've heard he only rises with the sun at its peak. Without dedicating time to training, Li Rongrong replied candidly. What? Such a disciple exists. Bring him to me, Wang Yu said, her voice tinged with anger. Li Rongrong, at a loss for words, departed as Zhang Zhe approached a disciple. He casually extracted points, successfully claiming 20 vitality points. The inner sect disciples were indeed far stronger than those outside, with most already at the Golden Core level. Through the system, Zhang Zhe had discerned their capabilities. Zhang Zhe's sharp voice called from behind him. Turning, he found Li Rongrong standing there. Without a word, she seized Zhang Zhe and, in a flurry, brought him before the Lord. Lord, Zhang Zhe stammered, unsure of his transgression. Yet sensing it was not a trivial matter, that I hear you've been wandering the inner sect. Wang Yu's icy tone pierced the air. That I had hoped to witness the emergence of a new talent within the inner sect. Yet instead, I find you to be disappointingly indolent. Those who are lazy are doomed to fail. Zhang Zhe found himself at a loss for words. He could not divulge the secret of his system. Nor could he think of a suitable excuse. You had promised to diligently train. Have you made any progress with the body refinement technique I gifted you? Wang Yu pressed once more. That I haven't had the chance to train yet. Zhang Zhe replied softly to Li Rongrong. Fuming, added, I initially thought you were a genius worthy of cultivation, but it appears you are merely a sloth. That moniker suited him all too well. The arduous nature of training weighed heavily on him. As he merely needed to extract points from others to advance, that I truly see my errors now. Yet this is merely one of my training methods. My progress is correlated with my experiences. And the more I persist, the faster I improve. Zhang Zhe fabricated an excuse. Wait, that excuse sounds somewhat plausible, combined with Zhang Zhe's well-known laziness in the outer sect. Wang Yu remarked, skeptical yet intrigued. That is there truly such a miraculous training method? Li Rongrong questioned, her disbelief evident. It is not impossible. Wang Yu mused before continuing. Very well, if that is your wish, but do not let us discover that your cultivation stagnates. Wang Yu reiterated her warning to Zhang Zhe. Yes, Lord, I would never dare deceive you. Truly, it is as I say. Otherwise, how could I have achieved my current level of cultivation? Zhang Zhe asserted. Return now, and ensure you practice the body refinement technique. Do not waste your defensive capabilities. Wang Yu reminded him, gesturing for Zhang Zhe to leave. Haha, I can't believe I managed to wriggle out of that one. Now I can lazily take my time, Zhang Zhe exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The next morning, he was promptly awakened by a dedicated elder, far more powerful than himself. Certainly a scheme devised by Wang Yu that I hadn't anticipated being specially groomed. This is rather unfortunate. It seems I shall have to forego my leisurely mornings. Zhang mused as he stepped out of his room. Indeed, a lazy one you are. The Lord specifically instructed me to remind you to prioritize your training. The elder informed him. Furthermore, you have been removed from your team and are now designated for solo cultivation. The captaincy has been assumed by Yin Nanfeng. Elder Huang continued with a solemn demeanor. Our Lord is truly understanding, as that role is a considerable burden for me, Zhangzhe remarked with a grin, only to receive a stern glare from Elder Huang that I advise you to refrain from lightly mocking the Lord. Let this be a warning, the elder cautioned. Within the sect, factions were numerous, and matters were not as simple as they appeared. Currently, the faction led by the Lord held dominance, alongside the Yin family faction. Among others, understood. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Zhangzhe, with exceptional politeness, spoke up before departing from the courtyard that he felt he should pay a visit to the magma pool. However, regrettably, he currently lacked the funds to procure the necessary vessels. Otherwise, he would have retrieved them long ago. As Zhang made his way to the magma pool, he muttered to himself, the magma pool is primarily a training ground for outer disciples. Inner disciples have the privilege to enter freely. The autumn effects are not particularly remarkable, hence few inner disciples venture here. Look, isn't that Zhangzhe, who just entered the inner sect? What brings him to our side? One person remarked. You might not be aware, but Zhangzhe can access the magma pool at will. He can even swim in it. Is he really that impressive? Zhangzhe, in front of the crowd, leaped directly into the magma pool. Indeed, it was just as he remembered from his last visit. Apart from himself, no one else could tolerate the scorching magma. Zhangzhe chuckled and remarked, in a dire situation, should I find myself unable to contend with my opponent, I could easily plunge into this place. Truly my secret sanctuary. Earth Fire Spirit Herb, here I come. Like last time, Zhangzhe absorbed the Earth Fire Spirit Herb, though this time he refrained from consuming as much as he had previously, understanding the importance of moderation. Had he indulged as before, the absorption wouldn't have been as effective. For several consecutive days, Zhangzhe was awakened at dawn by others, then ventured alone to the depths of the magma pool for training. After half a month, his strength had escalated from the second to the sixth stage of foundation establishment. With such extraordinary treasures, the experience of enhancing my power feels akin to flying, Zhangzhe commented. The Earth Fire Spirit Herb was scarce, particularly the rare 700-year-old variety Zhangzhe was absorbing at the auction house. One could only imagine how many gold coins it would fetch. It was a prime example of rarity. Day after day, he frequented the magma pool, training in a manner distinct from others who remained outside. He was able to dive into the pool itself that Rongrong reported Zhangzhe's recent activities to Wang Yu. What? That magma pool which I cannot even enter. How can he? Wang Yu inquired, astonished. What I know is limited, but I believe it relates to his innate abilities. This fellow is truly enigmatic, Li Rongrong replied. That is certainly understandable. The interior of the magma pool must harbor many precious materials, Wang Yu said with a smile, already formulating a plan in his mind. Chapter 22. Robbed by the sect master at this moment. As Zhangzhe entered the magma pool, he suddenly sneezed. Who is muttering about me from behind? Zhangzhe pondered. He then resumed his meditative state, noting that the Earth Fire Spirit Herb indeed facilitated rapid enhancement of his strength. As usual, he swam up from the bottom of the magma, but upon reaching the shore, he spotted the sect master, Wang Yu, waiting at the edge, her face veiled. Kid, you've surfaced? Wang Yu asked coldly. Who are you? Zhangzhe looked at the veiled Wang Yu, somewhat bewildered. Who is this person? It seems she has been specifically waiting for me. Have you not recognized my voice after just a few days? Wang Yu inquired again. It's you. What brings you here? Zhangzhe said as he stepped onto the shore. Follow me. With a flick of her long robe, Zhangzhe and Wang Yu were transported to a different location. You must have acquired quite a few good things from the magma. Huh. Wang Yu asked with a hint of mischief in her tone. Not really, just some fire spirit stones at the bottom. If you don't believe me, I can show you, Zhangzhe replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Do not deceive me. I am fully aware of what lies beneath, since you can access the bottom of the magma. Hand over one of the Earth Fire Spirit Herbs, Wang Yu insisted. Zhangzhe was indeed terrified. He never expected that Wang Yu would truly know about the Earth Fire Spirit Herbs at the bottom. He hesitated. Do I not understand their value? I only want that 900-year-old one. Da Wang Yu produced a pure jade box, saying, "This is heavenly fire jade. Using it to contain the earth fire spirit herb will prevent any of its medicinal properties from dissipating." "Fine, I agree to your terms, but you must ensure that another one is left for me." Zhangzhe gritted his teeth and replied. Anyone who gets their teeth pulled by a tiger would feel quite displeased, especially a penniless one like Zhangzhe. "Rest assured, I will reward you with 50,000 gold coins. However, this earth fire spirit herb has other uses," Wang Yu stated. "The earth fire spirit herb, you likely have no use for it." "Do you?" Zhangzhe replied, feeling somewhat helpless. "Whether I have use for it or not is not your concern. Your task is simply to place the earth fire spirit herb in this box," Wang Yu said, her icy tone sending a shiver down Zhangzhe's spine. "At your command, my esteemed sect master," Zhangzhe replied, taking the box and heading back toward the magma pool, while Wang Yu remained behind. "Damn it, how does she know?" Zhangzhe cursed inwardly, realizing he couldn't voice his thoughts. Who knew if these powerful individuals had ears everywhere? With Wang Yu's strength, she could easily eliminate him. After reluctantly collecting the earth fire spirit herb, Zhangzhe, feeling quite reluctant, prepared to hand it over to Wang Yu. "Why do you look so displeased? This earth fire spirit herb was originally planted by my ancestors at the bottom of the magma pool," Wang Yu remarked. Given Wang Yu's father's previous strength, he had long surveyed the depths of the magma pool, intending to reserve it as a treasure for the sect to utilize during times of great calamity. The thought of Zhangzhe, with such a weak cultivation base, using it felt like a monumental waste. Although this imperial spirit herb cannot help me break through to that realm, it is sufficient to exchange for other precious items, Wang Yu said, gazing at the earth fire spirit herb within the box with a hint of melancholy. The last time, it was her father who introduced her to the earth fire spirit herb. "Unfortunately, I possess ice attributes. Have you not awakened your attributes yet? With your rapid strength enhancement lately, you should have begun utilizing the earth fire spirit herb. After consuming the entire herb, you may even awaken an additional fire attribute," Wang Yu explained to Zhangzhe as a top-tier treasure. The earth fire spirit herb was not merely for enhancing strength. It was said that a 10,000-year-old earth fire spirit herb could awaken the ultimate fire. However, even an ordinary earth fire spirit herb possesses an extraordinary ability to refine fire attributes, elevating one's fire capabilities significantly, Wang Yu elaborated. "Thank you for your guidance, sect master," Zhangzhe said with a smile. "You have also contributed to the sect. Take these 50,000 gold coins," Wang Yu said, tossing Zhangzhe a card before vanishing once more. "What? After taking the earth fire spirit herb, she gives me 50,000 gold coins to appease me," Zhangzhe remarked, looking at the card in his hand. "Oh well, I suppose I shall make do." Zhangzhe leisurely made his way back to his residence as he passed through a wooded path. A sudden flash of cold light appeared, a dagger aimed directly at Zhangzhe's chest. Clang! The dagger was deflected effortlessly. "What?" The assailant gasped in surprise, unable to believe that their determined strike had been blocked. "Who dares to assassinate me within the confines of the Reliance sect?" Zhangzhe quickly reacted, feeling no sensation in his chest, that he opened the assailant's attribute panel to assess their strength. Only at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. "And yet you dare to attempt to assassinate me. Is this not a gross underestimation of my abilities?" Zhangzhe stated proudly, confident that his 6th-level defense was no joke, though he was uncertain of the exact levels. He had faith that he could withstand an attack from someone at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. His defense was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he was well prepared this time. 10,000 Fire Prison. The assailant threw a talisman inscribed with spiritual techniques, activating it to unleash fiery confinement. "Perish within the flames," the assailant declared with a maniacal laugh, seemingly envisioning Zhangzhe turning to ash within the inferno. "Have you underestimated me too much?" Zhangzhe's cold voice echoed behind the assailant. As they turned to face him, Zhangzhe's dagger had already pierced into their lower back. "How is this possible? How did you escape from the 10,000 Fire Prison?" The assailant stumbled forward, disbelief etched across their face as they gazed at Zhangzhe. "Die!" Zhangzhe paid no heed and swung his dagger toward the assailant. Had it been any other time, Zhangzhe would have found it challenging to defeat this foe. However, the moment the assailant unleashed the 10,000 Fire Prison, they had clearly grown complacent, providing Zhangzhe with an opportunity for a sneak attack. Understanding the principle of striking when the opportunity arose, Zhang Zhe was determined not to allow anyone who sought to kill him to escape successfully. To Wind Stab, Wind Blade. The individual unleashed two spiritual techniques in succession, hoping to buy some time for Zhang Zhe to escape. Chapter 23. A Relaxed Counterattack. Zhang Zhe's behavior was truly bizarre. Had he known this solitary mission would lead to such trouble, he would have declined it outright. Feeling greatly disadvantaged, not to mention having wasted a Wanhua prison. Indeed, Zhang Zhe opted to confront both spiritual techniques head-on, suffering no harm whatsoever. By heavens, what a monster! The man exclaimed in a roar. Incredulous that anyone could be so formidable, To face spiritual techniques directly was a feat even those a whole realm above him would hesitate to attempt. Seizing the moment when the man had just exhausted his previous strength and had yet to summon new energy, Zhang Zhe lunged forward once more with his dagger. Ugh. The man cried out in agony, collapsing into a pool of his own blood, staining the earth crimson. This marked Zhang Zhe's first experience of taking a life, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Have I truly killed someone? He thought, gazing in disbelief at his own hands. Although he had often spoken of killing, the reality of it felt profoundly unsettling. Before long, a law enforcement team caught sight of the scene. Who goes there? Barked the squad leader at Zhang. I am Zhang Zhe, a disciple of the inner sect. He replied candidly, the turmoil within him dissipating. That a death has occurred. The squad leader's eyes fell upon the lifeless assassin clad in black, and he quickly deduced that Zhang Zhe had likely been targeted. You are requested to accompany us back to the enforcement team, he stated. Are you out of your mind? Is the situation not clear enough? I was the one who was attacked. Zhang Zhe retorted helplessly. That I shall repeat myself. Accompany us now. Should you defy the enforcement team, we are authorized to eliminate you on the spot, the squad leader warned. Noting Zhang Zhe's non-compliance. Fine, let us see how you intend to kill me here. Zhang Zhe's frustration boiled over. Had it not been for his remarkable defenses, he might have truly fallen victim to an assassination within the sect. These individuals refused to investigate who had attempted to kill him and instead chose to chastise him. What is going on here? An aged voice resonated in the vicinity, and Zhang Zhe felt an unmistakable familiarity. Elder Huang, the law enforcement team members greeted respectfully upon his arrival. Zhang Zhe echoed the greeting, having grown somewhat acquainted with Elder Huang over the past few days. Elder Huang surveyed the scene before turning to Zhang Zhe. You've been attacked? He asked calmly. Yes, I was assaulted by an assassin, yet the enforcement team insists I accompany them. That I refuse to go, and they even threatened to kill me on the spot. Zhang Zhe recounted the events. That it appears the enforcement team has become quite uncontrollable. Begone! Elder Huang's furious shout sent several members of the enforcement team flying back 100 meters. Impressive. Zhang Zhe marveled at Elder Huang's prowess. You've done well. Young Man.to have slain an assassin at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm is no small feat. Elder Huang remarked with a smile, having initially been displeased with the task assigned to him at noon. Waking an inner sect disciple was hardly a proper duty, and it had irked him greatly. Zhang Zhe was characterized by laziness, defiance, and arrogance, yet his ability to dispatch an opponent of a higher realm was worthy of admiration. Not every genius could achieve a kill across realms. Elder Huang, I was genuinely terrified just now. How could someone dare to assassinate me within the sect? Zhang Zhe expressed his confusion. Although he had made enemies, none seemed to harbor such intense animosity as to seek his life. I do not know. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. That I will report it to the higher-ups. The sect will provide you with an explanation. Elder Huang stated seriously. To have attempted the assassination of a sect genius. If word spreads, who would dare join the Kaoshan sect? Elder Huang mused. Allow me to escort you back to ensure your safety. That I appreciate your assistance, Elder Huang. Zhang Zhe replied with a smile. It seemed his recent movements had been too conspicuous. The assailants must have been aware of his daily returns from the magma pool. The following day, when Elder Huang awakened Zhang Zhe once more, the sect had ordered a complete investigation into the incident. The assassin was identified as another disciple within the sect, one who was 2 years his senior. The motive for the assassination, however, remained unknown. Very well, but I hope such incidents do not recur, Zhang Zhe stated earnestly. It appeared necessary to instill some deterrence among the sect's higher-ups. This assassination was undoubtedly not a simple matter. He had no prior contact with the assassin, so why would he be so inexplicably targeted? Elder Huang wore a look of exasperation. It was rare for a newly initiated disciple to speak so boldly to an elder. After Elder Huang departed, Zhangzhe accessed his personal attributes panel. Host, Zhangzhe Realm. Foundation Establishment 7th Layer. Talent, Mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV6, 010000. Current system points, 8,200. With a sigh, Zhangzhe lamented the difficulty of earning points. Perhaps more would become available once he reached the Golden Core realm. He considered that it might be time to select a suitable weapon. Yesterday, he had used the dagger gifted to him by Zhou Qi during the battle. What weapon should he choose? The dagger seemed far too unimpressive. While a long sword did not appeal to him either, it would appear rather foolish that a spear. Ultimately, Zhangzhe decided upon a spear that I still have 50,000 gold coins. Should I purchase a spear? He mused aloud, then set off to the sect shop to acquire a standard spear. Damn it, this is definitely a black market. For just a second-tier weapon, the price is outrageous. Zhangzhe complained bitterly. Although he had inquired and found the prices relatively fair, parting with the freshly acquired 50,000 gold coins left him feeling quite dissatisfied. The dragon soaring spear. Zhangzhe read the inscription on the spear's handle. Chapter 24, Trouble Returns. Placing the spear into his storage ring, Zhangzhe resumed his leisurely journey. Despite having recently survived an assassination attempt, he felt no fear. Surely, the other party would not deploy a transcendent assassin. Disciples of the inner sect were permitted to leave the sect's territory, and Zhangzhe ventured forth from the Kaoshan sect, heading towards the northern city of Tianshan. Rumor had it that the dining establishment there was the best in the vicinity, and he was eager to sample its offerings. However, upon entering Tianshan City, he encountered a dilemma. He had no money to spend. Damn it! I didn't travel all this way just to leave hungry. Zhangzhe muttered in frustration. Zhangzhe. A familiar voice called out from a distance, prompting Zhangzhe to turn and smile upon recognizing the source. His luck seemed to be holding. Zhou Qi, what brings you here? He inquired, noticing his fellow disciples who had entered the inner sect alongside him. Although Yin Nanfeng did not direct his gaze at Zhang, we're here on a mission, though we heard the food here is exquisite. So we thought to take a break, Zhou Qi explained. Coincidentally, I'm also here to eat, but I forgot to bring any money, Zhangzhe admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. No worries. This meal is on me, Zhou Qi generously offered. And the group of 15 entered the restaurant together. Welcome to our establishment, esteemed guests. Please come in. Upon their arrival, they were warmly greeted by the staff. Once the delectable dishes were served, they proved irresistible. By the way, what mission are you all on? Zhangzhe asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing much, that we just want to obtain a snow leopard cub. They can be trained as mounts later on, Zhou Qi explained patiently, engaging Zhangzhe in conversation while the others tended to their own affairs. You are Zhangzhe? Suddenly, an unwelcome voice interrupted Zhangzhe's enjoyment of the spirit beast meat. He looked up to find a stranger, one he did not recognize. Yes, and you are? Zhangzhe replied, noticing the person was clad in the Kaoshan sect's attire. Is it you who killed Feng Zhou? The individual continued to speak, offering no response to Zhangzhe's words. Who is Feng Zhou? I do not know him, he stated. Zhangzhe, feeling a surge of indignation, replied, It is evident that you come with ill intent, yet I truly do not recognize you. Last night, Feng Zhou met his demise on that very path in the jungle. How can you claim he was not the man you killed? The other retorted angrily, You refer to that wretch. Last night, he attempted to take his own life, but ultimately, he was nothing but refuse, and I dispatched him without hesitation. Zhangzhe raised his gaze, fixing an unwavering stare upon his opponent as he spoke. It was then that he noticed there were not just one, but several individuals accompanying him, including 4 disciples of the Kaoshan sect, suggesting he was their leader. With your foundation-building prowess, what scheme did you employ to eliminate Feng Zhou? Zhou Tianwen inquired further. The loss of the assassin named Feng Zhou was a blow to his team. He had searched the sect all morning for news, only to learn from his senior brother that a corpse had been discovered last night in the jungle path. He attempted to assassinate me. Even in death, he has reaped what he sowed. Zhangzhe felt a flicker of anger at the audacity of those who dared to provoke him. Very well, I challenge you to a duel. Tomorrow at noon, we shall lay down our lives in a life-and-death pact. Disciples of the same sect fighting each other face punishment. There exists a duo arena within the sect for such contests, where a life-and-death pact can indeed be signed. Are you out of your mind? You, a practitioner of the Golden Core realm, challenge me, a mere foundation-building disciple, and demand a life and death pact. Have you no shame? Zhang Zhe remarked with a slight smirk of derision. The commotion had drawn the attention of other patrons. You, Zhang, now flustered, felt the humiliation of challenging a junior disciple. Isn't this a disciple of the Kaoshan sect? Has it devolved into infighting? I have been here for quite some time, and it appears one disciple has perished, someone remarked. Those who wish to avoid this should leave at once, Zhang Zhe shouted, not wanting any spectators to gawk at the unfolding drama. Fine, since you have no shame, I accept your challenge that I will also sign the life and death pact, but I have one stipulation. Only one of us shall survive. Zhang Zhe declared, looking intently at his opponent. Signing a life and death pact does not necessarily mean one must die. With a referee present, timely aid can be rendered that a defeat is merely a defeat, should one accidentally kill the other. No responsibility shall be incurred that a mere foundation-building scoundrel. How audacious you are, Zhou Tianwen scoffed, seeing Zhang Zhe accept the challenge. Were you not once at the foundation-building stage yourself? Zhou Qi interjected, evidently siding with Zhang Zhe. With another 2 years of training, we would surely trample you underfoot, Zhou Qi asserted confidently. Zhang Zhe was taken aback by Zhou Qi's unwavering support that I hope you are not merely all talk. We shall meet at the Du Luo Arena tomorrow at noon. With that, the group of 5 departed. Zhigo, do you have confidence? If things go awry, leave it to me. I can assist you, Zhou Qi said earnestly. Rest assured, I possess the strength you ought to trust. I have never been defeated, Zhang Zhe replied with a smile, then returned to his meal, WY proposing that only one of them could survive. He aimed to resolve this trouble definitively, that he understood that offending someone meant to offend them to the end. As the saying goes, to eradicate the roots of the grass is to ensure it does not grow again. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Such encounters would inevitably arise again in the future. Have you heard? Zhang Zhe and Zhou Tianwen are to duel that I have heard. It seems they are to sign a life and death pact. Life and death pacts are of little consequence, that I have seen many sign them, yet none have perished. Indeed, whenever it is critical, some elder always intervenes. Let us go. There will be excitement to witness at the Du Luo Arena. Chapter 25. Spare you the dog's life. The news of Zhang Zhe and Zhou Tianwen's impending duel spread swiftly throughout the sect. Absurd. How could Zhang Zhe sign a life and death pact with another? The sect leader, Wang Yu, was incensed upon hearing this news that he had high hopes for Zhang Zhe. But now, as a mere foundation practitioner, he had been enraged by the report of Zhang Zhe's near demise and had ordered the law enforcement team to investigate the matter thoroughly. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Now Zhang Zhe was set to engage in a life-or-death duel. Instruct the disciples to be more diligent. We cannot allow Zhang Zhe to suffer any mishap, Wang Yu stated coldly. But Zhang Zhe has declared that only one of them may survive this duel, and no one is permitted to intervene, Li Rongrong interjected, although she did not comprehend Zhang Zhe's reasoning behind such a declaration. It was evident that this decision was utterly foolish. What does it matter how robust his defenses are? His opponent is a Golden Core realm powerhouse, and furthermore, a violent lightning attribute wielder. The distinction between awakened and unawakened attributes is a world apart. Zhang Zhe cannot possibly be oblivious to this fact. What? Wang Yu was taken aback, and silence enveloped the two. That you must go. Under no circumstances can Zhang Zhe perish in today's duel, Wang Yu instructed earnestly. Given that a pact has already been established, it is inappropriate for me to intervene. Remember to be discreet, Wang Yu added as a final reminder. Rest assured, Li Rongrong replied before turning to leave. At 10 past noon, Zhang Zhe and Zhou Tianwen faced each other within the Du Luo Arena. The life and death pact has been signed. Regardless of the outcome, I will not interfere in your battle. Do you understand? An elder addressed the two, that both nodded in agreement. You shall die clearly. Fang Zhou was my brother, that we joined the Kaoshan sect together, entered the inner sect together, and cultivated side by side. Since you have taken his life, I cannot allow you to continue living, Zhou Tianwen stated calmly. Taking my life is not so simple, that to be honest, your brother was truly weak. Zhang Zhe replied with a mocking smile, his words laced with contempt. You seek death, Zhou Tianwen exclaimed, brandishing a long spear and charging at Zhang Zhe, god of thunder, descend. He unleashed a spiritual technique, evidently an amplification type ability. The boss has gone all out from the start. This kid is doomed, Zhou Tianwen's confidence surged as he unleashed his signature move. The crowd generally viewed Zhang Zhe with skepticism. Compared to Zhang Zhe, Zhou Tianwen was quite renowned within the inner sect, especially as a rare awakened lightning attribute wielder with his self-created technique, God of Thunder, Descend, said to possess a 70 affinity for lightning to go. Zhigo. Someone from the audience cheered for Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe did not need to turn around to know this voice belonged to Zhou Qi. Others who had entered the inner sect alongside Zhang Zhe were watching, but they had clearly distanced themselves from him, particularly Yin Nanfeng, who was bound to settle the score for their previous defeat. "Come forth and take your life," Zhou Tianwen proclaimed, his entire being crackling with explosive lightning attribute spiritual power. "Tio, demand my life. You must first prove your worth," Zhang Zhe retorted with a scoff. Retrieving a spear from his storage ring, both wielded long spears, charging toward each other. Their weapons did not clash. Both aimed their strikes at one another. Zhou Tianwen, possessing keen battle awareness, managed to avoid some vital points. Confident in his attack, he believed it would inevitably bring Zhang Zhe to his end. However, as he observed Zhang Zhe's mysterious smile, a sense of unease washed over him. He had done his research before facing Zhang Zhe, whose defensive capabilities were astonishing. Yet he was equally confident in his own offensive prowess, endowed with the more ferocious lightning attribute, not to mention his Thunderbolt spear, with a considerable gap in their realms. Being at the third level of the Golden Core realm, failure was simply not an option. Kill. Both roared in fury, but Zhang Zhe remained unconcerned for his safety. His opponent's aggressive style was exactly what he sought to witness. The other sought to exchange injuries for his life, but Zhang Zhe's life was not so easily claimed that a flurry of sparks erupted before Zhang Zhe's chest as he thrust his weapon into his adversary's abdomen. "Ah!" Zhou Tianwen's scream echoed throughout the Du Luo arena as he forcefully retreated, applying medicine to staunch the wound. "How can this be? How could you possess such formidable defenses?" Zhou Tianwen gasped in disbelief. Is he truly at the foundation-building level? It is truly terrifying that even the manifestation of the God of Thunder cannot breach the opponent's defenses. "You dare to challenge me? Prepare to meet your demise." Zhang Zhe seized the opportunity to strike relentlessly. Although the adversary's attacks failed to compromise his defenses, the paralyzing effect of the lightning attribute wreaked havoc within his own body that if this persisted and was discovered by the opponent, it could be perilously exploited. The lightning attribute, being exceedingly rare, is characterized not only by its formidable destructive power, but also by its unique ability to control through paralysis. Zhou Tianwen, evading and dodging, had no time to properly heal. Each time he lunged at Zhang Zhe with a spear, it was effortlessly deflected. This young man truly possesses remarkable skills, rendering our worries futile, concealed in the shadows. Li Rongrong muttered to herself, equally astonished by Zhang Zhe's rapid progress. Merely a month prior, Zhang Zhe had only reached the second level of foundation establishment, yet now he had ascended to the 7th level. His defenses impenetrable even to Zhou. It seemed he had yet to reach his limits. "Are you not seeking my life? Come then," Zhang Zhe taunted, his voice laced with derision. "You scurry about like a mouse. Is this all the ability you possess as my senior? You are no different from your deceased brother. A waste." As Zhang Zhe continued his assault, he relentlessly provoked Zhou Tianwen. Fueled by rage, Zhou Tianwen unleashed another furious strike. But once again, he could not penetrate Zhang Zhe's defenses, leaving himself vulnerable. Zhang Zhe thrust his spear directly into Zhou Tianwen's thigh. Zhou Tianwen screamed in agony as his spear clattered to the ground. From his elevated position, Zhang Zhe looked down at Zhou Tianwen. "Remember this. Your brother sought to assassinate me, and I merely returned the favor. Should you dare to plot against me again, I will ensure your life is forfeit." His commanding words echoed throughout the square. Chapter 26. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm at this moment, Zhou Tianwen was utterly defeated, both in spirit and in body. Even if Zhang Zhe wished to take his life now, it would be a matter of mere ease. Yet, Zhang Zhe refrained from doing so, reflecting on the events that had transpired. He realized he had indeed been overly aggressive, unable to fathom who might have bribed his brother to attempt the assassination. In silence, Zhang Zhe departed, with Zhou Qi closely trailing behind. "Wow, Brother Zhe, I never realized your strength was so formidable," Zhou Qi exclaimed with a grin. "You both share the surname Zhou. Could you possibly be related? Are you here as an undercover agent?" Zhang Zhe jested casually. Ha! Then I must infiltrate the enemy ranks. I observe your spear techniques. You don't seem very proficient. Zhou Qi recalled from their recent battle. I just chose this weapon. This is my first time using it in combat. Zhang Zhe replied candidly. Indeed, the disparity in wealth was evident. The opponent had the advantage in weaponry, that if you had the means, you could purchase spear techniques from the intersect shop. Zhou Qi suggested that I have no such luxury. I am not among the affluent who can afford such extravagance. Zhang Zhe retorted, somewhat exasperated. Had I known, I would have feigned poverty to request more gold coins, though I doubt they would have obliged that I have tasks awaiting me. They are all depending on my return. Zhou Qi bid farewell before departing with Yan Nanfeng and others. It seems that after today, remaining inconspicuous will be impossible. Following this battle, I am sure my name has become well known. Zhang Zhe mused, and indeed, news of his prowess had already spread. Zhang Zhe returned to the magma pool, determined to successfully break through to the next level. Master, I truly wonder how this lad cultivates. Even Zhou Tianwen could not contend with him. Thankfully, he showed mercy in the end. Otherwise, I would be genuinely concerned about his bloodthirstiness. Li Rongrong commented that I never anticipated he could actually defeat Zhou Tianwen. He far outshines Yan Nanfeng. Wang Yu added, noting the constant flow of news about Zhang Zhe at this moment. Zhang Zhe was comfortably immersed in the research pool, where others toiled with deep contemplation while he absorbed the medicinal essence, as if indulging in a delightful feast. How splendid it would be to have 2 earth-fire spirit mushrooms. Zhang Zhe sighed. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. A mere fleeting moment for cultivators. Some face certain death, with imprisonment lasting over a decade being commonplace. After all, reaching the combined realm would allow one to transcend the limitations of human lifespan. This was the ultimate aspiration for many cultivators, who would not desire to extend their days. Haha, I have finally broken through. A triumphant roar erupted from the depths of the magma, rousing everyone from their meditative states. Currently, the strongest outside has barely reached the foundation establishment stage, and only recently at that. What is happening? You don't know. There is a fierce individual at the magma's bottom who can withstand its searing heat. Indeed, he is the first genius of the last generation that I know. I witnessed the final confrontation. That once great genius, Yan Nanfeng, was utterly defeated. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe felt invigorated within the magma, having consumed all the earth-fire spirit mushrooms. Yet, every effort he had invested was worthwhile, as his strength had undeniably risen to the first level of the Golden Core realm. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the Golden Core realm. The system requires an update. Would you like to proceed? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind that is an update necessary. Will there be rewards, or perhaps new functionalities afterward? Zhang Zhe inquired. Numerous new features will be available post-update. The system replied vaguely. Updating now. The system entered a dormant state, indicating that it was a transitional period, making it impossible to extract the powers of others. It seemed that harvesting resources would not be feasible for the time being. Zhang Zhe felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped that attaining the Golden Core realm would enhance his chances of leveraging the Elder's resources. He was not far from achieving level 7 defense, yet he hadn't anticipated the system's need for an update. Senior brother, you're back. You must have gained immensely. What do you mean by senior brother? Has he returned? I wonder who is stronger, senior brother or that new genius. Of course, it's senior brother. No question about it. An unremarkable figure strolled through the intersect, and wherever he went, discussions followed. Zhang Zhe was on his way back to his quarters when he overheard the chatter. Is that person truly the senior brother? Why is everyone speaking of him? Zhang Zhe questioned, gazing at the retreating figure. Senior brother, how can you not know? He is the chief disciple of the intersect, and his strength has reached the terrifying nascent soul realm. The individual did not look back as he addressed Zhang Zhe, but by the time he turned, Zhang Zhe had vanished from sight. Chief disciple? Quite the lofty title, Zhang Zhe remarked, dissatisfied. Having already made a name for himself in the intersect, he found it disheartening that he was not the most renowned figure within. After returning to his room, Zhang Zhe fell into a deep sleep. Strangely, Elder Huang did not disturb him during these days that it wasn't until 3 days later that Elder Huang impatiently awakened Zhang Zhe. I see you are quite leisurely, Elder Huang commented as he entered Zhang Zhe's room. You've come again. I have been thoroughly exhausted from my recent training, Zhang Zhe replied from his bed. Your progress is remarkable. You reached the Golden Core realm in no time, outpacing Yin Nanfeng by a considerable margin. Elder Huang remarked, astonished by Zhang's strength. This is all due to my diligent efforts. Otherwise, how could I be so fatigued? Zhangzhe offered an excuse. Let me remind you, do not entertain any dubious thoughts. Some techniques may enhance strength rapidly, but their side effects can be severe, Elder Huang warned gravely. I understand. Are there any significant events occurring in the inner sect? Zhangzhe asked Elder Huang. Recently, the selection for the chief disciple will be held, but it should be quite predictable, Elder Huang replied. Chapter 27. The selection for chief disciple. Oh? What exactly is the selection for chief disciple? Zhangzhe inquired, recalling that he had not heard such matters upon entering the inner sect. It is the highest honor among the disciples. And for the past 2 years, the position has been held by Jian Chun, Elder Huang explained. Oh, is he truly powerful? Zhangzhe asked, realizing that this individual was likely the renowned senior brother others had spoken of. Among you, if you cultivate normally for 5 years, you could become a steward of the sect, or complete special tasks to attain that status, Elder Huang added. Elder Huang began to speak, stating, you are now considered disciples of the 5th generation, while he is regarded as a disciple of the 2nd generation. When he ascended to the rank of a 4th generation disciple, he was already the strongest within the inner sect. Although his strength may not be the most terrifying, facing challenges beyond his level is not particularly difficult for him. Elder Huang continued, indeed, he possesses remarkable abilities. May we partake in the upcoming selection for the chief disciple? Zhangzhe inquired, are you truly contemplating vying for that position? With your current strength, it is simply unattainable. Elder Huang replied with a hint of annoyance, believing Zhangzhe to be excessively arrogant. Not at all. I merely wish to engage in sparring with other experts to better recognize my shortcomings. Zhangzhe humbly responded. Then I must apologize for misunderstanding your intentions. Each team leader is eligible to participate, meaning there will only be 5 contestants in total, Elder Huang clarified. Zhangzhe pondered for a moment, realizing that the strength of the Quan Mountain sect was rather mediocre. Each year, only about 10 individuals became elders, and the entire sect likely numbered only a few hundred, rendering them incapable of contending with those great powers. Could you perhaps convey my circumstances to the higher-ups? My situation is rather unique, and I would like to participate, Zhangzhe asked. Suddenly, he recalled that Yin Nanfeng would likely also be in attendance. If he encountered him, he could deliver another beating. Despite his rapid cultivation, reaching the Golden Core realm in such a short time was improbable. With his overwhelming prowess, he could easily crush him on the main street. Not to mention his invincible defense. Very well. Since you are keen on this, adding another participant should pose no issue, Elder Huang contemplated before departing. After Elder Huang left, Zhangzhe found himself at a loss. With the system currently in a dormant state, he was unable to extract the spiritual energy of others, leaving him with little to occupy his time, that he decided to seek out the sect leader for some gold coins. Zhangzhe slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that girl took away such a crucial treasure of mine and only compensated me with 50,000 gold coins. That is simply unacceptable. He then made his way directly to the leader's hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he was promptly halted by a guard. Halt. Inner disciples cannot enter the leader's hall at will. The guard bellowed, I am Zhangzhe. Please inform the leader that he will certainly allow me to enter. Zhangzhe insisted. Inner disciples cannot directly meet the leader. Thus we have no authority to relay your message, the guard sternly replied. Where is it written that mere disciples can seek an audience with the leader? If that were the case, leaders from every sect would be overwhelmed with visitors. The rules are indeed numerous, Zhangzhe muttered under his breath, understanding the futility of defiance in this place, despite his formidable defenses. He acknowledged the existence of greater powers beyond his own. What brings you here? Zhangzhe turned to see Li Rongrong nearby. I am here to discuss some matters with the leader, but these individuals refuse to let me enter. Zhangzhe explained that, no worries, you may accompany me. I have some internal affairs of the sect to report, Li Rongrong offered, leading Zhangzhe into the leader's hall. As Zhangzhe listened to the two report on the sect's internal matters, he found himself at a loss, as it seemed to pertain to financial issues. All right, you may leave now, Wang Yu said, rubbing his head. Once Li Rongrong departed, only Zhangzhe and Wang Yu remained in the leader's hall. Ahem, I have recently found myself short on gold coins. The 50,000 you previously provided is insufficient. Zhang Zhe hesitated before speaking up. Are you deaf? We just reported on the finances. Did you not hear that we are experiencing a financial deficit? Wang Yu retorted, waving his hand dismissively, sending a gust of air that nearly knocked Zhang Zhe off his feet. So what if you possess strength? Zhang Zhe muttered under his breath, cautious not to let Wang Yu hear. As Zhang Zhe made his way back, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. The gloomy expression on his face was instantly replaced by a smile. Update successful. 5,000 points awarded. That he opened his personal attribute panel. Host. Zhang Zhe. First level of Golden Core. Talent mediocre. Strength. LV3, 51,000. Intelligence. LV3, 51,000. Speed. LV3, 51,000. Defense. LV6, 010000. Current system points. 13200. Excellent. At last, I can enhance my defense once more, Zhang Zhe exclaimed cheerfully. Defense upgrade. He commanded the system. Ding. Successfully upgraded defense to level 7. Host. Zhang Zhe. First level of Golden Core. Talent. Mediocre. Strength. LV3, 51,000. Intelligence. LV3, 51,000. Speed. LV3, 51,000. Defense. LV7, 020000. Current system points. 3,200. Fortunately, the next level only requires 20,000 system points. Zhang Zhe noted, but if it were 100,000, I would likely cough up blood. Suddenly, Zhang Zhe remembered the vast quantity of fire crystal stones he had at the bottom of the lava pool. While the price of fire crystal stones was limited, their sheer quantity was overwhelming that he decided to return and find Wang Yu. What is it? Wang Yu's voice suddenly changed as he called from within. I have a way to salvage the sect's finances, Zhang Zhe declared in the next moment. The door swung open, and Zhang Zhe confidently stepped inside. Speak. What is your solution? Wang Yu asked directly. Although you are aware of the earth fire spirit grass at the bottom of the lava, I suspect you have already exchanged it for other treasures, Zhang Zhe asserted. Wang Yu's perceptive abilities were quite good, and he sensed Zhang Zhe's presence, which felt somewhat erratic, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. However, what you do not know is that besides the earth fire spirit grass, there are also fire crystal stones, Zhang Zhe added. Chapter 28. The miner Zhang Zhe, am I not aware of the value of fire crystal stones? Wang Yu replied, somewhat irked, do not be hasty to lose your temper. What if we have them in large quantities? A single fire crystal stone is approximately 10,000 gold coins, but what if we possess thousands or even tens of thousands? Zhang Zhe calmly responded, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he noticed Wang Yu's momentary bewilderment. Are you serious? Wang Yu asked, his tone no longer calm. The sect is like a family to me. So contributing to it is my duty, I assure you. My words are absolutely true. As for the exact quantity, I cannot say for certain. Zhang Zhe spoke candidly, as he held the more valuable earth fire spirit grass in higher regard, hardly regarding the fire crystal stones as significant. Very well, let us commence the excavation immediately. Here are 10 spatial storage rings. We shall head to the lava pool now. Wang Yu instructed as night fell. The two hurried to the lava pool, notifying Elder Lu Shan to clear all disciples from the area to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Elder Lu Shan was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Zhe and the sect leader, recognizing that Zhang Zhe had been doing quite well. Once only Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu remained, Wang Yu said, you may go down. I will stay here to support you. Zhang Zhe had no choice but to assume the role of a miner. Extracting fire crystal stones from the bottom of the lava pool, was a dismal situation. Not only did he have to part with his treasure possessions, but he also had to mine them himself. Is this not akin to providing a service while paying out of pocket? Zhang Zhe lamented humorously. After mining for a full day and night, he finally emerged, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. This has truly drained me. However, Wang Yu paid no attention to Zhang Zhe, meticulously examining each storage ring filled with fire crystal stones. Indeed, these are the purest top-grade fire crystal stones. It seems the sect is saved, Wang Yu said joyfully. It was the first time Zhang Zhe witnessed a smile on Wang Yu's face, and his fatigue dissipated instantly. Noticing Zhang Zhe's unwavering gaze upon him, Wang Yu snapped, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I will gouge your eyes out. He retorted angrily, to be honest, I owe you my gratitude, Zhang Zhe, Wang Yu added. This is truly ruthless, akin to tearing down the bridge after crossing it and killing the donkey after unloading the cart. Zhang Zhe exclaimed dramatically. Wang Yu chuckled at Zhang Zhe's comical expression. Back to the point. We must discreetly sell this batch of fire crystal stones. If we attract unwanted attention, it could spell trouble. 3 years from now, accompany me to Huiyan City, where we can sell these fire crystal stones at a premium. Wang Yu, with a serene expression, spoke calmly. In the dead of night, Zhang Zhe returned to his room alone, promptly lying down on his bed and drifting in his slumber. Yet another day and night passed with Zhang Zhe confined to his bed, although the sect leader mentioned that he should not be disturbed unless necessary. A full day and night should suffice for rest. Elder Huang's figure reappeared in Zhang Zhe's room. Grandpa Huang, with your habit of appearing at any moment, are you not worried that there might be female disciples in my bed? Zhang Zhe jested. It would be quite the scandal if I caught you two together. Do you not know that such conduct is forbidden within the sect? Elder Huang, somewhat exasperated, replied, By the way, I may need to go out in a few days for a secret mission, but I shan't disclose the details to you. Zhang Zhe suddenly adopted a serious tone. Stop pretending with me. I am aware that you are going out with the sect leader. I am a trusted aide to the sect leader. So you should now understand your position. Elder Huang responded, Speaking of which, I seem to have neglected to mention the extraction of my spiritual energy. Zhang Zhe promptly commanded the system. Extraction. Ding. Extraction successful. Successfully extracted 5,000 points. Zhang Zhe's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that with the strength of the transformation realm, he could directly extract 5,000 points, that if he were to have 20 elders like Huang, he could likely elevate his standing once more. By the way, how can I meet all the elders within the sect? Zhang Zhe inquired of Elder Huang. What are you scheming, young man? Elder Huang asked. Perplexed. Nothing much, just trying to familiarize myself, as I am somewhat of a genius. Perhaps in time, I could ascend to the upper echelons of the sect. Zhang Zhe replied that I have encountered shameless individuals before. But you truly take the cake, that if you wish to broaden your horizons, there is a meeting at noon today where all the intersect elders will be present. Elder Huang stated, having already been informed by Wang Yu that Zhang Zhe was a trustworthy ally. So there was no need for secrecy. Could you take me along, Elder Huang? Zhang Zhe implored, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Such meetings usually allow the chief disciple to sit in that if the sect leader brings a disciple. It should be permissible that why authority alone is insufficient. Elder Huang lamented that it seems this matter requires the sect leader's approval. Please inform him that attending this meeting is of utmost importance to me. Zhang Zhe insisted. Afterward, Elder Huang exited Zhang Zhe's room. They say heroes struggle at the hands of beautiful women, and how true that is, Zhang Zhe remarked, the image of Wang Yu resurfacing in his mind. Feeling bored, Zhang Zhe left the courtyard, only to encounter Zhou Qi, who was just about to step out. Zhigo, why are you up so early? Zhou Qi teased. What brings you such leisure today? Zhang Zhe queried. The captain is preparing to participate in the chief disciple selection, so I have not taken on any tasks lately that I was thinking of entering the spiritual energy array to cultivate. Zhou Qi explained that I see that it seems he has yet to acknowledge him as a teacher. He dares to compete in the selection I am participating in, Zhang Zhe remarked. Zhigo, are you joining the chief disciple selection? Zhou Qi asked, his expression one of confusion. That of course, the connections have been established, and I will certainly have my spot. Along with 5 others, we will participate together, Zhang Zhe replied, his face brimming with pride. In my view, it's merely a chance to gain experience. That senior brother is truly exceptional, and defeating him is no small feat. Zhou Qi stated that you believe I could easily vanquish him. Zhang Zhe countered, not believing anyone could breach his defenses. Though I once held faith in you, this time I truly do not. Do you even know the extent of his strength? Zhou Qi inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Have you faced him before? Zhang Zhe asked casually, surprised to see Zhou Qi nodding earnestly. That was 4 years ago. Before he entered the inner sect, I was overly ambitious at the time. We did not compare cultivation levels, but rather our combat skills. After that battle, it took me a long time to regain my confidence, Zhou Qi recounted, his expression still haunted by the memory that I see truly that formidable. Zhang Zhe responded incredulously. Very much so, though his realm is not high. His swordsmanship is unparalleled within our sect. Zhou Qi elaborated that he is also known by another moniker, Sword Maniac. However, he is reclusive and serves as the nominal captain, often undertaking missions alone. It is said, though merely hearsay, That the sword he wields was found by the previous sect leader when he was just an infant. Zhou Qi whispered conspiratorially. He too is an orphan taken in, which bears some resemblance to my own story. Seems our sect resembles a sanctuary, Zhang Zhu observed. Indeed, under the benevolent stewardship of the previous sect leader, many orphans like you too were welcomed into the fold. Zhou Qi added that, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, the weak are devoured by the strong. Without strength, one could be slain at any moment, and thus there are orphans devoid of parents. Zhang Zhu acknowledged to be by the way, how did the previous sect leader meet his demise? Zhang Zhu asked, curiosity piqued, as Wang Yu did not appear to be of advanced age, yet managed such a vast sect. From what I have heard from my father, he was betrayed and assassinated. Our sect was initially a second-tier top force, and at its peak, it boasted thousands of disciples. When the sect leader was ambushed by several traitors, they not only killed him, but also fled with a substantial amount of resources and disciples. Thus, the remaining members established the current Kaoshan sect. Zhou Qi explained, recounting the history of their sect. So our sect once basked in glory, that my new mission is to restore that magnificence, Zhang Zhu declared with fervor, exuding confidence drawn from his strength, but even more so from his system's advantages. Let us together revive the glory of the sect. Zhou Qi echoed, equally resolute, that by the way, you mentioned your father earlier. Is he among the higher echelons of the sect? Zhang Zhu recalled Zhou Qi's earlier statement. What? Did I say that? I never mentioned it. Zhou Qi quickly denied. Zhang Zhu fixed his gaze on Zhou Qi. All right, I shall reveal it to you, but you must not disclose it to anyone. That I promised my father I would keep it a secret, and I inadvertently let it slip just now. Zhou Qi sighed in resignation. My father is also an elder of the inner sect, but I prefer not to rely on his status. I wish to cultivate on my OW and SO. It seems you all have some background. That Yin Nanfeng does not appear to be simple either, Zhang Zhu remarked, suggesting such a talented individual joining Kaoshan sect was likely a scion of the sect's higher-ups. That I cannot divulge that to you just yet. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally understand that I have recently felt significant improvement in my agility, Zhou Qi shared. After nearly half a year of cultivation, my strength has reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. He added, such a novice, I have even slain opponents in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Your current strength is merely child's play to me. Zhang Zhu scoffed. Who would compare with a freak like you? Your previous realm was far beneath mine, and yet in such a short time, you have already surpassed me. Zhou Qi grumbled, unaware of Zhang Zhu's current strength. If he were to learn that Zhang Zhu had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, his jaw would likely drop in disbelief. Let us not dampen your spirits further. Hasten and cultivate that I believe you can surpass me, Zhang Zhu encouraged, making a gesture of support. Such blatant mockery, if I could defeat you, I would have done so long ago, Zhou Qi thought to himself, continually reflecting on his frustrations. Elder Huang informed Zhang Zhu that he was permitted to attend the noon meeting, and he remained in the shadow of Wang Yu. Once the meeting commenced, a smile remained on Zhang Zhu's face as he successfully extracted 5,000 points of spiritual energy, 5,000 points of agility, and 5,000 points of intelligence. The successful extractions were exhilarating. Over 20 elders had yielded results from whom he had extracted. Zhang Zhu once again opened his personal system panel. Host, Zhang Zhu Realm. First level of Golden Core. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV7, 020000. Current system points, 103200. Upgrade defense. Upgrade defense. Upgrade defense. Zhang Zhu frantically commanded, achieving a successful upgrade to level 8 defense, and then to level 9 defense. In an instant, he triumphantly ascended 2 levels, once again unveiling his personal attribute panel. Host, Zhang Zhu Realm. First level of the Golden Core realm. Talent, mediocre. Strength, LV3, 51,000. Intelligence, LV3, 51,000. Speed, LV3, 51,000. Defense, LV9, 01000000. Current system points, 33200. A smile adorned Zhang Zhu's face, and the elders observed silently, recognizing the connection to the sect leader. Indeed, Elder Huang had been subtly signaling Zhang Zhu, yet he remained entirely absorbed in the joy of his advancement, failing to acknowledge Elder Huang even once. Once the meeting concluded, Li Rongrong turned to Zhang Zhe and asked, "What has you smiling so persistently in the back? Is there something particularly delightful?" Within the Lord's Hall, only Li Rongrong, Elder Huang, Zhang Zhe, and Wang Yu remained. "Uncle Huang, I will quietly depart tomorrow. Please ensure no one learns of my absence from the sect," Wang Yu stated, disregarding Zhang Zhe's demeanor during the meeting. "That I understand, but you must exercise caution this time." "Would you like me to accompany you?" Elder Huang replied, gazing at Wang Yu with a protective affection. "No need. You should keep an eye on the others at home, that I still have some concerns." Wang Yu expressed worry evident in her tone. The sect is not entirely united. Many have their eyes on the position of the leader. Should anything go awry, the entire sect could plunge into irretrievable chaos. "Very well, do take care," Elder Huang advised, indicating a close bond between him and Wang Yu. Zhang Zhe quietly observed from the side. Chapter 30. The Pseudo-Dragon Mount having successfully elevated his defense to level 9. Zhang Zhe felt confident in completing his tasks. After Wang Yu imparted a few more instructions, the four of them dispersed. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Zhe felt a twinge of nervousness about his impending outing with Wang Yu. A striking beauty whose icy demeanor was rather imposing, that he lay down and quickly succumbed to sleep, aware that if they were to embark on a mission, restful moments might be scarce. That he slept soundly until the following day. "If you continue to sleep, do you believe I won't end your life?" Wang Yu's chilling voice cut through his slumber, causing Zhang Zhe to shudder awake. All right, I'm up," he replied cautiously. The thought of being killed in his sleep seemed most unjust. "Prepare yourself. We depart immediately," Wang Yu commanded. Zhang Zhe glanced outside, noting the sky had not yet fully brightened, feeling a deep dissatisfaction, yet he dared not express it. The two had already left the sect before dawn. With only a half-day's journey ahead, Wang Yu summoned her mount, revealing a pseudo-dragon that startled Zhang Zhe immensely. "Do not be afraid. This is my mount," Wang Yu reassured, affectionately stroking the creature. This pseudo-dragon possesses strength comparable to the divine transformation realm and is classified as a 5th-tier spirit beast. "Is it truly so impressive?" Zhang Zhe marveled, inspecting the pseudo-dragon as if he were a rustic in the city. The duo rode steadily atop the dragon, swiftly making their way to Fire Cloud City. Within half a day, they arrived, where Wang Yu donned a black cloak and hat to conceal her identity from prying eyes. "That I wish to sell fire crystal stones," she informed the auction house personnel. Zhang Zhe followed closely, resembling a mere attendant. "How many would you like to sell?" The staff inquired politely. 5,000, of the finest quality. Wang Yu responded succinctly. The staff, taken aback by such a large quantity, noted the unusual lack of guards accompanying them. "Please expedite the process. We are in a hurry," Wang Yu urged. "There are two methods for selling fire crystals. Our auction house can purchase them directly, or you may entrust us with their auction," the staff elaborated. The latter option promised greater profits, but would take longer, as selling such a large quantity would require more than a day. "I choose to entrust the auction," Wang Yu declared decisively, clearly having made her decision beforehand. "Follow me to complete the transaction, and please provide your address in Fire Cloud City so we can notify you once the auction is successful." The staff instructed courteously. After handing over the goods, Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu settled into an INN. "That it seems we shall wait 5 days. All the fire crystals should sell by then. If not, we will simply sell them to the auction house," Wang Yu remarked, removing her hat. "Why are we in such a rush? Wouldn't a delayed return allow for better prices?" Zhang Zhe inquired, puzzled. "I too wish for that. But I fear unforeseen changes may arise within the sect. That if this transaction succeeds, they will no longer pose a threat," Wang Yu replied, her gaze intense. Zhang Zhe, feeling exasperated, retorted, "If you find it so troublesome, you may return now." Wang Yu's voice turned icy once more. "How could I consider it troublesome? It is my honor to accompany the sect leader," Zhang Zhe flattered, executing a complete reversal of tone. 3 days swiftly passed, with both Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu confined to their respective quarters, awaiting news from the auction house. "Let us pay a visit to the auction house," Wang Yu suggested. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Zhe was startled by her sudden appearance. "What if I need to change my attire? Must you always appear so abruptly? My heart can't take it," he exclaimed. "Time is of the essence." "We must hurry," Wang Yu asserted, urging him forward. They made their way to the Fire Cloud City auction house, Hello, I would like to inquire about the fire crystals I entrusted for auction. How many have been sold? Wang Yu asked the staff. The staff appeared flustered and quickly checked the records. Good news, 2/3 of the batch has been sold, they informed. Sell the remaining crystals to the auction house. Let's settle the accounts immediately. Wang Yu stated with determination that a hint of concern crossed the staff's face. You may incur some losses if you proceed this way. They cautioned that I will not repeat myself. Wang Yu replied coldly. You have 1 hour to finalize the accounts. Here is my purple crystal card. She handed over her card. Did I ask there's something amiss? Zhang Zhe queried. Noticing Wang Yu's unease, that I simply wish to secure the funds promptly. It is vital for the sect's future. Wang Yu explained, anxiety creeping into her voice. Half an hour later, the staff returned the purple crystal card to Wang Yu. In total, nearly 4,000 fire crystals were auctioned, each of the finest quality, averaging around 10,000 gold coins. Amounting to 40 million gold coins, the auction house takes a 1% service fee, leaving you with a total of 39 million gold coins that we have deposited everything into your card, the staff concluded. Let us depart, Wang Yu insisted, leading Zhang Zhe out of Fire Cloud City. As they exited the city gates, a thunderous roar erupted from the pseudo-dragon. Wang Yu's expression hardened. It seemed trouble was indeed brewing. A group of individuals obstructed their path, led by 3 formidable figures of the divine transformation realm. 2 at high levels and 1 at the initial stage. Chapter 31. An unexpected turn of events. Hand over your goods, and you may pass. Otherwise, the leader threatened ominously. It appeared that their plans had been compromised. What a bold move. Yet we possess nothing of worth, Zhang Zhe remarked, eyeing their formidable opposition. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve to carve us a path for escape? He whispered to Wang Yu. Indeed, I have a move, but if I include you, our chances of escape may diminish significantly. Wang Yu spoke, and Zhang Zhe, with a head full of black lines, realized that he was nothing more than a burden. However, Zhang Zhe was no ordinary cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Do not worry about me. Leave them out of me. That it should be able to transform into a bracelet, right? Zhang Zhe inquired softly. Indeed, once I unleash my spiritual technique, we shall immediately dash forth together. Xiao Long, you will heed his commands, Wang Yu said, affectionately stroking Xiao Long's dragon head. Roar. Xiao Long emitted a fierce roar, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. It appeared that they would not shed tears until they faced the grave. Those opposing them observed that Wang Yu and his companion were fully prepared for battle, and a group of adversaries advanced menacingly. Frost Impact. Wang Yu gathered his entire spiritual power into his palm, unleashing his most formidable technique. Not good, defend. The opposing team shouted urgently. A massive gash was forcefully torn open in front of them, allowing Zhang Zhe to slip through. After the technique concluded, the pursuers quickly resumed their chase. The information was incorrect. It seems this is not merely a peak transformation realm cultivator. He may have reached the pinnacle of incarnation experience. The leader remarked that no matter. Let us see how far they can run, another high-ranking transformation realm cultivator stated. Thus, Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu fled ahead, pursued by a group mounted on swift-running wolves. This cannot continue. We must separate, Zhang Zhe decisively declared, commanding Xiao Long to veer in another direction. Damn it. We must survive. Wang Yu anxiously glanced in the direction Zhang Zhe had taken. The pursuers realized they had split into 2 paths. I will chase that brat. You all continue after the other, the initial transformation realm cultivator commanded, leading a small group towards Zhang Zhe's direction. What the hell? You mean to tell me that a dragon cannot outrun a pack of filthy wolves? Zhang Zhe exclaimed to his mount. Xiao Long roar. Xiao Long roared in frustration, just as the opposing force was closing in. No more running. We shall fight. Zhang Zhe resolutely turned to counterattack, and Xiao Long understood his intent, engaging the initial transformation realm cultivator head-on. Zhang Zhe indeed faced a multitude of foes. Even the weakest among them was at the initial Golden Core stage. Clang, 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 countless weapons rained down upon Zhang Zhe. And to the onlookers, it seemed he would be torn to shreds in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, they gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Is this really the defense of an initial Golden Core cultivator? Boss, this guy is a freak. We cannot breach his defenses. One of the men exclaimed to the initial transformation realm cultivator. Despite unleashing countless techniques against Zhang Zhe, None proved effective, and they suffered the loss of 2 initial golden core cultivators to a surprise attack. What? A bunch of useless fools. Once I deal with this filthy dragon, I will have that brat ground to dust. The leader bellowed furiously. Return. Zhangzhe commanded Xiaolong, who promptly transformed into a bracelet, encircling Zhangzhe's wrist. The opposing leader, surprised, began to approach Zhangzhe's position. You are courting death. Even with exceptional defenses, the disparity in levels cannot be compensated for by skill, he remarked leisurely as he advanced toward Zhangzhe. Is that so? But I have no intention of begging for mercy. Let me perish with clarity. Who are you? Zhangzhe responded, disappointment etched on his face, as though he had already resolved to embrace death. I shall reveal it to you. We are from the Earth Fire sect. Have you heard of it? In your next life, do not oppose the Earth Fire sect. Die. The man wielding a pair of massive axes charged at Zhangzhe. Believing he would cleave him in two, yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhangzhe remained unharmed beneath the giant axes, evading the blow once more. What? Did the boss hold back? How could he not die from that? One of the subordinates questioned, incredulous. Could his defenses truly be that terrifying? Even the initial transformation realm cultivator grew uneasy. Let us all attack together. This person must be sustaining his defenses with spiritual power. Once that support falters, he will be a lamb to the slaughter, the transformation realm cultivator analyzed. Agreed. A throng of adversaries surged forward, launching a relentless assault on Zhangzhe, although every strike was blocked. He found himself unable to move. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was desperately fleeing towards the direction of the mountain support sect. If I were you, I would certainly not run any further. You know all the gold is with you. Just hand it over, and I shall spare your life. The pursuers continued their attempts at coercion, but Wang Yu, undeterred, pressed on. Let us employ our combined spiritual technique. If we run too far, unforeseen complications may arise. Another suggested. All right, the two joined hands to form a seal. Binding winds. A gust of wind rushed towards Wang Yu, and as he attempted to evade, he realized it was futile. The wind ensnared him, anchoring him in place. We have ensnared you with our joint technique. You shall remain here obediently, the two proclaimed arrogantly, surrounding Wang Yu, that I warned you earlier to surrender the gold willingly. Now, I have lost my patience. I shall take your life as well. One of them sneered at Wang Yu, that if you have the ability, come and take me down first. Though Wang Yu's feet were bound, his strength at the peak of the transformation realm still allowed him to endure for a while. Kill him, the leader commanded, and the others charged at Wang Yu. The sound of a whistle. Wang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, prompting the others to halt in their tracks. Wang Yu blew a similar whistle. And in the next instant, a large contingent appeared on the battlefield. Reinforcements. The leader's face fell in regret as he realized the situation had turned dramatically against him. The opposing forces evidently outnumbered his own. Chapter 32. Reinforcements arrive, Master. We have arrived late. Elder Huang apologized. Not too late. Swiftly end the battle. The two men who employed secret techniques against me should be quite weakened now. Leave no one alive. Eliminate them all, Wang Yu instructed calmly. Although he despised killing, he knew that if he fell into the enemy's hands, he would meet the same fate. Understood, the disciples of the mountain support sect were not to be underestimated. Having brought a wealth of elite fighters, the battle concluded swiftly, granting Wang Yu his freedom. Where is Zhangzhe? Elder Huang inquired, that we separated. Follow me. I know his escape route. Wang Yu replied as the group raced forward. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Wasn't it said that reinforcements would come to rescue me? What time is it now? Zhangzhe lamented, bemused that he had been focused on defense while the enemy relentlessly attacked. Unknowingly fighting for nearly half a day, Zhangzhe's defenses held firm. God, what sort of monster is this? It is harder than a turtle shell. The solitary initial transformation realm cultivator lamented, baffled by the situation. Never before had he experienced such an exasperating battle, facing someone he believed to be merely an initial golden core cultivator, yet he found himself utterly powerless against him, that if he returned to his sect and spoke of this, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed by others. Damn it. How can such an absurd defense even exist? I'm about to collapse. My spiritual power is nearly depleted. Same here. If it comes to it, I may need to resort to pills. Echoed the others, groaning in despair, as their plan to exhaust their opponent's spiritual power had backfired, leaving their own reserves dwindling. Just then, Wang Yu reappeared on the battlefield, ice-souled divine martial, with a single strike. He caused widespread devastation. The reinforcements have arrived, damn it, retreat. Upon spotting Wang Yu, the leader immediately ordered a withdrawal. However, Elder Huang had already encircled them from another direction. You finally made it, my dear mother, Zhang Zhe exclaimed in a mournful tone upon seeing Wang Yu unharmed. Relieved that his companion had suffered no injuries, after the battle concluded, Elder Huang approached Zhang Zhe. You are unharmed, he asked, appraising Zhang Zhe. Must you all wait until I am covered in wounds before you can be satisfied? Zhang Zhe replied, exasperated. Fortunately, he had previously upgraded his defensive system to level 9. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a pulp in such circumstances. Freak. Elder Huang fell silent for a moment before departing. Let us return. Our champion awaits. Wang Yu gazed at Zhang Zhe and spoke. If 3 formidable beings at the transformation realm were to pursue me, I would likely have unleashed that combined spirit technique long ago, and I would not have been able to escape successfully. Thus, I feel profoundly guilty towards you, Zhang Zhe, as the situation was exceedingly urgent at that time. Perhaps separating was indeed the wisest choice. However, the probability of your survival in my eyes was utterly nil. Seeing you unharmed finally alleviates the weight on my heart. The group returned to the sect, and during the meeting the following day, Wang Yu presented gold coins, leaving all the elders utterly astounded. Let me make this clear. Do not entertain any ulterior motives. From this day forth, I alone shall be the sect leader. The various factions in your hands will be restructured entirely. I intend to utilize this sum of gold to initially bolster our sect, Wang Yu declared with commanding authority. With this wealth, some of the usually indecisive elders would likely lean more favorably towards her. After the meeting concluded, the subsequent reorganization was entrusted entirely to Li Rongrong. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe had returned to his chamber, collapsing into a deep slumber, oblivious to the monumental changes occurring within the sect. Lost in dreams, without a care in the world, that if you don't get up soon, you'll miss the selection for the chief disciple, Elder Huang announced as he appeared in Zhang Zhe's room. Life is tough. I need a bit more rest. Why must it be so difficult? Zhang Zhe grumbled, though it was merely a jest exchange between the two. Do you really think I need to take action? Zhang Zhe chuckled, remarking that the previous battle had likely revealed all his trump cards. You truly know how to play the role of a pig to catch a tiger, but we must still adhere to the formalities. What good is it to know how strong you are? Elder Huang laughed, reflecting on Zhang Zhe's impenetrable defense, pondering whether he could even break through with his own frail body. Indeed, today should conclude everything. Right? Zhang Zhe inquired, noting that it was merely a battle involving 6 participants. Perhaps it will take longer than you expect. The sect has implemented a cyclic system to increase everyone's opportunities for sparring. In simple terms, you and the other 5 disciples must each compete in a match. Winning earns you points, while losing yields none. The 2 individuals with the highest points will then face off in the final. Elder Huang explained, so I must defeat everyone in turn. Zhang Zhe stated bluntly, which was indeed a fitting expectation given his prowess, that he had initially thought he could comfortably maintain his position as chief disciple. But it seemed a change was imminent that on the day of the chief disciple selection, the square was once again filled to capacity with disciples. The chief disciple undoubtedly served as the leader among the disciples, symbolizing the most talented of the younger generation. Zhang Zhe encountered Yin Nanfeng, whom he had previously defeated on the very first day. You really have bad luck to face me in the first match. Zhang Zhe remarked to Yin Nanfeng that don't think you're the only one who has broken through to the Golden Core stage. I have succeeded as well, Yin Nanfeng replied, recalling the days when he was regarded as the youngest to reach such heights, only to find himself outclassed by Zhang Zhe, who had overwhelmed him. What does it matter? Even if you are at the Golden Core stage, and I am at the Foundation Establishment level, you still cannot defeat me, Zhang Zhe taunted, provoking Yin Nanfeng. Looking for death. Yin Nanfeng, enraged, charged at Zhang Zhe with his long sword raised high, aiming to strike. Yet, Zhang Zhe remained unmoved, calm in the face of Yin Nanfeng's aggression. Do you still not comprehend the gap between us? No matter how powerful you believe yourself to be, you cannot breach my defense, Zhang Zhe stated with serenity. Chapter 33. Sparks Ignite, once a proud genius. Yin Nanfeng now found himself facing the very person he had once mocked, now easily capable of shattering his lofty pride. How could this be? Yin Nanfeng stammered, retreating in disbelief that he unleashed every ounce of his spirit techniques. Yet Zhang just stood steadfast, unaffected by the strikes of Yin Nanfeng's sword. "That I concede," Yin Nanfeng admitted, his confidence utterly shattered. Though he had once held an advantage in realm, he now realized that even his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage was futile against Zhangzhe. The battle concluded without Zhangzhe having to lift a finger. Goodness, Yin Nanfeng has lost again. Perhaps Zhangzhe might truly become the chief disciple, the onlookers murmured in awe. Isn't this a bit too invincible? He defeated Yin Nanfeng without moving a muscle. Indeed, while he is formidable, there is no way he could possibly outmatch the senior brother. Others chimed in, recalling how in his 4th year, he had triumphed over opponents with 3 strikes, defeating all others in a single blow in subsequent years. This year, no one will even manage to last a round against him. The disciples observing exchanged thoughts as the battle between Jianchun and Zhang had already concluded, with Jianchun triumphing with a single strike, effortlessly dispatching his opponent. When Jianchun beheld Zhang's victory through such means, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise that it was evident that Zhang had not even utilized his true abilities, as his opponent had been entirely outclassed. Stepping off the stage, Zhang's gaze fixed intently on Jianchun. "You were once regarded as the pride of all, but I shall defeat you and claim the position of chief disciple," Zhang proclaimed confidently. "You are strong. I eagerly anticipate our duel," Jianchun replied, his eyes ablaze with determination as he regarded Zhang. The two exchanged glances, each seemingly igniting sparks of rivalry. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Li Rongrong whispered to Wang Yu as they observed from the shadows. "I cannot fathom why his defense is so formidable. Jianchun's attacks should hardly be able to breach it," Wang Yu remarked. Observing Zhang's figure, "It seems you have quite a bit of confidence in him. I just wonder if his defense is innate or if it possesses the potential for growth," Li Rongrong speculated. "I do not know, but we owe this mission success to him. Otherwise, I might have perished outside, and our plans to strengthen the sect would have remained unrealized," Wang Yu stated quietly in the past few days. "I have dispatched trusted aides to procure rare materials and techniques to bolster our sect's strength. Within a month, our sect should experience a significant upgrade. Zhangzhe is undoubtedly the one to credit for this. Regarding the reorganization, you must remain vigilant that do not allow them any opportunities to recruit followers. We cannot afford to repeat past mistakes," Wang Yu advised sternly. "Understood, my esteemed leader. Rest assured, if I were to falter in this matter, I would truly be unworthy of serving as your deputy leader," Li Rongrong chuckled, responding lightheartedly that on the first day of the 3 battles, Zhangzhe emerged victorious in every encounter, as none could breach his defense. Meanwhile, Jianchun also employed a straightforward approach, defeating his opponents with a single strike in each match. Anticipation swelled among the spectators for the impending clash between these two figures. One a dark horse newly entered into the inner sect, and the other a 3-year reigning genius chief disciple that in an instant, Zhangzhe became a central figure within the sect. "What brings you here?" Zhangzhe inquired upon arriving at the sect leaders' hall. Addressing Wang Yu, "To secure the position of chief disciple, which would allow you to partake in sect decisions and have the opportunity to attend the Elders' Council," Wang Yu replied, setting down her belongings. "I will strive for it. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to attain the position of chief disciple," she continued. Scratching his head, Zhangzhe remarked, "I see in you the hope for revitalizing the sect. Though I have been diligently cultivating, I still feel a bit more is needed to break through that barrier." Wang Yu regarded Zhangzhe and asked, "When we fled separately that day, were you confident in your defense to withstand their assaults?" "I believe it wouldn't be an issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't be foolish enough to flee separately, that I surely would have clung to your coattails," Zhangzhe admitted, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. "Your strength is your secret, and I do not wish to pry, but should you require assistance from the sect, do not hesitate to ask." Wang Yu added that "I do indeed require assistance, that my weapon is a spear, yet it is only of the 2nd grade. Now that I have reached the Golden Core stage, would it be possible to reward me with a 3rd grade weapon?" Zhangzhe requested cautiously, fearing he might be overstepping. Wang Yu regarded Zhangzhe in silence. "Is my request too difficult to fulfill? Perhaps just granting me an additional 50,000 gold coins would suffice." Zhangzhe suggested that "I can arrange the weapon for you, along with an additional 50,000 gold coins." Wang Yu replied, waving her left hand as a purple gold card soared toward Zhangzhe. This is a purple crystal card containing 200,000 gold coins. You only need to drop your blood to activate it, and you may keep it for future use. Wang Yu spoke without hesitation, and Zhangzhe was taken aback, never expecting to receive such a substantial sum of gold coins, but he was aware that Wang Yu intended to invest all those coins into the construction of the Eastern Gate. As for the weaponry issue, I shall assist you in resolving it. Wang Yu continued. You are indeed too kind to me. It seems that undertaking tasks with you is truly worthwhile. Zhangzhe responded with a grin. By the way, there is another matter. I have discovered which faction has laid an ambush for us. Zhangzhe suddenly recalled the information he had extracted from the enemy. The Earthfire sect. I have already investigated it. However, given our current strength, avenging ourselves may be quite difficult. Yet, rest assured, this grudge will be settled one day, Wang Yu declared angrily. Zhangzhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had assumed Wang Yu was unaware of the situation and had attempted to flaunt his intelligence, only to find that Wang Yu had already conducted his own investigation. Very well. You have reaped your rewards. Now, go forth and cultivate diligently, Wang Yu instructed. After Zhangzhe departed, Wang Yu fell into deep contemplation. This time, during the selection of disciples, he must attract more talents to the Kaoshan sect. Although there are some prodigies within the sect, it would be far too late by the time they reach their full potential. Wang Yu expressed his concerns, fully aware that his sect could easily face oppression from other factions during its rise. Moreover, he understood the principle that when the walls come tumbling down, everyone pushes against them. Those sects he had offended during the height of their own power would not wish to see his sect regain its former strength. At this moment, Zhangzhe was already reveling in joy. It seems there are indeed benefits to be had, Zhangzhe chuckled to himself, now wholly focused on enhancing his defenses, having tasted the sweetness of improvement in this area. Only by maxing out my defenses can I truly walk the righteous path, Zhangzhe mused before drifting back into slumber. The following day heralded the main event, with Zhangzhe poised for 2 battles. Interestingly, one of these was perfectly suited for Zhou Tianwen, whose confidence had long been shattered by Zhangzhe. Faced with Zhangzhe, he opted for surrender, allowing Zhangzhe to advance to the final duel with a 4-win advantage. His opponent was none other than the senior brother, Jian Chen. As they faced off on the arena, Jian Chen remarked, "It appears you are far more formidable than I had anticipated that I have studied your ascent. You defeated the outer sect's #1 prodigy and entered the inner sect, then proceeded to march forward undefeated." Jian Chen, unusually verbose, continued, "If you can defeat me, I would be quite pleased, as you are aware of what our sect has endured." Zhangzhe was filled with confusion, unable to grasp the full meaning of Jian Chen's words. The sect leader has worked tirelessly. I hope to alleviate some of her burdens, which is why I am training with all my might. Jian Chen expressed, his typically stern demeanor replaced with a softness. Zhangzhe suddenly realized, so this fellow may harbor feelings for the sect leader, the chief disciple. Jian Chen naturally had ample opportunity to interact with her. And Wang Yu was indeed breathtakingly alluring to no way. Wang Yu is mine, that I cannot tolerate anyone else having affections for her. I must defeat him. Zhangzhe gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Li Rongrong were covertly observing the exchange. Given Wang Yu's strength, the two could hear their conversation quite clearly. Previously, she had sensed that Jian Chen's feelings were not solely for the sect leader, but had only harbored suspicions. Now, however, her suspicions were confirmed, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What is the matter?" "The two have yet to commence their battle," Li Rongrong remarked. "Enough chatter. Let the battle begin. As for your undefeated record, it is indeed true. After this match, I shall remain undefeated," Zhangzhe proclaimed with unshakable confidence. "What a jest! My defensive capabilities have been tested. Even experts in the transformation realm cannot breach them. What can a mere essence infant realm cultivator do against me?" Jian Chen replied calmly, raising his sword and closing his eyes. "What is this? Are we going to engage in a contest of magic?" Zhangzhe asked, perplexed. "It begins." The senior brother is about to unleash that technique. The anticipation among the onlookers was palpable. "Brother, senior brother, go!" Defeat Zhangzhe, standing on the stage, found himself at a loss for words. These onlookers were nothing short of infatuated fans. Unity of man and sword. Jian Chen opened his eyes, and a sharp gust of wind swept through the arena. "Sword Qi!" Zhangzhe exclaimed that I never expected him to grasp Sword Qi with such diligence. Indeed, his dedication to the sword path is unparalleled. It can be said he is truly gifted, Li Rongrong noted. Wang Yu observed Zhang Zhe with a complex expression, aware of the likely outcome of the battle, yet still concerned about any unforeseen events. Particularly given the mysterious aura emanating from Zhang Zhe. What can Sword Chi do against me? Zhang Zhe casually placed his hands behind his back and boldly declared, "Your ability to defeat me rests solely upon your own prowess. From a young age, I have trained in sword techniques and comprehended the essence of Sword Chi. Although I have acquired a low-tier, earth-level sword technique during my youth, it still requires effort to wield effectively. Yet I believe it is worth utilizing against you," Jianchen stated quietly. Before this duel, he had a reasonable understanding of Zhang Zhe's remarkable defensive capabilities. It seemed no one had yet managed to breach his defenses. Naturally, Jianchen dared not underestimate him. "Very well, let us commence," Zhang Zhe replied, brimming with fighting spirit, showing no inclination to attack. Point 3 Divine Sword Strikes. Jianchen bellowed, his sword trembling in his hand, a resonant hum echoing throughout the arena. "Kill!" Jianchen charged forward, and Zhang Zhe could feel a palpable aura of death bearing down upon him. It seemed this man had taken many lives in the outside world, which explained the overwhelming killing intent he exuded. With a single strike, Jianchen surpassed Zhang Zhe, only to turn back and unleash another blow. Zhang Zhe remained unmoving. Neither strike inflicted any damage. Jianchen leapt high into the air, his sword raised above his head. The final strike of the 3 divine sword strikes, he swung down with tremendous force to the edge of the arena. Zhou Qi was already drenched in sweat, recalling the previous day's thrilling encounters, Jianchen's elegant swordplay, and Zhang Zhe's steadfastness. The outcome hinged upon this final blow. Kill! Jianchen swung his sword, coming to a sudden halt, his expression blank. Every attack he launched against Zhang Zhe had proven utterly ineffective. Even his strongest 3 strikes were effortlessly neutralized by Zhang Zhe. What is happening? What is going on? Why are they both motionless? Has Zhang Zhe been defeated? The referee rushed to intervene. Surely not. Killing is prohibited in sect matches. What is the matter? You can continue your assault if you're not too fatigued. The two stood back to back, Zhang Zhe calmly stating, "You have won. Persisting further would yield no victory for me. You are the true genius among us." With that, Jianchen silently descended from the arena, naturally conceding defeat. What is going on? "Senior brother, why did you leave the stage? Has Zhang Zhe truly been vanquished?" One spectator queried, bewildered. "You fool. Haven't you seen him leave the arena? It counts as a loss." Zhou Qi shouted in frustration from the sidelines that we won. Zhang Ge has truly triumphed. Joyous exclamations reached Zhang Zhe's ears that I told you I would win. "I always keep my word," Zhang Zhe remarked nonchalantly, adjusting his bangs that I knew this would be the outcome. Even those in the transformation realm cannot contend with him. Jianchen was bound to be no match, Li Rongrong commented. Chapter 35, Jianchen's departure indeed. It appears that from this day forth, he shall assume the role of the sect's chief disciple. Wang Yu observed Zhang Zhe with a quiet smile, acknowledging the spotlight Zhang Zhe had shown during this election of chief disciple. Henceforth, Zhang Zhe would be the elder brother to all disciples that I end the evening. Zhang Zhe returned to his quarters, feeling somewhat fatigued post-battle, as the ceremony for the chief disciple awaited him the next day. "How was it? You seem to be in high spirits." Elder Huang entered Zhang Zhe's room unannounced. Elder Huang, why do you always barge in so suddenly?" Zhang Zhe exclaimed, pretending to be startled. "Well, have you no decorum? If you ever surpass me in strength, I would not hesitate to ride on your neck," Elder Huang retorted, unamused. "How could that be? Without your guidance, I would not have achieved my current standing," Zhang Zhe chuckled. "Get out of here. I have no authority to instruct you that I have no idea how you arrived at this point. You seem to have risen out of nowhere," Elder Huang commented. Elder Huang found himself equally perplexed. Logically speaking, Yin Nanfeng, the foremost talent of the outer sect, should have been the center of attention. Yet he had long ceased to be a figure of renown, despite having surpassed everyone's expectations by achieving the Golden Core realm ahead of time. He merely trailed behind Zhang Zhe, and should he attempt to catch up, he possessed no real chance of success. "Elder Huang, to be honest, your relationship with our sect leader seems rather extraordinary," Zhang Zhe remarked with a sly grin. "Indeed, I am of the same generation as her father, and our bond is quite strong. One might say I was once his little lackey," Elder Huang reminisced. "You little rascal. Why are you prying into matters that don't concern you? He continued, regaining his composure with a hint of exasperation, that I merely wish to find ways to strengthen our sect. It is essential to understand the power dynamics within. Zhangzhe replied with righteous fervor. Although your current realm may not be impressive, your strength is still considerable. Now that you've become the chief disciple, your responsibilities have become significant, Elder Huang stated. There are 3 factions within the sect. The faction aligned with the sect leader comprises 10 elders, while the Yin clan's faction has 6 elders, and the Li clan's faction has 5, Elder Huang elaborated. Zhangzhe, attentively listening, interjected, so Yin Nanfeng belongs to the Yin clan. Correct? Yes, he is indeed from the direct line of the Yin clan. Additionally, there are 4 elders who remain neutral, merely maintaining the status quo. Although you possess a position akin to an elder during Jian Qin's tenure in this role, he consistently sided with the sect leader when votes were cast. The Yin and Li clans do not aspire to rebel. Rather, they seek to diminish the sect's power and bolster their own interests during times of conflict. Following the sect leader's lavish expenditure, those neutral elders swiftly aligned themselves with her, resulting in a significant reshuffle of power within the sect. The Yin and Li clans now only retain their direct lines and can no longer stir any significant turmoil. Elder Huang continued, that I see. It seems I have also contributed significantly to this situation. IT brings to mind that the sect's current resources were entirely funded by the sale of fire crystal stones. You really are not one to be underestimated, that if you wish to aid the sect, you must rapidly enhance your strength. We face internal and external challenges, while we have resolved the internal strife. External threats still loom, Elder Huang added. Was the sect previously very powerful? Zhangzhe inquired. Far more formidable than we are now, had it not been for the betrayal of the former sect leader. The past would not haunt us so. Elder Huang sighed deeply at the recollection. Fear not. I will assist the sect leader. With my presence, the day of the sect's resurgence is imminent, Zhangzhe declared with spirited enthusiasm. Uncertain of the events that transpired in the past, he could not help but perceive the weight of Wang Yu's struggles as she upheld the entirety of the sect after a casual exchange. Elder Huang departed from Zhangzhe's quarters, feeling a sense of abnormality regarding Jian Qin that moment. Within Wang Yu's hall of the sect leader, Jian Qin addressed her, I must leave the sect. Very well. Given your talents, it would be better for you to develop elsewhere. Wang Yu responded coolly from her seat of authority. After today's battle, I have come to realize my own weaknesses, that I am insufficient to safeguard the sect or protect you. I must venture out to train and face life and death experiences, Jian Qin stated flatly. Wang Yu fell silent. Though she had always known this truth, hearing it articulated face-to-face evoked discomfort that my devotion lies solely with the sect. I have never entertained thoughts of personal affairs, Wang Yu replied calmly, recalling Zhangzhe's smiling visage. I assure you, upon my return from my training, I will protect the sect, Jian Qin affirmed resolutely before departing the grand hall with his sword in hand. Why can you not comprehend my heart? While many perceive my spirit as solely dedicated to the sword, you reside within it, Jian Qin murmured, gazing longingly at the characters Kashan Zong in the distance. Once regarded as the revered elder brother, an undefeated war god, and the admired chief disciple, he found himself effortlessly defeated by Zhangzhe, shattering his confidence. The following morning, Elder Huang entered Zhangzhe's room, stating, Today marks your coronation as the chief disciple. Zhangzhe, just awakening, heard a series of knocks on the door. Tap, 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 it's me, Guzhe. I'm Zhou Qi, came the voice from outside. Come in. The door is unlocked. Zhangzhe replied, bemused, as the room felt crowded enough to host a game of mahjong. You were truly magnificent yesterday. I am in complete awe of you, Elder Huang. Zhou Qi exclaimed excitedly, bowing respectfully upon seeing Elder Huang. You are the grandson of Zhou Tai, are you not? I hardly recognized you. You've grown quite a bit, Elder Huang chuckled. Indeed, I never expected to encounter you here, Elder Huang, Zhou Qi replied respectfully. Well then, you young ones enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave. Remember to work hard at your training, or I shall inform your grandfather. Elder Huang jested with a smile. Safe travels, Elder Huang, Zhou Qi responded courteously. Zhangzhe had just stepped out of bed. So, how do I look? Am I handsome? That fellow is hardly my match. Even if 10 of them came, I could easily defeat them, he said with a grin that I truly did not expect this. Have you been pretending to be a fool all along? In less than a year, your legend has spread throughout the sect, Zhou Qi remarked with admiration. Last night, upon returning home for dinner, my grandfather scolded me fiercely, saying that compared to you, I am nothing but a waste. Zhou Qi continued, utterly incredulous. Haha, waste is a bit harsh. After all, there is a significant gap between talents like mine and yours, Zhangzhe replied nonchalantly. You really know how to hit someone where it hurts. I'm on the cusp of breaking through to the Golden Core realm, you know? Zhou Qi retorted, exasperated. The Golden Core realm? Is it truly that difficult? Zhangzhe mocked, spreading his hands. Had Zhou Qi been capable of defeating Zhangzhe, he would have already confronted him. From now on, you are our elder brother. Zhangzhe declared that of course. And you shall be my little follower, he laughed, genuinely fond of Zhou Qi, who, despite his status, never acted arrogantly. Unlike the haughty Yin Nanfeng. Following the coronation ceremony of the chief disciple, Zhangzhe received an urgent notification from the Council of Elders. Reports indicate the emergence of unusual phenomena in the south, prompting many sects to dispatch representatives that we are uncertain of the situation there, an elder announced. The elder responsible for intelligence rose to speak. We have investigated this matter. IT is a type of secret realm characterized by compressed space. Only those below the Yuan-Ing realm may enter. Anyone above that level would be crushed by the unique spiritual forces within. Currently, disciples from numerous sects have traveled there, but none have successfully accessed the secret realm. The elder concluded. What are your thoughts? Wang Yu, seated at the head, inquired. This is certainly something worth contending for, as it could also serve as a means to hone our sect's capabilities, Zhangzhe asserted candidly. I believe it is unwise. Our sect has just begun to regain its vitality, and the chief disciple has only just been elected. Now is a critical time to establish our authority, and we cannot afford any mishaps. Elder Yin interjected, his keen gaze fixed on Zhangzhe. Zhangzhe felt a sense of helplessness as he recognized the resemblance between Elder Yin and Yin Nanfeng, realizing they were likely from the same clan. Why did they all seem intent on opposing him? I believe we should proceed, Elder Huang chimed in. Smiling at Zhang Ziade, as Zhangzhe said, we cannot remain armchair strategists. This presents an excellent opportunity for our disciples to broaden their horizons. The discussion became a cacophony of voices, some advocating for the journey while others opposed it. Very well, Elder Kai. Please investigate further, and we must determine if the potential benefits merit our involvement. Wang Yu interjected to quell the discord. Understood, sect leader. Following the conclusion of this meeting, I shall personally explore that location. Elder Kai responded courteously. Agreed. Once we receive the next report, we will make our decision, Wang Yu affirmed. After the meeting concluded, Zhangzhe did not take his leave. Why are you still here? Wang Yu asked, rubbing her temples. That do you not trust me? Or are you afraid of something? Zhangzhe, perplexed, inquired aloud. No, it's just that I'm uncertain about the level of danger this time. If it isn't of great significance, there's truly no need to take such substantial risks. Wang Yu interjected, if we are to enter, I can lead the team and ensure that your disciple is brought out safely. No matter how recklessly he leaps, with unwavering confidence, Zhangzhe replied. Wang Yu fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing that the sect's strength had ascended to a new level. Many elders, trapped at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, were in seclusion, seeking opportunities to break through to the transformation stage. Thus, even if a powerful transformation stage expert were to lead, their numbers would still be limited. Elder Yan's words, too, held merit. Perhaps it would be prudent to await Elder Kai's intelligence before proceeding. Being overly cautious will not revive the sect, Zhangzhe exclaimed before storming out of the palace. Wang Yu, seated in his chair, watched Zhangzhe's departure with a dazed expression. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him so boldly. Truly, this young man had grown bolder. Regaining his composure, Wang Yu chuckled, reflecting, just over a month ago, this individual looked up to me. Now, both his strength and the sect status have seen tremendous enhancement that you've finally emerged. And I trust you refrained from uttering anything inappropriate while inside. Elder Huang approached as Zhangzhe exited the sect leader's hall, his face still bearing traces of anger. Nothing to worry about. Perhaps the sect leader is indeed correct, but I still wish to venture forth, Zhangzhe stated, revealing that after his last trial, he had broken through to the second layer of the Golden Core stage and had vaguely brushed against the barrier of the third layer. He understood that it was only in true combat that one could truly unleash their potential. He also grasped why Jianchen was so formidable. The murderous aura emanating from him was a testament to the countless times he had danced on the precipice of life and death. I still have my uses in this endeavor, so if the opportunity arises, I wish to bring you all along." Elder Huang laughed. "Haha, it seems we are indeed fated to meet, that I wonder what treasures will be unearthed this time." Zhangzhe responded with a smile. His spirits lifted. Each time such a secret realm appeared, extraordinary treasures were bound to surface. That IT could contain small secret realms or even divine weapons. Even fragments of divine weapons are exceedingly sharp. The presence of martial techniques was quite common as well, which is why every time such secret realms emerged, various sects would dispatch their elite disciples to seize those treasures. Zhangzhe returned to the magma pool to cultivate. Having concluded that his chosen fire attribute was particularly suitable for training in this location. Even in the absence of abundant earth fire spirit herbs and countless fire crystals, he understood that his awakened fire attribute was indeed connected to his cultivation here. Zhangzhe held his breath and focused, entering a state of meditation that a ferocious roar suddenly erupted within his heart. Zhangzhe snapped his eyes open to Dragon's roar. He pondered, uncertain. The sound could not have arisen without reason. He had thoroughly explored this magma pool and found no signs of life residing here. Once more, he entered a meditative state, and again the dragon's roar reverberated in his mind. That IT cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly the roar of a dragon, a true dragon sound. Zhangzhe asserted firmly that he had discussed with Wang Yu the distinctions between the roars of false dragons and true dragons. The former merely lacked any offensive quality, while the latter resonated from the depths of one's heart, leaving no room for error. Zhangzhe scanned the surroundings once more, but saw nothing unusual, as was customary. What is happening? Could it be an auditory hallucination? Zhangzhe mused aloud. Even if it were a hallucination, it shouldn't occur consecutively. Just as he prepared to meditate again, the voice echoed within him once more. "Damn! Is this some kind of trick?" Zhangzhe shouted in frustration, and in the next moment a small fire dragon spirit materialized before him. Fire dragon spirit. Zhangzhe marveled at this little creature, having never encountered such a being before. The fire dragon spirit let out a mighty roar, affirming the presence of life within this magma pool. Indeed, it was born here, its fortune intertwined with the magma pool itself. Little one, it seems our fates are indeed intertwined. If I do not claim everything here, it might take you another 100 or 80 years to be born, Zhangzhe remarked, holding the little fire dragon spirit in his hands. That yes, it was said. 2 earth fire spirit herbs in the magma pool had already absorbed most of the spiritual energy, coupled with a vast number of fire crystals. Hence the emergence of a fire spirit was virtually impossible. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon let out 3 consecutive roars, and Zhangzhe immediately understood. The little creature was likely hungry, akin to a newborn infant. "What do you eat?" Zhangzhe questioned, perplexed as this was his first encounter with such a situation. If it were a spirit beast, it would typically consume meat, but the dietary habits of fire spirits remained unclear to him. With a storage ring still in his mouth, the little fire dragon circled around Zhangzhe's lips. "Ah, you must be yearning for fire crystals?" Zhangzhe inquired, and the little creature seemed to comprehend his words, nodding its tiny head in affirmation. "That piece costs 1,000 gold coins," Zhangzhe lamented. Feeling the pinch, he still possessed a mere 100 fire crystals, remnants from earlier, which Wang Yu had not deducted from him. Perhaps I should venture out for a moment, he decided. The small fire dragon coiled around Zhangzhe's wrist, forming a bracelet, much like Wang Yu's pet. The divine being has emerged once more. This is rather impressive. No wonder he can vanquish all foes and has swiftly become the chief disciple. Every time Zhangzhe entered or exited, he attracted attention. Such feats were beyond ordinary comprehension that he returned to his abode alone. "Little one, come forth," he beckoned, tapping his wristband. The little fire dragon reappeared, and Zhangzhe presented a piece of fire crystal. To his astonishment, the little creature swallowed it whole, digesting it rapidly, and soon began to frolic energetically. As it passed by Zhangzhe's bed, the bedding ignited spontaneously. To my heavens, have you come out to set fires? Zhangzhe exclaimed in shock, hastily extinguishing the flames, that he then scrutinized the fire dragon before him, assessing its strength, which likely hovered around the first tier. "Can you remain away from the magma pool for extended periods?" Zhangzhe inquired. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed they shared a mutual understanding. Zhangzhe comprehended the essence of its cries that when will you grow strong enough to match my prowess? Zhangzhe asked, gazing at the little creature. The fire dragon seemed to sense its perceived inferiority and retaliated with a playful swish of its tail against Zhang's forehead. Such a mischievous little one. If you continue to misbehave, I shall withhold your treats, Zhang threatened. Indeed, threats proved effective. The little fire dragon promptly settled down, as if feeling aggrieved. I am already quite impoverished. You wish to consume 1,000 gold coins? I truly cannot afford to raise you, Zhang sighed, recalling how he had witnessed the little creature devour the fine fire crystal without hesitation, that he pondered how often it would require sustenance. If it grew larger, it would surely consume even more. Thinking about it made him feel financially strained. With only a few tens of thousands of gold coins, he barely had enough for himself. And now he had taken on a little ancestor. Will you become exceedingly powerful in the future? Zhang inquired. The little fire dragon dashed to Nanju's side, exhaling a small plume of flame that measured roughly the length of a matchstick. Zhang's face fell. Could it truly rely on such a meager flame to incinerate its foes? The little fire dragon seemed to sense Zhang's dissatisfaction and roared once more. All right, I understand. You will indeed become extremely powerful. Zhang hastily praised that it appeared that this little fire dragon had developed a complete sense of intelligence, and in a certain sense, they shared a bond that in its first moments of existence. Its first sight was Zhang, not well versed in this aspect, realized he would need to consult others for guidance. Is it fair to say that I now possess my very own steed? I only wonder when this little one will mature. Zhang gazed at the little fire dragon before him and, with a sigh of resignation, spoke, roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon, in an irritable huff, retorted, I am not a steed. Nor do I wish to be one. With a hearty laugh, Zhang reassured, fear not. Since fate has intertwined our paths, you shall always have a share of my sustenance. Zhang chuckled, reflecting on the true essence of a naturally gifted spirit creature. The last time he beheld Wang Yu's mount, he was filled with longing. Now, encountering the little fire dragon so soon in the morning was indeed fortuitous. From now on, you shall call me your master, he declared, pondering a fitting name for his companion. How about Little Fire? He suggested casually. The little fire dragon, however, seemed quite displeased, circling around Zhang in protest. All right, you're not satisfied, are you? Then let us name you Little Flame, Zhang proposed. The little fire dragon expressed its delight, roaring joyfully to convey its happiness. Chapter 38. Wang Yu Stagnation. Zhang smiled knowingly. Although this little fire dragon had an astonishing appetite, he understood that with proper nurturing, it would undoubtedly become an invaluable ally. With his defensive abilities already maximized, he recognized a deficiency in his offensive capabilities, while uncertain of the dragon's current strength. As a creature born of nature, it should not be lacking in prowess at that moment. Wang Yu was deep in meditation. Damn it. I have already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, yet why can I not break through to the next level? Wang Yu lamented. Initially, he believed that exchanging the Earth Fire Spirit Grass for another treasure would facilitate his breakthrough, but he found himself still ensnared in stagnation. That if this continues, I might just lose my mind. Where has the problem arisen? Why can't I advance? Wang Yu pondered, realizing that no one in his sect was stronger than he, and remaining stuck at this level for too long could lead to a descent into madness. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. The following day, Zhang indulged in a long slumber. Is it really this comfortable? Today, old Huang hasn't come to wake me, he mused, having reached the limit of points he could extract from the sect. He realized he had already exhausted all possibilities. Staying within the sect would not yield significant advancements, especially given his perceived lack of practical experience outside. The opportunity to venture into the southern secret realm was a golden chance. Those permitted entry were all below the nascent soul stage, so if he could successfully enter, he would be an invincible force that you're awake. Zhang inquired, stroking the little fire dragon lying beside him. After yesterday's guidance, the dragon had learned to control its flames somewhat. Otherwise, Zhang's betting would have been ignited by now. This little creature, much like Zhang, was quite the sluggard. The little dragon seemed somewhat reluctant, slowly opening its eyes. Zhang gasped, noticing the little creature appeared significantly larger than the day before. Yesterday, it was no bigger than a finger, yet today, it resembled 3 fingers stacked together. Goodness, your growth rate is astonishing. UV tripled in size overnight. Zhang Zhe exclaimed while the little dragon appeared to protest, as if to say that such growth was beyond its control. Well, growing quickly is good. It means you'll become my steed. Otherwise, every outing would be on foot, lacking any sense of grandeur, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile, reaching out to pat Little Flame. However, Little Flame promptly dodged away, clearly opposing the notion of becoming a mount. You must be my steed. Otherwise, why should I provide for you? Zhang Zhe engaged in a playful contest of wills with the little creature. Hearing noises from outside, he hurriedly instructed Little Flame to hide. And the little dragon transformed into a bracelet, adorning Zhang Zhe's wrist. That I'm up. Elder Kai. I have returned and should have brought accurate intelligence, Elder Huang announced, stepping through the door. No worries. I must go to that place. Rest assured, the sect leader will support us, Zhang Zhe replied with a smile. Although he shared some camaraderie with Wang Yu, he recognized that, when it came to matters concerning the sect, support was not guaranteed. It's all right. Today's elder meeting will proceed as usual. Ever since your rise, these meetings have become more frequent. Elder Huang jested that I can't be blamed for that. The Southern Secret Realm is a rare opportunity. Perfect for honing the disciples of our sect, Zhang Zhe acknowledged. While his primary goal was to enhance his own strength, taking on the leadership role would undoubtedly benefit more disciples that I understand, but this time it is indeed a bit tricky. Elder Huang said, his expression turning pensive. No worries, trust me. Even if the sect leader disagrees, can I secretly bring a few people along? Zhang Zhe replied with a mysterious smile that you're quite audacious. Don't you realize that without a transformation realm elder to guide you, you might be devoured as soon as you arrive? Elder Huang warned that we cannot even enter the secret realm without the strength of top-tier experts. I sincerely hope you all grow stronger soon, he added, eyeing Zhang Zhe. Stop looking at me like that. You're giving me goosebumps. That is why strength has stagnated recently, so this is the perfect opportunity for some training. Elder Huang remarked. During the elder meeting, sect leader, esteemed elders, the Southern Secret Realm is of great significance that I've heard it connects to the ancient battlefield, or so they say. There are certainly divine treasures that will emerge. Elder Kai stated, relaying the intelligence gathered. Moreover, over 100 sects have received the news and have already set out. Among them are those at the Transformation Realm and even higher levels. Elder Kai shared all the intelligence he had gathered. If there are experts at the void refinement stage, we must proceed with utmost caution. He added thoughtfully that there truly no one in our sect at that level. Zhang Zhe inquired, drawing the attention of all present, who regarded him as if he were foolish. Zhang Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment. It was evident that the strongest individual in the sect was the leader, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Damn it! I distinctly remember being told upon entering the sect that there were elders at the void refinement stage teaching classes, that it seems I was entirely misled by that fellow. He fumed internally. I oppose this expedition. Strength is paramount, as everyone knows. Even if we send elders to protect this group of disciples, what if they encounter a massacre by a void refinement expert? Who will take responsibility then? Elder Yin interjected loudly. Enough with the cowardice. I've already stated that I will lead the expedition. Even without elder protection, I will go, Zhang Zhe asserted firmly. Wang Yu looked at Zhang Zhe, feeling a slight shift in his emotions. I support this. Although our sect's strength has increased significantly, the future lies with these disciples that we, the older generation, can no longer hope to advance, even if we were to sacrifice ourselves during this mission. It is worth it if it allows these disciples to grow, Elder Huang proclaimed passionately, having witnessed the rise and fall of the sect and understanding the path to its greater strength. I agree. After all, us old-timers have lived long enough. We might as well take a gamble. I oppose this. If we are slaughtered, we will lack the strength to protect the sect, and we will surely be devoured by other sections. The assembly divided into two factions once again. Zhang Zhe remained silent, merely observing Wang Yu, who was now deeply conflicted. This was no trivial matter. If disciples were to be dispatched, only the elite among them could be chosen. Thus, it was imperative to ensure absolute safety. Silence. I recognize that all esteemed elders are concerned for the future of the sect. I have decided to proceed and will lead our main force alongside Elder Yin, Elder Li, and Elder Kai. Elderly Rong will manage all internal affairs of the sect, and in the event of significant decisions, Elder Huang will advise. Wang Yu declared decisively. As for the disciple leader, Zhang Zhe would take charge. After a moment of hesitation regarding the selection of participants, he suggested, I propose that volunteers may sign up. but we will only select 10. After the sign-up period, I will choose from the list. I oppose, Elder Yin immediately retorted. Zhangzhe glared at him with deep resentment. Realizing that this old fellow seemed destined to be his adversary, the IT is exceedingly unjust. Zhangzhe finds it challenging to maintain equilibrium. If fairness is to be achieved, it should suffice that only the top 10 in strength participate. Elder Yin interjected. Very well, I am already the chief disciple. Since you have proposed a solution, let it be so. Zhangzhe, spreading his hands, nonchalantly remarked, All right, I have just mentioned the names. Elders, please retire early to prepare. Should there be any dissent, feel free to approach me. Wang Yu spoke up again. The meeting is adjourned. Zhangzhe did not depart immediately. Expressing gratitude, thank you for placing your trust in me. Zhangzhe gazed at Wang Yu, who averted his eyes slightly, that I made my decision only after weighing the pros and cons. It is not related to you. Wang Yu said, a hint of panic in his voice. Rest assured, I shall not betray the sect leader's trust, he added. Zhangzhe clasped his hands in farewell, surprised by the unexpected resolve displayed by this individual. Li Rongrong approached from behind, inquiring, What is the matter? Wang Yu, displeased, retorted, Do you not perceive that his demeanor has undergone a complete transformation? He continued, In our sect, apart from myself and Elder Huang, everyone else speaks to you with utmost reverence. Li Rongrong, her large, expressive eyes blinking, responded, Do not speak nonsense. Wang Yu, blushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger, mused that indeed, when he first met Zhangzhe, he treated him with great courtesy. Now he could face Elder Huang with such composure. Elder Huang, do you think any upheaval could occur in the sect after we depart? Zhangzhe expressed his concerns. With me here, what is there to worry about? Even if it comes to a fight, this old body will not allow them to stir up any trouble, Elder Huang declared, patting his chest. Old Yin and Old Li have followed the sect leader, so nothing should happen. What you ought to be more concerned about is yourselves. Elder Huang continued that if those rascals make trouble along the way, I shall simply swat them all down, Zhangzhe asserted, waving his hand dismissively. You may boast all you like, but no matter how quickly your strength grows, you cannot possibly slay a powerhouse of the transformation realm just yet, he added. Elder Huang, exasperated, replied, but I possess a secret weapon. Zhangzhe, with an air of mystery, responded, If you truly had a means to kill me, you would not be speaking to me in such a manner. You would have floated away long ago. Elder Huang stated plainly, Do not underestimate others that I believe this secret realm presents a grand opportunity. Are you aware of what an ancient battlefield is? Zhangzhe suddenly inquired that I am not entirely certain, but I know that during ancient times, our continent was invaded by foreign tribes, and we had to unify our strength to vanquish them. Due to the immense fluctuations in spiritual energy at that time, fragments entered the secret realm, thus forming the ancient battlefield. Elder Huang revealed all he knew. Very well, as long as there are valuable items within. I care not if we end up fighting over a pile of worthless trinkets. Zhangzhe remarked, If it truly is an ancient battlefield, there will not only be various treasures but possibly some legacies as well. Elder Huang added that it is possible that some great beings, upon their demise, sealed their spiritual energy, awaiting a fated individual to inherit their power, that even feasible. If I were to obtain the legacy of a powerhouse of the void refinement realm, could my strength ascend directly to that level? Zhangzhe questioned, perplexed that I cannot say for certain, but an increase in strength is assured. The extent of the enhancement depends on one's innate talent. Elder Huang replied, Such inheritances may only be found within ancient battlefields. In this current era, even if a powerhouse dies, they may not leave behind any legacy. Zhangzhe contemplated, if I could acquire a great being's legacy, it would elevate me tremendously, that he began to envision himself receiving such a legacy. Whether or not it is the ancient battlefield remains uncertain. If it is indeed so, the sects involved may number well over 100. And others will surely come seeking the news. Elder Huang remarked that I once entered an ancient battlefield, but as soon as I stepped in, I was repelled by other sects and forced to retreat. A notification arrived at the sect regarding voluntary recruitment for this endeavor. Zhou Qi promptly made his way to Zhangzhe's residence. That I asked this matter reliable. It feels rather significant, he said, observing Zhangzhe. I am unsure. Regardless, I will lead the team. The specifics will likely depend on the elders. Will you not sign up? Zhangzhe asked with a smile that I am not certain I possess the requisite strength. My grandfather mentioned that you initially planned to organize it yourself, Zhou Qi replied. Indeed, if that is the case, Yin Nanfeng and his companions will undoubtedly participate, along with that Jian Qin. Zhang Zhe frowned slightly and responded. Are you not aware? Jian Qin has already left the sect. Zhou Qi, surprised, exclaimed, What? When did this happen? This fellow is rather petty. Is it not normal to lose to me? Zhang Zhe, looking exasperated, stated, I am not well acquainted with the specifics. But his departure has been widely discussed within and beyond the sect. After all, he was once the chief disciple. Zhou Qi continued, if all goes as expected, the candidates will likely still be those few. Yin Nanfeng, Zhou Tianwen, and others I am unfamiliar with. The situation for recruitment does not appear promising. Both the Yin and Li families have applied pressure, as they wish to send their disciples. Then you should sign up as well. Perhaps there might be a place for you, Zhang Zhe suggested with a smile. Isn't it possible to take a shortcut? I have come to butter you up, Zhou Qi said, his face full of flattery. I knew you would seek me out. Nothing good ever comes from it that I can arrange for you to enter, but you must understand the dangers involved. Some are still at the third level of foundation building. Zhou Qi cautioned. Zhang Zhe replied earnestly, even if I do not trust others, I can still trust you that I know you would never betray your teammates. And I heard from my grandfather that you pledged during the meeting to do your utmost to ensure the safety of the sect's disciples. Zhou Qi stated, next time I convene a meeting, I will make sure they handle the confidentiality properly. Zhang Zhe, exasperated, remarked, I never expected the Li and Yin families to be so shameless as to pressure their disciples. By the way, if I am the chief disciple, can I address everyone publicly? Zhang Zhe inquired. That should be permissible. After all, we must show you the respect due to a senior brother, Zhou Qi replied. Very well, arrange it for me. Tomorrow morning, assemble at the Dola stage. I have matters to discuss with everyone, Zhang Zhe commanded. Though the elder generation within the sect possesses formidable strength, they have reached a plateau where they can no longer advance. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate a younger generation. Are we to call everyone? Zhou Qi asked again. Yes, Zhang Zhe confirmed. Zhang Zhe discerned that the Yin and Li families aimed to gain significantly from this event. Although they opposed his participation during the meeting, they secretly engaged in such underhanded tactics, which was utterly contemptible. The following day, on the Dola stage, Zhang Zhe stood alone, while the surrounding disciples buzzed with excitement. Prior to the election of the chief disciple, some had doubted Zhang Zhe's capabilities, attributing his success to luck rather than strength. However, after the election, no one dared question his prowess, especially since he had defeated Jian Qin, who had held the title for 2 consecutive terms. My fellow disciples, you are all aware of the recent events within our sect. Zhang Zhe addressed them loudly. Indeed, it pertains to what you have been pondering, the matter of venturing into the secret realm. He continued, I am aware that there are those operating in the shadows, striving to dissuade you from signing up, but I wish to convey this. On the path of cultivation, there is no room for hesitation. Only the courage to forge ahead, that if we can emerge from the secret realm, the rewards will far exceed mere trifles. It will be a comprehensive enhancement of our capabilities. Thus, I implore you not to yield to pressure and forfeit this opportunity for self-improvement. Zhang Zhe's voice resonated throughout the square, stirring the hearts of the disciples. Many felt their spirits swell with excitement, unable to quell their fervor. Numerous individuals wished to participate, but hesitated due to the influence of others. This fellow, Yin Nanfeng, gazed at Zhang Zhe, feeling helpless. With his current status, he could not hope to compare with Zhang Zhe, let alone match his formidable strength with the current prestige of our sect. I may not be able to effect significant change, but I assure you that in the times to come, our sect will become increasingly equitable, that I will provide each of you with a fair opportunity to compete. But likewise, you must double your efforts in cultivation to give back to the sect, Zhang Zhe concluded. Once again, a profoundly stirring speech resonated within the hearts of the listeners. Zhang Zhe understood that to instill loyalty and dedication to the sect among them, he must first offer them tangible benefits that in his heart. He had already silently vowed to assist Wang Yuguang in restoring their sect. As the crowd dispersed from the square, Zhang Zhe remained uncertain of the efficacy of his efforts. Yet he resolved to strive nonetheless. With less than 3 days remaining before their departure, the time to finalize the candidates was swiftly approaching. Boss, to be honest, that speech was incredibly uplifting, but I feel it falls short. Zhou Qi remarked. Falls short? In what way? Zhang Zhe inquired, slightly furrowing his brow, as he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the situation and may have overlooked certain aspects to ITS the talent pool. While our sect possesses some gifted individuals, the standards we demand are exceedingly high. Additionally, the number of newcomers joining us is quite scarce. Therefore, the pressing issue is attracting various talents to our sect, Zhou Qi articulated earnestly, prompting Zhang Zhe to contemplate seriously. That makes sense, that we shall deliberate on this matter further upon our return from the trials. For now, our priority is to prepare for the expedition to the secret realm. Zhang Zhe concluded, I have made up my mind. I will accompany you, Zhou Qi asserted resolutely. Since you have decided, leave the remaining matters to me. I am in need of one or two assistants. Zhang Zhe responded with a smile, reminiscent of the somewhat familiar Zhou Tuan. Zhang Zhe had previously encountered this individual, who exhibited no guile and maintained amiable relations within the inner sect. However, his excessive loyalty had once led him to assist Zhang Zhe in various endeavors, which culminated in Zhang Zhe's decisive intervention that left the matter unresolved. That don't forget to procure 2 useful treasures from your family before you return home. Otherwise, at a crucial moment, I might very well abandon you and flee. Zhang Zhe teased mischievously. Why do I get the impression you're trying to swindle treasures from my family? Zhou Qi replied, somewhat exasperated. Consider it a fee for the services rendered to you. The esteemed young Master Zhou. Surely, there must be some benefits. Zhang Zhe quipped that as the final list of 12 candidates, including Zhang Zhe, was confirmed 2 days later. It also included a total of 15 elders leading the group, alongside sect leader Wang Yu. Regardless of the circumstances, I hope all elders can unite in purpose. Should any issues arise during this operation, the consequences will be borne by those involved. Wang Yu's icy voice echoed in the ears of the assembly. The crowd lowered their heads in silence. While it would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone harbored ulterior motives, at least on the surface, no one wished to act out of line. Zhang Zhe observed Wang Yu leading the charge ahead, his heart stirring slightly, realizing that this posture was merely a facade of hypocrisy. That as they arrived in Guangzhou City, Zhang Zhe was flanked by Zhou Tuan and Zhou Qi, evidently considering them as his trusted aides. Zhou Tuan wore a proud demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the recent humiliation he had suffered at Zhang Zhe's hands. The group marched forth toward Guangzhou City, which was already teeming with people. Above the outskirts, peculiar phenomena manifested in the sky, casting a reddish hue across the expanse. With a large, gleaming eye at its center point, one wonders when this secret realm will finally emerge. Was it not said that this could potentially be the secret realm of an ancient battleground? If that is indeed the case, we might strike it rich, one inquired. What are you thinking? The quotas for us loose cultivators are likely minuscule. Major factions will undoubtedly dispatch their disciples to enter. Another replied that what's to be done? We can only hope they feast, leaving us with the scraps. Came the response, if I manage to secure any treasures from this expedition, I shall stand above all. Another declared, to which another retorted, how naive. Do you truly believe such riches will fall into your hands? Zhang Zhe and his companions established a camp on the outskirts and convened a meeting. As you can see, many sects have already set up here, including some top-tier sects eager to partake in the spoils. Wang Yu stated from the head seat that I must reiterate, this operation is of utmost importance, potentially determining the survival of our sect. During our stay, no elder is permitted to leave the encampment. Zhang Zhe nodded slightly. Such precautions were entirely justifiable to prevent any sudden betrayals or collusion with outsiders. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Zhe and his companions returned to their lodgings. You two have been waiting outside for me. Haven Tiu, come in. I have matters to discuss. Zhang Zhe called to them. As they entered the room, Zhang Zhe addressed Zhou Tianwen. You may not know me well, but regarding our previous encounter, I had my reasons that I sought you out this time, because I find you familiar, and there are tasks I need you to undertake. To have been sought by the senior brother is indeed an honor. I apologize for my past behavior. I was inconsiderate. Zhou Tianwen replied with sincerity that there's no need for apologies. The past is behind us. I hope you can let it go and refrain from speculating on my thoughts. I require you to execute my orders without question, Zhang Zhe stated sharply. Understood. I shall adhere to the senior brother's commands. Zhou Tianwen responded earnestly, his previous jovial demeanor replaced with seriousness. Remember this. Do not concern yourselves with the other disciples that I have reviewed the list, and among the 12 of you, apart from yourselves, there are 2 factions, one led by Yin Nanfeng with 4 members, and the other by Li Jun with 3, that the remaining 3 are unaffiliated, Zhang Zhe explained. Perhaps my speech had some impact on them. I truly hope we are not entirely composed of members from the Li and Yin families. Should we face a life-or-death situation, I hope the first priority will be the other 3. Not the 2 factions, Zhang Zhe added earnestly. Are we not all from the same sect? Zhou Tongwen began, but upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe's expression shifted that if you entertain such thoughts again, I advise you to withdraw from my team immediately. Zhang Zhe warned sternly, I apologize. I will not question you again. Zhou Tongwen replied, his tone grave, that I hope you understand that in critical situations, should rescue be possible, I will certainly assist them. However, when personal interests are at stake, I may not be able to consider everyone equally, that I fear they may act forcefully, so I urge you to remain vigilant. Zhang Zhe spoke with a slightly softened tone, observing Zhou Tianwen's demeanor to ensure compliance. Zhang Zhe sighed inwardly, realizing that no one else was truly reliable. If only Jian Qing were present, though taciturn, his strength and execution were commendable. Do you have any further instructions? Zhou Qi inquired earnestly. You two should engage with the other 3 to gauge their intentions, Zhang Zhe suggested thoughtfully before they departed the room. Stepping outside the tent, Zhang Zhe gazed at the distant horizon, noting the strange phenomena in the sky, pondering how many lives might be lost this time. The law of the jungle is a truth I fully comprehend, he murmured, unconsciously moving forward, exiting the encampment. Wang Yu, having sensed someone leaving the encampment, detected Zhang Zhe's presence but chose to ignore it. Who goes there? Step aside. A small troop riding rhinoceros beasts charged toward him, their leader shouting. Zhang Zhe turned slowly, noticing a rhinoceros beast barreling directly at him. Seeking death, he thought, perceiving the creature as merely a second-tier beast. With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros beast collided with Zhang Zhe, who did not flinch. The beast's horn shattered upon impact, sending the creature flying 10 meters away. And its rider fell in a disheveled heap. Lu Gu. The companions of the fallen rider gasped in shock. How dare you injure my prized rhinoceros beast? Who do you think you are? The man, identified as Lu Gu, shouted at Zhang Zhe, who maintained his composure. If I'm not mistaken, it was indeed you who collided with me. Zhang Zhe replied calmly, standing at a distance from the agitated group. Extract. Zhang Zhe commanded the system, successfully acquiring 20 points of wisdom, 25 points of agility, and 18 points of spiritual power. There were a total of 15 individuals present, all thoroughly examined by Zhang Zhe. The opposing party merely possessed the strength of the foundational stage, yet their ability to extract these points sufficiently attests to their latent talent. You seek your own demise. Recently, many have exhibited great confidence in their abilities. But one by one, they have all fallen before me. It seems you are destined to be next. The individual, cracking his knuckles, slowly approached Zhang Zhe. At a glance, Zhang Zhe did not appear particularly affluent, suggesting he was not a disciple of any major sect. Chapter 42. Clean and efficient, he might simply be an inconspicuous loose cultivator. You have provoked a force you should not have. And today you will pay the price. The group glared menacingly at Zhang Zhe and surged forward, that a long spear appeared in Zhang Zhe's hand. Dealing with these individuals would serve as excellent practice for his combat skills. Kill. Zhang Zhe wielded the spear with precision, unleashing the power of the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm. This person is incredibly strong. There is no way to breach his defenses. The group was forced to retreat repeatedly under Zhang Zhe's relentless assault. Useless. Let me handle this. Lu Gu interjected at that moment, while the others wisely stepped aside to create a path. Die for me. A long sword surged toward Zhang Zhe's chest, a lethal strike that could not be allowed to succeed. Zhang Zhe had already formulated a counter-strategy in his mind, that he thrust the spear, deliberately leaving a conspicuous opening in his chest. Lu Ji's sword did not pierce Zhang Zhe. Instead, Zhang Zhe's spear struck true, launching Lu Ji's body skyward. The crowd was taken aback, never anticipating that a seemingly certain attack would be thwarted by Zhang Zhe. And now, with Lu Gu deceased, they pondered how to report back to their sect. The few remaining individuals exchanged glances, weighing their options. Die. Zhang Zhe's gaze turned fierce as he regarded the others, embodying a vengeful spirit as he charged forward. He made no effort to defend against their spiritual energy or attacks, allowing their weapons to strike him and then retaliating with lethal precision. In no time, he had slaughtered the entire group. Have you never heard that one must repay their debts in this world? Zhang Zhi said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Clearly the blood of his adversaries, but he surveyed the chaos around him that I never imagined this place could descend into such turmoil. He glanced at the corpses littering the ground. Had I refrained from acting today, it might well have been my own demise. Alas, one cannot help but fear the possibility of powerful forces lurking behind them. Should word of this spread, it could spell disaster for my sect. Caution is the mother of safety. Zhang Zhi, well versed in the ways of the world, exhibited remarkable prudence that on the Tianwu continent there exists 7 states, named red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Zhang Zhi's sect, the Kaoshan sect, resides in the state of Cyan. The secret realm that has emerged lies on the border between cyan and yellow, drawing participation from the major powers of both states. Zhang Zhi returned to the encampment. You went out? Wang Yu suddenly appeared beside Zhang Zhi. Yes, just exploring a bit. It's quite stifling to remain here, Zhang Zhi replied nonchalantly. You're the team leader for this mission. So unless necessary, do not leave the encampment. Wang Yu looked at Zhang Zhi, stating, understood. Zhang Zhi nodded slightly in acknowledgement that moment. A flash of lightning split the sky. What is happening? Zhang Zhi inquired, gazing upward. I am not sure. It may be a sign that the secret realm is becoming increasingly unstable, indicating its imminent emergence, Wang Yu replied, also observing the sky. Gather everyone. The secret realm could commence at any moment. So we must be prepared. Wang Yu commanded solemnly, his voice resonating throughout the vicinity. The group convened, and beneath the rift in the sky, Zhang Zhi's Kaoshan sect was merely one of many minor sections. The top 10 sects of Cyan have sent representatives, Wang Yu remarked, observing a particular group. Top 10 sects? Zhang Zhi questioned, unfamiliar with the foremost powers of Cyan, as he had yet to encounter that echelon of strength. The top 10 sects are the most powerful in Cyan. It seems only 3 have arrived. Shiru Mountain, Langya Terrace, and Fengyue Mountain Manor. Wang Yu explained, aware of Zhang Zhi's lack of knowledge on the subject. Those women must be from Fengyue Mountain Manor, Zhang Zhi pointed out, gesturing towards a group. Indeed, only the strongest sects can approach the inner circle. They are likely more informed about when the secret realm will appear. Wang Yu continued, not only from Cyan, among the top 10 sects, 2 of the 5 major mountains from Huangzhou have also come. Wang Yu added, haha, my brother Yang, it has indeed been a long time. The representative from Wudishan exclaimed. Indeed, this time, the secret realm is of great significance. The sect leader has given me a strict order to return with ample treasures. Otherwise, my life may be forfeit, a member from Lingshan Mountain remarked. These 2 factions hailed from Huangzhou and were not aligned with the powers of Cyan. Facing them were the 3 prominent sects of Cyan. Ladies, why not return home? Even if you gain benefits. I will ensure they reach you, a member from Shiru Mountain suggested to those from Fengyue Mountain Manor. Do you take me for a fool? There is a possibility of the emergence of an ancient battlefield. I doubt you are unaware of what may arise, a maiden from Fengyue Mountain Manor retorted. Although we compete within Cyan, I hope we can unite on this ground, as those from Huangzhou are watching closely. Remarked Feng Qingzi from Langya Terrace. Humph. I have little regard for you yellow-nosed folks, who boast of righteousness while engaging in duplicitous acts, Zhang Laohu of Hushan interjected. Though his words were blunt, those who knew him understood he was meticulous beneath his brash exterior. Let us first observe how the opposing side reacts. It would be unwise to engage in conflict before the secret realm even begins, Feng Qingzi suggested, disregarding Zhang Laohu's provocations. Such an impressive gathering. I did not expect to encounter so many formidable characters so soon after leaving my sect, Zhang Zhi remarked, surveying the central area. Given the strength of Kaoshan sect, merely securing a position on the outskirts is already commendable, he added. Reporting to the sect leader, I have inquired, and it appears the secret realm may open within the coming days. The 3 major sects of Cyan have already conferred with the 2 major mountains of Huangzhou. Elder Kai approached Wang Yu and stated, understood. It seems we still have some time. Let us wait here peacefully, Wang Yu replied, scanning the others. Meanwhile, at the heart of the secret realm, the 3 major sects had begun discussions with the 2 mountains. You believe this matter concerns only Cyan. How dare you Huangzhou intervene? Zhang Laohu stated bluntly. That assertion is misguided. This location is clearly at the juncture of Cyan and Huang. So how can it be claimed as your territory? Lin from Lingshan Mountain, clad in a mask, countered. Chapter 43. The big shots speak. There is an unmistakable tension brewing between both parties, suggesting this is no ordinary secret realm. Neither side can monopolize it. We have already observed that only disciples below the nascent soul stage are permitted entry. Perhaps we should regulate the number of participants. With our 5 factions overseeing, others would dare not act recklessly. A member from Fengyue Mountain Manor proposed. Their expertise in charm arts caused a ripple of concern among the assembly. Ahem, I have long heard that Fengyue Mountain Manor's charm arts are unparalleled. Witnessing it today is indeed extraordinary. Lin from Lingshan Mountain commented that if one is not cautious, they may find themselves ensnared. Let us be direct. We representatives from these 5 factions shall send people as we please. While the smaller sects may send at most 15 disciples, Zhang Laohu declared, his voice echoing for all to hear, that I concur. Feng Qingzi from Langya Terrace replied lightly. Agreed. Let it be so. The 5 leaders voiced their approval. The smaller factions felt a wave of anxiety. If they were to be restricted, this trip might be in vain. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, drawing everyone's attention to the secret realm about to emerge. Zhang Zhe wondered aloud. Listen to me. From this moment forth, this area is off limits to all, and each sect may send only 15 disciples, Zhang Laohu proclaimed, levitating into the air to address the crowd. Why? Why are we constrained to sending only 5 disciples? Another retorted, Do you not think that just because you are major sects, we will cower before you? Even a clay figure has its defiance. Should you push us too far, we shall bring about mutual destruction. Immediately, discontented murmurs arose from the surroundings. Zhang Laohu emitted a cold snort, followed by a furious roar that resonated like the roar of a tiger, sending sound waves outward. Protect the disciples, Wang Yu shouted, sensing the dire situation, and the other elders responded in kind, encircling the disciples. Some weaker factions, unfortunately, succumbed to the ferocity of that single roar, resulting in the untimely demise of hundreds of cultivators. Those who had just voiced their discontent found themselves particularly targeted. Even powerful Yuan-ing realm experts met their end. Is there anyone still dissatisfied? Those who harbor dissent may find themselves facing even greater casualties. Zhang Laohu laughed cruelly, embodying the tyrannical oppression of the strong over the weak. Zhang Zhe clenched his fists tightly, realizing the stark reality. In the hands of a strong cultivator in the void refinement realm, he was but a fish on the chopping block, his life extinguishable at a moment's notice. No1 is to act recklessly without my command. Wang Yu's stern voice rang out, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of their small team. That if there are no objections, let us begin. Do not test my patience. Zhang Laohu continued. It seems I can assist you no further. Once you enter, exercise caution. I hope you can return safely. Wang Yu advised Zhang Zhe. Rest assured, I will not only return, but will also bring back all the disciples that I aim to elevate our sect. Await my return, Zhang Zhe confidently proclaimed. Observing the palpable tension among the major factions confirmed the intelligence he had received. Zhang Zhe and 12 other disciples set forth, although he led the group. Once they entered the secret realm, it was likely they would act independently. Zhang Zhe had no doubt about this. Brother Zhang, your decisive actions have alleviated much of our trouble, Lin from the Hunter God Mountain remarked. Indeed, I only hope you show mercy once inside. However, any casualties within the secret realm are to be expected. Let your disciples prove their mettle, Zhang Laohu scoffed. Though Qingzhou and Huangzhou were neighboring regions, conflicts were rare, rendering the 5 great mountains somewhat unfamiliar with each other. Thus, should hostilities erupt, the outcome was uncertain. How did yesterday's orders fare? Zhang Zhe inquired of Zhou Qi beside him. All matters are settled. These individuals have come in response to your call, that I trust you grasp my intentions now. Zhou Qi replied with a smile. My previous efforts were not in vain, Zhang Zhe remarked, a confident smile gracing his face. Indeed, upon entry, they have pledged complete obedience to our commands, Zhou Tianwen interjected. Calculating the numbers, Zhang Zhe now had 6 from his faction, 4 from the Yin family, and 3 from the Li family, totaling the disciples from the Reliance sect present here. It is highly probable that an ancient battlefield will emerge. The last time such a phenomenon occurred, it was accompanied by strange celestial signs. Feng Qingzi mused, resting a hand on his brow. You old coot. Always so cryptic. Why not ascertain whether such signs truly exist? Zhang Laohu retorted boisterously, I am no adept at divination. Yet regrettably, that old fellow did not arrive. Feng Qingzi lamented that he spoke of the Bagua sect. One of the 10 major sects in Qingzhou, known for its uniqueness in being a lineage of singular inheritance, with only 4 individuals currently remaining in the entire sect. That old man was notoriously mysterious. Perhaps he was among the crowd, as it was said that no one could see through his disguise techniques that I have long heard of Qingzhou's diviners, yet have never had the chance to pay my respects. How fortuitous it would be if he were here, Lin from Hunter God Mountain remarked, scanning the surroundings. Once one attained the void refinement realm, they would soar into the sky, a hallmark of that stage. At this moment, Wang Yu stood on the periphery, his expression complex as he gazed at Zhang Zhe, regretting his own lack of advancement to the void refinement realm, which could have secured him a place in this contest. The other elders remained on standby. Without my orders, no one is to leave. Wang Yu resumed his cold demeanor. I truly hope you return safely, he murmured silently. Chapter 44. Parting ways. Numerous sects had already begun to clash. In such a chaotic environment, no one was there to maintain order, and even the misfortunes of others went unnoticed that a thunderous roar echoed through the sky once more, and a massive eye opened. Forming a black hole, the secret realm has opened. Zhang Laohu bellowed that a celestial staircase connected the secret realm to the ground, that we can enter. Fantastic. At last we can enter. Treasures, here I come. Haha, divine artifacts are surely mine. Zhang Zhe and his companions surged forward with the crowd. Upon entering the secret realm, the scenery shifted dramatically, revealing a desolate battlefield. This is the ancient battlefield, Zhang Zhe exclaimed with a tense expression, the overwhelming scent of blood causing him to cough incessantly. What is this? It seems everyone has been teleported to different locations, Zhang Zhe observed, looking around to find that all members from the Reliance sect had vanished. Damn it, I never anticipated this scenario, he muttered, disappointment creeping into his voice that I hope this place isn't too vast. Otherwise, finding them will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. What transpired here? Why does the stench of blood still linger so heavily after all these years? He pondered aloud. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, devoid of emotion. Kill, kill, kill. 4 or 5 emotionless undead surrounded him, that in no way to encounter such creatures upon entry. Zhang Zhe remarked, scrutinizing the undead. They appear weak. Why are there undead here? Hasn't the continent long prohibited necromancers? Zhang Zhe recalled this knowledge, aware that necromancers were deemed too malevolent and were banned from cultivation. Should they appear, they would be hunted down by various sections. The undead brandished their bone blades, but failed to inflict any harm upon Zhang Zhe. Are they merely at the qi refinement stage? He mused, noting their feeble attacks. Enough of this. Allow me to purify you. Zhang Zhe summoned fire attribute spiritual energy, waving his right hand to reduce them to ashes. With their defenses already weak, especially as qi refinement stage undead, they fell easily. After dispatching the 7 or 8 undead, 4 or 5 orbs of spiritual energy appeared in the air, surrounding him. What are these? Zhang Zhe queried, grasping the orbs. Suddenly, the orbs burrowed into his hand, causing an intense heat sensation. Zhang Zhe broke into a cold sweat. Fearing he had been poisoned, he hastily attempted to expel the newly acquired energies using his spiritual power. However, the burning sensation vanished in the next moment, and he felt a slight increase in his spiritual energy. Zhang Zhe pondered, perplexed. Could it be that defeating the undead allows these spiritual orbs to enhance my strength? He began to grasp the connection. Is this really the ancient battlefield? This is akin to playing a game of Snake. Zhang Zhe chuckled, realizing that if this were the case, he might elevate to the Yuaning realm during his time here. Congratulations, host, for entering the enigmatic ancient battlefield, a voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind. You have successfully unlocked a side quest. Defeat 10 Yuaning realm undead within the ancient battlefield. The system presented a new side quest to Zhang Zhe. How delightful. A side quest, but it seems rather challenging to defeat Yuaning realm undead right off the bat. He initially rejoiced, only to feel a sense of frustration afterward. Never mind. I shall explore and see if I can locate Zhou Qi and the others. Zhang Zhe embarked on his solitary journey. Where's the boss? I was counting on him to protect me. Yet upon entry, he was teleported elsewhere. Zhou Qi surveyed the desolate surroundings, which were eerily silent. Meanwhile, Zhou Tuan was quite fortunate. Having been directly transported to a dilapidated palace, accompanied by 3 other disciples from the mines. Kill. Zhang wielded his long spear with deft precision, vanquishing yet another 3 undead foes. This monster-slaying experience was exhilarating. Wasn't it? In such a brief span of time, I have ascended 2 levels consecutively. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang remarked that by disregarding the attacks of these undead creatures, he could dispatch them with greater alacrity than I in this short while. He had already eliminated over 100 Qi refining undead and more than 20 golden core undead. He couldn't help but wonder how the others fared. As he gazed towards the horizon, he noted the sky was shrouded in gloom, the sun entirely obscured. Since entering, half a day had already elapsed, yet the brightness of the sky remained stagnant, an oppressive grayness engulfing all. If one were to claim that they had entered hell, it would not be hard to believe. Where could the others be? Is it possible that my entrance was distinct from theirs? Zhang pondered, though his thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of others. Aren't you afraid that once we exit, our sect will retaliate against you? Retaliate? You're overthinking it, that if you perish here, who would know? One individual exclaimed as he attacked a small group, mercilessly killing 3 of its members. Strangely, from the mouths of the slain, over 10 orbs of spiritual energy floated out. Blame those energy orbs. Once you die, they will emerge as unowned entities. The ITS unavoidable. Killing these undead is far swifter than robbing you. The man spoke cruelly, his dagger dancing in the air as more fell to his blade. Zhang stealthily concealed himself behind a rock, observing that this is another function of the game. Had I not encountered these individuals, I would have remained oblivious. Enlightenment dawned upon Zhang. It seemed these rules would lead many to their demise. Damn it, run. I'll hold them off. Find a place to hide until this secret realm vanishes. Among the remaining 5, one suddenly produced a treasure that radiated brilliance, exploding violently and throwing everyone aside. Damn it! How could you detonate your own life talisman? Truly reckless. The pursuer spat blood, acknowledging, your words are somewhat commendable. With a flick of his wrist, the orbs of spiritual energy from those he had slain began to float towards him. Chapter 45, Killing for Spirit. All the orbs fused into him. How delightful, he proclaimed, his strength now reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, further enhanced by the absorption of so many light orbs. At this rate, it won't be long before I can break through to the nascent soul realm. The man expressed, his face alight with satisfaction that I had no idea such a thing existed. Now that I know, if I kill you, all your energy orbs will become mine. Zhang emerged slowly from behind the stone, stating, to spy in the shadows is hardly the act of a gentleman. You already brazenly killing. Does it matter whether you're a gentleman or not? Wan Jun retorted. Zhang spread his arms, declaring, talent, moderate, strength, 9th level of Golden Core, specialization, assassination. The system promptly revealed the opponent's information. The 9th level of Golden Core was indeed among the elite here. IT seems you have a method to deal with me. Are you not just offering your head on a platter? Wan Jun countered, licking the blood from his dagger, his expression menacing. What do you think? I'm genuinely curious how many of those energy orbs you possess, that if I were to absorb them all, my strength would surely surge significantly. Zhang replied confidently. Enough with the idle chatter. Wan Jun's eyes sharpened. In the next moment, he lunged toward Zhang with blinding speed, his dagger grazing Zhang's neck in a lethal arc. Believing himself to be the protagonist whose strikes could not be survived, that I end your next life. Don't be so overconfident. It will only cost you your life. Zhang stood again, perplexed. He muttered, a large question mark on his face. You're not dead. Impossible. I've just sliced your neck. How could anyone's neck possess such formidable defense? Wan Jun was bewildered. This was indeed a mystery. Ordinarily, the neck, eyes, or ribs are the most vulnerable areas. As an assassin, one would aim for these vital points, unleashing every ounce of strength with each strike. With such meager strength, you dare boast? Zhang scoffed. The system had revealed that his opponent's speed was unparalleled, far beyond his own capabilities. Thus, the only means to victory would be to force a close-quarters confrontation, seeking an opportunity to strike. Zhang's taunts were designed to provoke Wan Jun into rash action. You seek death. Wan Jun roared, incensed by Zhang Zhe's words. Despite the overwhelming disparity in realms, he could not comprehend why he had failed to land a hit. Die, guillotine. Wan Jun unleashed his spiritual technique. A massive axe descending from the heavens, aimed squarely at Zhang Zhe's head, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. But if you must provoke me, this is the price you paid, and no one has ever survived beneath my guillotine. Perhaps in your next life, you should remain mute. Panting heavily, Wan Jun admitted that this technique had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. It was an advanced mystic technique. Then he noticed a light orb. Why so few? Truly, worthless trash. Wan Jun cursed vehemently. Suddenly, the orb approached and enlarged. Not good. He attempted to retreat swiftly, but his spiritual energy felt faint. Zhang Zhe, spear in hand, pierced through Wan Jun's chest. Wan Jun's words faltered as he breathed his last. What a pitiful child. Though your strength is commendable, how could your intellect be so lacking? Zhang Zhe shook his head, mocking him. Moments later, hundreds of light orbs emerged from Wan Jun's body. Wow, it seems this brat has killed quite a few. No less than dozens. Zhang Zhe observed the orbs, realizing he had previously taken a misguided path. Directly robbing others was indeed the fastest route. The orbs floated gently toward Zhang Zhe, who sat cross-legged, absorbing them into his being. What ecstasy! His strength surged to the 7th level of Golden Core almost instantaneously. Did I in just a second? He completed the absorption, opening his eyes to declare, I comprehend now. These orbs may only provide a temporary boost in power. To solidify this enhancement, it will likely require a return to the outside world. Zhang Zhe introspected his spiritual energy, and then stood, brushing the dust from his clothing before advancing in a certain direction. Along the way, he spotted a masked figure lying on the ground. This person seemed somewhat familiar. Zhang Zhe mused, he must be the one who just escaped. His companion self-destructed to facilitate their escape. Zhang Zhe recalled the recent events, initially wishing to depart without a second thought, but he had no desire to accumulate further bloodshed, adhering strictly to his personal code against killing without cause. However, he decided to offer assistance. If he left, this person might perish here. With determination, Zhang Zhe approached and helped the individual to his feet. Why is your body so weak? Zhang Zhe wondered, feeling as if he were lifting a lump of dough. I must feed him some healing medicine. From his storage ring, Zhang Zhe retrieved some semi-finished healing pills, but he possessed a few genuine pills, but intended to reserve those for himself, opting instead for these lesser versions for daily use. Upon removing the mask from the individual's face, Zhang Zhe was taken aback. She stammered. It was a stunning girl, seemingly no more than 14 or 15 years old, and away in such a vast place. I stumbled upon a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Zhe felt incredibly fortunate. He promptly produced a healing pill from his ring and placed it in the girl's mouth. The girl, having been utterly drained of spiritual energy and suffering minor injuries, had fainted. Once the healing pill was ingested, color returned to her face and her brows fluttered, indicating she was on the verge of awakening. That moment, Zhang Zhe sat on the ground, cradling the girl in his arms. Who are you? She inquired as she regained consciousness, startled by the unfamiliar man, and jumped up, questioning him. It's tough being a good Samaritan. You were lying on the ground, and had I not used a plethora of healing pills on you, you would have surely met your end. Zhang Zhe crossed his arms, expressing his dissatisfaction. The girl recalled the events leading to her collapse. It seemed she had been pursued and that her senior brother had sacrificed himself to save her, causing her to faint during her escape. I'm so sorry. I panicked when I saw you. I truly apologize. The girl repeatedly expressed her apologies. She was originally a stunning beauty lying on the ground, and now that she stood up, she appeared even more vivacious and enchanting. Chapter 46. Su Xiaoning of Tianshan. This moment, Zhang Zhe also felt somewhat awkward, but if there is nothing else, let us part ways. He suggested that, all my companions have been harmed, and I have nowhere else to go. If I venture elsewhere, I truly fear for my safety, the little girl timidly replied. Why would you come to such a perilous place? Zhang Zhe inquired, noting that she was undeniably a delicate maiden. Yet, entering such a dangerous secret realm undoubtedly posed a threat to her very existence. I secretly ran away from my family. Otherwise, my father would never have allowed me to come here. The little girl said in a hushed tone, What is your name? Where do you hail from? Zhangzhe asked, naturally wanting to ascertain her background, that I come from Tian Shan. She simply stated. Zhangzhe was taken aback. Although he had never been to Huangzhou, he had heard of the 5 great mountains there, with Tian Shan being the mightiest among them. Could it be that you have such formidable backing? Zhangzhe exclaimed in astonishment. My name is Su Xiaoning. The little girl continued, that SU family. Could it be that you are of the Tian Shan direct lineage? Zhangzhe's surprise grew, that I cannot disclose that directly, Su Xiaoning replied mysteriously. However, judging by her demeanor, Zhangzhe could guess the truth with reasonable certainty. What will you do alone? Do you possess any secret weapons that can teleport you away instantly? Zhangzhe pondered, knowing that those from affluent families often had means of self-preservation. I have already tried. The ancient battlefield secret realm is completely cut off from the outside world, especially during this initial period when there are no spatial fluctuations at all, Su Xiaoning explained. May I accompany you? Su Xiaoning asked, her voice tinged with hesitation. That might not be appropriate, Zhangzhe thought, feeling that having a girl by his side could be somewhat inconvenient. This place is so dangerous. If I were to be harmed later, wouldn't you have saved me for nothing? Besides, can you bear to see me waiting here to meet my demise? Su Xiaoning looked at Zhangzhe with pleading eyes. Very well, you may follow me, but you must promise to obey my instructions, and keep your hat on to conceal your identity, Zhangzhe instructed. After all, one could never know if she had enemies from Tian Shan. Being recognized could bring trouble. Thank you, brother. By the way, may I ask your name? Su Xiaoning replied joyfully, that I am Zhangzhe, from the Qingzhou Kaishan sect, that if you manage to leave safely, remember that you owe me a favor. Zhangzhe stated. All right, my strength is not weak, and I will not be a complete burden, Su Xiaoning boasted, demonstrating her spiritual power, which had reached the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. However, it seemed she lacked combat experience, leading to her current predicament. Well, if you were truly strong, you wouldn't be fleeing from others. Zhangzhe teased that I have a few companions, but we got separated upon entering. By the way, how did you manage to stay with them without being teleported apart? Zhangzhe inquired. It's quite simple. When entering, I enveloped my companions with my spiritual energy to prevent random teleportation. Su Xiaoning proudly explained that that really possible. Zhangzhe questioned, astonished that such a simple solution had eluded him. Of course, the sect records the history of the ancient battlefield. It has been opened multiple times, but I had never witnessed it before, so I was curious and stealthily followed, Su Xiaoning continued. All right, be cautious, Zhangzhe said, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Xiaoning just as a dart flew towards his chest, deflecting off. What remarkable reflexes! That person vanished after uttering a word, Zhangzhe remarked, frowning. Who could that be? Such a sinister presence, he added, recalling the saying that one need not fear thieves, but rather their intentions, that if that person were to shadow him, it would certainly complicate matters that I don't know. Just an itinerant cultivator. Su Xiaoning replied, recalling that the individual had indeed targeted her. Had Zhangzhe not intervened, that attack might have claimed her life. That I can't believe you saved me again so soon. Su Xiaoning expressed her gratitude. Then it seems you owe me another favor, which must be repaid once we escape, Zhangzhe said with a sly grin. The favors of Tian Shan are not easily forgotten. While I may not be well acquainted with Tian Shan, it is evident that as the most powerful force in Huangzhou, their influence is formidable. How about this? Once we escape, you can come to Tian Shan, and I assure you, you will enjoy a life of comfort. Su Xiaoning offered, patting her chest. Your status seems rather significant, yet I am not particularly interested. As long as you owe me a favor, that suffices, Zhangzhe replied, remaining unmoved. Only by becoming powerful in my own right can I earn respect. Although I tend to be somewhat lazy, I truly do not wish to be a mere leech feeding off others. All right then, let us continue our journey. The spirits of the deceased, transformed into luminous orbs, are indeed quite valuable. Su Xiaoning remarked that I noticed that your earlier group left behind very few orbs. Most must be with you, Zhangzhe recalled, noting the scarcity of spiritual energy orbs when those individuals perished. Indeed, consuming a few more orbs could allow me to reach the 9th level of the Golden Core. Su Xiaoning nodded vigorously. Let us delve deeper. We must act quickly, lest we miss out on the treasures ahead, Zhangzhe urged. Naturally, he understood that deeper within the battlefield, there could be legacies waiting to be uncovered, not to mention numerous broken divine weapons. The two continued their advance, encountering numerous sect members along the way. Zhang Zhe chose to ignore them, adhering to the principle of non-aggression. Ahead, it appeared that a spirit of the nascent soul stage was being besieged. Zhang Zhe closed his eyes, sensing the situation, and remarked, "Since acquiring the system, I have unconsciously enhanced my spiritual power, which has been steadily rising. I feel my spiritual strength is now comparable to that of the divine transformation stage. Shall we take a look?" Su Xiaoning inquired, resembling a curious child. "You trust me so readily. Aren't you afraid I might lead you astray?" Zhang Zhe teased. The two cautiously moved forward. "Kill. The spirit is on the verge of death. Everyone, give it your all." A group of over 20 individuals surrounded a nascent soul spirit. Chapter 47. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. It was evident that most of these individuals were loose cultivators. "Quite impressive. To think we would encounter such a big catch so soon," Zhang Zhe said, licking his lips with greed. "With so many people, even if we intervene, we might not gain anything." Su Xiaoning expressed her concerns. "Let us wait. I refuse to believe they can evenly distribute the spoils among themselves." Zhang Zhe replied mysteriously, his gaze locking on one individual among the group. "What the? Why is this guy here too?" Zhang Zhe recognized Zhou Qi within the group, but he was merely circling the periphery, occasionally launching attacks. Since no one was exerting their full strength, the injured spirit was still holding on. "Do you know anyone in there?" Su Xiaoning asked. "Yes, let us just wait." Zhang Zhe nodded nonchalantly. Given Zhou Qi's intellect, he would undoubtedly anticipate the impending developments, so Zhang Zhe felt no need to worry about his safety. As the spirit neared its demise, an unexpected betrayal erupted among the group. "Kill them all. The nascent soul spirit is mine," commanded a leader of an 8-person team, who swiftly coordinated their attack. Due to their rapid strike, most of their previous allies were either killed or severely wounded. Zhou Qi, being quite astute, had already distanced himself from the chaos. Internal strife, Zhang Zhe observed, chuckling at the unfolding scene. That moment, the spirit lay gasping for breath on the ground, while the others were entangled in battle. "Damn it, Yu Feng, you treacherous scoundrel. We trusted you so much," someone shouted in outrage at Yu Feng. "Haha, it seems this is your first day in the world of cultivators. Allow me to enlighten you on the ways of the Jianghu." Yu Feng laughed, wielding his sword with fervor. The strength of the 8-person team was evidently superior to that of the others, and Zhou Qi had long since recognized the dire situation and slipped away. "Go, capture that brat. If he gets away, it will be troublesome," Zhang Zhe instructed Su Xiaoning. Su Xiaoning was clearly taken aback, not expecting Zhang Zhe to issue orders to her so swiftly. "What, you can't even keep up with him?" Zhang Zhe hastily interjected. "Right. I'll go right away." Su Xiaoning quietly followed behind. With her prowess at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, she could easily overpower Zhou Qi, who was at the 3rd level, in every aspect. "Pa!" Yu Feng spat, observing the few remaining individuals on the battlefield who were fighting desperately. "What a joke! Anyone Yu Feng have my eye on certainly doesn't require your interference," he proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Originally, his team had been the first to discover this Yuaning specter, and he estimated that even if they managed to eliminate it, there would be some cost involved. Thus, he spread the news within a limited circle, planning to collaborate with others to take it down and then deal with them afterwards. A perfect 2 birds with 1 stone strategy. Damn it, I knew these guys had ulterior motives. Thankfully, I kept my wits about me. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Zhou Qi, hiding behind a tree, gasped for breath. Having already distanced himself from the battlefield, he believed he was in a safe place. What a waste, he lamented, being only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. He realized that to survive in this environment, he must be exceedingly cautious. "Friend, come with me for a moment." Su Xiaoning appeared in front of Zhou Qi. Before he could respond, she swiftly knocked him unconscious with a palm strike. Without hesitation, she began to carry him back, thinking that if anything happened over there, she would be unable to manage it alone. Thank you for doing our bidding," came the voice of 5 individuals emerging from the nearby thicket. Zhang Zhe turned his gaze in their direction, recognizing their ability to conceal themselves. Strangely enough, these 5 brothers seemed to look exactly alike. "The Demon 5, Yu Feng exclaimed upon seeing them. It seems our reputation precedes us." "We have fans," the leader of the group remarked. "This is something I worked hard for. Is it fair to just hand it over to you?" Yu Feng frowned and replied, "Enough nonsense. You know our strength. You must have heard some rumors about us, that if you lack insight, The outcome will be dire. The leader spoke again, summoning black spiritual energy around himself. Though they were all at the Golden Core stage, there was something peculiar about their spiritual power. What is going on? Su Xiaoning asked, tossing the unfortunate Zhou Qi onto the ground. Did I ask this how you bring him back? Zhang Zhu inquired, eyeing the unconscious Zhou Qi. I was in a hurry. If you had followed me, we might have needed both our efforts, Su Xiaoning replied with a hint of embarrassment. All right, wake him up. Zhang Zhu instructed that Su Xiaoning splashed cold water onto Zhou Qi's face. Who are you? Zhou Qi sprang up bewildered, but upon seeing Zhang Zhu nearby, 1,000 questions flooded his mind. Zhigu, what is happening? How did I end up here? Keep your voice down. Can't you see over there? A fight is about to break out that we'll talk later. Come quickly, Zhang Zhu urged, as the three of them quietly hid. The Demon Five, Su Xiaoning instantly recognized the 5 individuals. You know them? Zhang Zhu asked. These 5 are cultivators from Huangzhou, practicing dark attributes. However, there have been rumors that they often commit acts of indiscriminate slaughter that I heard they were killed. How could they suddenly appear here? Su Xiaoning explained. Just wait and see. The show is just beginning, Zhang Zhu remarked with a grin, observing the battlefield. Now it's Yufeng and his crew who find themselves in an awkward position, not realizing this group was hiding in the shadows. All 8 of us have just come out of a fierce battle, and given their strength, they likely surpass ours that I concede. Yufeng contemplated before exclaiming, at least you know your place, the leader of the Demon Five replied. As the 5 approached, you may leave, but leave all the light orbs behind. The Yufeng gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly before slowly relaxing, that he never anticipated that after all the scheming, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Chapter 48. Who is the Yellow Bird? This situation cannot continue like this. Zhang Zhu observed the unfolding events with a slight frown. I have an idea. You two come here, that we'll do this, he instructed, and the 3 donned black cloaks. Kill, Su Xiaoning shouted, and they charged towards the Demon Five. The brother, don't be afraid. We've come to help. Su Xiaoning called out again. The Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, not recognizing her voice. But given the urgency of the situation, he disregarded it and charged alongside Zhang Zhu and the others toward the Demon Five. That not good. They have reinforcements. Let us kill them all, the leader commanded as the 5 rushed forward. The arrival of Zhang Zhu's group greatly invigorated Yufeng and his 8 companions, all of whom fought with reckless abandon, finally releasing their pent-up frustrations. This isn't good. We can't win. Let us retreat, boss, someone shouted. The old leader was decisive. Withdraw. The 5 promptly retreated from the battlefield. The Yufeng, panting heavily, turned to Zhang Zhu and the others. Sister, I still don't know who you are. He chuckled at Su Xiaoning. I didn't expect you to be so easily fooled, Su Xiaoning replied with a smile. You all. Yufeng looked at the 3 of them with confusion. Everything belongs to me, Zhang Zhu declared with a grin, having removed his disguise. Who are you? Yufeng bellowed, realizing he did not recognize Zhang Zhu at all. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you are about to die. With a flash of his spear, he cut through Yufeng's throat, and his lifeless body slumped to the ground. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning also joined the fray, and the remaining 7 had no will to resist. Swiftly vanquished. How do we divide all this? Zhou Qi inquired, gazing at the multitude of light orbs scattered across the ground. Just take it for now. Don't forget, that one is the big catch, Zhang Zhu said, pointing at the lifeless specter lying on the ground. He then unleashed all his power in a single strike, obliterating it, and a massive light orb floated into the air. Let us take them all. If news gets out, many will come here, Zhang Zhu quickly instructed as the 3 began to clean up the battlefield and leave the area. Indeed, you always have a way, boss, that I truly admire you, Zhou Qi exclaimed as the 3 took refuge in a cave. You have quite the audacity, knowing it was a trap yet still jumping in, Zhang Zhu remarked, smiling at Zhou Qi. What choice did I have? If I were a bit stronger, I wouldn't have to collaborate with them, Zhou Qi lamented. Let us absorb the light orbs, the Yuaning spiritual orbs? Zhang Zhu paused before responding. Of course, they're yours. No question about it. All right, I'll take fewer of the others. Let us hurry and absorb them to avoid any unforeseen complications, Su Xiaoning urged. The 3 of them fervently enhanced their strength within the cave, while Zhang Zhu harnessed the Yuan-Ing orbs and other spiritual orbs, elevating his prowess to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Zhou Qi ascended to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. I am about to break through, Su Xiaoning joyfully exclaimed, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, just a step away from ascending to the Yuaning stage. Indeed, this secret realm was worth it. My strength has skyrocketed like a rocket. Zhangzhe chuckled. What is a rocket? Su Xiaoning asked, puzzled to know nothing, just a metaphor for rapid strength enhancement. Zhangzhe explained to be, by the way, who is she? I don't believe our sect has anyone like her, Zhou Qi teased, eyeing Zhangzhe with a smirk, that I picked her up on the way. Her name is Su Xiaoning. Zhangzhe introduced that as Su Xiaoning then removed her hood, revealing a delicate and charming visage that instantly marked her as a soft and gentle girl. Hello, I am Su Xiaoning, not some item to be picked up? She pouted. Hello, I'm Zhou Qi, he stammered, having never encountered such a stunning beauty before. Have you not met anyone else today? Zhangzhe queried. That I encountered Yin Nanfeng, but that guy is so arrogant. He completely ignored me, Su Xiaoning replied. Zhou Qi helplessly spoke. It's fine, that fellow will deal with him. That be by the way, do you know when this ancient battlefield will close? Zhangzhe turned to Su Xiaoning and inquired. It seems that every ancient battlefield is supported by a treasure or a legacy. Once that treasure or legacy finds a master, the ancient battlefield will close. That Su Xiaoning pondered for a moment before replying. Before I came here, I did my homework at the Sutra Pavilion. That's how it is. It appears that the deeper we go, the more perilous it becomes. That moment. Outside, the 5 major factions had already occupied the entrance to the passage. When the time comes to teleport out, it will undoubtedly be through this entrance. That I wonder which young lad from which faction will obtain the key to the secret realm, Zhang Laohu remarked. The emergence of the ancient battlefield carries significance. Whoever obtains the key to the secret realm is surely destined by fate, and fate cannot be defied, Feng Qingzi mysteriously added. You old man, can you refrain from being so cryptic all the time? Xiao from Fengyue Mountain Villa said discontentedly. Let me make one thing clear. If our Shihu Mountain obtains the key to the secret realm, none of you should harbor any thoughts of claiming it. Zhang Laohu said ominously. What kind of talk is that? Treasures are naturally bestowed upon those with fate. Whoever obtains them, we shall not intervene. Lin from Hunting God Mountain interjected. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Yu sat restlessly in the tent, watching the 5 major factions tightly encircle the entrance, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Although he believed that Zhangzhe could gain significant benefits from this, he feared that acquiring something might provoke envy and lead to deadly consequences. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this cursed place. What will I do next time? Wang Yu paced back and forth in the tent, constantly reminding himself to trust Zhangzhe, but for some reason, his eyelids kept twitching. It seemed that there was a palace ahead, and quite a few people had already entered. After closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, he spoke. When did you awaken such potent spiritual power? Zhou Qi, slightly astonished, remarked that the ability to probe with spiritual power seemed to require reaching the nascent soul stage. Chapter 49. Dragon King Hall, do I really need to report such trivial matters to you? Hurry up, if the treasure is snatched away, just wait and see how I will deal with you, Zhangzhe said, extinguishing the flames of concern. The 3 of them advanced towards the palace, the Dragon King Hall. Zhangzhe gazed at the 3 grand characters on the palace and remarked, how imposing. If this were ancient times, it would certainly be considered a major power. You might not know this, but the Dragon King Hall is undoubtedly a subordinate power. Notice how the last character hall has been imbued with spiritual energy, Zhangzhe explained. What does that mean? Su Xiaoning asked, puzzled. Is there a distinction regarding whether the last character possesses spiritual energy or not? Zhangzhe was quite perplexed. Regardless of the power, if the last character has spiritual energy, it signifies that this faction is a subordinate one, that this spiritual energy is explicitly bestowed by the true master of the power. Su Xiaoning elaborated once more, that I never expected such an interpretation. This is truly a revelation. Zhou Qi remarked that let's proceed with caution, Zhangzhe advised. Before we entered, someone had already gone in. Haha, this staff is mine. Zhangzhe immediately spotted a person rushing out like a madman, laughing uncontrollably and brandishing a bone. What is happening? Zhou Qi inquired, somewhat bewildered. That person's strength should be at the 5th or 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet they became completely deranged upon entering. How bizarre! Zhangzhe observed the surrounding architecture and commented, this place is called the Dragon King Hall. and logically, it should be magnificently constructed. However, judging by the layout, it does not appear to be built by spirit beasts that I initially thought that the owner of the Dragon King Hall was a true dragon, or at the very least, related to the Dragon Clan. Zhang Zhe continued. The treasure is mine now. All of you must die, a bold voice declared. How dare you not kneel upon seeing me? Come to admire my dance. The further they ventured inside, the more deranged individuals they encountered. Hold your breath, Zhang Zhe shouted. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning complied. These people must be poisoned or under some curse. Be cautious. And from now on, do not breathe, Zhang Zhe warned, his voice resonating from his abdomen. The two nodded lightly, and the trio proceeded deeper. This alchemy chamber was clearly intended for everyone. Why should your Shihu Mountain monopolize it? Zhang Zhe overheard someone expressing their discontent. The three followed the voice and arrived at the scene. You waste of space dare to compete with us. Leave now, or you will pay with your lives, Zhang Dashuai, leading the Shihu Mountain faction, said, Do you truly think we are easy to bully? With so many elixirs here, you think you can hog them all? Indeed, indeed. The combined strength of our group does not fall short of yours, others chimed in. Stop pretending. We thought your Shihu Mountain had already dominated Qingzhou. Someone scoffed. The atmosphere became tense, as Zhang Dashuai confidently retorted, Do you really think that once you obtain these elixirs, you will be able to survive outside the confines of the city? Silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, even if we lay our hands on these treasures, it is not guaranteed that those outside will let us go, Zhang Dashuai asserted. Everyone, I ask you to give me face. When the time comes, regardless of the treasures you acquire, our Shihu Mountain will absolutely not interfere, he guaranteed confidently. Silence fell once more. Shihu Mountain? I didn't expect to encounter them so soon, Zhang Zhe noted, observing the ongoing conversation, which suggested there was no poisonous gas present. What should we do? It seems there are quite a few elixirs in this alchemy chamber, Zhou Qi inquired of Zhang Zhe. Should we employ the same tactic as before to fish in troubled waters? Su Xiaoning suggested, believing their previous plan had merit that we'll have to wait and see. The standoff continued. The Shihu Mountain faction comprised over 50 individuals, while the other smaller sects and rogue cultivators combined numbered over 200. Which was why they were able to confront Shihu Mountain. What's the matter? Are you all unwilling to yield? Zhang Dashuai furrowed his brow and spoke that we won't yield. You major powers are nothing but gluttons. With so many elixirs here, we must have our share, someone retorted. Indeed, elevating oneself is of utmost importance. What do mere verbal promises mean? They are but illusions to no one is giving face. We have over 200 people here. And if pushed to the brink, you all may perish here. Tension escalated between both sides. Zhang Dashuai fell silent, realizing that this group was unexpectedly tenacious. Having reached this point in their conversation, if they backed down now, conflict would be inevitable. Very well, my friends, we will take away 1/3 of the elixirs, and the remainder will be divided among you, Zhang Dashuai proposed after some contemplation, lowering the offer to 1/3. Immediately, some among the rogue cultivators agreed. But the situation shifted dramatically in the next moment that a head-sized black sphere suddenly burst forth from the alchemy chamber, and the door to the chamber was obliterated. The crowd stood stunned for a moment before rushing into the chamber to seize the elixirs. Grab them! Be careful not to stray too far from me, Zhang Zhe shouted as he dashed forward that Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi closely followed. Wow! I've never seen so many elixirs. They seem endless, Zhang Zhe exclaimed. Exhilarated that I've struck it rich. This is mine. Don't touch it. Where does it say your name? Whoever grabs it is whoever's. Are you courting death? Get lost. The crowd scrambled for the elixirs, and Zhang Zhe swiftly began to scavenge. Some greedy individuals targeted him, launching attacks, but Zhang Zhe ignored them, considering any delay a loss of precious elixirs. Get out of the way! A giant foot descended toward Zhang Zhe, who stood his ground and took the hit head-on. What? You actually blocked my giant foot, one of the Shihu Mountain members exclaimed, unwilling to accept it and continued attacking Zhang Zhe. Little elephant, quickly collect the elixirs. Don't waste any more time, Zhang Dashuai urged anxiously, realizing that his previous plan had completely fallen apart. What a worthless thing. Yet Su Xiaoning was quite particular, dismissing many low-grade elixirs with disdain. Zhang Zhe, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoning. nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. How could this little ancestor be so choosy? Did she think they were perusing an auction house? Meanwhile, Zhou Qi was cautiously collecting the elixirs. Chapter 50. The door of confinement. Should anyone approach, they would immediately retreat. Damn it. Zhou Qi, hurry up and get to work. Zhang Zhe bellowed, though his hands were busily engaged. Watch out, as Su Xiaoning meticulously selected among the elixirs. Someone suddenly attacked her. Da-da. Caught off guard, Su Xiaoning sustained another injury to her arm. Get lost. Zhang Zhe, wielding a spear, charged forward, driving the assailant back. Can you be a bit more careful? Zhang Zhe frowned slightly. Why are they so eager to ambush? Su Xiaoning said with a look of grievance, casually consuming an elixir. The external injury on her arm showed slight improvement. Good job. Zhang Zhe gave Su Xiaoning a thumbs up. And you just used an elixir for such a minor injury. Zhang Zhe chose not to engage further with Su Xiaoning and decided to search for elixirs in another direction. Seeking death. This is my territory, and you dare to covet it. Zhang Dashui roared, forcing several individuals to retreat. The people from Lion Tiger Mountain occupied a moderately sized area, with some gathering resources while others stood guard nearby. All right, boss, the Lion Tiger Mountain member spoke to Zhang Dashui. Let's move quickly. If we linger here, these people are acting like lunatics that if they attack us, it would be extremely disadvantageous, Zhang Dashui instructed, and the group swiftly left the pill room. Soon, the elixirs within the room were entirely snatched away, and Zhang Zhe and his companions had also gathered quite a bounty. Everyone exchanged cautious glances as they carefully exited the room. That was close. I didn't expect our first mission together to be so thrilling, Zhou Qi remarked, letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed. You're quite crafty. I see you've also ambushed your fair share of people. Zhang Zhe commented while continuing his frantic scavenging, yet he remained vigilant of Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning's movements. My cultivation is of the wind attribute. I simply have swifter speed, Zhou Qi admitted. Somewhat bashfully. Fine, you keep the items for now. We'll sort them out once we safely exit this place, Zhang Zhe suggested, then turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoning. What are you looking at me for? Su Xiaoning felt uncomfortable under Zhang Zhe's scrutinizing gaze. Then aren't you going to share some of your gains with me? Zhang Zhe rubbed his hands together. Why should I? Su Xiaoning pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Simply because I'm protecting you. Shouldn't you pay me a bit of protection fee? Zhang Zhe retorted, having never asked Su Xiaoning for treasures before, but this time was different as he had brought her to the pill room. Miser. You really know how to calculate, Su Xiaoning retorted, producing half of her elixirs. Did I ask this all? Zhang Zhe looked at the mere 20-odd vials of 4th-grade elixirs. Please, the highest grade in this room seems to be 4 vials. Naturally, I would acquire only the finest, Su Xiaoning said proudly, holding her head high. All right, but this isn't free. I will protect you moving forward, Zhang Zhe said with a smile as he accepted the elixirs. That's more like it, Su Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. Shall we leave? We've already obtained so many benefits. Zhou Qi asked Zhang Zhe. No, we must delve deeper. I refuse to believe that the Dragon King's Hall is merely a storage for elixirs. Zhang Zhe confidently replied, noting that some people were gradually vacating the area. Let us go. The trio continued forward, finding most rooms empty, with few treasures in sight. That up ahead should be the main hall. Zhang Zhe stated upon seeing the end of the corridor. Let us take a look. They soon noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the main hall, unable to find a way in. What is going on? Why is this door so sturdy? No amount of force seems to damage it. Everyone, take a closer look. There must be some special entrance. There is surely something valuable behind this door. Otherwise, it wouldn't be reinforced so robustly. The crowd murmured, appearing unable to enter. Zhang Zhe and his companions approached, observing their predicament. Wait. Here is a stone with an inscription saying blood of the same clan opens the door. Instantly. Someone discovered a peculiar stone with a line of text, AT that moment. Zhang Zhe's wristband became intensely warm. Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow. Ever since this little device had devoured 10 fire crystal stones, it had fallen into slumber. Why was it awakening now? Let me give it a try. Immediately, someone began applying their blood to the stone, but there was no reaction. What is going on? Are we unable to enter? Who knows? We've applied all our blood. Yet there is not the slightest response. The crowd despaired, preparing to leave. Zhang Zhe circled the door, also intending to depart. After all, Many had already tried, and perhaps only the original disciples were qualified to enter this place. However, just as Zhang Zhe took a few steps away, his wristband flared up again with unusual heat. What on earth is going on? Zhang Zhe addressed the wristband. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning thought Zhang Zhe was merely talking to himself. In the next moment, a small fire dragon the size of a head appeared on Zhang Zhe's shoulder. When did you acquire a mount? I had no idea. Zhou Qi exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the little fire dragon. Roar! The little fire dragon seemed quite displeased at being pointed at and attempted to nip at Zhou Qi's finger. Zhang Zhe swiftly grabbed the little fire dragon, finding it adorably plump. How could I reveal such a secret to you? Zhang Zhe smiled as he spoke. Did I ask this a fire spirit? Su Xiaoning asked, puzzled upon seeing the little fire dragon. Huh. You have quite an eye. He has already restored his physical form. How did you discern he is a fire spirit? Zhang Zhe replied that I've had the fortune to encounter a few naturally born spirits, and I sense the same aura from him that if this fire dragon were to be sold, it would fetch an astronomical price. Su Xiaoning said seriously, simultaneously regarding Zhang Zhe with newfound respect. Possessing such a unique spirit indicated that he was no ordinary person, that I have no intention to sell him. Although this little guy has quite an appetite. I wouldn't mistreat him, would I? Xiaoyin? Zhang Zhe affectionately stroked the little fire dragon. Roar. The little fire dragon snuggled against Zhang Zhe's chest, appearing even more endearing. Chapter 51. A simple opening, all right. I sense you are not an ordinary disciple of a sect, Su Xiaoning said earnestly. How can that be? I'm merely from a small place. He can vouch for me. We are all from Kaoshan sect. Zhang Zhe pointed at Zhou Qi, smiling. Yes, we both hail from Kaoshan sect. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. This fire spirit is not something just anyone can possess, and at such a young age, it's just beginning to awaken its intelligence, making it incredibly trusting of those around. It's evident that he relies heavily on you. Thus he will surely become your most loyal companion in the future, Su Xiaoning said sincerely. This little guy eats like there's no tomorrow. By the way, why did you suddenly appear? Zhang Zhe inquired while ruffling the little fire dragon's head. Roar. The little fire dragon seemed to suddenly recall something and flew towards the great door. Although the little fire dragon had no wings, it could fly low. What is going on? Zhou Qi asked Zhang Zhe, puzzled. That I'm not sure. Zhang Zhe shook his head, then followed the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon pressed its paw against the stone, and curiously, where others had failed to elicit a response, the stone caved in at the instant the little fire dragon touched it. With a thunderous rumble, the great door slowly opened before Zhang's eyes. Wow! It opened so easily. Zhang Zhe was somewhat incredulous. Quick, let us go in. Coming back to his senses, the three of them along with the little fire dragon swiftly entered, and the door gradually closed behind them. Wow, what a grand palace! Zhang Zhe exclaimed as he surveyed the interior. Compared to the main hall of Kaoshan sect, this was a mere child's play. The palace was not only vast but also towering. Look over there. What is that? Zhang Zhe pointed in Zhou Qi's direction, where a complete dragon skeleton lay sprawled at the throne of the palace. Could it be that the master of the Dragon King's hall is indeed a dragon king? Zhang Zhe expressed his astonishment as a sudden and overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing him and his companions to kneel upon the ground. The little fire dragon roared incessantly, and miraculously, the oppressive force dissipated. This is the pressure of a true dragon, Su Xiaoning decisively remarked. Just now, I felt as if I were about to be crushed. It was truly terrifying that if this being were still alive, what kind of horror would it embody? Zhou Qi, with a grim expression, gazed at the dragon bones on the throne and spoke. Thank you. Zhang Zhe regained his composure. He looked towards the little fire dragon, which gracefully circled him before settling on his shoulder. This place is utterly barren. There shouldn't be any treasures left, Zhou Qi observed. Are you a fool? The greatest treasure is right there, Su Xiaoning retorted, pointing at the dragon bones upon the throne. Indeed. Although I cannot ascertain the strength of these bones, they are undoubtedly formidable that if sold, they would fetch an astronomical price. Zhou Qi, coming back to his senses, chuckled. Roar. The little fire dragon is certainly not pleased, roaring incessantly. What's the matter? Do you desire these dragon bones? Zhang Zhe inquired of the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon expressed its desire with a roar, continuing to bellow several times. No way. Boss, when did you acquire this new ability to understand beast language? Zhou Qi exclaimed, astonished to be quiet. I can't comprehend beast language. I merely grasp the general meaning, Zhang Zhe clarified. You two have achieved a mutual understanding, indicating that it will be utterly dependent on you from now on. Su Xiaoning interjected that IT says it needs these dragon bones to forge its body. Zhang Zhe explained. Forge its body. Could it be that the master of this dragon lake was of the Great Ascension realm? Su Xiaoning exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Zhou Qi asked, puzzled. For spiritual beings to forge a body, they require the bones of a beast from the Great Ascension realm. Su Xiaoning elaborated that it appears you truly are a learned little genius. Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. Disciples of major sects are indeed different. The matters you speak of are likely unknown even to Wang Yu, that it's merely recorded in books. Aside from cultivation, I enjoy reading, Su Xiaoning replied proudly. Once it forges its body, will its strength increase? Currently, it is only at the second rank. Zhang Zhe said helplessly that IT has always been relying on me. It hasn't yet returned the favor. Moreover, its potential for growth is rather terrifying. Undoubtedly. After all, those are the bones of a beast from the Great Ascension realm. Using them to forge a body will certainly enhance its power tremendously, Su Xiaoning stated. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hasten the forging process, Zhang Zhe urged. Roaring with excitement, the little fire dragon drifted towards the dragon bones and began to absorb their essence. It seems you truly possess a treasure. Normally, spiritual beasts can only cultivate to humanoid form after reaching the 7th rank, but spiritual beings are different. They are born from nature and possess extraordinary innate talent. They can cultivate to humanoid form once they reach the 5th rank. Su Xiaoning explained further, oh no, if it evolves directly into humanoid form, won't I be unable to ride it? Zhou Qi suddenly lamented, looking dejected. You must be jesting. This little fellow likely has no desire to be a mount. That IT probably just wants to be a pet, seeking affection and food. Zhang Zhe replied, exasperated, I am essentially raising a little ancestor. If properly nurtured, it will undoubtedly become your right-hand ally. Su Xiaoning continued. The little fire dragon emitted a series of anguished roars, and Zhang Zhe remarked, it won't fail, will it? Observing the little fire dragon's cries. He added, I don't know. I am not omniscient. Such evolution inherently involves success and failure. But in the next moment, the tightly shut doors suddenly began to open slowly. Haha, I knew that using the blood of a pseudo-dragon would work. Let me see what treasures lie within. A familiar voice resonated. Someone? Zhang Dezhu noticed the stunned expressions of Zhang Zhe and his companions and remarked, Chapter 52, repelling Zhang Daz who Tio think you could enter. It seems I truly underestimated you. Zhang Du fixed his gaze upon Zhang Zhe and his companions, and when his eyes fell upon the little fire dragon, his expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of greed. I never expected to encounter a fire dragon spirit. What incredible fortune! If I can obtain this fire dragon spirit, I will certainly become the holy son of Lion Tiger Mountain. Are you really dismissing us so casually? Zhang Zhe suddenly interjected that if you know what's good for you, you'd best leave quickly. Otherwise, you three are doomed. Zhang Dezhu arrogantly replied, not even sparing Zhang Zhe a glance. What audacity! Su Xiaoning scoffed, speaking up. Zhou Qi, standing nearby, felt immense pressure, noting that there were 50 opponents before them, all of whom were at least at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, meaning that he could not contend with any one of them. Although I have yet to break through to the nascent soul realm, dealing with scum like you is child's play, Zhang Dezhu declared, as one of his disciples approached Zhang Zhe, brandishing a whip. Receive my lash. The disciple swung the long whip toward Zhang Zhe, who caught it effortlessly, summoning a spear that appeared out of thin air, piercing the disciple's chest. How is this possible? Zhang Dezhu exclaimed in disbelief. Knowing the strength of his subordinate, who could typically last 3 rounds against him, are you certain you want them to come one by one to their demise? Zhang Zhe chuckled, tossing the whip aside and standing protectively in front of Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi. Boss, let me take on this arrogant fellow. Someone immediately offered, stepping forward to confront Zhang Dezhu. Stand down, Zhang Dezhu commanded. Having become the leader of Lion Tiger Mountain, he was no fool, although he did not know how Zhang Zhe had neutralized the whip's power. He could not ignore Zhang Zhe's strength. What, are you planning to take action yourself? Zhang Zhe calmly inquired, needing to buy time for the little fire dragon while hoping the other side would not swarm them. Although his defenses could withstand the onslaught, he still had Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning, who were somewhat of a liability. That I'll deal with you, Zhang Dezhu declared, wielding dual hammers, with a phantom tiger materializing behind him. Is this the tiger form of Lion Tiger Mountain? Su Xiaoning remarked, observing Zhang Dezhu. The ethereal tiger shape enhanced his attack power, speed, and defense, as Su Xiaoning explained to Zhang Zhe. Understood. It seems this one is indeed a core disciple. A slight smile crept across Zhang Zhe's lips as he replied. Meteor Hammer. Zhang Dezhu, however, bore a serious expression as he unleashed a long-range spiritual technique, hurling his dual hammers toward Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe raised his hands defensively, and the two heavy hammers rebounded after striking his hands. This is impossible. Zhang Dezhu gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how someone at the Golden Core realm could withstand his meteor hammer head-on. What is impossible? Your attack feels like nothing more than a tickle to me, Zhang Zhe retorted, crossing his arms and resting the spear before him. Zhang Dezhu fell silent, realizing that although his previous attack had been merely a test, he had already discerned Zhang Zhe's strength. Not yet. May I inquire where you hail from? Zhang Dezhu finally asked after a moment of contemplation. What? Did you not wish to seize my little fire dragon? Zhang Zhe replied with a smile. Haha, it was merely a misunderstanding. I only wanted to test whether your strength was sufficient to be worthy of that fire dragon, Zhang Dezhu responded, unfazed that a true man does not change his name or his surname. I am Zhang Zhe, the chief disciple of the Mountain of the Reliant. Zhang Zhe proclaimed loudly. Well then, let us consider ourselves acquaintances. How about we become friends? Zhang Dezhu suggested amicably, though those around him appeared bewildered by their leader's intentions. Friends are unnecessary. My pet is cultivating here, and I wish for no disturbances. That if there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave, Zhang Zhe stated bluntly, fully aware that his earlier display of strength had intimidated his adversaries. It was crucial to expel them quickly. Then we shall not intrude any further. Zhang Dezhu left in a rather dejected manner, accompanied by his followers. That I ask this how he departs? Zhou Qi expressed disbelief as he spoke. Do you think the meteor hammer was so easy to catch? He was merely testing my strength. Being able to effortlessly receive it is a testament to my capabilities, proving I can contend with him. Zhang Zhe sighed in relief and remarked, Then why didn't you simply eliminate him? Zhou Qi, now brimming with excitement, continued, Zhang Zhe, why the silence? What are you? Su Xiaoning inquired, gazing intently at Zhang Zhe. What do you mean? Who I am? Have I not already mentioned? I am merely the chief disciple of the Mountain of Reliance, Zhang Zhe replied. The individual you encountered earlier was likely Zhang Dezhu, the son of Zhang Laohu from outside, and a candidate for the Holy Son of Shiru Mountain. He added that Su Xiaoning remarked, It seems you are well acquainted with the circumstances in Qingzhou. Zhang Zhe smiled and acknowledged her observation. Su Xiaoning scrutinized Zhang Zhe, initially believing him to be just a talented youth, but the evident power he displayed in repelling Zhang Dezhu left her puzzled. The spiritual energy contained within the meteor hammer was something she could perceive. Had she attempted to catch it with her arms, they would likely have broken. Yet, Zhang Zhe appeared utterly unfazed. Roar, roar, roar. The little fire dragon cried out in urgency. They're coming! They're coming! Zhang Zhe, feeling helpless, discarded the remaining fire spirit stones. As they neared the little fire dragon, they instantly transformed into the purest fire attribute spiritual energy, which the little fire dragon absorbed in succession. Zhang Zhe winced at the loss, but did not hesitate in his actions. What's wrong? Zhou Qi asked with concern that he requires pure fire attribute spiritual energy. He must be reaching the final and most critical stage, Zhang Zhe explained. The little fire dragon roared once more, seemingly striving to challenge the heavens, its cries growing increasingly powerful. Chapter 53, The little fire dragon successfully evolved. Zhang Zhe listened anxiously. What's happening? Something feels amiss. Zhou Qi turned to Su Xiaoning and asked, What do you know? I'm not entirely sure either. I've only read about it in books that IT can shape the physical body, but I'm unfamiliar with the process, Su Xiaoning replied, scratching her head, but there's nothing we can do now. It's all up to him, Zhang Zhe lamented, having done all he could. With a final roar, the little fire dragon was enveloped in spiritual energy. Once the energy dissipated, a massive egg appeared before everyone. What? Such a large egg. Surely it won't require rehatching. Zhou Qi exclaimed dramatically. That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Zhe approached and tapped the eggshell. Crack. The shell shattered instantly, revealing a small dragon, roughly the size of a human. Crawling out, the little fire dragon leapt about in excitement, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I can't believe it actually worked! I am no longer merely a spirit." The men shared in the joy, declaring, "Perfect! Now he is a true dragon." While still being a naturally born spiritual being, Su Xiaoning remarked, "Roar." The little fire dragon unleashed a breath of dragon flame toward Zhang Zhe. Both Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi were startled, but upon seeing Zhang Zhe remain unscathed, they felt relieved. "Isn't he mischievous?" Zhang Zhe chuckled, noting the transformation from mere flames to the true dragon's fire. Indeed, his power has increased. Through the system, Zhang Zhe recognized that the little fire dragon had reached the 4th rank, equivalent to a human in the nascent soul realm. Its current size was comparable to that of an average human. That I never expected to witness the fire dragon spirit shaping its physical body firsthand. Su Xiaoning remarked. "Now we can traverse this secret realm with confidence." Zhou Qi added with a smile. "Not necessarily. Given the current circumstances in the secret realm, many might have already broken through to the nascent soul stage." Su Xiaoning replied, shaking her head. "Even I have reached the peak of Foundation establishment, that we must remain cautious. Our priority is to locate the others, that if we can secure the safety of those like our sect leader, we can return," Zhang Zhe advised prudently. Suddenly, the grand door swung open, and the previously departed rogue cultivators and minor sect members re-entered. "Ha! I can't believe this door actually opened," one exclaimed. "You lot better hand over all the treasures inside." Another demanded, "Certainly, share and share alike. If you don't relinquish the treasures today, you want to leave this place." Over 100 individuals surged into the hall. "What do we do? There are so many of them," Zhou Qi said anxiously. "No worries that my friends, we haven't obtained any treasures here. We entered empty-handed," Zhang Zhe declared loudly. "Stop lying. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? We will not believe a word you say." Someone shouted. The little fire dragon, agitated, leapt forth and unleashed a breath of dragon flame. The man hadn't even had time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. "What is happening? This is a true dragon. Its power must be at least 4th rank. This is definitely a true dragon. I've read about it. It can breathe dragon flames, among the most potent types of fire." Chaos erupted among the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wishes for me to surrender my treasures?" Zhang Zhe said, rolling up his sleeves, astonished at how the newly evolved little fire dragon displayed such dominance, but he was equally surprised by the incredible temperature of the dragon flames. "The reputation of dragon flames is indeed well-deserved," Su Xiaoning remarked, nodding in satisfaction. "It appears we have been misled. There likely aren't any treasures in this place." Zhou Qi agreed that if that is the case, we shall take our leave. "How frustrating. We've been duped. There are no treasures here." The crowd exchanged words of discontent as they departed in disappointment. "Indeed, might makes right. Haha. Now it's your turn to protect me." Zhang Zhe affectionately patted the little fire dragon's head. As Zhang Zhe and his companions prepared to exit the palace, he suddenly turned his gaze toward a shadowy corner. "Come out," Zhang Zhe commanded. Spear in hand, pointing in that direction. No, do not attack. I mean no harm." A dark, round object emerged from the shadows. "Who are you?" Zhang Zhe inquired, suddenly recalling that the door to the alchemy room had been forcefully opened by a similar black entity. "Are you the one who emerged from the alchemy room?" Zhang Zhe pressed. "Yes. I was desperate to leave this place, but I realized that with my strength, I could not protect myself here," the black sphere replied. "What exactly are you?" Zhang Zhe asked again. "To tell you the truth, I am an elixir, a 7th-grade dragon spirit pill," the black sphere confessed. "You are a damling," Su Xiaoning exclaimed in disbelief. "How is it that you know so much?" "You are indeed quite knowledgeable," Zhou Qi added, feeling somewhat foolish compared to Su Xiaoning's intellect. "What do you mean by suddenly appearing?" Zhang Zhe questioned. "I saw that the fire dragon spirit had attained a physical form with your assistance, indicating that you are the chosen one of the fire dragon spirit. Hence, I wish to accompany you," the black sphere explained hesitantly. Zhang Zhe felt speechless. "I asked this what it means to be chosen by fate." His luck remained extraordinary, being selected repeatedly. "So you wish to reshape your physical form?" Zhang Zhe deduced. "Yes, as a danling, I risk being captured and absorbed by powerful individuals at any moment, leading to my demise." The black sphere elaborated. Zhang Zhe turned his gaze to Su Xiaoning. "No, he is different from the fire dragon spirit. The fire dragon spirit has been by your side since its birth, already attuned to your heart and become your loyal companion. However, this Danling is different. It has developed its own intelligence and thinking, making it relatively independent, that Su Xiaoning said. I must emphasize that, but the second half of her sentence remained unspoken, that I will not betray you. I promise to remain loyal to you, the Black Sphere asserted earnestly. This could indeed pose a problem to a 7th grade Danling. Do you not possess any means of self-preservation? Zhang Zhe pondered for a moment before speaking. No, I merely possess pure spiritual energy within me, that if we are to discuss martial prowess, I can only be compared to the foundational level of you humans. The Black Sphere interjected, and Zhang Zhe fell silent, contemplating the risk of betrayal should he take it with him. That would be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. Perhaps it would be best this way. If you trust me, allow me to take this with me, Su Xiaoning suddenly suggested. You can't just take away a 7th grade elixir spirit so casually. Zhang Zhe remarked with a mischievous grin that I must say, this person is insatiably greedy. I've already shared the elixirs with you, and I didn't contest you for that dragon bone, but shouldn't it be my turn now? Su Xiaoning huffed in response, while the Black Sphere looked quite aggrieved, feeling it was indeed a treasure, yet treated so cavalierly. Very well, but you must exercise caution. That fellow is entirely cloaked in black and exudes danger, Zhang Zhe warned, pointing at the Black Sphere. Hey, just because I am in need of your assistance does not grant you the right to personally attack me. The Black Sphere retorted, clearly displeased. The three regarded it with disdain. Ultimately, the Black Sphere was taken away by Su Xiaoning, and the trio successfully departed from the Dragon King's palace, their gains substantial. Zhang Zhe stepped outside to inhale the fresh air and mused. I never imagined there would truly be a Dragon King inside the palace. How wonderful it would be if I had a dragon as my steed. Zhou Qi responded, you better to count your blessings. You might as well be swallowed whole by a true dragon, that Su Xiaoning teased. Let us proceed deeper and gather some intelligence. Zhang Zhe commanded as they ventured further inward, with the little fire dragon already transformed into a bracelet, coiling around Zhang Zhe's arm. Boss, those three fellows are no ordinary characters that I never thought they could fool that group without dealing with him, one of Zhang Zhe's subordinates remarked. Humph. They do possess some skill, but it is merely luck. How infuriating that he has a true dragon. It should have been my mount, but was snatched due to my negligence. Zhang Zhe fumed. Let us continue inward. The real battle has yet to commence, he said, narrowing his eyes. Another one, he declared as he sheathed his spear, having dispatched a death spirit at the Golden Core stage. When will you finally break through to the nascent soul stage? Zhang Zhe inquired, somewhat impatiently, that a plan had been devised, as Su Xiaoning stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, aiming to help her break through to the nascent soul stage, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Soon, if we encounter a nascent soul death spirit, it could expedite matters. Su Xiaoning smiled as she spoke. Zhang Zhe wore a look of helplessness. Boss, I've gathered some news that up ahead, someone is selling maps, claiming that one of the marked locations is a death spirit gathering point. Moreover, they are only selling 2 copies. Zhou Qi reported upon his return. Elaborate, Zhang Zhe urged that it seems that the death spirit gathering point has 3 nascent soul death spirits, alongside numerous Golden Core and Foundation establishment death spirits. They are seeking to form a team with 2 capable groups to act together, but one must first purchase their map. Zhou Qi explained in one breath that is that credible. Zhang Zhe asked, falling into contemplation. It should be reliable. Their team consists of 10 members, including 2 at the peak of the Golden Core stage, while the others are all above the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Such strength is indeed insufficient to breach the gathering point. Zhou Qi continued that in that case, it is as if fortune is smiling upon us. Even if we manage to capture a single nascent soul death spirit, it would elevate Su Xiaoning to the nascent soul stage, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. That would be splendid. Let us hasten to purchase the map, Su Xiaoning exclaimed excitedly, feeling protected by Zhang Zhe. Despite sensing that Zhang Zhe's cultivation was still below hers, she yearned to enhance her strength and showcase her abilities. Let us go. The three hurried toward the direction Zhou Qi had come from. It should be just ahead, Zhou Qi indicated. Indeed, numerous teams were gathered ahead. That I say, your map is far too expensive. Without us, you wouldn't be able to handle that death spirit gathering point alone. Exactly. Perhaps what lies within is not as splendid as you claim. If your information proves faulty, will you bear the responsibility? A crowd surrounded the individual discussing the Death Spirit gathering point. That I believe I have seen such a gathering point before, but it was already cleared out. A purple-haired individual waved a map and announced, "We are still in need of a team. We require just 1,000,000 gold coins. That I will take it." Zhang just shouted loudly. "Who is this brash youth?" "We are about to negotiate a lower price." That IT appeared to be a wealthy individual, who spoke without hesitation and immediately secured the deal. "However, I lack gold coins. Would you accept elixirs in exchange?" Zhang queried, producing several bottles of elixirs from his storage ring. Of course, they hold equal value when sold. And here, elixirs are even more precious due to their rarity. The purple-haired individual replied. "All right, now can you tell me the details?" Zhang inquired. "This place is crowded with onlookers. Let us find somewhere more private to converse," the purple-haired individual suggested, glancing at Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning. The three followed him as he led them around some bushes to a massive boulder. "Now that we are gathered, can your trio's combat strength suffice? At the very least, you must be able to hold off the nascent soul death spirits," the purple-haired individual queried Zhang, concerned about their small numbers. "Especially since Zhou Qi was merely at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Rest assured, our combat strength poses no issue. You merely need to devise a strategy. I can hold off 2 nascent soul death spirits." Zhang replied casually. Chapter 55. 3 teams unite. The opposing 2 teams were composed of 10 members each, boasting formidable strength, all above the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. "All right, let me introduce myself. I am Shamira," the purple-haired individual stated, removing her mask to reveal a striking woman. Zhang had not previously noticed her femininity due to the disguise and altered voice. "That I am Zhang. And these 2 are my subordinates," he introduced succinctly. The man seated beside the boulder also stood. "I am Zhou Daong, the captain of this team," he added simply. The 3 gathered around to unveil the map. "This is the location of a death spirit gathering point. Previously, many spirits had emerged, but my team has cleared them all out, leaving only those within the gathering point. There are approximately 3 nascent soul death spirits, 20 golden core death spirits, and around 100 foundation establishment death spirits," Shamira relayed in one breath. "Given the strength of our 3 teams, we should be able to handle this. What do you all think?" She inquired. "That I have no objections," Zhang replied, confident that despite the numerical superiority of the death spirits, their lack of intelligence would allow for a systematic extermination from the periphery. "That I too have no issues. But I wonder how we will divide the spoils." Zhou Daong directly raised the matter of profit sharing. "Let us split it evenly among the 3 teams, but I must see your combat performance during the fight," Shamira stipulated after a brief pause. "You shall be satisfied," Zhang replied confidently. The 3 teams, totaling 23 individuals, advanced toward the Death Spirit gathering site. "That IT is just ahead in that hollow," Shamira reported. "That I cannot fathom why they are congregated there." As Zhang and the others reached the highest point, they indeed spotted a large horde of death spirits below. "Strange," Zhang remarked. "I too find it peculiar. These spirits would not gather here without reason." Shamira concurred. "No matter. Let us eliminate this horde, and we shall find out." Zhou Daong, clearly a battle-hungry individual, licked his lips in anticipation. "That we shall attack from 3 directions. The nascent soul death spirits will be in the innermost layer, and we must maintain synchronized speed. No team should advance prematurely," Shamira cautioned. "Agreed," Zhang and Zhou Daong affirmed in unison. 3 teams, 3 directions, with Zhang's side at a distinct numerical disadvantage, cried out attack at the command's utterance. 3 squads launched their assaults simultaneously, and the massacre commenced in earnest. One could observe that Shamira wielded a bow, each arrow released causing a wraith to succumb. Meanwhile, Zhou Daong wielded a hefty blade, its weight apparent, and with every swing, he claimed the lives of several undead. "Show some spirit. Don't let them look down on us," Zhang urged Su Xiaoning, and Zhou Qi. Su Xiaoning summoned her strength once more, retrieving a staff from her storage ring, enhancing it with wind attributes. "Ready?" she inquired of Zhou Qi. "Absolutely," he replied, preparing to assist her. Frostmark, Su Xiaoning cast her spell, and the temperature around them plummeted. "That is so cold." Zhang shivered, glancing back at Su Xiaoning. Yet he pressed on, undeterred by the wraith's blades striking him, that he moved through them like a wolf among sheep, attacking and retreating with ease. Good heavens! Is this person a monster? How can he kill so swiftly? Zhou Daong observed, slightly closer to Zhang. "Kill!" Zhang shouted, as Su Xiaoning pointed her ice staff, instantly freezing the surrounding wraiths, which shattered into nothingness. After executing the spell, she felt a bit weakened. I can't believe it. I worked so hard, yet you wiped them all out with a single move, Zhangzhe remarked, surveying the now clear ground. It was evident that Zhou Daong and Shamira's team was nearing the innermost circle. Are you all right? Zhangzhe asked the somewhat fatigued Su Xiaoning. No problem. Do you think I'm a mere ornament? She retorted, quickly consuming a pill. That you're responsible for protecting her. No mistakes allowed, Zhangzhe instructed Zhou Qi. Fine, Zhou Qi replied, looking disheartened, realizing his role was strictly supportive. Zhangzhe's strategy aimed to ensure mutual protection between the two while he stood at the forefront. What kind of defense is this? Is he wearing armor? Shamira mused, witnessing Zhangzhe disregard the race attacks. She loosed arrows in rapid succession, astonished that someone still utilized a bow. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning, positioned behind Zhangzhe, focused on eliminating the straggling undead. It's hard to say. Many ancient families still employ bows, enhancing them with spiritual techniques for long-range kills, Su Xiaoning stated seriously. She recognized that Shamira was no ordinary individual, yet she had not heard of such families in Huangzhou. Die, Zhangzhe exclaimed, reveling in the invincible defense that rendered him impervious to harm. Initially, he thought Zhou Daong's heavy blade was formidable, yet he swiftly maneuvered with his spear, reaching the innermost area first. You two, hurry up and join me, Zhangzhe called out, as the three wraiths of the nascent soul realm approached. They swung their fists, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. That Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi remained unfazed, while Zhou Daong and Shamira were taken aback, fearing Zhangzhe had been reduced to pulp. Damn it. Shamira rallied her team forward, with Zhou Daong following suit. Why is this not going according to plan? Damn it, Shamira exclaimed, watching the dust settle, revealing Zhangzhe still standing. That he is not dead. She gasped. Brother, your defense is utterly terrifying, Zhou Daong admired, raising his blade to join the fray. After regaining her composure, Shamira joined the battle as well. Hold off their attacks. You two maximize your damage and take one down first, Zhangzhe proclaimed, laughing maniacally. Chapter 56. The Earth Spirit Stone vain though he could withstand their assaults. Zhangzhe realized he lacked the strength to swiftly eliminate one of them. All right, let us focus fire on one, Shamira decisively instructed. Killing mark, she unleashed, drawing her bow to its full length, channeling a spiritual technique. Full moon slash. Simultaneously, Zhou Daong released his own technique, both strikes colliding with the same wraith, which was sent flying as a radiant sphere materialized. We did it. Shamira cheered, though her complexion paled slightly. Cover me for a moment. I need to recover, she said, consuming a pill. It was clear she recognized Zhangzhe's remarkable defensive capabilities. Zhangzhe, without hesitation, positioned himself at the forefront. Hurry and recover, then unleash that attack again. Those two, Zhangzhe began, while Zhou Daong continued to fight. Who is this person? I never heard of such an individual before, Shamira pondered aloud. However, when her gaze fell upon Su Xiaoning, she was equally astonished. During the earlier battle, it was evident that Su Xiaoning's technique was undoubtedly of the Earth tier. No small sect could possess such a skill, indicating she belonged to a prominent sect. Meanwhile, the skirmish at the periphery was winding down. Once Su Xiaoning regained her strength, she unleashed another area of effect technique, inflicting significant damage and earning the respect of her peers. No one dared to underestimate the trio any longer. The last two wraiths quickly fell under Zhangzhe's relentless assault. That felt fantastic. Zhou Daong exhaled, a grin on his face. I never expected your body to be so resilient, brother, he said, clapping Zhangzhe on the shoulder. I owe it all to you too. Without your help, we wouldn't have succeeded here, Zhangzhe humbly replied, observing the luminous orbs scattered across the ground. I've seen your capabilities. If we divide the spoils, I won't object, Shamira stated. In truth, the trio's combined efforts far exceeded expectations. Well, I'll gladly accept my share then, Zhangzhe said with a smile as the three of them divided the luminous orbs among themselves. The radiant sphere from the nascent soul wraith was given to Su Xiaoning. Once she absorbed it, she exclaimed, I've finally broken through to the nascent soul realm. Her excitement was palpable. Zhou Daong and Shamira were both astonished that Zhangzhe, the team leader, had relinquished the most precious reward to someone else. After Zhou Daong and Shamira absorbed their share, they too broke through to the nascent soul realm. Well then, I shall take my leave that if the opportunity arises, let us collaborate again. Zhangzhe cordially addressed Zhou Daong and Shamira. As fellow cultivators, both had earned his respect through their demeanor and actions, that I'm now at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, Zhangzhe said with a grin, reflecting on the bountiful gains. I've reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm as well. Absorbing those orbs here has been exhilarating. Zhou Qi's smile was impossible to conceal. Indeed, this is an ancient battlefield. Every ancient battleground is a legacy left by the ancients for posterity. Su Xiaoning remarked, "It seems I too have a chance to break through to the nascent soul realm here." Zhangzhe replied with a smile. Although the trio had significantly enhanced their strengths, they had not acquired any other treasures. After traversing a path for a while, Zhangzhe decided to retrace their steps. "Why are we going back?" Su Xiaoning inquired, puzzled. I'm curious to investigate why a large number of wraiths are gathering in that area," Zhangzhe responded with a mischievous grin. Regardless of any secrets, he was determined to keep his discoveries to himself. Not wishing for Zhou Daong and Shamira to covet any potential treasures, that you're exceedingly cautious, like an old hand navigating the world, Su Xiaoning remarked. Assessing Zhang, he merely chuckled, saying nothing that if he were to mention that it was his first time venturing beyond his sect, she would likely not believe him. The three returned to the site of the previous battle, only to find that Zhou Daong and Shamira's group had long since departed. "Da-da!" Zhangzhe exclaimed upon reaching the center of the area. "What?" Zhou Qi gaped. "Did I hear you correctly?" "Dig. There must be something valuable beneath." Zhangzhe laughed. "Why is it always me who has to do this arduous task?" Zhou Qi sighed in resignation, producing a long-handled tool to commence his excavation. "Nothing at all," Zhou Qi exclaimed loudly below. "We've already dug about 5 meters deep. That it's impossible. The undead's perception of spiritual energy must surpass that of ordinary individuals, that if there were no treasures here, they wouldn't gather in this place." Zhangzhe pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, then I will continue to dig deeper." Zhou Qi resumed his excavation, calling out, Boss, there's truly something here. Come quickly." Zhangzhe and Su Xiaoning jumped down without hesitation. "This is a vein of earth spirit stones," Su Xiaoning declared. This is indeed a fine treasure. We have struck it rich," Zhangzhe exclaimed with excitement. "What did you think it was? Just some earth spirit stones?" Su Xiaoning scoffed. "You are a person of means, of course. You wouldn't regard such trifles. But these stones are of great importance to me," Zhangzhe stated as he produced 10 storage rings from his pocket. "My heavens, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, bringing so many storage rings," Zhou Qi praised, giving Zhangzhe a thumbs up. I specially brought these to prepare for such situations. That let's get to work and dig." Zhangzhe began to mine the earth spirit stones, while Su Xiaoning disdainfully jumped up, even offering to keep watch for Zhangzhe and Zhou Qi. After half a day's time, they had excavated a large pit, their faces covered in dust, yet they exchanged smiles, indifferent to their appearance, that if we return like this, the strength of our sect will surely ascend to a new level. Zhangzhe laughed. Chapter 57. Swamp crocodiles, let us hurry, or we might miss out on the treasures, Su Xiaoning urged as they ventured deeper, where the dangers escalated to a swamp. Zhangzhe observed the marsh before him and commented, "We can just tread through it." Zhou Qi was about to take a step when Zhangzhe abruptly pulled him back, for at that moment, a crocodile sprang forth. "Be cautious. Don't act recklessly," Zhangzhe admonished, and Zhou Qi was left trembling in fear, drenched in cold sweat. Had Zhangzhe delayed for even half a second, his leg might have been devoured by the crocodile. This is a swamp crocodile, generally at the Golden Core stage. Even the strongest among them cannot surpass this realm, nor escape the swamp, Su Xiaoning explained, showcasing her scholarly demeanor. This suggests that there may be more than one swamp, possibly a surrounding expanse of them. Zhangzhe posited, if that is the case, it means we cannot simply bypass this area. He continued, "Indeed, however, the swamp crocodile does possess a weakness," Su Xiaoning said cryptically. "What weakness?" Zhou Qi inquired. "It is the suppression of bloodlines, that is, spirit beasts. The bloodlines of true dragons and phoenixes can certainly compel the swamp crocodile to submit." Su Xiaoning elucidated, her gaze directed at Zhangzhe's ring. "Understood. Xiao Yin, come forth." Zhangzhe summoned his little fire dragon by shaking the ring. After some reluctance, the little fire dragon emerged, clearly displeased at being awoken from its slumber. There are swamp crocodiles here. It seems only you can suppress them with your bloodline. Zhang pointed towards the marsh. The little fire dragon roared, its sound reverberating powerfully, causing the once tranquil swamp to boil with activity. As crocodiles fled in panic. Perfect, having you along is akin to bringing a treasure trove, Zhou Qi remarked to Su Xiaoning. That's because I am the brains of the operation. You two are merely my lackeys. Su Xiaoning retorted, pouting. Yes, you are the most formidable. Now let us proceed, Zhang urged. The trio easily traversed the swamp, unlike many others who were not so fortunate, as numerous souls had perished within the marsh. How audacious! Is there truly a demon causing trouble here? A thunderous roar echoed across the ancient battlefield, audible even from outside the secret realm. Could there still be survivors from ancient times? Zhang Laohu expressed his astonishment at the sound. That seems unlikely that if there were any survivors, the ancient battlefield would have long been connected to the Tianwu continent. Feng Qingzi replied, shaking his head, that it's possible that it was merely a remnant thought of a powerful being, triggered by someone disturbing their relics. Lianshan Mountain's Lin commented. Regardless, it seems there truly is a legacy of a great power within. I am quite curious as to what stage of strength it could reach. Xiao from Fengyue Villa chimed in. Speaking of which, the sect conference is approaching, that I hope the Shahushan faction will take it easy this time. We suffered greatly at the last conference, she continued. If you wish to avoid losses. It is simple. Just abstain from participation. Zhang Laohu replied with irritation, recalling how many of his own men had perished at the hands of Fengyue Villa. Given that you're training in the tiger form, it is only natural to be tempted by some wickedness. You were perfectly bewitched and restrained by those from Fengyue Villa. Feng Qingzi remarked, I wonder if there will be any dark horses at this sect conference. He pondered aloud that if that old fellow, the fortune teller, doesn't show up this year, perhaps a new sect will join the conference. Zhang Laohu scoffed that I heard the sect conference in Qingzhou is exceptionally thrilling. If time allows, I would love to witness it, Lin from Lianshan Mountain expressed. Zhang Zhe and his companions regained their composure, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. What kind of person merely lets out a deafening roar? Making my ears ring? Zhou Qi remarked, rubbing his ears, that is powerful. Such a realm is beyond my imagination, Su Xiaoning added, her voice trembling slightly, that no worries. This is getting interesting. There must be treasures deeper within, Zhang Zhe asserted, prompting them to quicken their pace. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a cave. No, I'm not a demon. Let me go. The surrounding desolation meant no one was aware of the cry. Intruder. Die. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the cavern. There must be a legacy here. That roar was undoubtedly from an unparalleled powerhouse. Could they still be alive? What if they end up slaughtering everyone here? What are you thinking? This is an ancient battlefield. It is impossible for any living person to exist here, that I must inherit the abilities of that great being. Perhaps I could unify Qingzhou, someone mused. Zhang Zhe and his companions arrived at a gathering place for humans, inquiring about news from all directions. Those who have reached this place must possess some degree of strength. You two be cautious, Zhang Zhe advised Su Xiaoning and Zhou Qi. Zhang Xiong, I didn't expect to see you here again. Zhang Dashuai greeted as he approached Zhang Zhe and the others that, I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you might have perished on the road, Zhang Zhe replied curtly. The surrounding crowd fell silent, gazing in astonishment at the confrontation with Zhang Dashuai, a figure from Shahushan. How dare you speak like that? Is there some misunderstanding? Zhang Dashuai calmly replied. Zhang Zhe recalled his system and began to assess Zhang Dashuai's strength. Damn, I completely forgot about this. So many opportunities have slipped by. Name. Zhang Dashuai. Talent. Moderate. Realm. First level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Dashuai's attribute panel appeared in Zhang Zhe's mind. If I'm not mistaken, those people were sent by you that if I hadn't possessed a certain level of strength, they might have perished long ago at the Dragon King Hall, Zhang Zhe coldly remarked. Zhou Qi and Su Xiaoning stood silently behind him. Chapter 58. Falling out with Zhang Dashuai, Zhang Zhe glanced around, noticing many were observing the unfolding drama. Extraction. He commanded the system, successfully extracting 30 points of spiritual energy and 50 points of intelligence. Zhang Zhe had once again harvested a bounty of resources. Not bad, he muttered to himself. Those who could reach this place should possess some capabilities that Tio Zhang's delight. He successfully extracted 100 points of martial prowess from Zhang Dashuai. A misunderstanding? Are you still unclear about it? Zhang Zhe fell silent for a moment before speaking, his gaze fixed intently as he observed the handsome Zhang Dashuai, who had also wiped the smile from his face. It appeared that his identity as a member of Shahushan had lost its significance. Very well, I shall remember you. I hope to encounter you at the final moment, Zhang Dashuai declared menacingly before turning to leave. Pfft, what's the big deal? Didn't he still flee? Zhou Qi scoffed at no. He is indeed the most formidable kind of adversary, one who employs his intellect rather than merely relying on his status or strength to impose his will. Zhang Zhe calmly replied, sensing that this individual would be difficult to contend with. What's the fuss? He is merely a minor figure from Shahushan, and besides, he is not even the saint son of Shahushan yet. Su Xiaoning interjected with a dismissive snort. It seems you truly are a direct descendant of Tianshan. That means I will need to demand even more leverage to save you, Zhang Zhe quipped mischievously. You are truly exasperating, Su Xiaoning sighed in resignation. The surrounding crowd began to disperse, yet whispers of intrigue lingered in the air. Who is this person? How can he stand against Zhang Dashuai? He must be a newly emerging genius. Although Zhang Dashuai seems to disregard him, the tension between them was palpable. If they were to leave, would Zhang Laohu let him go unharmed? Zhang Zhe disregarded the risks of murder in this territory, especially since the Cow Mountain sect needed to attract talent and could not afford to tarnish its reputation. Let us move on. Lingering here for too long may lead to danger, Zhang Zhe suggested. A sense of unease creeping over him. By the way, it seems there are no spiritual beasts around here, just the undead, Zhou Qi noted. This is an ancient battlefield. Naturally, the undead would not be present. Su Xiaoning clarified. You should now be capable of handling the undead at the nascent soul level on your own, correct? Zhang Zhe inquired of Su Xiaoning. You truly underestimate me. I am, after all, a person of Tianshan that I could manage not just one, but even a group of undead at the nascent soul level, Su Xiaoning declared proudly. Very well, very well. The young lady is indeed formidable, Zhang Zhe replied, raising and lowering his hands in a mock gesture, provoking laughter from Zhou Qi. Humph, if you provoke me further, I might just turn both of you into ice sculptures, Su Xiaoning retorted sharply. Both Zhang Zhe and Zhou Qi fell silent as the trio departed the encampment. Delving deeper into the unknown, Zhang Zhe felt a nagging sensation that someone was trailing them. You have the impression that someone is following us? Zhang Zhe asked Su Xiaoning, who, having advanced to the nascent soul stage, should have heightened perceptive abilities. Not that I can tell. Did you discover something? Su Xiaoning queried as they continued on their path. That I don't know. It just feels off, Zhang Zhe confessed, shaking his head that if someone could evade his spiritual perception, that would indeed be troublesome. Wait. Who goes there? Step forward. Zhang Zhe suddenly called out, hurling his spear into the thicket that a shadow darted from the underbrush. Such powerful spiritual force. To have detected me, it seems my instincts were correct. The figure remarked, removing his mask to reveal a familiar visage. Zhang Zhe's pupils contracted as recognition dawned. You are the one who attempted to kill me upon entering this secret realm. Ah, so it is you. The last time you sought to assassinate me, and now you have come to pay with your life. Zhang Zhe recalled that Su Xiaoning, too, realized that had Zhang Zhe not stood in her way, she might have perished. Misunderstanding, the cloaked man stammered, only for Su Xiaoning to charge forward. Freeze, she commanded, and the moisture around the cloaked man instantly crystallized into ice, but he had already evaded the strike. Such a frigid temperature. The cloaked man exclaimed, recognizing Su Xiaoning's prowess at a nascent soul level. He surmised. Return. Zhang Zhe cautioned, prompting Su Xiaoning to halt her advance. Come back, dear, he urged again, while Zhou Qi chuckled heartily. Are you seeking death? Su Xiaoning snapped as she turned back. Returning to Zhang Zhe's side, her staff began to glow. Zhang Zhe quickly interjected. No, I was mistaken. I truly apologize. I was merely jesting. The cloaked man appeared utterly bemused. He cleared his throat several times to regain their attention. What is it that you seek? Zhang Zhe inquired calmly, noting that a nascent soul individual should have been fully aware of being followed. I come to propose an alliance, the cloaked man replied. An alliance? Su Xiaoning scoffed. Why should we collaborate with you? The last time we met, you were intent on killing me. Survival of the fittest is a universal truth, and you seem to be quite unharmed. I observed your standoff with Zhang Dashui back at the encampment, the cloaked man remarked to Zhang Zhe. And so what? A mere Zhang Dashui holds no weight in my estimation, Zhang Zhe retorted, sensing that this man posed a greater threat than Zhang Dashui. That is precisely why I wish to collaborate with you. I am a wanted man on Shahushan's bounty list, the cloaked man stated nonchalantly. A first-level bounty, which means no quarter will be given until either I am dead or they are, he continued, removing his hat to reveal a disfigured face marred by scars, with only one eye visible. Everything you see upon my face is a consequence of Shahushan's actions against me, he disclosed. Even if you harbor enmity toward Shahushan, it seems we have not made any irrevocable enemies there. Zhang Zhe remarked. The cloaked man replaced his mask. True, but do not forget, he is Zhang Dashui, son of the cunning tiger Zhang Lao, that he will seek vengeance. And given today's events, do you truly believe collaboration is still possible? Very well. Even so, I see no necessity for an alliance with you. Provide me with another compelling reason to consider it, Zhang Zhe replied, intrigued yet cautious, uncertain if this man was indeed sent by Zhang Dashui. As they ventured deeper, the need for combat strength would only grow, and with only 3 of them, he had to safeguard the lives of the others as well, that MY abilities were merely a momentary lapse. And when I decide to eliminate someone, no one can stand in my way, the cloaked man asserted confidently, twirling a dagger in his hand. If I wish to flee, none could stop me. Very well. Let us collaborate, Zhang Zhe conceded. But why would I ally with someone who once sought my demise? Su Xiaoning protested, visibly displeased. Lady Su, your identity has already been compromised, that I was merely testing the waters earlier. You must understand that in the battles to come, you will be in greater peril, the cloaked man stated. You know me? Su Xiaoning asked, still wearing her hat to conceal her identity. Of course. Although your voice has taken on a masculine tone, I can still recognize it, the cloaked man replied enigmatically. Zhang Zhe fell silent, realizing that matters had grown increasingly complicated. Should this young lady truly be besieged, it would not be something he could withstand alone. I have shared much. Do you not trust me yet? The cloaked man pressed Su Xiaoning. Her expression was one of confusion. She could not fathom how her identity had been revealed. Since I have agreed to collaborate, will you not disclose your true identity to us? Zhang Zhe inquired. My name. It has been ages since anyone asked, that I am known as Duanming Jie, but my true name is Hu Jianfeng, the cloaked man sighed. You are the infamous Duanming Jie, Zhou Qi stammered. Indeed. Do you know me? Hu Jianfeng asked. Are you the one who annihilated the entire family of the Grand Elder from Shahushan? They placed a bounty of 5 million gold coins on your head. Zhou Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the reason they call me Duanming Jie is the belief that under such a high bounty, survival is impossible. Hu Jianfeng chuckled. Hu Jianfeng chuckled heartily and declared, You need not worry. I shall never betray you, nor will I ever act against your interests. With unwavering resolve, Hu Jianfeng continued, This means we are truly like-minded individuals. Welcome to our ranks. Zhang Zhe approached Hu Jianfeng with a broad smile, extending his right hand, and Hu Jianfeng reciprocated, their strong hands clasping together. That I must tell you, this individual is quite formidable. Ever since the bounty was placed at Shahushan, numerous bounty hunters have begun to track him down, and it is said that those weaker than him have all met their demise. Moreover, he possesses the uncanny ability to escape from those stronger than himself. Initially, he was dubbed the Short-Lived Ghost, but after he turned the tables on many, he earned the moniker the Short-Lived Brigand. Zhou Qi, standing beside Su Xiaoning, spoke softly. This is Zhou Qi, my junior disciple. As for that young lady, you are already acquainted with her. Zhang Zhe introduced Hu Jianfeng. From this moment on, I shall be a member of this team, that I can gather information for you. You cultivate wind attributes, do you not? Hu Jianfeng inquired of Zhou Qi. Indeed, Zhou Qi nodded, and the two engaged in a discussion regarding the nuances of wind attributes. It appears that this fellow is quite sociable. Do you have any objections to his joining us? Zhang Zhe asked as he moved closer to Su Xiaoning. None at all. His past can be forgiven. He must have visited Huangzhou, otherwise he wouldn't know my voice. That it would be prudent to remain somewhat vigilant around him. Su Xiaoning replied quietly. Understood. After a few battles, he will inevitably bow to my strength and strive diligently for the team. Zhang Zhe said, pride evident in his tone. How shameless. By the way, Do tell me how you managed to become immune to the dragon flame. It can't possibly be due to your connection with the little fire dragon. Su Xiaoning inquired curiously. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to pry into other secrets so casually? Zhang Zhe remarked before stepping away from Su Xiaoning. Let us proceed. We still have a journey ahead. The four of them set off together, with Hua Jianfeng leading the way. Whenever they encountered the undead, Hua Jianfeng, despite his relatively lower level, swiftly dealt with them and shared the light orbs he collected with the other three to behold. There stands a great mountain. Zhang Zhe remarked, gazing at the distant peak. This may not be a mountain at all. In the ancient battlefield, even if there were a mountain, it might have been destroyed, Hua Jianfeng replied, shaking his head. This could very well be a colossal palace that Su Xiaoning paused for a moment before asking. A palace of such magnitude. Zhou Qi, somewhat incredulous, responded, We previously visited the Dragon King's Hall, which belonged to an auxiliary faction. But which faction is this one affiliated with? It seems this trip was indeed worthwhile, that if I am not mistaken, there must be a legacy hidden within, Su Xiaoning asserted with conviction. Tianqing Palace, Hua Jianfeng exclaimed. You are aware of it? Zhang Zhe inquired. That I once visited a manor that contained records about Tianqing Palace. Even in ancient times, it was one of the foremost powers of Tianwu continent. At that time, the continent had not yet divided into 7 regions. Yet Tianqing Palace was already a top-tier force, Hua Jianfeng explained, taking a deep breath, that I never anticipated it to be so formidable, if it is indeed Tianqing Palace. It may have some connection to our Tianshan, Zhou Qi noted. Suddenly breaking her silence, Su Xiaoning interjected, Chapter 60, Tianqing Palace. What is this? You mean to say that your Tianshan has ties to Tianqing Palace? Zhang Zhe turned to Su Xiaoning and asked, I do not know. I have only heard my father mention the name Tianqing Palace once, that I was quite young then, but the name seemed familiar. As if I had heard it in my childhood. Surely not. Tianqing Palace is an ancient power. Do not tell me that your Tianshan holds some legacy. Zhou Qi exclaimed, his mouth agape. In this group, he felt the weakest, merely a follower of Zhang Zhe. Yet he knew that Zhang Zhe would protect him. Setting aside the matter, he thought that if any legacy were truly present, it must be seized. Zhang Zhe licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he stated, You may have the legacy, but if there are any treasures suited for me, I hope to be allocated my share. Are you not here to claim the legacy? Zhang Zhe questioned curiously. That one's strength can be gradually enhanced, but opportunities to encounter treasures are rare, Hua Jianfeng replied nonchalantly. Recalling the past, I certainly wish to augment my power. However, to seek vengeance, I am still lacking. Very well, I can agree to that. The four of them pressed onward. What a magnificent city! Zhou Qi gazed at the towering 20-meter walls and remarked, Surely we are not the first to enter. Su Xiaoning, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings and asked, Welcome to Tianqing Palace. You must pass through the life and death trial before entry. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed, Living souls? Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow. It cannot be. It must be some lingering consciousness. Or perhaps a necessary right to enter Tianqing Palace, Hua Jianfeng explained. The number is 4. Talent. Average. Strength. 2 at the first level of Yuaning, 1 at the 9th level of Jin Dan. And 1 at the 8th level of Jin Dan. The disciple assessment level is 4. A series of voices followed. Understood, they merely regard us as new disciples, that if we pass the assessment, we should be allowed entry. Zhang Zhe realized that a beam of light descended vertically, and the four of them vanished from their spot, transported into a peculiar space. Roar, roar, roar. Ethereal spirit beasts charged at them as they materialized, their heads still spinning from the transition. Goodness! Zhou Qi yelped, startled as a spirit beast tore into his thigh. Hua Jianfeng and Su Xiaoning, leveraging their superior levels, swiftly erected defenses and counterattacked, while Zhang Zhe remained unscathed. Are you all right? Zhang Zhe inquired with concern. Looking at Zhou Qi. Just a minor injury, Zhou Qi replied, quickly tending to himself to prevent excessive bleeding. Quickly, lend a hand. We cannot hold out much longer. If I unleash my ultimate move, I may be out of strength thereafter. Su Xiaoning urged anxiously. With a spear in hand, they plunged into the throng of spirit beasts. Though these beasts were all of the 3rd tier, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, charging fearlessly forward. Why won't they cease coming? Hua Jianfeng shouted, wielding a dagger in each hand as he maneuvered through the swarm. Eliminating these spirit beasts replenishes my spiritual energy. Understood, Su Xiaoning replied, her resolve strengthening as she joined the fray. Once Zhang Zhe entered the battlefield, the situation began to stabilize. "Little fire dragon, time to shine. Come forth," Zhang Zhe called, shaking the ring on his hand. Roar. The little fire dragon appeared, glaring furiously at the surrounding spirit beasts, letting out a deafening roar. However, the beast seemed unfazed by its presence. "Stop posturing and breathe fire already," Zhang Zhe urged, glancing at Zhou Qi, who was visibly struggling. Roar. The little fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating everything in its path. That in an instant, a large area around Zhang Zhe and his companions was cleared. "Brother Zhang, you truly possess remarkable skills. I was not mistaken. You indeed have such an ally," Hui Jianfeng praised, giving Zhang Zhe a thumbs up. Zhang Zhe took a moment to catch his breath. Ding. True Dragon has joined. Assessment level upgraded to 7. The electronic voice rang out, leaving Zhang Zhe and his companions astonished. What is happening? The assessment level increased, and the surrounding spirit beasts have all dispersed, Su Xiaoning remarked, watching the retreating creatures. These should not be spirit beasts. They are merely projections. Conserve your strength. We do not yet know what other fierce battles lie ahead. Zhang Zhe stated solemnly, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. That a series of faint sounds echoed. They are coming, Zhang Zhe warned, positioning the spear at the front, flanked by Su Xiaoning and Hui Jianfeng, with the little fire dragon and Zhou Qi covering the sides. Giant rats, 4th tier. A few spirit beasts appeared before Zhang Zhe, and Su Xiaoning recognized them, exclaiming, "Goodness, such enormous rats! Can they even burrow underground?" Zhang Zhe erupted with expletives. Although his defensive capabilities were invincible and he suffered no harm, his opponent was of the 4th rank, and obtaining what he desired from him would undoubtedly entail some troublesome efforts. Hui Jianfeng and Su Xiaoning stood ready. While Zhou Qi had indeed become the one in need of protection, utterly incapable of contending with the 4th-ranked giant rats. Damn it. Had I known, I would not have let the little fire dragon out. What a ridiculous rule this is, Zhang Zhe exclaimed, gazing skyward in frustration that in such a brief span of time, a multitude of giant rats had encircled him. In contrast, the little fire dragon's destructive power remained terrifyingly potent, leaving nothing capable of obstructing its dragon flames. Give it your all, breathe fire. Once we return, there will be an ample supply of fire crystal for you, Zhang Zhe encouraged the little fire dragon, which upon hearing this, roared excitedly once more. I can hardly hold on, Hui Jianfeng lamented. Although he was an assassin, faced with so many spirit beasts, the power he could wield was pitifully meager, especially as he needed to maintain their defensive line. We must tighten our defenses, Zhang Zhe shouted, lamenting the scant space they had managed to safeguard. Zhang Zhe found himself at the forefront, with Su Xiaoning and Hui Jianfeng attacking from behind, while the little fire dragon tirelessly unleashed its dragon flames to dispatch the giant rats on either side. Chapter 61. Golden Disciples. It could be asserted that had it not been for the little fire dragon, their defenses would have been breached long ago. Unleash your full power, Su Xiaoning. Hold nothing back, Zhang Zhe bellowed, realizing that these giant rats could also replenish their spiritual energy, that he needed to allow everyone a moment to breathe. Otherwise, they would soon be overwhelmed. All right, ice control is mine to wield, Su Xiaoning declared as she floated in midair, her ice staff swirling, causing the temperature to plummet and snowflakes to drift down. Ice dance of 3,000, she whispered, and a multitude of ice orbs fell from above, piercing through the bodies of the giant rats, creating a vast expanse of open ground. Su Xiaoning felt a slight restoration of her energy. No, I cannot afford to use this spiritual technique again. My internal energy is running low, she gasped. All right, how long will this trial last? Zhang Zhe asked helplessly as the final wave of giant rats surged forth. The electronic voice echoed once more in their minds, provoking another round of curses from Zhang Zhe. Damn it. Am I playing a game of Plants vs. Zombies here? And now there's a final wave approaching. Just hold on a little longer, Zhang Zhe urged as he turned to Zhou Qi. Stop fighting. Stay beside the little flame, Zhang Zhe commanded decisively, to which Zhou Qi reluctantly nodded. Su Xiaoning and Hui Jianfeng did not turn back, clearly in agreement. Fight, Zhang Zhe called out as the giant rats charged toward them. Kill. One individual charged directly into the fray, plunging into the tide of giant rats. Is he out of his mind? Hui Jianfeng exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Don't worry. He's tough and won't die. Just take care of yourself. Su Xiaoning replied, reminding him to focus on his own safety while summoning the last remnants of his spiritual energy. Fine, since we're at the final stage, I'll give it my all, that I won't let you underestimate me. Hua Jianfeng declared, dream return. Complete kill. The dagger in his hand was flung forward, tracing a perfect arc through the air as it flew toward the giant rats. Wherever it struck, the heads of the giant rats fell. And Hua Jianfeng's energy gradually replenished. Not bad, but it's nowhere near as impressive as my previous move, Su Xiaoning remarked enthusiastically. Who can compare with you? I don't have such a powerful backing to provide me with spiritual techniques. Hua Jianfeng retorted, panting. Zhangzhe revealed himself and gave Hua Jianfeng a thumbs up, only to be bitten by a giant rat. Without a hint of fear, Zhangzhe pierced the rat's skull with his spear. Am I mistaken? What kind of monster is this? How can even the giant rat's teeth not breach his defenses? Hua Jianfeng gasped in astonishment. Spend enough time with this fellow, and you'll understand. It's as if he possesses an immortal body. Su Xiaoning remarked nonchalantly that I suspect he might actually be a reincarnated spirit beast, Hua Jianfeng added. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi, who had been shielded, felt a pang of discomfort. Realizing that he was holding back the entire team while being specially protected, that it was clear that everyone else was fighting valiantly, while he felt utterly powerless that I must strive to cultivate diligently. I will never allow myself to be protected like this again. Zhou Qi gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring that as the giant rats dwindled in number, Zhangzhe's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Fortunately, the little fire dragon's combat prowess was extraordinary, ultimately incinerating the last remaining giant rat in a single fiery breath. Damn, I'm nearly exhausted. You have no idea how terrifying this is. My hands and feet were caught in the rat's mouth. Zhangzhe's clothing was in tatters, revealing much of his form. You shameless scoundrel. Su Xiaoning scolded upon seeing Zhangzhe turn around. What now? Zhangzhe queried, puzzled, as he approached the two to cough. Brother Zhang, you cannot deny that your physique is quite impressive. But could you perhaps change into another outfit? It makes me feel rather self-conscious, Hua Jianfeng awkwardly suggested. Only then did Zhangzhe realize that he had scarcely any fabric left on him and hurriedly retrieved a new set of clothes from his storage ring. All right, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, you're not at a loss. I'm the one suffering here, he replied helplessly. Upon passing the trial, the rewards elevated them by 1 rank. The electronic voice resonated, and each individual received a beam of light, promoting them all by 1 level. Hua Jianfeng reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, while Su Xiaoning also advanced to the 2nd level. Zhangzhe successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage, and Zhou Qi reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the golden core stage. Despite the perilous circumstances, the gains felt substantial. Zhangzhe exhaled in relief, announcing, I have successfully attained the status of a golden disciple. 4 beams of golden light flashed, and 4 golden disciple tokens appeared in their hands. Golden disciple. I wonder if this is the highest rank, that if we were to perish here, it seems we wouldn't truly die. Hua Jianfeng deduced calmly. Indeed, I sense it too. It appears our physical forms are not truly here, Su Xiaoning concurred. Surely we won't die, right? Tianqing Palace is not a hellish place. They wouldn't take pleasure in torturing disciples. Zhangzhe said with a smile. And in an instant, they found themselves within a city. They could see that many had already entered, and newcomers were arriving, that I wonder what kind of disciple status they've obtained. They must be quite unfortunate. Once they enter, leaving won't be easy, and no worries. If there are enough people, surely someone will devise a way to escape, Zhangzhe mused as the surrounding voices reached his ears. What is this situation? Is it true that once you enter, you can't leave? He inquired. The golden tokens illuminated, revealing a map marking the location of their accommodations. Are they so considerate as to plan for a long stay here? Zhangzhe questioned in confusion. Clearly, the final trial had yet to unfold. Awaiting a suitable opportunity, Hua Jianfeng suggested that I don't care anymore. Let us hurry and get some rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Zhangzhe lamented, having endured continuous battles and yearning for a stable night's sleep. All right, our rooms should be connected, so let us rest and see what happens next. Hua Jianfeng agreed with Su Xiaoning, and Zhou Qi had no objections either. Since Zhou Qi emerged, he had been peculiarly quiet, and Zhangzhe approached him, saying, Don't worry, as your leader. It's my duty to protect you. Zhangzhe said with a smile. Chapter 62. The updated system. A warm current surged within Zhou Qi's heart as the two fell silent. Following the route back to their room, damn, I haven't seen a bed in ages, Zhangzhe exclaimed, pouncing onto the bed like a hungry tiger. Although it was merely a sturdy wooden platform, it was a welcome comfort compared to sleeping outdoors. Open Personal Attribute Panel. Zhangzhe commanded the system, which had recently undergone an upgrade, and he was eager to discover the new functions. Previously, several new tasks had appeared for him. Host. Zhangzhe. Realm. First level of the nascent soul stage. Talent mediocre. Strength. LV3 51,000. Intelligence. LV3 51,000. Speed. LV3 51,000. Defense. LV6 010000. Current system points. 15,000. Zhangzhe gazed in astonishment at the remarkably exaggerated points he had amassed. When did he manage to gather such a significant amount? A hint of surprise flickered across his face as he commanded the system once more to upgrade his defenses. With a triumphant chime, the system confirmed. Defense level successfully upgraded to LV7, but the electronic voice resonated in Zhangzhe's mind. And he chuckled, haha, now it seems no one can possibly contend with me. With a broad smile, he continued, moreover, my own strength has firmly ascended to the Yuanying realm, and I am not lacking in offensive capabilities either. Host. Zhangzhe. Realm. First level of Yuanying. Talent. Mediocre. Strength. LV3. 51,000. Intelligence. LV3. 51,000. Speed. LV3. 51,000. Defense. LV7. 020000. Current system points. 5,000. Through these recent battles, Zhangzhe had come to truly comprehend the essence of absolute defense. His adversaries were utterly powerless against him, and he possessed sufficient martial prowess to launch unrestrained assaults. What a thrill! He laughed contentedly before drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening, he found the world outside shrouded in darkness. Was it still early morning, or had the night deepened? He murmured to himself in a daze. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the little fire dragon coiled beside him. Sensing Zhangzhe's awakening, the dragon blinked its eyes wide open and looked at him eagerly. Roar, 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 the little fire dragon let out a gentle call, as if to say, I understand, I won't let you down. Zhangzhe sighed. This little creature is quite the glutton, as long as you provide it with ample food. It would likely remain content without any complaints. With a reluctant heart, Zhangzhe retrieved over 100 fire crystals from his storage ring, and the little fire dragon, brimming with excitement, began to feast. Go ahead, eat up. Grow quickly, so I can see your true abilities, Zhangzhe said with a grin, affectionately patting the little dragon's head. The dragon clearly enjoyed the attention. By the way, I still don't know if you're a male or female dragon, Zhangzhe suddenly remarked. The little fire dragon paused mid-bite, then playfully exhaled a few puffs of dragon flame toward Zhangzhe, clearly expressing its displeasure. All right, I won't ask anymore. Just don't burn my entire room down, Zhangzhe quickly responded. Although he was not afraid of the dragon flames, he preferred to avoid any unnecessary destruction. With a sense of leisure, Zhangzhe decided to delve into the workings of the system. After the update, have any new features been introduced? He thought. The equipment store, martial arts store, and spirit technique store have all been integrated into the system. The electronic voice chimed again in Zhangzhe's mind. A smile crept onto his face as he realized that he would no longer need to venture outside to procure items. Everything could be exchanged within his system. How can I make a purchase? He inquired. Tasks must be completed to earn task currency, which can then be exchanged for items. The system replied to Zhangzhe's query. Open the equipment store, Zhangzhe commanded. Apologies, the equipment store cannot be accessed. Please describe the equipment you require, and the system will provide a price, came the system's response, indicating an error in command. Is this system truly so impressive? Does it have every type of equipment? I wonder if there are any legendary artifacts? Zhangzhe asked the system once more. Yes, what type of artifact do you seek? The system responded. Zhangzhe, having only heard tales of such things, thought for a moment before stating. A long spear type. Ding. Here are the Heavenly Dragon Spear and the Blazing Fire Spear, the system enumerated, along with a plethora of prices that materialized in Zhangzhe's mind. Why is it so expensive? I haven't even completed a single task, and yet this artifact costs a staggering 100 million task currency, Zhangzhe exclaimed in disbelief. How can I complete a task? He pressed the system again. There are daily tasks, challenge tasks, and special side tasks that may arise during certain periods. The system replied once more. Open daily tasks. Zhang Zhe requested, astonished at the multitude of new features the updated system had introduced. He realized he had likely missed out on many rewards. Increase your level of strength by 1 tier. Reward 10 task currency. Increase your level by 1. Reward 10 task currency. Engage in battle for over 3 hours. Reward 10 task currency. A series of daily tasks flashed before Zhang Zhe's eyes. Goodness, if that's the case, I've missed out on numerous rewards. Zhang Zhe lamented, realizing he had been so focused on battle that he had neglected to explore the updated features of the system. The rewards are quite generous. I thought one task completion would only yield a single gold coin, but he felt satisfied with the enhancements to the system. Meanwhile, the little fire dragon, still munching away, observed Zhang Zhe's silly grin with a hint of confusion. Soon after, the dragon had consumed all the fire crystals, transforming into a bracelet that snugly adorned Zhang Zhe's arm. Wow! You devoured them so quickly. If only I could earn riches as fast, Zhang Zhe remarked with exasperation. He mused that had he not dug up a few fire crystals from the magma pool before departing, the little dragon might have revolted by now. Chapter 63. Task Collection Spirit after emerging from the magma pool. Zhang Zhe found the area barren and desolate. Open challenge tasks, he commanded the system. Challenge tasks have been unlocked. Defeat an opponent whose strength exceeds yours by 10 levels. Increase your strength by 3 tiers within a day. Elevate all functions to level 5 or above. In comparison to the daily tasks, the challenge tasks pose significantly greater difficulty, yet the rewards were substantial, offering 100 task currency per completed task. Is it possible to automatically collect task currency? Zhang Zhe inquired. Yes, would you like to purchase a task spirit? The task spirit requires 5,000 points. The system's electronic voice echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind. Zhang Zhe's initial excitement quickly turned to dismay upon hearing the price. I seriously suspect you knew I had exactly 5,000 points. He lamented that there's no choice. If I engage in battle, I likely won't have the time to collect these task currencies. Purchase the task spirit. Zhang Zhe resolved, gritting his teeth and finalizing the transaction. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased a task spirit, the system announced. Hello, I am the task spirit. In the future, I will promptly assist you in collecting task currency upon task completion. A small green spirit materialized before Zhang Zhe. Wow. Is it really this intelligent? Zhang Zhe marveled. Can I converse with this spirit? He queried the system. Please express your requests clearly. The task spirit cannot engage in dialogue with the host. The system replied, indicating another error in command. Zhang Zhe was left speechless, realizing that the system was not entirely automated. Are there any other types of spirits? He asked, pondering the possibilities. Yes, there are also encyclopedia spirits, auxiliary spirits, and teleportation spirits. For now, these are the only 4 types available, the system responded. With this newfound knowledge, Zhang Zhe began to understand the benefits the updated system offered. It seemed his welfare had significantly increased. With tasks designed to help him garner rewards. Not bad, he thought. The encyclopedia spirit should possess vast knowledge. The auxiliary spirit will surely assist in battles, and the teleportation spirit is likely responsible for transportation. As dawn broke, Zhang Zhe opened his eyes to the sun rising in the east. I wonder how long I slept, he mused, stepping outside to find the other rooms still shut tight. Surely, everyone was busy cultivating. Especially that fool, Zhou Qi, who seemed to have been greatly impacted by the previous battle. Nonetheless, this was for the best. Since he had a backer in the mountain sect, Zhou Qi's desire for strength might not be as fervent. But this opportunity could spur him to work harder. As Zhang Zhe stepped out of his courtyard, he noticed people gradually arriving at the Tianqing Palace. It seems another opportunity awaits, Zhang Zhe remarked. Have you heard? The disciples of the 5 major forces have all entered the Tianqing Palace. If they have come in, it is likely that most of the benefits will be seized by them. I thought they might encounter danger on the way. What are they thinking? They are, after all, disciples of the 5 major forces. Naturally, they possess the capability to arrive here. I have heard that the people from Shiru Mountain and Lithian Mountain have formed an alliance. Is that true? Aren't they from Qingzhou and Huangzhou respectively? Who knows? In the face of interest, nothing is impossible. I saw a few girls from Fengyue Mountain Villa, and they were simply stunning when their affection would require the fortune of 8 lifetimes. What are you thinking? Who would dare to marry such women? They might just kill you in your sleep. Rumors are already circulating in the city about the collaboration between Shiru Mountain and Lithian Mountain. Zhang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly. If they cooperate, it could pose a significant threat to him. After all, if the five major forces stand in opposition, no one would pay attention to his side, making it easier for him to maneuver in the chaos. Boss, are you up so early? Zhou Qi emerged from the courtyard, noticing Zhang Zhe not far away. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice, Zhang Zhe walked over. When he saw Zhou Qi with two dark circles under his eyes, his expression turned serious. Let me tell you, while enhancing your strength is crucial, it must be done under controllable conditions that if you push yourself too hard, it won't be beneficial. Zhang Zhe kindly reminded him that I know. The night before last, I discussed the applications of wind attributes with Brotherhood. I realized he is truly a genius, with a much deeper understanding of wind attributes. I learned a lot from him, Zhou Qi said cheerfully, disregarding Zhang Zhe's admonition that I feel he has something unique about him, which is part of the reason I agreed to let him join us. Zhang Zhe replied, knowing Hu Jianfeng's identity had to be kept under wraps, as many were already aware of his connection to Shihu Mountain, as for his other secrets. Zhang Zhe chose not to probe further. Since he had become a companion, trust was essential. Most importantly, Su Xiaoning was also in the team, and Zhang Zhe was aware of her background, that if they were to betray that young lady, Tianshan was not a force to be trifled with. Tianshan held significant sway in Huangzhou, often commanding the compliance of other factions that, of course, on the surface, the five major forces appeared equal. Look! The beauties from Fengyue Mountain Villa are here. Oh my heavens, they are like celestial maidens descending to earth. Simply enchanting. They are utterly captivating, unlike those women in the brothels. A group of infatuated young men exclaimed. Zhang Zhe followed their gaze and saw 30 young women, each one more beautiful than the last. As if a group of fairies were gracefully approaching, Zhang Zhe was taken aback. I didn't expect you to have such tastes, boss, Zhou Qi teased. Chapter 64. Regaining dignity, I am merely observing the enemy's strength. Do you understand? Zhang Zhe asserted with righteous indignation, before using a system probe to assess their strength. To his astonishment, 3 of them were at the nascent soul stage, truly deserving of their status as members of the top 10 sects. Their talents clearly superior to those of the smaller section sister. Look over there. They're all watching you. Every time we go out, no one pays attention to us sisters, one of the girls from Fengyue Mountain Villa exclaimed. Exactly. Why not listen to my sister and wear a bamboo hat? Another chimed in. As long as you don't look better than me, I'm fine with it, sister. My beauty is innate, not a result of practicing charm techniques. The one called Shengguan Wanyue said, we didn't come here just to entertain them, that I heard other forces have already entered, and most of you have obtained the silver disciple status. This status will surely be beneficial in the future. Shengguan Wanyue said with a smile. Got it, sister. You have obtained the gold disciple status. Aside from a few, no one else is likely to achieve that, another replied. Indeed, we should ally with other forces that I think the fellows from Langya platform are quite impressive. Each one looking quite dashing, another girl added. Let us see if I can entice them. Wunti, they happily joined Fengyue Mountain Villa. They all laughed, drawing the attention of those around them. It's simply too delightful. If I could become a ruler one day, I would arrange for a harem of beauties to serve me. Zhou Qi mused. You truly are a lecher, Zhang Zhe said, smacking Zhou Qi on the back of his head. Hey, everyone has an appreciation for beauty, don't you know? Zhou Qi replied with a grin. Have you gathered any other news recently? Zhang Zhe inquired, that I knew you've been sleeping in your room these past few days. I've already gathered some intel. Zhou Qi answered that it seems that in 10 days, the Palace Master Pavilion will open to the public. Currently, the only part of Tianqing Palace that is sealed off is the Palace Master Pavilion, located at the very center of the city. Everyone is saying that the Palace's Master's legacy is hidden within, Zhou Qi explained. That is still 10 days away, so more people will gather then. Zhang Zhe said gravely, my side quest is to eliminate 10 undead at the nascent soul stage. But my efforts from the previous day only netted me 5, that it seems this side quest will go unfulfilled. Zhang Zhe lamented. Well, I don't see a high probability of success this time, Zhou Qi stated after some thought. Yes, in terms of both numbers and strength, we are likely at a significant disadvantage against them. Zhang Zhe stated bluntly, you think you can elevate your strength to the nascent soul stage before the 10 days are up? Zhang Zhe asked Zhou Qi. Who knows? It seems unlikely I was only at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage before. After the assessment, I've reached the 9th level that in such a short time. I doubt I can elevate it further. Zhou Qi said, disappointment evident in his voice, don't worry, don't feel any pressure. Strength increases gradually. After all, Not everyone is a genius like me, Zhang Zhe said flamboyantly, even tousling his hair. Boss, do you realize how annoying that makes you? Zhou Qi gritted his teeth to be by the way. There is something even more important. Yin Nanfeng has entered as well, and the whereabouts of the Li family are unknown. Zhou Tunwen and 3 other disciples have also entered, but their strength may not be very helpful, Zhou Qi suddenly recalled. That is wonderful. As long as they're alive, it's good news that I assured the sect master before we left that I would bring them back safely. Once they return, they may find themselves at a disadvantage compared to other disciples. Zhang Zhe said with a look of relief. Although I plan to recruit more talented individuals upon their return, the most loyal foundation of the Kaoshan sect lies within this group, Zhou Qi said. Content. Well, their strength has also reached around the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, which is still somewhat comparable to mine, Zhou Qi added with satisfaction. Keep in mind that Zhou Tianwen was once his senior brother. They were not from the same generation, yet now their strengths have diverged significantly. What about Yin Nanfeng? Zhang Zhe asked that he has already broken through to the nascent soul stage, and the others have also advanced beyond the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. When I visited, I was even thrown out, Zhou Qi said, scratching his head, embarrassed. What? They actually threw you out? They really showed no respect. Their essay saying that one should consider the master when beating a dog. Zhang Zhe said with a chuckle. If you keep talking like that, you might lose another loyal little brother, Zhou Qi said, looking sorrowful. Enough, stop acting like a drama queen. Come on, I'll help you seek justice. Zhang Zhe said as the two headed towards Yin Nanfeng's residence. Yin Nanfeng, get out here. Zhang Zhe shouted loudly upon reaching the door. Who dares to disturb our young master's cultivation? 2 members of the Yin family stepped out. Questioning him, "ITSU?" Zhang Zhe was already a prominent figure in the Kaoshan sect, and most people recognize this dark horse genius. Now that you know it's me, do you still need to ask your young master to come out? Zhang Zhe said with authority. Do you still think you're the genius you once were? Let me tell you, even if our strength has risen to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, I doubt you are much of a threat. One of them retorted, Oh, what gives you such confidence to provoke me? Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, while Zhou Qi beside him could hardly contain his amusement. Indeed, as a fellow disciple of the same sect, should you choose to depart now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall regret having come here. Another individual addressed Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, equally perplexed, wondered what could possibly instill such confidence in these two. It seemed his own reputation was insufficiently formidable, as they dared to mock him. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself forward like a spring, bang. The door to Yin Nanfeng's chamber was forcefully burst open, sending 2 disciples sprawling on the ground, wailing in agony. Oh, so you were the little mouse hiding here. My apologies for the unintentional assault, Zhang Zhe said with a chuckle as he dusted off his hands. Chapter 65. Sowing the seeds of inner demons, Yin Nanfeng cast a cold glance at Zhang Zhe. What is the meaning of this? He inquired. Have you just left the sect and already forgotten its rules? I am the chief disciple. You ought to address me as senior brother upon encountering me. Zhang Zhe held his head high and replied, while Yin Nanfeng clenched his fists, a wave of shame washing over him as he recalled his previous defeat at Zhang Zhe's hands. That was then. Your strength is now inferior to mine. Why should you assume the title of my senior brother? Yin Nanfeng confidently stepped down from his bed, declaring, Oh, I hear you have ascended to the nascent soul realm. Impressive, isn't it? Zhang Zhe feigned applause, smirking as he spoke. At that moment, a figure named Du Zhong entered, witnessing Zhang Zhe's comical antics and bursting into laughter. Am I wrong? The nascent soul realm. Does it truly signify greatness? Do you believe you could harm me in the slightest? Du Zhong confidently asserted. You seek death. I have already shown you great forbearance. Do not compel me to act. Yin Nanfeng threatened, that do not hold back. I implore you, strike me down. Zhang Zhe replied with a mischievous grin, exuding an air of defiance. Yin Nanfeng lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Zhang Zhe's throat, yet failed to inflict any damage. Yin Nanfeng's expression shifted to disbelief. Impossible. I have reached the nascent soul realm. How could I not breach your defenses? In a frenzy, he clutched his hair, realizing that Zhang Zhe had become the demon in his heart, rendering his once proud strength utterly futile. Understand this. Trash is trash. And in my eyes, you are nothing but complete refuse, Zhang Zhe pronounced without reservation. Today, I come to seek justice for my brother Zhou Qi. As we share the same sect, I might choose not to kill you. However, heed my final warning. Do not prance about in my presence again. With that, Zhang Zhe departed, taking Zhou Qi with him. Will I truly never surpass him in my lifetime? Why? Amidst the debris, Yin Nanfeng sat on the ground, muttering to himself. Was that perhaps too harsh? After all, he is one of the sect's prodigies and may yet become a core figure. Zhou Qi, feeling somewhat awkward, added, No. Such a proud individual must first be thoroughly humbled. Otherwise, he will never be content to remain beneath others. Zhang just shook his head, commenting, So that is how it is upon returning. Your status may very well soar. Zhou Qi expressed. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but recall Wang Yu's image. Wang Yu had worked tirelessly to uphold the entire sect, and the others were not easy to contend with either. Were it not for Zhang Zhe's emergence, the sect might have faced imminent fragmentation. 9 days passed, and the four of them found themselves in a chamber. In the end, Zhou Qi will not participate. It will just be the three of you at the crucial moment. Little Fire Dragon will also make an appearance to assist. Zhang Zhe informed the others. Good, just thinking about it excites me. We have made it to the final stretch. Su Xiaoning exclaimed with enthusiasm that if you encounter someone from Huangzhou, they might recognize your identity, friend or foe. Zhang Zhe suggested cryptically to Su Xiaoning. Rest assured, they dare not act against me in the open. Thus, having me along is akin to carrying a protective talisman, Su Xiaoning confidently proclaimed, patting her chest. Have you forgotten that it was I who saved your life before? Zhang just splashed cold water on her exuberance. You truly are rather dulled. I am aware you saved me twice. Do not worry. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Su Xiaoning grumbled in response. So, Zhang the Great, do you feel confident in facing him? Zhang just shifted his gaze towards Hu Jianfeng. Yes. Even if I cannot kill him, I will ensure he does not lay a hand on you, Hu Jianfeng assured, his confidence stemming from countless narrow escapes. Tomorrow marks the final battle. Regardless of what we may gain, the secret realm will likely close thereafter. Once we leave this place, we may only meet again in the Jianghu, Zhang Zhe stated solemnly. The trio gathered, each a unique character. Zhang Zhe, the underdog prodigy of the Mountain of Support, invulnerable in defense. Su Xiaoning, the heiress of Tianshan, accustomed to protection from powerful figures. And Hu Jianfeng, the most wanted individual of Shihushan. In another chamber across the city, a woman named Shangguan Wanyue smiled as she inquired, What brings me to this place? The leaders of the other 5 major factions were assembled there. Tomorrow, the Palace Master Pavilion will be opened. Let us discuss matters of cooperation. Zhang the Great spoke boisterously. I have heard that Hunter's Mountain has already allied with Shihushan. Why then, have we been summoned? Is the rumor false? Qing Shu of Langyu Pavilion interjected. I have not entered into any agreement with them. It is mere hearsay from outsiders, Lin Qingtian of Hunter's Mountain clarified. Indeed, it is nothing but baseless gossip. How could you truly believe it? Zhang the Great quickly denied. I beg to differ. I am not fond of collaborating with anyone. Trust is a rare commodity. Guigui of Wudishan remarked that I would be interested in cooperation, but I fear the disparity between our outward appearances and inner intentions. She continued. Although the situation outside seems to favor our 5 factions, there exist those among them who are similarly talented, and in terms of numbers, they may even surpass us. Lin Qingtian of Hunter's Mountain proposed. Therefore, we should, like those outside, prepare a quota limit for their entry tomorrow. He continued, This is an excellent idea. Perhaps before entering, they will clash over the quotas, allowing us to reap the benefits in the end. Zhang the Great applauded the suggestion. Yet they may not find it so easy to comply with us. Guigui of Wudishan scoffed. That is the very purpose of our collaboration, with the might of our factions united. They will have no choice but to comply, especially with stronger individuals lying in wait outside. This was a consideration they could not overlook, Lin Qingtian added. But wouldn't that be somewhat unjust? Shangguan Wanyue of Fengyue Mountain inquired. Chapter 66. The opening of the sect Master Pavilion, the others were momentarily taken aback. Did I miss here? Miss Shangguan is advocating for such fairness. Zhang the Great was the first to speak. Although we hail from great sects, we must treat all matters equitably. Shangguan Wanyue reiterated earnestly that it seems Miss Shangguan's views diverge significantly from ours. Lin Qingtian remarked that if this is how it will be, I shall take my leave, Shangguan Wanyue declared, rising abruptly, ready to exit. Humph. Merely a member of Fengyue Mountain. What is so impressive about that? Zhang the Great retorted coldly. What did you say? Dare you repeat that? Shengguan Wanyue shot back, her aura radiating menace. Everyone, please remain calm. We are all from prominent sects. Let us refrain from resorting to violence over trivial matters, Qing Shu of Langyu Pavilion urged. However, Shengguan Wanyue was relentless. Casting a cold gaze at Zhang the Great, that he stood, not backing down, his own energy flaring. Enough. We cannot afford to engage in open conflict and provide others with entertainment. Guo of Wudishan intervened. I concede my fault. For your sake, let us not dwell on this minor grievance, Zhang the Great said with a smile, showing no shame in his apology. I do not share the same principles as you. Our paths do not align, Shengguan Wanyue stated, turning to leave. Damn it. She truly has overstepped. What an insufferable woman. As soon as Shengguan Wanyue departed, General Zhang, filled with fury, exclaimed, Brother Zhang, why stoop to the level of a woman? Even without his words, this collaboration would hardly falter. Qing Shu from Langya Terrace attempted to mediate, and Zhang's ire gradually subsided. Regardless, I shall speak plainly. I hope to collaborate with all present at AS for who ultimately claims the treasure tomorrow. That shall be determined by our respective fortunes at the very least. We must present an image of absolute unity before others. What say you? Zhang deftly shifted the conversation towards collaboration, to which I readily concurred. The herbalist from Wudu Mountain was the first to speak. It is said that those from Wudu Mountain are solitary and mistrustful, never cooperating with others. Lin Qingtian from Hunter Mountain interjected, This matter does not require your concern. The herbalist responded curtly. Though both hailed from Huangzhou, they were fierce competitors. Despite Huangzhou's prominence as the Five Mountains, competition among the four others was particularly fierce that I too believe that unity is essential for success. It offers greater security, Qing Shu of Langya Terrace added. Since everyone seems to agree, I shall not dampen the spirits. I too concur. Should our four great forces ally, others will not even qualify to vie for the final treasure. Lin Qingtian of Hunter Mountain chuckled. Aside from Shengguan Wanyue, no one knows that within this modest chamber, the four great powers have already formed an alliance. How is it, senior sister? You returned in quite a huff. A junior sister inquired as Shengguan Wanyue entered. That Dio not mention it. I knew meeting with this group would yield no good. She recounted the events in full. It is nothing. I did not anticipate their audacity. Historically, treasures are claimed by the capable, the junior sister replied. The following morning, in front of the hall of the sect master, various elites gathered. Those of lesser strength dared not approach. Even the weakest among them was at least at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. Today, we shall see what treasures lie within this hall of the sect master. Why are the four great powers gathered together? Someone remarked, with such formidable figures blocking our path, we surely have no chance. I merely came to seize an opportunity. What if I were to claim the final treasure? Another voice clamored. Zhang Zhe and his companions discreetly blended into the crowd, with Hu Jianfeng already having undergone a simple disguise. If one did not observe closely, they would scarcely notice his true appearance. Cough, 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 quiet down, General Zhang commanded, prompting silence among the others. Settle down. Following our discussions, we four great powers have resolved to unite. Langya Terrace, Wudu Mountain, Shihu Mountain, and Hunter Mountain. Thus, I advise everyone against entering the hall of the sect master. General Zhang spoke with a broad smile, and the crowd fell silent in astonishment. Then on what grounds do you decide we cannot participate? Treasures are for the capable. Do you not feel shame for such behavior? An opposing voice arose, belonging to someone of no insignificant strength at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. General Zhang followed the gaze of the speaker. Exactly, why not? Do you truly think us easy prey? To deny us even a chance, your forces are indeed despicable. I am not saying to deny you opportunities. Rather, I wish to prevent unnecessary casualties that I see this brother possesses decent strength. Let us agree that those who have not reached the nascent soul realm shall not enter, General Zhang continued. This was the outcome of last night's discussions, ensuring a significant reduction in numbers while safeguarding his own. The dissenting voices quickly faded. Those capable of opposing a great power were naturally of the nascent soul realm, and before death, even they felt trepidation, while those of the Golden Core realm stood no chance of resistance. Very well, it is settled. My intentions are for your benefit, to avoid needless casualties, General Zhang reiterated, feigning concern. Zhang Jie and his companions found this display repugnant. You people from Qingzhou truly lack shame to engage in such underhanded tactics. Su Xiaoning remarked beside Zhang Zi, though not indiscriminately disparage the people of Qingzhou. The forces of Huangzhou are also involved. Did you not see them aligning with the four great powers? Zhang Jie responded. It is strange. Why are the people of Fengyue Mountain Villa not joining them? Zhang Jie suddenly noticed Shangguan Wanyue standing across the room. That I do not know. Could it be they are already negotiating cooperation? Hidden among us? Su Xiaoning inquired, perplexed. Unlikely, but it matters not. We can still enter, Zhang Jie replied, shaking his head, dismissing further contemplation. Chapter 67. The mysterious figure, the Hall of the Sect Master, is now open. All disciples, please enter in accordance with your ranks. An electronic voice suddenly announced. The crowd erupted in excitement, for this signified their entry into the Hall of the Sect Master. First, the Golden Disciples, the voice continued. And thus, General Zhang of Shihu Mountain, Lin Qingtian of Hunter Mountain, the herbalist from Wudu Mountain, and Qing Shu of Langya Terrace stepped forward without hesitation. Following closely behind was Shangguan Wanyue of Fengyue Mountain Villa. Uncertain of what awaited inside, is everything all right? What if something goes amiss? Zhang Jie inquired. Fear not. Should any trouble arise, my sister will protect you. Su Xiaoning replied with a charming smile, her confidence bolstered since her ascension to the nascent soul realm. No more idle chatter. Those entering now should be the most exceptional disciples, making for the fiercest competition within, Hu Jianfeng remarked as they proceeded inside. Aside from the five great powers, only 6 others were golden disciples, among whom Zhang Jie and his companions were included. Upon their entrance, they beheld a corpse impaled by a long sword at the center of the hall, the body remarkably intact. Other disciples awaited outside. As the electronic voice announced again, despite the discontent among the others, no one dared to intrude recklessly. Is it you? General Zhang's gaze locked on Zhang Jie as soon as they entered. And what of it? Zhang Jie retorted disdainfully, with Su Xiaoning and Hu Jianfeng at his side, that if you had any sense, you would leave this place. It is not meant for you, General Zhang boasted arrogantly. Who says we cannot enter? Zhang Jie countered that we are golden disciples. How could we be unqualified? Su Xiaoning boldly shot back that, my children, you have arrived. An ancient voice suddenly resonated as a frail figure appeared, welcoming them amidst the corpse. Cough, cough, cough. I am the master of Tianqing Palace. The elderly figure stated that we pay our respects, esteemed elder. The others exchanged glances before responding, Zhang Jie and his companions following suit respectfully. I am delighted to encounter you here. Your status as golden disciples is indicative of your remarkable potential, the ancient figure continued. May I inquire about your current state, elder? Zhang Jie asked first. I am but a remnant of my former self, bound by this malevolent sword. However, I have also sealed its master. As the years pass, my strength wanes, the figure lamented. Thus the seal is on the verge of breaking, the apparition expressed regretfully. The crowd gasped, to possess strength comparable to the master of Tianqing Palace. Should he be released, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be those present. Elder, is there any way we may assist you? Zhang Jie inquired again, that I summoned you for a reason. I require aid in extracting the sword from my corpse. Though my power may be restored, I must suppress the otherworldly beings. The figure elaborated, at that moment. Su Xiaoning leaned in to whisper something to Zhang Jie, who listened calmly before turning to the ancient figure. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jie spoke. Elder, does extracting this sword complete the task? General Zhang interjected. Indeed, my children, yet it is not a trivial endeavor. That is why I am anxious. Golden disciples who arrive here. If anyone can withdraw this malevolent sword, I shall impart my lifelong teachings to them. The allure of the elder's words caused the crowd to collectively inhale sharply. They were uncertain of the elder's former might. But his ability to contend with otherworldly foes was indisputable. That I shall go first. Lin Qingtian of Hunter Mountain declared suddenly. Wait, no one shall extract this sword today. Zhang Jie had remained silent for a considerable time. When suddenly he spoke, What are you? What right do you have to speak here? Zhang Dashuai, filled with rage, retorted, for he knew full well that the man was not the true master of Tianqing Palace. Zhang Jie replied, each word measured and calm. "Oh, what do you mean, young friend? Do you think I could deceive you all? If I were not the master of Tianqing Palace, how could I possibly manipulate the great formation of this sect?" The figure continued to speak in a composed manner, while Shengguan Wanyue from Fengyue Mountain gazed curiously at Zhangzhe, remarking, "Even if you can evade everyone else's gaze, you cannot deceive me." Zhangzhe, unfazed by the furious glares from Zhang Dashui and the others, calmly said, "Enough of your nonsense, senior. Allow me to assist you in drawing this sword." Lin Qingtian from Hunter's Mountain stepped forward and interjected, "Wait," while Dangue from Wudu Mountain blocked the way, asking, "What? Do you wish to engage me in battle so soon?" Lin Qingtian urged, "Friends, please remain calm, that it is likely that one person alone cannot complete this task. Perhaps each of you should take a turn." The voice continued, "I am here, and you still wish to succeed?" Zhangzhe positioned himself before the crowd and declared, "I have said it. Today that sword shall not be touched by anyone." He addressed the others, while Su Xiaoning and Hou Jianfeng stood silently behind him. "You fool, you're courting death." Zhang Dashui, having reached his limit, originally intended to eliminate Zhangzhe outside, but feared the interference of other powers. Now that an alliance had been formed with others, he felt no trepidation that if we wish to draw the demon sword, we must first eliminate this person. Zhang Dashui turned to the other three, saying, "Kid, I believe you are making an unwise choice by obstructing our path." Qing Shu from Langya Terrace stepped forward and declared, "You are obstinately foolish." Zhangzhe coldly replied, "I advise you not to commit regrettable acts simply for the sake of obtaining a legacy." Zhangzhe cautioned. Shengguan Wanyue sensed something amiss but remained silent, waiting patiently. "Gentlemen, do you not wish to assist the senior in overcoming this challenge?" Zhang Dashui turned to the other three disciples, who exchanged glances. "This young friend has already been seduced by foreign influences that if we eliminate him, I will certainly reward each one of you handsomely." The figure spoke again, its words laced with temptation. Chapter 68. 1,000 miles of ice bound. The other three hesitated considerably, originally reluctant to act as they believed the final legacy might not fall to them. However, upon hearing the promise of benefits from the elder, they appeared conflicted to "Don't betray me. Is that guy's potion reliable? Or is it a foreign concoction?" Zhangzhe whispered to Su Xiaoning beside him, "Rest assured, it is entirely trustworthy. This fellow is a native of Tianqing Palace, and receiving flowers is a certainty," that Su Xiaoning affirmed. "Well then, since the elder is so generous, let us join forces to eliminate this person." The other three reached a consensus, their eyes fixed on Zhangzhe. "You scoundrel, once I bring them down, I will deal with you." Zhangzhe glared fiercely at the figure, stating, "I advise you to abandon your misguided obsession that if that foreigner breaks the seal, all of you shall perish here." The figure continued, "You too, protect yourselves. I will serve as a shield in front." Zhangzhe addressed the group, agreed. Su Xiaoning replied eagerly, never expecting such thrilling stakes, finding herself at odds with everyone upon entry. Shengguan Wanyue of Fengyue Mountain observed that the three had been swayed, remaining unfazed, sensing that these events hinted at some hidden stratagem. "Let us act, everyone," urged Zhang Dashui, charging directly at Zhangzhe, with the others following closely behind, each showcasing their skills. "Today, I will stake my life," Zhangzhe declared vehemently, realizing the perilous nature of the situation, as it could potentially allow the foreigner to escape this secret realm, where numerous elders and Wang Yu from the Kuaishan sect awaited outside, leading to a bloodbath. The crowd unleashed their attacks upon Zhangzhe, all of which were effortlessly thwarted by his 7th-level defense. "Why is this person's defense so formidable?" Lin Qingtian from Hunter's Mountain exclaimed, astonished that despite not exerting his full strength, Zhangzhe had managed to block all their attacks with apparent ease, showcasing a level of defense that surpassed their comprehension at Su Xiaoning. Zhangzhe suddenly shouted. At the start, Su Xiaoning and Hou Jianfeng had already retreated 10 steps, distancing themselves from Zhangzhe. The others, witnessing this, did not pursue their attacks toward him that 1,000 miles of icebound. Su Xiaoning unleashed all her spiritual power, channeling it into this single strike. "Who are you?" a member from Hunter's Mountain began to inquire, only to be abruptly frozen to the ground by Su Xiaoning's technique. The other 5 met a similar fate. Seizing the opportunity for retaliation, Zhangzhe brandished a spear, aiming directly at Zhang Dashui's chest. Though Zhang Dashui perceived Zhangzhe's assault, he found himself unable to move. The 6 simultaneously cried out in agony, as Zhang Dashuai stared blankly at the spear piercing his chest. Slowly collapsing backward, breathless, his eyes wide open. Meanwhile, the others fell victim to Hu Jianfeng's onslaught. Amidst the effective duration of the ice, they all sustained injuries that, while not fatal, rendered them incapable of further combat. Yu Ri from Tianshan, Lin Qingtian from Hunter's Mountain lay on the ground, speaking weakly. "Shut your mouth, speak another word, and I shall take your life," Su Xiaoning replied, her face pale, having exhausted all her spiritual energy in that last attack. "Now relying solely on the power of a potion to remain standing, that I hope you continue to watch the play. Otherwise, you may share the same fate as the others," Zhang stated earnestly, addressing Shengguan Wanyue. "Who exactly are you? Your strength is remarkably formidable, having defeated them all. That if you awaken soon and help me draw the demon sword, I shall impart all my life's knowledge to you." The figure, however, remained intent on seduction. "Do you truly think I am as foolish as that lot?" Zhang scoffed, eyeing the figure warily. "You are courting death." The voice suddenly transformed, turning black and lunging toward Zhang. The shadow flickered past him, yet left no mark upon Zhang. How could this be? How could I, Bai Sheng, be blocked so easily? The figure muttered in disbelief. "That I advise you to return quietly. Perhaps there remains a chance for you to see the light of day." Zhang replied calmly, though beads of sweat began to form in his palms, "that I am unwilling. I am unwilling." The voice grew frantic, subsequently swallowing Zhang Dashuai's lifeless form. "What?" Su Xiaoning and Hu Jianfeng exclaimed in unison. Zhang stared at the figure with a look of dismay. "Delicious, delicious. It has been so long since I have tasted such a delectable corpse. How fortunate for you, little friend." The figure turned to Zhang, who sensed its strength had ascended to a higher tier, perhaps reaching the pinnacle of the transformation realm. "That I suspect your corpse will be even more delicious," the figure taunted. "First, I shall eliminate this bothersome cockroach. Then consume the rest. We shall see if that old ghost can still seal me." The shadow cackled maniacally. "You may be making a grave miscalculation," Zhang smirked, stating, "merely the transformation realm. I have weathered worse. Your ability to enhance strength will not last much longer, will it?" Zhang discerned the opponent's flaw, smiling as he spoke. "Defeating you will suffice. Do not think to stall for time. Here, I am the master. No one can save you." Upon finishing his words, the shadow lunged at Zhang with astonishing speed, so swift that he barely registered its motion. That a sharp blade aimed for Zhang's chest. He did not flinch, thrusting his spear forward. Clang! A clear sound rang out as the sharp blade ricocheted off, and Zhang's spear was poised to strike the shadow, which merely dodged a couple of inches to the right. The spear tip grazing past it. The short sword then lunged toward Zhang's neck. Zhang released the spear, and two daggers appeared in his hands. Zhang's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace as the others bore witness to the brutal scene, fearing that in the next moment his throat would be severed. Chapter 69. Dominance over the world. Zhang, both Su Xiaoning and Hu Jianfeng shouted in unison. With a resounding thud, the two daggers in Zhang's hands plunged into the shadow's waist and chest. While the shadow's blade remained poised at Zhang's throat, and no matter how forcefully the shadow exerted itself, it could not breach Zhang's defenses. How is this possible?" the shadow weakly uttered, before dissipating into nothingness. "Damn it! You have slain my doppelganger. Today, you shall perish here." Suddenly, a massive shadow re-emerged, and Zhang gazed upon it in terror. Perhaps this was the foreign entity that had been sealed away. "Humph! You dare harm my human kin while I, Long Batian, am deemed a worthless fool?" In an instant, another ethereal figure materialized, confronting the shadow. "Long Batian, you have sealed me for over 10,000 years. That if you release me today, I vow not to harm your kind in the slightest," the shadow proclaimed. "What a farce! In the past, you slaughtered countless of my that was said long ago. Even in death, I would not allow you to step foot beyond this Tianqing palace." The ethereal figure cackled madly. "Ah, Long Batian, you are now but a wisp of soul, yet you still dare to confront me. That it seems today we must fight to the death." The shadow surged with dark mist, engaging in battle with the newly emerged figure. "Ha! If you truly had the strength to escape, you would not have waited until today. Accept your imprisonment." The ethereal figure formed a seal with its hands. "No, Long Batian. Even after a millennium, I can still escape this place. However, if your soul dissipates, you shall never enter the cycle of reincarnation. The shadow spoke with trepidation before vanishing without a trace, leaving no further sound. Submit to your seal. While I may not be able to annihilate you, I can certainly confine you for 1,000 years. Even if my soul is scattered, so be it, the ethereal figure declared with authority. I must apologize, dear children, that it was my momentary negligence that allowed this fiend to create a substitute in the outside world. Long Batian expressed regretfully. You are too humble, senior. We merely lent a slight hand. Zhang Zhe replied modestly while Long Batian surveyed the surrounding individuals, piecing together what had transpired. It must have been you who vanquished that doppelganger, correct? Long Batian inquired, gazing at Zhang Zhe. Indeed, senior. Zhang Zhe responded softly. Excellent. Originally, I could only seal him for a few hundred years, but with this substitute destroyed, all his years of effort are in vain. Sealing him for another 1,000 years is certainly feasible, Long Batian remarked with a smile. Revealing his current elation. What manner of creature is this? Zhang Zhe asked. This monster was capable of consuming the body of General Zhang, thereby augmenting its strength. This is a foreign entity. Years ago, the Tianwu continent was besieged by such beings. But it seems that turmoil has since subsided, Long Batian said, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. Indeed, the presence of foreign entities has vanished from the Tianwu continent. Zhang Zhe affirmed, I recall the battles of that time were extraordinarily fierce. After I dispatched hundreds of foreign beings, my aggressive advance led me into the encirclement of others. Yet, due to my remarkable prowess, I managed to allow a fragment of my soul to escape. Upon returning to Tianqing Palace, I discovered that the entire sect had been slaughtered by foreign entities, including the monster I now seal, which at that time I lacked the strength to slay. Thus I could only make do with a feeble sealing, Long Batian said, a hint of sadness in his voice, that I am grateful for your contributions to the Tianwu continent, senior, that I shall forever remember them. Zhang Zhe stated earnestly that if I am not mistaken, you have taken the dragon bone belonging to my pet. Long Batian observed, eyeing the ring on Zhang Zhe's hand, that it was merely a stroke of luck on my part. Zhang Zhe admitted, somewhat bashfully, to no matter if it benefits future generations. It is indeed a good thing that Are you from the I-Soul Divine Tiger clan? Long Batian suddenly noticed, prompting Su Xiaoning to respond, I am not. She stammered, quickly denying that no matter. Perhaps it was merely my failing eyesight. I possess a cultivation method of dominance over the world. It seems more suited for you that if you don't mind, please practice this technique. Long Batian said, pulling out a tome and tossing it into Zhang Zhe's hands. What? You find it unworthy? Long Batian remarked upon noticing Zhang Zhe's lack of movement, that I dare not. I simply did not react in time. Thank you for imparting this technique, senior. Zhang Zhe replied with respect, that I do not require such formalities, nor do I need your thanks, that I merely wish for my technique to endure through time. Perhaps after several millennia, a fragment of my soul will also dissipate from this world, Long Batian stated, lifting his gaze. Enough of this, those old fellows have long departed. I too should have followed them. Youngster, strive to cultivate my dominance over the world and do not let it fade into obscurity. With those final words, Long Batian's figure vanished. What? I received a technique, yet I expected some other treasure. Zhang Zhe muttered, slightly dissatisfied, but still placed the tome into his storage ring. You all are truly bewitched. Had I not intervened in time, that foreign entity would have undoubtedly escaped, leading to countless casualties. Those outside the secret realm would have been equally imperiled. Zhang Zhe addressed the 3 major sect members lying on the ground. Indeed. Thank you, friend, for your intervention. Otherwise, we would have wrought a calamity of immense proportions. Qing Shu of the Langya platform spoke first. Indeed, I say that General Zhang deserved his fate. Had he not initiated the attack on you, we would have been in dire straits. Gu Dong of Wudishan followed suit. My apologies, friend. It was entirely our fault. Lin Qingtian of Hunter's Mountain added after a moment of silence. Shameless, exclaimed Shangguan Wanyue, who had been watching from the sidelines, clearly disdainful of the other's actions. Were it not for Zhang Zhe's formidable strength, he may have already perished at the hands of these few individuals. Forget it. I possess a generous heart. Consider it the forging of friendships with you lot. Once you recover from your injuries here, you may leave, Zhang Zhe said lightly, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. The 3 rogue cultivators without sect affiliation also joined in their pleas for mercy. Brother, I acknowledge my faults. I was merely blinded. One stammered, me too. Just now, I felt an uncontrollable urge to act against you. That I apologize, brother. Let us consider this experience as the foundation for our friendship. Shall we? The three continued to apologize. Chapter 70. The Fury of Zhang Lao. Yet, Zhang Zhe approached the trio with a mischievous grin. What do you think? Do you believe I would so easily let you off? Zhang Zhe teased that, what must we do to appease you? One of them stuttered, trembling with fear, entirely bereft of the will to resist. Simple. Offer me all your treasures in exchange for your lives, he casually declared. One asked, utterly bewildered, having never heard of such a means to buy one's life. What do you mean, If I were to kill you, everything would belong to me anyway, Zhang Zhe retorted, exasperated. Su Xiaoning, recovering her energy nearby, could not help but chuckle at Zhang Zhe's words, while Hu Jianfeng observed coldly. Qing Shu, Lin Xingtian, and Gu Dong breathed easy, relieved that they hailed from major sects, thus possessing a plethora of treasures. They hoped Zhang Zhe had no intention of coveting their belongings. However, the remaining three were not so fortunate. Each produced their entire possessions. Did I ask this all? Such a meager offering makes it difficult to bargain for your lives. Zhang Zhe feigned a sigh. Hero, please. We have more. We have more. The trio hastily interjected, quickly presenting their remaining goods. Had you been more forthright, it would have spared me much effort, Zhang Zhe said with a grin. Thank you, great hero, for your mercy, they exclaimed as Zhang Zhe moved away. Here, this is your due. After all, if I do not offer good fortune to those who follow me, who will choose to ally with me in the future? Zhang Zhe tossed one portion of the treasures to Hu Jianfeng. Hu Jianfeng was momentarily taken aback, staring at the items in his hand, unsure of how to respond. Just take it. We cannot predict what awaits us upon our exit, Zhang Zhe advised, and soon, he and his companions were the first to depart from the sect leader's pavilion. Look, someone is emerging. Why has it taken so long for the silver medal disciples to enter? I am uncertain. I have been waiting here for an extended period. Should I take action? Perhaps it would be best not to, as they appear to have not experienced any battles and might very well be among the first to be eliminated. A group of individuals watched as Zhang Zhe and his companions departed, and shortly thereafter, Shengwan Wanyue also exited. Senior sister, what transpired inside? I am truly exasperated. Indeed. From your demeanor, it seems there was no significant conflict. Responded a concerned junior disciple after Shengwan Wanyue emerged that I am fine, but someone has certainly stirred up a grave predicament. Shengwan Wanyue gazed vacantly in the direction Zhang Zhe had departed. Let us hasten our departure. This secret realm may soon become untenable. Regaining her composure, Shengwan Wanyue instructed her companions from Fengyue Mountain Manor to leave the area immediately. After Zhang Zhe reunited with Zhou Qi, the group swiftly exited Tianqing Palace. Their spirits buoyed. We have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time, Zhang Zhe remarked, feeling elated after his departure. What are you laughing about? Were it not for my exhausting all my spiritual energy to execute that final move. Do you think you would have been able to leave safely? Su Xiaoning interjected coolly. Yes, the eldest lady is indeed formidable. The credit for this achievement undoubtedly belongs to her, Zhang Zhe conceded. What are your plans? Once we depart from here, would you consider joining our Kaoshan sect? Zhang Zhe inquired of Hu Jianfeng, having recognized his considerable abilities from their previous collaborations. However, have you forgotten my identity? If I were to join the Kaoshan sect, it wouldn't be long before Shahushan would come knocking at our door. Hu Jianfeng replied with resignation, a mere Shahushan? I hardly regard them as a threat, Zhang Zhe scoffed. You people from Qingzhou are merely the weakest among the 7 continents. What is there to boast about? Su Xiaoning retorted, the eldest lady is perhaps a bit too dismissive. Do not forget, I saved your life. Twice. Emphasizing the latter. Su Xiaoning huffed, turning her head away. Consider it. You could initially conceal your identity. And once our sect's power is sufficiently strong, you could reveal your true self that I would prefer not to. If word were to leak, it would endanger your sect that I have roamed the Jianghu for many years and have grown accustomed to a life of wandering. Zhang Zhe replied. Hu Jianfeng, remaining unperturbed, said nothing further. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling resonated through the sky. The secret realm is about to collapse. We will soon be teleported out, Su Xiaoning cautioned, that as anticipated. The next moment, the group found themselves transported back to the location they had entered before the ancient battlefield. We are out. Look, everyone else has emerged as well. Outside, the 5 major sects had long been waiting. The number of those who exited was less than 1/5 of those who had entered, though everyone was aware of the potential for heavy casualties. The reality of the secret realm's brutality was still jarring. As Zhang Zhe and his companions were suddenly teleported out, he scanned the surroundings and spotted Wang Yu, hastily making his way in that direction. What is happening? How is my son? On the other side, Zhang Laohu was furious, having not seen his son Zhang Dashui emerge, which indicated he had perished within the secret realm. It was him. That Zhang Zhe killed Zhang Dashui. Lin Qingtian from Hunting God Mountain exclaimed. What? Lin from Hunting God gasped in shock, and upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe immediately increased his pace. I may be in trouble. We must separate immediately should fate allow. We shall meet again in the Jianghu. Zhang Zhe urged, hastening toward Wang Yu with Zhou Qi in tow. How dare you kill my son and think you can simply walk away? Zhang Laohu bellowed. Pursuing them with the ferocity of a tiger, his entire being seemingly transformed into a fearsome beast, a claw aimed directly at the duo. Be careful. Zhang Zhe swiftly pulled Zhou Qi aside, shielding him with his own back from the impending strike. Then, utilizing the momentum to propel them closer to Wang Yu. Do you truly believe my Kaoshan sect is without defenders? Wang Yu shouted in fury, catching Zhang Zhe and Zhou Qi, then turning to face Zhang Laohu. Chapter 71. Wang Yu's breakthrough. I advise you not to interfere in this matter, or I assure you, the Kaoshan sect will be eradicated from Qingzhou, Zhang Laohu warned angrily. You truly believe yourself formidable here in Qingzhou? Shahushan, is it? Do you think I cannot have my father level your Shahushan to the ground? Su Xiaoning retorted coldly, her hat discarded to reveal her youthful visage. Who is this girl? Here to boast. Zhang Laohu turned, momentarily taken aback by Su Xiaoning's appearance. That I am unscathed. If the opportunity arises, we should leave swiftly. I have offended many, Zhang Zhe said from behind Wang Yu, who grew increasingly anxious. This fellow truly does not allow for peace. Has he truly reaped the greatest rewards? Wang Yu braced himself, while Zhang Zhe, having just withstood the previous blow, felt his internal organs quaking. Fortunately, his defenses had reached level 7. Otherwise, that strike alone could have claimed his life. Wang Yu, it seems the Kaoshan sect is faring well. Are you attempting to provoke us from Shahushan? Zhang Laohu disregarded Su Xiaoning, coldly responding. That need not concern you. In this secret realm, any occurrence is to be expected. Your son was killed. I can only say he was outmatched. Wang Yu returned the disdainful huff, declaring, Enough! Return my son's life. Zhang Laohu transformed into a tiger, lunging towards Wang Yu. Watch out, Zhang Zhe warned, while Wang Yu surged forward. The two clashed fiercely, Wang Yu wielding a long sword, struggling to defend himself against the overwhelming might of Zhang Laohu, who pressed the advantage relentlessly. Damn it. Wang Yu deflected a claw strike, sent sprawling, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Glaring defiantly at Zhang Laohu. How is it that you have yet to break through to the refining void stage and still dare to flaunt your power before me? Today, all members of the Kaoshan sect shall perish here. The other elders of the Kaoshan sect watched in horror, recognizing that should they intervene, the forces from Shahushan would also retaliate. You are hardly worthy of my attention, Wang Yu replied coldly, his aura steadily rising. The spiritual energy within him coalescing. Breakthrough for me, Wang Yu roared, his voice strained, and in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from him. Azure blue spiritual energy soaring skyward. This is a breakthrough to the refining void realm. This woman is formidable. She managed to break through amidst battle that if she succeeds, it could be troublesome. Who exactly is that young man? It seems the 5 major sects have gained nothing of value. What? Zhang Laohu exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing Wang Yu's successful breakthrough. By heavens, our sect leader is incredible. She managed to break through at such a critical juncture. Zhang Zhe shouted joyfully, though Wang Yu's expression grew grave post-breakthrough. What of it? Do you think you can defeat me? Zhang Laohu scoffed, his aura surging once more as he charged forward. Clanging sounds echoed as Wang Yu's long sword clashed repeatedly against Zhang Laohu's ferocity. Despite her newfound power, she still struggled against him, her energy unstable. Disciple, tell me what transpired? Xiao from Fengyue Mountain Manor asked Shangguan Wanyue. Ultimately, when we entered the sect leader's pavilion, the other 4 major sects had already decided to join forces. I did not collude with them, but they sought to encircle and kill Zhang Zhe. However, that little girl managed to control them all with a single move, and then Zhang Dashui was directly killed by Zhang Zhe. Shangguan Wanyue summarized. Who is that little girl? Xiao inquired, glancing at the anxious Su Xiaoning. That I do not know, but her move was truly formidable. Even I would likely be restrained if I were within range. Shangguan Wanyue recalled the battle. Meanwhile, in the ongoing confrontation, Wang Yu found himself continuously on the defensive, occasionally able to counterattack, but achieving little against Zhang Laohu's defenses. You possess some skill, but you are not my target. Zhang Laohu grinned wickedly, and unbeknownst to them, their battlefield had shifted to where Zhang Zhe stood. Zhang Laohu charged directly at Zhang Zhe, prompting Wang Yu to instinctively position herself in front of him. A mouthful of fresh blood splattered onto Zhang Zhe's face. No. Zhang Zhe cried out in a frenzy as the two figures collided against the stone wall like cannonballs. The battle unfolded with such rapidity that Zhang Zhe was unable to grasp the nuances of their confrontation. In a moment of oversight, he inadvertently became the target of their assault. As the dust settled, Zhang Zhe found himself slumped on the ground, cradling the injured Wang Yu. Aha, you see? This is the consequence of defying me. Zhang Laohu taunted, slowly advancing toward Zhang Zhe. I'm fine. Help me up, Wang Yu said, her face pale, before coughing up another mouthful of blood. Rest for now. Even if death awaits, let it come before me. Zhang Zhe declared with authority. What are you talking about, death? Have you forgotten that I, your esteemed aunt, am still here? Su Xiaoning suddenly appeared between Zhang Zhe and Zhang Laohu, halting the latter's advance. Little girl, if you don't step aside, it might just be you who meets the king of hell first, Zhang Laohu retorted cruelly. You think you can touch me? The person I wish to protect must remain unharmed. Su Xiaoning replied with a smile. Seeking death. Zhang Laohu seized his banner and launched a punch at Su Xiaoning. That a gentle breeze swept by, and another figure appeared before her. Xiaoning, I've been looking for you, the newcomer declared, effortlessly blocking Zhang Laohu's punch. Second uncle, I intentionally released my aura. Otherwise you would never have found me with my concealment technique, the figure continued, grinning as Zhang Laohu's fist was held immobile by the newcomer. He exerted more force, yet the figure remained unyielding. Dare you to strike at our Tianshan's young lady? Truly, you are courting death, the newcomer stated calmly, though an ominous atmosphere enveloped the scene. With a swift motion, he flung Zhang Laohu aside, sending him crashing against the adjacent wall. Chapter 72. The second in command of Tianshan. Cough. Who are you? Zhang Laohu stammered in fear, having never encountered anyone who could vanquish him so effortlessly. The strength displayed by this individual was beyond his comprehension. Speak too much, and make another move, and I'll ensure that Shahushan will be wiped off the map of Qingzhou, the newcomer warned lightly. Second uncle, I knew you would be formidable, Su Xiaoning said with a smile, that if I hadn't found you this time, I fear your father would have skinned me alive upon my return. The newcomer replied, I am Wudishan's Duxin, paying respects to the second in command of Tianshan. I am Lin's from Lianshan Mountain, paying respects to the second in command of Tianshan. The two figures knelt before him. Rise. This is not Huangzhou. I shall spare you some dignity. However, if I discover that you have bullied my young lady, The newcomer huffed. Well, I'm just fine now. Staying at home was dreadfully dull. Venturing out has revealed the world to be quite amusing. Su Xiaoning stated as she approached him. Once you have had your fill of fun, come back with me, that if your father learns that you visited the ancient battlefield, he might just lose his temper. Su Xingtian interjected. This man is the second in command of Tianshan, Su Xingtian, whose prowess is second only to that of the first in command. I won't hold it against him. After all, he rarely has time for me. Come, let me introduce you to my new friends, Su Xiaoning said, pulling Su Xingtian over to Zhang Zhe at this moment. Wang Yu had regained some strength and stood up. Second uncle, this is Zhang Zhe, who saved my life twice during the ancient battlefield, Su Xiaoning announced. Zhang Zhe pays respects to the second in command of Tianshan, Zhang Zhe said politely. Indeed, it is said that heroes emerge in youth. Having saved my lady's life twice, we Tianshan owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you face any troubles in the future, present this token, and you shall find me in Tianshan, Su Xingtian declared, tossing Zhang Zhe a token. Thank you, senior, Zhang Zhe replied graciously. Second uncle, how stingy of you to give him merely a token without any substantial benefits, Su Xiaoning complained from the side. You are so quick to turn your back. Su Xingtian sighed. After all, he is my savior. Could you not be a bit more generous? Su Xiaoning urged again. Fine, fine. Given your strength, I presume you've reached the Yuaning realm. You surely wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. Here, take this sea blue soft armor. I initially intended to gift it to Su Xiaoning upon her breakthrough to the Yuaning realm, but I'll give it to you instead, Su Xingtian offered, producing a suit of armor that felt icy to the touch. This was crafted from the hide and bones of a sea spirit beast. It should serve you well at the peak of the transformation realm. He explained. What? Why gift him such an expensive treasure? Wasn't it promised to me? Su Xiaoning protested immediately. There's no helping it. I came to find you in a hurry and didn't bring any other treasures. So I could only part with this, Su Xingtian said helplessly. Upon returning, you must provide me with something even better, Su Xiaoning replied with a smile. You seem to be in a bit of trouble. Would you like me to help you deal with him completely? Su Xingtian suggested, glancing at Zhang Lao. Oh need, senior. A mere display of power is sufficient that I doubt he will harbor any further intentions. Zhang Zhe responded calmly, though his eyes burned with fury at the thought of the person who had nearly harmed Wang Yu. Indeed, keeping him around could expedite your growth. Should you have the time in the future. You are welcome to visit Tianshan. It is getting late. I must hasten to take this girl back. Su Xingtian concluded, We shall meet again, senior. Zhang Zhe said with a smile, then waved farewell to Su Xiaoning as the two departed the scene. Who would have thought that this young man could forge connections with such powerful figures? Is Tianshan truly formidable? Tianshan reigns supreme in Huangzhou. Would you doubt its strength? The one who just left is the legendary second in command of Tianshan. Known for his ruthless efficiency and merciless nature, A.S. Zhang Lao, who witnessed Su Xingtian's departure, he cast another glance at Zhang Zhe before leading his subordinates from Shahushan away. Extract, Zhang Zhe commanded the system. There were numerous individuals present, making it an opportune moment for another harvest. He casually strolled around with Wang Yu. What is this fellow so arrogant about? Has he merely befriended the second in command of Tianshan? Indeed, look at him strutting around as if he were the lord of Qingzhou. Disgruntled murmurs reached Zhang Zhe and Wang Yu's ears. What are you doing? Hurry and help me back over there. Wang Yu complained. Successfully extracted 50 points of spiritual power. Successfully extracted 50 points of intelligence. Successfully extracted 40 points of speed. Successfully extracted 20 points of fortune. The system's voice echoed continuously in Zhang Zhe's mind, causing him to feel elated. Cough, cough, it's nothing. You've just been injured. Let me show you around a bit. Hurry, we must move swiftly, Zhang Zhe said awkwardly. You scoundrel, hurry and take me back, Wang Yu retorted with mild irritation. Zhang Zhe administered the pills he had brought from the secret realm to Wang Yu. A group of them planned to return to the sect, and throughout the journey, Yin Nanfeng remained silent, refusing to speak despite Elder Yan's inquiries that he knew that perhaps he would never surpass Zhang Zhe. From the moment Zhang Zhe began to gain recognition, it was clear that he was destined to remain in his shadow. I tell you, we faced dire perils within. Zhou Qi and the other disciples began to boast. Zhou Tianqi, the unfortunate fellow, was among them. From this point onward, he also held Zhang Zhe in utmost respect. This is the elixirs we obtained. We didn't gather many other treasures, Zhang Zhe announced, producing 2 storage rings. Aren't you keeping any for yourself? This is quite a fortune, Wang Yu remarked, slightly astonished. I've kept some for personal use. The rest is of little value to me, that I must contribute to strengthening the sect as well, Zhang Zhe replied with a sheepish grin. Thank you, Wang Yu muttered softly, feeling her injuries healing significantly under the effects of the elixirs as her meridians began to restore. Chapter 73. Safe return. Why be so polite? Was it not the sect that nurtured my rise? Had the sect not taken me in, I might have already perished long ago, Zhang Zhe remarked with a smile. You defeated all the talented individuals? Wang Yu inquired. Of course, those few combined were no match for me. But I cannot share the details of my exploits with you just yet. Zhang Zhe mysteriously began, although I am uncertain whether there are still any foreign tribes present on the Tianwu continent. It is preferable that fewer people are aware of it. Why is there so much? Wang Yu exclaimed in astonishment after detecting the numerous elixirs within the storage ring. Tianqing Palace was once one of the foremost powers on the continent, possessing an unfathomable quantity of medicinal pills. Alas, it seems I have forgotten something important. Zhang Zhe lamented. Had I known, I would have brought that little black orb along as well. Once we sell this batch of elixirs, The sect will have the means to procure more resources, significantly enhancing our strength. Wang Yu chuckled. In recent years, I have found it increasingly difficult to persevere. The entire sect is rife with corruption, and all cultivation resources are monopolized by the elders. However, in the past few months, a glimmer of hope has reignited within me. By the way, the sect's grand election is approaching, where talents from all walks of life will converge upon Sky City to select their sections. Suddenly recalling, Wang Yu declared, "We must participate. We need to attract a plethora of geniuses. Otherwise, relying solely on this sect, with its motley crew, genuine ascendance is utterly impossible." Reflecting on the difficulty, Wang Yu noted, Zhou Qi, Yin Nanfeng, and the others are all nearly descendants of the elders, with the majority of the sect's resources gravitating towards them. The strength they cultivate is, quite frankly, lacking. Upon returning, I must certainly enter seclusion to consolidate my strength. Otherwise, I fear complications may arise, Wang Yu asserted. After several days of travel, Wang Yu and Zhang Zhe returned to the sect. Zhang Zhe's first act was to collapse onto his plush and spacious bed. "How delightful! I've missed you terribly," he exclaimed, embracing the bed before drifting off into a blissful slumber. "Master, how was your harvest this time?" Li Rongrong inquired, observing the changed aura surrounding Wang Yu. "I have made a breakthrough." Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, "That is splendid news. It seems you have lingered at Zijing Street for quite some time," Elder Huang remarked. "These elixirs should be sold in batches, allowing us to acquire more cultivation resources." Wang Yu tossed 2 storage rings to Li Rongrong. Upon receiving them, her face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Being the steward truly brings joy. This must surely be our greatest gain," she rejoiced. "Indeed, but all these were given to me by that fellow Zhang Zhe. He has shown a commendable sense of responsibility, always mindful of the future of the Northeast." Wang Yu smiled. "That lad is indeed impressive, to have acquired such a substantial quantity of elixirs." Elder Huang laughed heartily. "I may need to enter seclusion soon. Let us ensure the affairs of the sect remain discreet. We should maintain a low profile, and the elixirs should be sold covertly. Also, exercise caution regarding Shiru Mountain." Wang Yu advised, "Shiru Mountain? What is the matter? Did your actions provoke them?" Li Rongrong asked. "It is not so simple. Zhang Zhe has killed the son of Zhang Laohu," Wang Yu stated calmly. "What?" Both Li Rongrong and Elder Huang gasped in unison. "Zhang Zhe has certainly stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhang Laohu will not let this go easily. It is indeed remarkable that you returned safely." Elder Huang noted, "We are uncertain whether Shiru Mountain will take any action. But we must remain vigilant," Wang Yu warned. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Elder Zhou admonished, "You, young man, have truly grown wings, disregarding my words. Grandfather, please spare me that I cannot divulge too much about the boss. The less you know, the better," Zhou Qi responded helplessly. "Let it be, father. Zhou Qi has made remarkable progress recently, and it is undoubtedly linked to that Zhang Zhe. It appears Zhou Qi has chosen his companions wisely," Zhou Qi's father remarked. At that moment, Zhang Zhe was deeply asleep in his chamber, blissfully unaware of the renewed notoriety he had gained within the sect. Numerous elders had borne witness to the events outside the secret realm and were aware of the budding camaraderie between Zhang Zhe and the second-in-command of Tianshan. "Have you heard? Zhang Zhe has become sworn brothers with the second-in-command of Tianshan." "What? That is simply unfounded. I have heard that Zhang Zhe has established a marital bond with the young lady of Tianshan within the secret realm. It won't be long before Zhang Zhe ascends to the position of the sect's Grand Elder. How on earth does he cultivate so quickly? His speed is truly astonishing." Rumors began to circulate within the sect. "At this rate, his reputation may soon surpass mine." After surveying the sect, Li Rongrong returned to remark, "By the way, where is that fellow now? What do you think? He is undoubtedly at home, sound asleep. After every battle, he indulges in long slumbers," Elder Huang sighed. "Though Zhang Zhe enjoys sleeping and is not particularly fond of cultivation, his rate of progress is nothing short of miraculous. Upon returning, he has reached the Yuanying realm." "Let it be, sect leader. It was previously established that Zhang Zhe would lead the sect in this grand election, fully empowered to make decisions," Li Rongrong stated, her voice tinged with envy. "There is no need to be disheartened. You have presided over it in previous years. However, our sect's cultivation resources are exceedingly limited. Perhaps with him at the helm, the outcome will differ, Elder Huang comforted that I have gathered the true version of events regarding what transpired. It is astonishing that this fellow has indeed formed a connection with the second-in-command of Tianshan. However, it is merely acquaintance, yet it has undoubtedly enhanced our sect's prestige. Daiyan Qingzhou, he has become a figure of considerable renown. Li Rongrong smiled. Fame brings peril. Some may be unable to resist the temptation to take action against him. Elder Huang warned gravely. While they may not dare to act openly, we must remain vigilant regarding the clandestine machinations. Li Rongrong agreed. Chapter 74. The grand election of the sect approaches in the shadows. The Kaoshan sect discreetly sold elixirs, amassing a substantial amount of cultivation resources. How refreshing! Zhang Zhu awoke, exclaiming, "How many days have I slept?" He shook the bracelet on his right hand, causing the little fire dragon to materialize before him. Roar, roar! The little fire dragon chirped at Zhang. 5 days. My heavens, I've truly shattered records this time. Sleeping for such an extended period. Surprisingly, Elder Huang did not call for me this time. Zhangzhe chuckled. It is time to attend to business. The grand election is imminent, a matter concerning the future caliber of our sect's disciples. Zhangzhe stated cheerfully. Roar. The little fire dragon expressed its dissatisfaction once more. What? Are you hungry again so soon? It feels less like I'm raising a dragon and more like I'm caring for a pig. Zhangzhe lamented, producing a handful of fire crystal stones. Here, eat. Zhangzhe smiled gently, having kept the existence of the little fire dragon a secret from others, fearing that should they learn of it, more formidable enemies might take an interest in him. Hey, grow quickly. I am counting on you to protect me. Zhangzhe affectionately patted the little fire dragon's head, noticing the little creature's indifference. He exited his room. Upon stepping outside, Zhangzhe found every disciple greeting him with respect. Good morning, senior brother. Another disciple greeted him, marking yet another instance of this warm reception that I wish to see the sect leader. Zhangzhe announced to the guards at the entrance of the main hall. The sect leader is not in the hall. However, Elder Huang and Steward Li are present. The guards replied courteously. May I enter directly? Zhangzhe inquired tentatively. Yes, the sect leader has informed us. You may freely enter and exit any part of the sect, the guard confirmed. Excellent. Zhangzhe responded with satisfaction, proceeding into the grand hall. What on earth is wrong with you? How could you sleep for so long? I thought you would only rest for 2 or 3 days. Elder Huang scolded as Zhangzhe entered. Well, it was quite an exhausting battle. You cannot fathom the trials I endured. Zhangzhe feigned exhaustion. You have truly become a celebrity, arguably the most esteemed among the younger generation in Qingzhou, Elder Huang remarked, gazing at Zhangzhe. What is going on? Zhangzhe, in a state of perplexity, inquired, uncertain of the meaning behind Elder Huang's words. Are you genuinely confused, or merely feigning ignorance? Do you comprehend the esteemed status of Tianshan? The entire Qingzhou is already aware of your relationship with the second-in-command of Tianshan. Elder Huang remarked enviously, to AS for this matter. I had presumed it was solely due to my handsome visage, he added, causing Zhangzhe to display a hint of disappointment. Enough of this idle chatter. The sect's grand selection is about to commence. The sect leader has entrusted you with all responsibilities for this event, and you must strive to excel and ensure the successful execution of this task. Li Rongrong stated earnestly that I assure you, completing this task is but a minor undertaking. I will undoubtedly summon more prodigies back to the sect. Zhangzhe replied with equal seriousness. Only in this manner can we steer the sect onto the right path. Very well, prepare yourself. We shall depart in 2 days. You may draft a list of participants and submit it to me, and I will inform them to cooperate with your endeavors. Li Rongrong responded. Understood. By the way, how is our grand sect leader's condition? Zhangzhe suddenly inquired. Regarding Wang Yu, his injuries have stabilized, yet full recovery will require some time. Moreover, during this period, he intends to consolidate his realms and will emerge from seclusion closer to the sect's grand competition. Li Rongrong answered. The sect's grand competition? Zhangzhe asked, puzzled. How can it be that just after the sect's grand selection, another competition arises? The sect's grand competition involves hundreds of sects from Qingzhou competing in martial contests to determine the rankings of the top 10 sects. Li Rongrong patiently explained that so. Does this mean our sect stands a chance to be among the top 10? Zhangzhe remarked, a glimmer of hope illuminating his face that I cannot say for certain, aside from the top 10 sects. Few sect leaders possess the strength to reach the void refinement realm. Therefore, we still have an opportunity, especially with your presence among the younger generation, Li Rongrong replied, gazing at Zhang Zhe. Does my involvement truly matter? Zhang Zhe questioned, pointing to himself. Of course. The grand competition not only assesses high-end combat prowess, but also evaluates the strength of disciples. Each sect dispatches its most formidable disciple to compete. Elder Huang interjected at that moment. Is that so? My rest time has already been scanned. Must there be yet another task following another? Zhang Zhe lamented. Such is the nature of great ability. With it comes great responsibility. Even prodigies have their burdens. Do they not? Elder Huang said, patting Zhang Zhe's shoulder. Enough talk that I shall return to prepare for the sect's grand selection. By the way, please provide me with a detailed account of our sect's cultivation resources. So I may attract these prodigies, Zhang Zhe stated, his mood visibly dimmed. Very well. It shall be delivered to your residence within half a day, Li Rongrong replied straightforwardly. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Zhe departed from the sect leader's hall. It seems even our grand prodigy experiences moments of distress, Li Rongrong mused, watching Zhang Zhe's retreating figure with a smile. Ha! At last, the sect leader has less to worry about. Ever since this lad's rise, our sect has been flourishing, Elder Huang said with a beaming smile. Do you believe we have a chance to become one of the top 10 sects in the grand competition? Li Rongrong queried Elder Huang. Indeed. With this fellow around, anything is possible. Besides, our sect leader has already broken through to the void refinement realm. He should be able to inherit the legacy left by the former sect leader. Elder Huang replied earnestly. Meanwhile, in his chamber, Zhou Qi was immersed in his cultivation when a sudden, insistent knocking at the door interrupted him. Who is it incessantly knocking? It's quite bothersome. Zhou Qi grumbled. It's me, Zhang Zhe replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's face lit up with a smile as he hurried to open the door. Boss, what brings you here? If it were you, you could have just kicked the door open, Zhou Qi said with a grin. How has your strength been of late? Have you achieved a breakthrough? Zhang Zhe inquired. Not yet. Reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core realm is already quite commendable. A further enhancement may take some time. Zhou Qi admitted. That's all right. I've received a new task. Would you care to accompany me? Zhang Zhe asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It wouldn't involve some particularly perilous mission. Would it, boss? We've only just had a brief respite. Zhou Qi replied, a frown creasing his brow. It's not an especially critical task. Rest assured, there shouldn't be any danger, that it's merely for the sect's grand selection to attract some prodigies. Zhang Zhe explained. I see. Isn't this usually overseen by Li Rongrong? Why has the task fallen to you this time? Zhou Qi pondered aloud. How should I know? I certainly didn't choose for this to become my responsibility. I too wish to enjoy a proper rest in my chamber. The sect leader assigned this task to me before going into seclusion, Zhang Zhe replied, recalling the day Wang Yu had shielded him, sustaining grave injuries in the process. That we must ensure the success of the sect's grand selection. Otherwise, we would be failing to honor the sect leader's life-saving grace, Zhang Zhe declared passionately. All right. You need not worry. By the way, you might consider bringing my grandfather along. He typically accompanies Li Rongrong each year, but he possesses considerable experience, Zhou Qi suggested, inadvertently casting his grandfather, Elder Zhou, into the spotlight. Very well. I need to compile a list anyway. I shall take note of that, Zhang Zhe replied with a smile, returning to his room. Indeed, I require several disciples to accompany me, and a few elders to ensure our safety, Zhang Zhe stated, then quietly jotted down a few names on a piece of paper. Just these few? Li Rongrong inquired, perplexed as she gazed at the list before her. Of course. What else could it be? I cannot very well bring the majority of the elders along. Can I? For elders will suffice. Zhang Zhe replied. Speaking of which, many elders are quite grateful to you. Due to the resources you previously acquired for the sect, numerous elders have managed to break through to the God transformation realm. If you were to inform them, they would be delighted to accompany you, Li Rongrong remarked, eyeing the list with skepticism. That won't be necessary. It is my duty, after all. Just these 4 elders and 6 disciples will do. Zhang Zhe asserted that I've never communicated with these individuals before. I fear complications may arise, Li Rongrong expressed hesitantly. Are you concerned they might disregard your authority? Fear not. Simply inform them that this is a significant task for the sect. Should they choose not to participate, they risk expulsion and potential pursuit by the sect, branded as traitors, Li Rongrong advised. How amusing. You've truly become quite formidable. Even directing me now, Zhang Zhe retorted, unaware that Li Rongrong had remained stagnant at the peak of the nascent soul realm until she had relied on the cultivation resources provided by Zhang Zhe to achieve her breakthrough to the God transformation realm. On the day of the sect's grand selection, Zhang Zhe led Zhou Tianwen and Zhou Qi, alongside 3 other familiar disciples who had previously journeyed with him to the ancient battlefield, with a total of 6 disciples. Complemented by Elder Huang, Elder Zhou, Elder Yin, and Elder Li, they set forth. Elder Yin and Elder Li wore somber expressions, displeased to be compelled into such a task, particularly as they were required to heed Zhang Zhe's every command during this time. Look, the Mount Kaoshan sect has arrived. Indeed, the Mount Kaoshan sect's reputation has been quite resounding of late. Word has it that Zhang Zhe is a rare talent. Otherwise, how could he possibly have forged a connection with Tianshan's second-in-command? I suspect they may emerge as the dark horse in this grand selection. That is not certain. The cultivation resources available to their sect are remarkably scant. Otherwise, I would have chosen their sect last year. A crowd observed Zhang Zhe as they entered the Sky City, each remarking in turn, "Cough, cough. Old Li, who would have thought we'd be assigned to such a political task? It truly is infuriating." Elder Yin spoke first. "Let us adapt to the situation. The current era is no longer ours. Have you not noticed the ambition of this prodigy?" Elder Li replied calmly. "What ambition?" Elder Yin questioned, confused by the insinuation. "He seeks to instill a sense of awe in us, compelling us to adhere strictly to the sect's directives. Otherwise, such a simple task would not necessitate both of our attendance," Elder Li elucidated. "It appears we are destined to become a part of the Mount Kaoshan sect from this point onward," Elder Li concluded. Elder Yin sighed deeply and spoke, "I advise you to be more prudent. All geniuses are inherently suspicious that if she comes to believe that we are uncontrollable, our 2 clans could find themselves in peril." Elder Li calmly replied, "If I am not mistaken, the last assassination was orchestrated by you. She has yet to pursue the matter, but given her intellect, how could she possibly be oblivious?" Elder Li continued, prompting Elder Yin to fall silent, that in my view, we should conduct ourselves with integrity. The current sect is not without its merits. Should we become the masters of the sect, we might be swiftly devoured by others. Elder Li added, "So, you have come to terms with this?" Elder Yin inquired, "But of course do you not realize that now is the time to dedicate ourselves and express loyalty? Should we fail to perform adequately when talent abounds, it will be our misfortune." Elder Li rolled his eyes and remarked, "Elder Yin usually appears to be exceedingly clever, yet at this moment he seems rather foolish." "Very well, since you have said as much, I shall proceed with utmost caution," Elder Yin responded. The group arrived within the square, where numerous sects had already begun recruiting disciples. "Our Mount Kaoshan seeks disciples. We do not want the mediocre or the foolish, only geniuses," declared Zhang Zhe, who had specifically come to the vicinity of Shiru Mountain. Chapter 76. Who has been duped? A few individuals began to set up their base here. "Is this lad doing this on purpose? Now the entire Qingzhou knows that our 2 sects are at odds," the leader of Shiru Mountain stated. "Indeed, should I create some trouble?" a nearby disciple suggested. Eager for action, that if you are confident in your abilities, go ahead. "Did you not see the 4 elders at the transformation stage standing there?" The leader of Shiru Mountain replied calmly, "I refuse to believe that a small sect like his could possess significant strength," he asserted. The leader of Shiru Mountain announced, "Shiru Mountain sincerely invites disciples. Ordinary disciples shall receive 5,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources each month, while genius disciples shall receive 10,000 gold coins." Immediately, someone from Shiru Mountain exclaimed, "Look, the rewards from Shiru Mountain have doubled. When I just checked earlier, the rewards were not this generous. This appears to be a competition between the 2 sections if you ask me. We should sit back and enjoy the show. It will surely get better." They have begun to engage in internal competition. Other sects seem to be subtly increasing their cultivation resources as well. "Oh, clearly the cultivation resources are surpassing ours at this rate. It is not sustainable. Eventually, talent will flock to other sects," Zhou Qi said anxiously. "Why the rush? I've already looked into it. Our sect has never been able to recruit particularly outstanding geniuses during these elections, both in quality and quantity," Zhang Zhe replied leisurely. "Moreover, I've seen the list provided by Manager Li. Our resources are limited, and the geniuses of Qingzhou are steadily heading towards Sky City. This election lasts for 10 days. So we need not be hasty," Zhang Zhe added with a relaxed demeanor. The four elders stood silently behind Zhang's. As long as you are aware, if this were to go awry, the sect leader would surely flay us alive. Zhou Qi cautioned. What are you afraid of? I am here, Zhangzhe replied with a smile. Our Kaoshan sect is recruiting talented disciples under the age of 18, with strength at the Golden Core stage, who will receive 20,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources each month, Zhangzhe announced loudly, drawing the attention of other geniuses. Isn't this an excessively generous offer? However, the requirements are indeed high. I fear that most will not meet them. Someone remarked. They explicitly state they are seeking geniuses. Naturally, they must offer substantial incentives. Ahem, if we proceed like this, are we not contradicting Manager Li's intentions? Elder Huang interjected. Do not worry, Elder Huang. The best is yet to come. Just watch. Besides, the sect leader has entrusted me with full authority for this election, so I will decide all matters henceforth. Do not question my judgment again, Zhangzhe stated sternly. Elder Huang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Falling silent. What? Has our Kaoshan sect lost its mind? They are offering such favorable conditions. In comparison, we appear utterly weak, the leader of Shihu Mountain exclaimed. Increase our offer, he commanded, then added menacingly. Shihu Mountain is now offering ordinary disciples 15,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources each month, while genius disciples will receive 30,000 gold coins. Once again, voices from Shihu Mountain erupted with excitement. But they've raised it. Am I dreaming? Monthly cultivation resources have exceeded 10,000. They have indeed initiated a price war. This is truly remarkable. Not only have these two sects clashed, but other sects are also getting involved. Yet I still have more faith in Zhangzhe, especially since he has connections with Tianshan. Perhaps Kaoshan has allied with them. That seems unlikely. After all, they are powers from two different regions that as the first day passed. Zhangzhe's side had not recruited a single disciple, while Shihu Mountain was bustling with activity. Zhangzhe showed no signs of anxiety, whereas Zhou Qi was growing increasingly frantic. Each time he attempted to remind Zhangzhe, he was interrupted by a mere glance from Zhang on the second day. The cultivation resources on Zhangzhe's side increased once more. Kaoshan sect is now recruiting talented disciples under the age of 18, with strength at the Golden Core stage, who will receive 50,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources each month. Zhangzhe proclaimed loudly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. That is this not enough for two individuals' cultivation resources? I never anticipated Kaoshan sect to be so financially robust. If only I could meet their criteria, I would join them directly, someone mused, impressed by Kaoshan's apparent wealth. Elder Huang and his three companions had become numb to the situation, witnessing Elder Huang's attempt to advise being met with reprimand, leaving the other elders reluctant to voice their concerns that they've raised their offer again. Someone from Shihu Mountain reported to the leader. What is this? How can these paupers be so affluent, showering gold coins as if they were conjured? The leader of Shihu Mountain exclaimed. Increase our offer, he insisted. Shihu Mountain is now offering ordinary disciples 30,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources each month, and genius disciples 60,000 gold coins, the leader of Shihu Mountain declared, presenting even more enticing conditions. What is happening? The Wind and Moon Mountain Villa has sent a messenger, Shengguan Wanyu, who is somewhat familiar with Zhangzhe, that I do not know. It seems the two sects have entered a standoff. And now all sects have increased their cultivation resources, truly draining their coffers. Indeed, fortunately, we only recruit female disciples. Most of the female disciples still have faith in our Wind and Moon Mountain Villa. Someone from the villa remarked. However, Shengguan Wanyu was perplexed by Zhangzhe's actions, aware of the situation in Qingzhou. Though Kaoshan had taken some recent actions, it could not compete with these established powers. What is that lad scheming? Shengguan Wanyu pondered aloud, glancing toward Zhangzhe. What should we do? They have raised their offer again. Should we also consider increasing our own? Zhou Qi asked Zhangzhe. Do not worry. Their metrics will inevitably decline. Such a large sect recruits thousands of disciples each year. Even major sects cannot sustain such expenses, Zhangzhe assured him that as 5 days passed, Zhangzhe's side had not recruited a single disciple. This lad does not seem particularly impressive. This task, while seemingly simple, bears great importance. Yet he has not managed to recruit a single disciple thus far, Elder Yin whispered to Elder Li, Chapter 77. Task successfully completed. Just wait and see. "It is not yet the final day," Elder calmly replied. With this lad's intellect, it is inconceivable that he would recklessly confront the opposition. "When did you become so confident in him?" Elder Yin asked. Slightly irked, even when their own boy was once hailed as a genius, he had received little praise from Elder Li. "This is called discerning talent. This lad has earned his position through his abilities, which is enough to command our respect," Elder Li replied with a smile. "For someone like him, I can only describe him with 2 words, prodigy. Very well. Let us wait and see that on the 6th day." The situation took a turn for the worse. "Not good, Manager Liu. We've received word from the sect that our expenditure of gold coins has exceeded the budget, and we have not been permitted to halt our spending. Moreover, the number of disciples we have recruited is already sufficient that in recent days, with the enhancement of our cultivation resources, we have seen the highest influx of disciples here." Someone from Shiru Mountain addressed the leader, exclaiming, "How infuriating!" The leader had a vague sense of having been deceived and anticipated a possible punishment upon returning. Each year during the sect's grand selection, it is a lucrative affair, yielding numerous benefits and the opportunity to befriend these prodigies in advance. Thus, the individuals from Shiru Mountain departed early from the sect selection, while the resources from other sects were also adjusted downward. "All right, the time has come," Zhangzhe suddenly opened his eyes and declared. "Kaoshan sect is recruiting disciples with integrity. Ordinary disciples receive 15,000 gold coins worth of cultivation resources, while genius disciples are allocated 40,000 gold coins per month as the chief disciple of the sect. I assure everyone that you will receive fair treatment at Kaoshan sect." Zhangzhe proclaimed loudly to all directions that he had contemplated this before arriving, without adhering to the previous cultivation resource allocation. It was unlikely that outstanding disciples would be attracted. "Damn, have I arrived too late? I heard that the conditions a few days ago were significantly better than today." "You are indeed late. If you had come a few days ago..." Shiru Mountain was practically throwing money around. "That I wonder what happened." Shiru Mountain seemed to have withdrawn earlier. "They must have recruited enough disciples. Haven't you noticed that their numbers have been the highest these past few days? Furthermore, we have a quota for disciples. Only 300 ordinary disciples and 50 genius disciples," Zhangzhe reminded again. "There are actually restrictions on the quotas. This is unprecedented. There is no other choice. Currently, Zhangzhe is the living advertisement of Kaoshan sect. It is said he defeated the geniuses of the 5 major sects on the ancient battlefield. Here he comes," Zhangzhe mused leisurely as he observed the long queue forming, smiling as he spoke. "As always, you have a way, but aren't these cultivation resources a bit excessive? Calm down. Compared to what was previously offered, I wouldn't even want to stay in the sect," Zhangzhe replied irritably. After some contemplation, he added, "Moreover, with the upcoming sect competition, it is imperative to secure a position among the top 10 sects to expand our territory. This will lead to increased revenue flowing into the sect. Otherwise, relying solely on our own resources, we would struggle to sustain such extensive expenditures." "What kind of scheme are you concocting? Such a substantial budget. I recall there seemed to be significantly fewer resources available." Elder Huang remarked quietly as he approached Zhangzhe. "You need not concern yourself. I am strategizing a grand plan that, if successful, the sect will rise within this year," Nin Dun stated without changing his expression. Elder Huang was left speechless. This fellow was always so elusive, yet it seemed he had never disappointed anyone. After all, the sect was initially a mess, and it was only due to him that it began to improve. So let him continue his endeavors, Elder Huang thought as expected. In the final days, Zhangzhe concluded the recruitment a day ahead of schedule. Chapter 78. Zhangzhe's thoughts: do not be too disheartened. There is always a way when the cart reaches the mountain. Besides, I had already devised a plan when making these decisions. Zhangzhe consoled Li Rongrong. "What plan?" Li Rongrong replied, half convinced. "The sect competition," Zhangzhe stated emphatically. "What do you mean?" Li Rongrong inquired, puzzled. "The sect participates in the competition annually to cultivate the disciples within, yet the rankings have never been particularly favorable, so Li Rongrong held little hope for this occasion. I aim to secure a position in the top 10, allowing Kaoshan sect to truly establish itself as a first-rate force," Zhangzhe reiterated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Rongrong fell silent. "You may not fully understand the format of the sect competition. It assesses the overall strength of the sect, primarily dispatching the 3 strongest participants, regardless of age. Additionally, 3 disciples under the age of 20 are also sent, and the total score they achieve determines the final ranking of the sect. Li Rongrong explained the rules to Zhang Zhe. Complicated. Are there any other rules? Zhang Zhe inquired, sensing the complexity of the situation. Moreover, each participant must place within the top 20. Otherwise, it will be of no benefit. Li Rongrong continued. Who are the strongest individuals within the sect? Zhang Zhe asked this. Oh, you know nothing, and yet speak so authoritatively. Li Rongrong retorted angrily. Well, I believe in my own strength, but I am unaware of others' capabilities. Zhang Zhe replied. The strongest would likely be the sect leader, whose power has reached the realm of transformation, followed closely by Elder Huang, who has attained the 9th level of the divine transformation. Subsequently, Elders Li and Yin have recently just broken through to the 9th level of divine transformation. Li Rongrong stated that, I seem to have been overly ambitious, but if we rank high in the sect competition, we should acquire a considerable amount of territory, Zhang Zhe remarked. Indeed, historically, Kaoshan's sect strength barely reached the 70th or 80th rank, placing us among the weaker second-rate sections, however, due to your provision of cultivation resources. Many elders have advanced to the divine transformation realm, and now there are over 40 elders at that level, Li Rongrong said with a smile. The sect competition is certainly an opportunity, and it will also help to elevate the reputation of Kaoshan sect. That simplifies things. The 3 strongest individuals will surely be selected. Our sect leader is competent, and Elder Huang is more than capable .as for the other slot. Zhang Zhe hesitated, uncertain whether he could fully trust Elder Huang and Elder Yin at this moment. If complications arose, there would be no room for recovery .as for the disciples. I should be able to select appropriately. Both Zhou Qi and I are entirely capable, Zhang Zhe stated confidently. This time, the sect competition should differ from past events. Although our sect remains very low profile, it feels as though we are being watched, Li Rongrong expressed her confusion. What is going on? Is there some issue? Zhang Zhe inquired. Indeed, you are aware that our sect has 2 locations suitable for fire attribute cultivation, one being the magma pool and the other the molten lava mountain range. Recently, it has come to my attention that unfamiliar individuals have been frequently appearing in those areas, leading me to suspect that someone is targeting those locations. Li Rongrong said earnestly, if our ranking remains around the 70th or 80th, we will have to relinquish that territory. Upon hearing Li Rongrong's words, Zhang Zhe pondered carefully.